Chapter 1. Returning home to cultivate the land. Unusual changes in the Bluestone. After cycling through 5 jobs, Lynchon finally returned to his hometown. The corporate world proved to be an arduous battleground, leaving him drained. Although he had been dismissed, he deceitfully informed his parents that he had resigned from his position voluntarily. Who hasn't been a child at heart? On the 3rd day after his return, Lynchon accompanied his father to the mountains. Seeing his son reluctant to seek employment, his father, Jiang Guocheng, decided it was time for him to experience the harsh realities of life. In less than 3 days, he'll be eager to go back to work. Jiang Guocheng thought with a smirk. Is the world upside down? Not wanting to work? Then it's off to the mountains for you. Does he think being a farmer is easy? With sickles at their waists and hoes slung over their shoulders, the two ascended the mountain. Jiang Guocheng had contracted 100 acres of desolate land, which was characterized by its rocky terrain and clusters of wild, low-growing plants. Such barren land was incredibly unproductive and held little value, leading the village collective to offer a meager contracting price. When Jiang Guocheng took on the land, his intention was merely to plant a few trees and raise some chickens for subsistence. As for relying on his son for support in old age, glancing at his son, who strolled leisurely, he nearly succumbed to the urge to smack him on the back of the head. Such a rebel, skipping out on a good job. Jiang Guocheng cursed inwardly. Yet, Lynchon, often deemed overly sentimental, was filled with excitement at this moment. With a hoe in hand and a stick in the other age, he spotted some tall wild grass by the roadside and swiftly swung, severing it cleanly. The path to the mountain transformed into a scene of swift vengeance, with countless wild grasses falling victim to his enthusiastic efforts. Before long, they reached their destination. Jiang Guocheng pointed to a gentle slope spanning over 10 acres and said, "Right here, if we clear the loose stones, we can plant some corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes." Lynchon surveyed the desolate patch, littered with stones and sparse wild grasses and shrubs, with a clear stream joyfully flowing through the center. Indeed, it is quite desolate, Lynchon mused, yet found the scenery rather appealing. They began their toil, panting as they cleared the area. Though young and strong, Lynchon's efficiency and endurance paled in comparison to his father's. Before long, he found himself sitting on a stone, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead without a care to wipe it away. Jiang Guocheng, glancing at his son from afar, pretended not to see him and continued clearing the weeds and stones. Not enough hardship yet. After catching his breath for a moment, Lynchon stood up, noticing something peculiar about the stone beneath him. While other stones were rough and either gray or black, this particular stone was smooth and of a delicate azure hue. Intrigued, he struck it with his hoe. The stone emitted a distinct ding. Something is definitely off. Lynchon's curiosity deepened. He circled the stone twice, wedged his hoe beneath it, and pried it up with ease. Flipping the stone over revealed an equally smooth underside, astonishingly devoid of any dirt. How peculiar! Lynchon exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of stone remains untouched by soil? Skeptical, he scattered some dirt atop it. To his astonishment, the dirt slid off as if the stone were wet, leaving no trace behind. He longed to call his father over to witness this marvel, but hesitated, fearing reprimand. In the eyes of the older generation, poor performance was merely a matter of experience. Fatigue was simply a physical issue, but lack of focus on work was undoubtedly a flaw in one's character. Lynchon brushed his hand over the blue stone, feeling its icy coolness and smooth texture. Could this be a rare and valuable jade stone? He pondered, excitement bubbling within him. He recalled the tale of Bien, he discovering a piece of uncut jade. How extraordinary. Just as he was lost in thought, a thorn pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the blue stone. In an instant, the stone absorbed the blood. Moments later, the blue stone emitted a lustrous glow, visible even under the direct sunlight, radiating an enchanting shimmer. Before Lynchon could fully comprehend, the stone suddenly lifted and transformed into a streak of light that flew into his forehead. Staring at the now empty ground, Lynchon collapsed in shock. He touched his forehead. Did that stone just fly into me? He questioned in disbelief. Magical artifact? Spiritual treasure? Celestial item? Malevolent entity? He shook his head anxiously, finding no immediate abnormalities. However, the next moment left him dumbfounded. A glowing bluestone appeared in his mind's eye. Upon it, two ancient characters emerged to know. As his consciousness delved into the bluestone, he discovered a hazy, ethereal space filled with countless flickering lights. A torrent of information flooded his mind, nearly overwhelming his senses. The sheer number of these glowing orbs almost caused his brain to short-circuit. Struggling to maintain composure, he attempted to touch the nearest small light orb with his consciousness. However, to his dismay, the mist in this space seemed to obstruct his mental approach. After considerable effort, Lynchon finally made contact with a small, white glowing orb. At the moment of contact, he involuntarily shivered. Simultaneously, a message abruptly materialized in his mind. A trace of plant essence from the Shinong space slightly enhances physical strength. Then, the orb gradually faded, revealing a vibrant green seedling. A corn seedling cultivated in the Shinong space upon maturity. It can be harvested and used as seeds for planting in a mortal realm. Effect: delicious staple food. Consumption can slightly enhance physique. Daily labor accelerates. Corn maturation time. Maturation period: 70 days. After absorbing this information, Lynchon remained in a daze for a moment. What on earth is this Shinong space? A massive stone lodged in my brain. This is utterly unscientific. Before he could ponder further, Jiang Guoqing shot him a glare from a distance. Lynchon suddenly realized he had been resting for too long. His father had no expectations of him contributing significantly to the labor, so he was indifferent to his output. In truth, he merely wanted his son to experience the life of a farmer, with the amount of work done left to personal initiative. Under his father's silent gaze, Lynchon sprang up with renewed vigor. He leapt high, nearly jumping 1.5 meters off the ground. It was evident he hadn't even tapped into his full strength. Astonished, Lynchon realized that the slight enhancement of physical strength mentioned in the Shinong space had a far more profound effect than he had anticipated. With determination, he gripped the hoe and began to work fervently. He swiftly piled small stones into a heap and cleared away all the wild grasses and bushes in mere moments. An hour later, Jiang Guoqiang stood in awe, surveying the large area his son had cleared, which was 5 times more than his own efforts. His mind spun with disbelief. Is this really my son? The one who couldn't lift a finger? Who needed a rest for 5 minutes after 3 minutes of work? Chapter 2. The First Harvest. Lynchon found himself increasingly immersed in labor, reveling in the joy he hadn't felt in a long time. It turned out that hard work could indeed bring happiness. Certainly, most individuals experience joy only upon appreciating the fruits of their labor after the fact. During the toil itself, they encounter nothing but fatigue, devoid of delight. However, Lynchon is an exception. He relishes the journey. He savors the meticulous process of clearing each stone and every wild blade of grass. For he feels no exhaustion. Indeed, the effect of slightly increasing stamina is remarkably potent. He perceives himself as an indomitable ox, a creature capable of utterly tilling the land. 3 hours later, Lynchon, with eyes heavy from fatigue, spoke to his father Jiang Guoqiang. Dad, let us return. We shall come back in the afternoon. We're just going back. Jiang's father was momentarily bewildered. He had felt a twinge of defiance just moments prior. Thus, he hastened his pace, yet irrespective of how swiftly he moved, his son surpassed him several times over. Eventually, he found himself nearly exhausted, stars dancing before his eyes, prompting him to halt and rest. Jiang Guoqiang had meticulously planned to engage his son in labor, imparting an understanding of a farmer's hardships, ultimately leading him to abandon such strenuous work and return to the city. Yet, as events unfolded, it was he who experienced the toil, while his son seemed utterly unfazed. Jiang Guoqiang observed Lynchon, not a bead of sweat upon him, his steps light, and his vitality abundant. There was no trace of hardship about him. Are you not tired? Jiang Guoqiang inquired. What is there to tire from? Working feels quite good. I enjoy it. Lynchon's response left his father questioning his own hearing. Lynchon, indeed, felt no fatigue, for in the Shinong space, he perceived the corn seedlings appearing larger, with the time until maturity now reduced to 66 days. This means that for every hour of labor in reality, I can accelerate the growth of crops in the space by a whole day. Lynchon mused to himself that he eagerly anticipated the unique qualities of the corn produced by the Shinong space. And the effect, delicious staple food, consumption may slightly enhance physical constitution. What precisely does delicious entail, as defined by the Shinong space? And how slight is the increase in constitution? He had genuinely experienced the effects of slightly increasing stamina. The outcome was that his once defiant father was left utterly spent. Dad, let us return. We shall eat and come back in the afternoon. Lynchon gestured grandly. Behind him lay a vast expanse of tidied land. That was his achievement in clearing the wilderness, level and pristine, exceedingly gratifying. Jiang Guocheng shakily rose, a sharp pain coursing through his lower back. Oh no, it seems I overexerted myself and have strained my back, he lamented, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Today had indeed turned embarrassing. Half an hour later, Jiang Guocheng returned home, supported by Jiang Lynchon. Jiang's mother, Yu Xiuzhen, stared wide-eyed at her husband. Old Jiang, how did you strain your back while clearing weeds and stones? Did you lift a large rock? No. Old Jiang's gaze faltered. Jiang Lynchon, draping an arm around his mother's shoulders, smiled reassuringly. Mom, it's nothing. Dad was too eager. He just needs to rest for a few days, and he'll handle matters on the mountain. Jiang Lynchon wore an expression of you need not worry with me around. This left Yu Xiuzhen momentarily stunned. Jiang Guocheng wore an expression of discomfort, rubbing his lower back, feigning ignorance. After the meal, Jiang Lynchon sat in the yard to digest it. In truth, he yearned to return to clearing land, digging and planting, reclaiming the wild mountains. But his mother insisted that the midday sun was too harsh, firmly forbidding him to go. As Yu Xiuzhen rubbed medicinal wine on her husband's back, she continually murmured her dissatisfaction with him, lamenting how he had taken their son to work, ultimately exhausting himself, and questioning how he dared to contract 100 acres of wasteland with such capability. Jiang Guocheng winced in pain, gasping for relief, yet he dared not retort, filled with deep resentment. Who could he blame for this predicament? For his son's efficiency? Jiang Lynchon occasionally greeted villagers passing by the yard. The villagers were naturally curious. It was rare for a college graduate to return home and toil in the fields rather than work in the city, basking in air conditioning. Yet, such inquiries were not appropriate to voice directly. They offered veiled questions. And upon seeing Jiang Lynchon's indifference, they let the matter rest. However, the chubby boy from the neighboring Wu family voiced the question directly. Brother Sean, my dad said you were fired from your job in the city and came back because you couldn't stand it. Is that true? Who said that? Who said that? What does your dad know? I clearly quit my boss. Jiang Lynchon replied with indignation. His persona must not falter if it did. He would be socially ostracized. How would Suihua and Godin perceive him in the village? It was undoubtedly he who took the initiative to dismiss his employer. Jiang Lynchon's determined gaze bore down on the chubby boy. The boy scoffed, wearing an expression of this child is not worthy of counsel, and scampered off, likely to spread rumors. Mom, I'm going out for a stroll. I'll head to the mountains shortly, Jiang Lynchon declared, donning a straw hat before swiftly exiting. He had no desire for leisurely wandering, but he adored clearing land. He relished working. He longed to witness the corn flourish. Ascending the mountain, Jiang Lynchon observed his contracted land under the blazing sun. The desolate hills lay silent, streams gurgled, and scattered stones and weeds dotted the landscape, with no one in sight. Accompanying him were only his shadow and the earth beneath his feet. Of course, now he was also accompanied by the Shenong space in his mind. The hoe in Jiang Lynchon's hands danced rhythmically, and should anyone have been watching, they would have found his labor a delight to behold. He toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, returning home only when darkness enveloped the land. Within the Shenong space, the corn had grown even larger, with the remaining time until maturity now standing at 60 days. The following day, he rose early. Bringing along his lunch, he worked the land for 12 hours that day. The same routine followed on the third day, the sixth day. Even after the sun had set, Jiang Lynchon remained diligently tilling the earth. Suddenly, his movements paused. The corn in the space had finally matured. In the Shenong space, the corn had grown remarkably tall, its stalks densely adorned with ears of corn. Jiang Lynchon had counted them long, 14 in total. Who would believe such a tale? In other households, a single stalk yielded but 1 or 2 ears, and even those seldom thrived. Yet this one bore an astonishing 14. He was nearly beside himself with as the corn matured. The stalks transformed into a wisp of green vapor and vanished, leaving only the 14 ears suspended in the air. Jiang Lynchon focused on one, silently commanding, withdraw. In the next instant, a hefty ear of corn appeared in his hands. That it truly can be extracted, Jiang Lynchon exclaimed with exhilaration. Moreover, as long as he held this ear of corn, a stream of information flooded his mind. Corn cultivated in the Shenong space can be withdrawn while it possesses superior quality, serves as a delicious staple food, and consumption may slightly enhance physical constitution. It may be planted in the mortal realm, with a growth cycle of 70 days. However, the efficacy of the fruit is halved, and the yield is also reduced by half. Reduced yield by half. That means it will still produce 24 ears, especially given the size of this corn. Jiang Lynchon gazed at the ear in his hand, roughly the size of his fist, his heart blooming with joy. Harvest is such a delightful experience. Harvest brings such happiness. Peeling back, the husk revealed tightly packed kernels, each a golden hue glistening with luster, an irresistible aroma wafting towards him. Jiang Lynchon nearly succumbed to the temptation and took a bite. After a considerable struggle to restrain himself, he finally retrieved them one by one. Piling them together, these were indeed treasures. Jiang Lynchon fixated on the enormous ears of corn before him, instinctively extracting another from his storage space. The sudden weight in his hand nearly caused him to lose grip. Heavy. It was truly astonishingly heavy. No corn could bear such weight. It must weigh around 20 pounds. What kind of corn could possibly be so extraordinarily dense? Chapter 3. The neighboring children wept with longing. What kind of corn could be so heavy? At that moment, a new piece of information surfaced in his mind. A mutated variety known as golden corn, which was inedible. Can this corn actually yield gold? Jiang Lynchon felt somewhat bewildered. It was simply unscientific. But then again, was the existence of the Shinnom space any less scientific? He mused that if a sword immortal were to descend from the heavens, he could perhaps accept it. With this thought, Jiang Lynchon suddenly found no fault in it. He even re-examined all the corn, only to reluctantly retract his space. Discovering that there was only this one mutated cob, Jiang Lynchon fondled the golden corn with great affection. The metallic sheen of each kernel was utterly enchanting. This was the essence of wealth. Surely, this single cob must be worth a fortune. Jiang Lynchon dared not calculate. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully returned the golden corn to the Shinnom space. Over the course of 6 days, he tirelessly transformed several acres of wasteland into fertile ground, even wearing out several hoes in the process. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile, not in vain for waking at dawn and toiling until dusk. As darkness approached, he hurried down the mountain with eager strides. Upon reaching home, he presented 3 cobs of corn to his mother. As Yu Xiuzhen looked on in confusion, Jiang Lynchon solemnly stated, "Mom, these 3 cobs are a gift from a friend. He mentioned they are a brand new, superior variety and hopes we could offer some feedback. Let us cook them." "What corn is this large?" Yu Xiuzhen curiously peeled back a bit of the outer husk. Upon seeing the row of golden, glistening kernels and inhaling the enticing aroma, her mouth formed an O shape, and she nearly succumbed to the temptation of taking a bite. Noticing her son's inquisitive gaze, she shyly diverted the conversation. "Hurry and take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. I'll cook these cobs right now." After Jiang Lynchon left, Yu Xiuzhen held the 3 cobs, frozen in thought for a considerable time, before reluctantly resisting the temptation. She filled a pot with water and placed the corn inside. Strange. When did I become so greedy? Almost embarrassed in front of my son, yet these cobs truly smell divine. Oh, how I long to taste them. Yu's mind was in disarray. Meanwhile, Jiang Lynchon was enjoying a shower when he suddenly caught a whiff of an extraordinary fragrance. The scent was rich, lingering, and subtle. Not overpowering, yet it danced around his nostrils, evoking a sense of yearning and joy. Jiang Lynchon found it peculiar that a description of aroma could possess such depth. Then it dawned on him. This must be the corn he had grown. Indeed, products from the space are bound to be exquisite. Even the aroma wafting from it was so alluring. How delightful it must taste. At that moment, it was mealtime, and the fragrance permeated through most of the households in the village. Bang! A middle-aged man set down his bowl and chopsticks. He suddenly found the braised pork in his bowl unappetizing. "I'm full." "Well, Lu Dian, you've become quite discerning, haven't you? Disdaining my cooking, are you? Tomorrow, you can cook for yourself. I shan't serve you anymore." Before long, sounds of tables slapping and doors slamming erupted from within, creating quite a commotion. Other households experienced similar phenomena, with many individuals abruptly feeling satiated mid-meal. As someone placed food in their mouth, they furrowed their brow, exclaiming, "This tastes wrong. It's utterly unpalatable." Meanwhile, the chubby child next door was receiving a reprimand. "I refuse to eat this. I want something delicious," he wailed, lamenting his misfortune. Enraged, his father delivered a sharp slap, recalling the roasted duck he had painstakingly brought home, only to find that the little rascal dared to be picky. "I absolutely will not consume this." The chubby child cried even louder. "Wu Zhibing, dare you touch my grandson again? Just wait and see what happens." An elderly man berated, his anger palpable. Wu Zhibing's wife hurriedly pulled their son into her embrace, scolding as well. The household was filled with a cacophony of cries, curses, and complaints, creating a strangely harmonious atmosphere. That evening, many villagers went to bed having not enjoyed their meals, a source of great distress. Yet the instigator of this chaos, Jiang Lynchon, remained blissfully unaware. Having changed into clean clothes, he briskly approached the dining table where his parents, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma, were already seated, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "What is going on? Why does this corn smell so delightful?" Jiang Ba inquired with urgency. "Someone from my friend's family works at the Agricultural Research Institute and mentioned it's the latest variety, not yet available to the public," Jiang Lynchon replied. "It's astonishingly fragrant. Modern technology is truly remarkable," Jiang Ba exclaimed repeatedly. With a bashful smile, Jiang Lynchon watched as his family fixated on the corn, the aroma tantalizing their senses. The priority was clear. They were to savor the corn. Jiang Lynchon took a hearty bite. A wave of refreshing delight surged through him. The taste was exquisite, sweet. The golden, glistening kernels burst with flavor against his teeth, flooding his mouth with an unparalleled fragrance and fullness. He had never imagined corn could be so delectable. What would he do if he couldn't have it again? The 3 of them were too engrossed to speak. At that moment, words seemed inadequate. In a world where culinary delights could soothe the human spirit, the The cries of the child next door grew louder, even reaching Jiang's household. What could be causing that child to cry so? Jiang Lynchon inquired, puzzled. He sounds quite spirited. His lungs are strong. Jiang Guocheng chuckled merrily. Does your friend have any more of this corn? Jiang Ma asked, her eyes gleaming with hope. I'm not sure. I'll ask later. It must be rare. He only gave us 3, quite stingy. Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of guilt, pondering how he would explain the corn's origin in the future. Indeed, it must be quite a challenge to cultivate, Jiang Ba mused, a hint of regret in his tone. However, before he could finish his thought, he realized that the persistent pain in his back had vanished. Oh, my back no longer hurts, Jiang Ba exclaimed, suddenly standing up and performing several bending motions. He placed his hands on his waist, squeezing gently, and indeed, the pain was gone. His entire body felt warm and invigorated, as if he had regained several years of youth. Jiang Lynchon and Yu Shoujin stared in astonishment at Jiang Guocheng, who was twisting his waist like a windmill. Mom, I think Dad is a bit ridiculous, Jiang Lynchon whispered. How shameless. Jiang Ma, witnessing her husband's miraculous recovery, couldn't he help but feel relieved. Jiang Lynchon felt a warm current surging within him, invigorating his entire being, as a robust vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. A slight enhancement of his physique meant an improvement in his overall health. To put it plainly, he became less susceptible to illness, his vitality more abundant. And minor ailments often resolve themselves without medication. Unfortunately, this remarkable effect only occurred with the first consumption. Subsequent intakes yielded diminishing returns. Nevertheless, the exquisite flavor of the corn was truly extraordinary. After chatting with his family for a while, Jiang Lynchon returned to his room. During this period, he had already discreetly assessed his physical capabilities. He could jump 2 meters in place, achieve a standing long jump exceeding 8 meters, and deliver a punch with a force of 750 kilograms. As for why he did not tire from labor, it was not that he felt no fatigue. Rather, tasks such as weeding and clearing stones were trivial to him. It was akin to a struggling author typing away for an entire day. His body would not succumb to exhaustion, regardless of his less than stellar physical condition. The fundamental reason was that Jiang Lynchon's physical limits had risen, and his recovery ability had significantly improved, allowing him to work all day without feeling fatigued. Presently, the slight increase in stamina combined with a modest enhancement of his physique resulted in an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. The principle was equally straightforward. A strengthened constitution was akin to replacing a car's engine with a more powerful one, resulting in greater horsepower. He shifted his wardrobe and, upon comparison, discerned that his strength had escalated by 13. By this calculation, his punching power had nearly reached 1,000 kilograms, enough to wrestle with a tiger. Jiang Lynchon felt a surge of exhilaration. As for the luminous orbs within the Shinnong space, he had been diligently experimenting over the past few days. However, the resistance of the mist was formidable, preventing his consciousness from reaching the new orbs. He also discovered that the more plants were around him, the closer his consciousness approached the orbs. If he were in a bustling city, the distance to the orbs would be even greater. One early morning, when Jiang Lynchon had planned to rest thoroughly, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony. Chapter 4. Want this land? Bring 200 million. Jiang Lynchon vaguely heard his father's voice, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with someone. Startled, he quickly rose from bed, hastily washed up, and hurried downstairs. Upon descending, he was greeted by a throng of people outside the gate, surrounding his parents and engaged in fervent conversation. Jiang Lynchon approached swiftly, catching a belligerent voice declaring, Jiang Guocheng, you will agree to this land today, whether you like it or not. Jiang Guocheng's voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. The contract for the barren mountain spans 50 years. Signed by the village collective, it's all in black and white. I have stated that I do not wish to transfer it. Jiang Lynchon reached his father's side and inquired, Dad, what is happening? Upon seeing his son, Jiang Guocheng hesitated briefly before responding. Someone has set their sights on our piece of barren land. They wish to take over for a quarry. Fury ignited within Jiang Lynchon at this revelation. He thought, are they attempting to cut off my path? Who would do such a vile thing? Remembering the arduous effort he had invested in cultivating over 10 acres of land, with the corn from the Shinnong space yet to be sown, it was outrageous that these individuals sought to forcibly take over the barren land, showing utter disregard for him. Across from him, a middle-aged man, upon hearing Jiang's father express his reluctance to transfer ownership, let out a chilling laugh, his tone turning sinister. To be frank, this piece of land is not what I desire. The one who truly covets it is someone you cannot afford to offend. Jiang Lynchon interjected immediately. I care not for who it is. I refuse to transfer ownership. The middle-aged man glanced at the dozen or so men surrounding him, all bearing fierce visages and formidable physiques, before breaking into a sly grin. His tone became insistent. Very well, the penalty for breach of contract is merely 50,000. I'll offer you 60,000. Hasten the paperwork. It must be completed today. Jiang Lynchon, infuriated, replied with a laugh. I shan't proceed. What will you do? Intimidate me? The middle-aged man, growing impatient, retorted, damn it, don't push your luck. Had this been a few days prior, Jiang Lynchon might have been intimidated by such a group. But who was he now? Could he truly be cowed by such trivial threats? Moreover, this land was his serendipitous find. He would never relinquish it. Since you are so earnest, and your connections are formidable, I shall not ask much. Just 1 billion. I shall sign the transfer when the funds are in place. The middle-aged man was taken aback. How could this young man make such an absurd statement with such solemnity? It must be noted that the barren land bore negligible agricultural yield, and its potential for development was exceedingly low. The village collective barely collected a symbolic 25 yuan per acre annually. After all, there wasn't even a single sizable tree to be found on this land. To demand $1 billion for such a plot? Before the middle-aged man could respond, a bald man from the back couldn't contain himself and charged forward. Intent on teaching this lunatic a lesson, Jiang Lynchon had already pulled his parents back behind a gate. Both Jiang's father and mother were incensed by the brashness of this group. How could they dare resort to violence? Jiang's father, lacking confidence, thought it best to avoid confrontation. I'll take you down. The dozen men advanced menacingly. Jiang's mother, silent until now, swiftly grabbed a shovel from beside the door. Mother is formidable, Jiang Lynchon thought to himself, then placed himself protectively in front of his parents, quickly instructing. Father, if they breach the premises, call the police. Mother, prepare to record. I want to see if they truly dare to invade our home. Jiang's parents hesitated, concerned for their son's safety. Jiang Lynchon seized the shovel from his mother, maintaining his composure, and shouted toward the outside. The price has now doubled. 2 billion. Only then shall we sit down to discuss. With that, he struck the shovel forcefully against the ground, producing a resounding crack as the thick handle splintered. He aimed the sharp edge at the bald man. His gaze steady. The bald man was genuinely intimidated. They had come to the village without any intention of fighting and were unarmed. Yet, now it seemed difficult to retreat gracefully. What to do? The situation was urgent. Cease at once. The middle-aged man commanded, halting the bald man. He then addressed Jiang Lynchon. So, it appears there is nothing to discuss? Jiang Lynchon innocently blinked. Look at what you're saying. I hold great respect for you and your powerful backer. Now that I have made my conditions clear, if you refuse to accept them, I find myself in a rather difficult position. The middle-aged man and his companions glared with fiery eyes. How could one exhibit such arrogance? Is this how negotiations are conducted? The day was drawing to a close, and everyone was busy. If you remain indecisive, perhaps you should consult your superior. Jiang Lynchon yawned, feeling somewhat bored. This group was all bluster, thinking that a mere show of numbers could intimidate him into submission. What era are we in to still resort to such tactics? Jiang's parents looked on, incredulous at their son's complete control of the situation. How could their own child display such arrogance? Jiang Lynchon turned to his parents and smiled, saying, I truly intend to return home to cultivate the land. This is my vocation. Dad, your land is my land, is it not? Jiang's father nodded. Though he never envisioned his son as a farmer, he had always hoped Jiang Lynchon would work in the city, having been a farmer all his life. He was well aware of the intricacies of agriculture. Yet, it seemed his son was resolutely determined to pursue this path, complicating matters significantly. Jiang's mother, on the other hand, had no reservations. She fully supported her son's choices, provided he excelled in his endeavors. After all, the greatest support he had received during his childhood came from her nurturing care. After a phone call, the middle-aged man raised his head, pointing a finger at Jiang Lynchon and sternly declared, just wait and see. Within 3 days, you will be begging me to sign the contract. Jiang Lynchon squinted his eyes. He watched as the group of burly men departed, then turned to his parents in the living room. Dad, how did these people find us? Jiang Lynchon pondered. It was uncommon for outsiders to threaten individuals in the village. In the past, such behavior would have likely led to a physical altercation. Jiang Guocheng, with a grave expression, asked his son in a low voice, have you borrowed money from loan sharks? What? Jiang Lynchon was utterly bewildered. What was this nonsense? Besides, he had merely encountered some unpleasantness in the corporate world. How did it escalate to accusations of high-interest loans? Wu Zhibing from next door interjected. You borrowed money and were cornered by the creditors at your company, which led to your dismissal. Is that correct? Jiang Guocheng's tone became more serious. Jiang's mother remained silent, her gaze conveying unwavering support, silently assuring her son that should anyone dare to bully him, she would never stand for it. Jiang Lynchon took a deep breath. Seeing their son's silence, Jiang's parents grew anxious. The family's savings were limited. If they couldn't repay the debt and their son was continually harassed, how could they maintain a normal life? I have not borrowed money from anyone, nor have I taken out any loans, Jiang Lynchon insisted, his expression one of innocence. Wu Dazue's incessant chatter would eventually earn him a well-deserved reprimand, and his son, a little chubby boy, was no saint either. It was no wonder that only the wrong name was given, but the nickname was spot on. To be honest, if I had truly owed money, we still have some savings, which we had planned to use for your future marriage. Son, it's fine, money can be earned again. Jiang's mother reassured him. Jiang Lynchon could only respond solemnly. I, Jiang Lynchon, have truly never borrowed money from anyone. You wouldn't doubt your own son, would you? How could you possibly believe Wu Dazue? Jiang Ba remarked, we now believe, but many in the village are skeptical. They question why a university graduate like you would forsake a city job to return home and till the land. Is this not merely an evasion of debt? This reasoning was indeed irrefutable, and Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of frustration. In essence, he bore no debts, yet with Wu Dazue spreading rumors, the villagers likely assumed he was being pursued by creditors. Jiang Lynchon was truly incensed. Chapter 5. Wu Dazue, come out. Fury surged within Jiang Lynchon as he stormed out of his home and approached the residence of Wu Zhibing, bellowing, Wu Dazue, get out here this instant. His voice reverberated, echoing across the expanse of Chonglu village, where nearly half the inhabitants could clearly hear him. Recognizing Jiang Lynchon's voice, the villagers were drawn to the commotion, converging from all directions. Wu Dazue, if you don't come out now, your son will find it difficult to step outside in the future. Jiang Lynchon observed Wu Dazue feigning ignorance, yet he was acutely aware of this man's vulnerabilities. As anticipated, the gate of the Wu household creaked open, revealing a displeased Wu Zhibing who stepped out slowly, his demeanor unwelcoming. By this time, A crowd of over 20 villagers had gathered, eager not to miss such a spectacle. Little Sean, why are you shouting so loudly? Have I wronged you in any way? What is this? Feeling bold enough to bully others now, Wu Dezue feigned indignation, though internally he dismissed the notion. The onlookers felt Jiang Lynchon was perhaps being a bit too brash. Although Wu Dezue was notorious for his sharp tongue, he was not one to be trifled with. Given Jiang Lynchon's slender physique, daring to confront the burly Wu Dezue was indeed an act of youthful folly. Even if he summoned his father, Jiang Guocheng, the two together would likely be as effective as a meat bun thrown to a dog, futile. Clearly, Wu Dezue shared this sentiment. While he verbally protested, he hardly regarded the situation with any seriousness. How could Jiang Lynchon, with his slight frame, dare to challenge him? Little did he know. As soon as he stepped beyond his threshold, Jiang Lynchon lunged forward, seizing Wu Dezue by the collar as if capturing a chick, dragging him onto the village path. Despite weighing 180 pounds, Wu Dezue, a robust rural man, found himself being pulled along as if he were prey in the jaws of a tiger by this seemingly frail university student. The spectators could no longer remain passive. What is happening? How does Jiang Lynchon possess such strength? It was well known that while Wu Dezue was notorious for his sharp wit, he was also young and vigorous, and many of those he had slandered were elderly or vulnerable, incapable of defending themselves. Many harbored both fear and resentment towards this rogue. Yet today, it appeared Wu Dezue had encountered his match. You spoke so freely behind my back. Now, pray tell, how much do I owe? What debts do I carry? Were you an eyewitness to my borrowing? Jiang Lynchon clung tightly to Wu Zhibing, who struggled with all his might to break free. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. I never claimed such. Wu Dezue cried out in desperation, panic coursing through him as he realized he could not escape. You assert that I owe high-interest loans and returned home to evade my debts. Speaking with such conviction, did you witness my borrowing firsthand? Are you perhaps endowed with extraordinary sight or hearing? Jiang Lynchon held fast to Wu Zhibing, indifferent to his futile struggles. Wu Zhibing attempted to evade responsibility when suddenly, a middle-aged woman stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. She berated him, you wretched creature. Last time you spread rumors about me being involved with someone from another village. That was my brother, my own brother. How dare you speak so vilely? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she struck Wu Zhibing twice more with force. Jiang Lynchon feigned to mediate, saying, Aunt, please calm down, just let off some steam. Look, others haven't even struck him yet. As soon as he uttered those words, 7 or 8 more individuals emerged, pointing fingers at Wu Zhibing and launching into a chorus of accusations. The situation nearly spiraled out of control, morphing into a public denunciation, where grievances were aired and vendettas settled. Amidst the chaos, Wu Zhibing received several more slaps and kicks. He found himself at a loss for words. Some among the crowd he had indeed slandered, yet others he had not. But now, all were united in blaming him. He finally tasted the bitter fruit of his actions and the distress of being wronged. Once the crowd had vented their frustrations, Jiang Lynchon declared, I have no intention of reasoning with you or discussing the law. If you, Wu Zhibing, continue your loathsome behavior, I will make you understand the reasons behind the beauty of flowers. With that, he released the battered Wu Zhibing. As Wu Zhibing regained his freedom, a glint of malice sparked in his eyes, and he sought to reclaim his dignity. However, upon noticing Jiang Lynchon's amused yet menacing gaze, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, rendering him motionless. Jiang Lynchon appeared like a fierce beast stalking its prey, and under his scrutiny, Wu Zhibing felt an involuntary wave of anxiety wash over him. Jiang Lynchon continued to fixate on Wu Zhibing as he slowly made his way back to his home. Upon reaching the gate of his yard, he picked up the iron shovel handle he had previously interrupted, swinging it with considerable force. With a sharp whistle, the pointed wooden end struck the wall of the Wu family compound. It did not bounce off. Rather, astonishingly, half of the handle embedded itself into the wall, its tail quivering incessantly. The display startled the onlookers, including Wu Zhibing. Goodness, what immense strength that required. Jiang Lynchon addressed the villagers. I, Jiang Lynchon, do not owe any debts outside. Today, that group came to my home attempting to forcibly subcontract my family's 100 acres of barren land. They are mere thugs, not debt collectors. If they can come to my house to coerce us today, they might very well come to yours tomorrow. With that, Jiang Lynchon turned and returned to his yard. The villagers stood in contemplation. Once home, Jiang Lynchon inquired of his father, Dad, what do you know about those people? Can they really check the contracting agreement with the village committee? His father shook his head, replying, I don't know. I will ask the village head shortly. Jiang Lynchon continued. I understand you may not grasp why I chose to return home instead of working in the city, but I have valid reasons which I will share with you in due time. His mother chimed in. It's all right, son, regardless of your reasons for returning. I am aware of how much work you have put in these past few days. Mom, you've been secretly watching? Jiang Lynchon asked in astonishment. Of course. A few days ago, I woke up at 5 to see you off to the mountains. It's clear you are determined. And you've worked even harder than your father. As she spoke, Mother Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Father Jiang. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had certainly not been idle. Moreover, he prided himself on being among the more industrious in the village. How could their son be so exceptionally capable? This question, it seemed, would remain forever unanswered. Jiang Lynchon chuckled softly, offering no explanation. He took a plate, and, within mere minutes, finished his breakfast. I'll head up the mountain to take a look. If anything comes up at home, be sure to call me, he declared. Father Jiang wished to accompany him, but was firmly restrained by Jiang Lynchon. Dad, your back has just healed. Rest for a couple more days. You mustn't risk injuring it again. With that, Jiang Lynchon dashed off. Mother Zhang shot her husband a look and remarked, after a lifetime of toil, "We still cannot measure up to our son." Father Zhang sighed, "Am I truly getting old?" Zhang Lynchon arrived at the gently sloping land that had just been cleared the previous day. He began contemplating the prospect of planting corn. However, before doing so, he needed to survey the barren mountains of his family's property. After spending about half an hour exploring his territory, he concluded that only this particular slope was marginally suitable for cultivation. The other areas were either strewn with jagged rocks or had steep gradients, and there was a vast cliff that rendered them entirely unfit for growing cash crops. It was no wonder the villagers, eager for arable land, had not transformed it into fruitful soil. It was simply beyond reclamation. The cliff area revealed an expanse of rocky terrain that could theoretically serve as a quarry. Yet, it consisted solely of ordinary granite, and the cost of extraction would outweigh any potential profit, especially since it was not located near a road. What was it that drove those individuals to covet this land? Zhang Lynchon pondered. One must understand that operating a quarry requires a mining license, and this land, situated behind the village and not far from habitation, would make it exceedingly difficult to obtain such a permit, unless one possessed substantial influence or discovered a mineral of national significance. Yet, the region of Changle village was merely a barren hilly area connected to distant mountains. If there were any valuable minerals, they would have been unearthed centuries ago, long before now. So what could be their motive? After some time spent in contemplation without arriving at an answer, Zhang Lynchon settled himself before the cliff, allowing his consciousness to drift into the Shenong space. Chapter 6. Worth 200 million in the Shenong space, a veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, with countless luminous orbs floating in midair. Zhang Lynchon exerted all his effort to approach the nearest light sphere. The obstructive nature of the mist was formidable. After consuming some corn from the space, he had managed to get quite close, yet still fell short of touching that radiant orb. After several attempts, he found himself perpetually just a hair's breadth away, regardless of how hard he tried. Exiting the space with a sigh, Zhang Lynchon reflected on where he had faltered. Resolved to dismiss the unanswerable, he returned to the cleared slope, ready to plan for the corn planting. He possessed 45 corn seeds cultivated in the space, and after much deliberation, he finally resolved to keep only 15 for himself, opting to plant the remainder. The space indicated that the plants needed to be spaced adequately. 30 corn stalks could be sown across approximately 5 acres. Driven by inspiration, Zhang Lynchon has once again tilled 5 acres of land, meticulously planting corn kernels one by one. With the completion of the corn planting in this expansive space, he feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The neatly arranged cornfields conceal the miraculous seeds that are about to sprout beneath the soil. In 70 days, he will witness an astonishing harvest. Sitting by the babbling brook, Zhang Lynchon wears a contented expression. It is this very stream that provided the rationale for the village collective to relinquish this barren land, enabling the cultivation of the 15-acre gentle slope. Instinctively, Zhang Lynchon enters the Shenong space. This time, inexplicably, he effortlessly touches the luminous orb. Could it be that by planting corn in this space, he gained some advantage? There is no time for further contemplation as a surge of information floods his mind. Earth's essence accelerates crop growth and enhances soil fertility, suitable for use in the mortal realm. A swirl of yellow-brown mist forms within the space. Subsequently, an inexplicable stream of green energy joins the yellow-brown mist, augmenting the essence of the earth by half. This green energy seems familiar to Zhang Lynchon. It resembles the energy released by corn plants after maturity. Observing the undulating essence of the earth, Zhang Lynchon muses that this is akin to a cheat code. No need for fertilizers, and it can shorten the growth cycle. Monsanto would weep with envy. After generating the earth's essence, the orb indeed produces a new seedling, a common pasture grass, suitable for feeding livestock, slightly improving meat quality and accelerating growth, maturing in 40 days. Zhang Lynchon rejoices, for he had been pondering how to utilize the spare land. And now the answer has presented itself. The benefits of this pasture grass are self-evident. Produced in the space, it is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Moreover, its applications are vast, suitable for all livestock and poultry. Should he become a large-scale livestock farmer or a prominent crop grower? Zhang Lynchon deliberated for a mere 3 seconds before deciding against choosing one path. With the acquisition of a new crop, he is filled with renewed vigor. He never imagined that being a farmer could hold such promise. Next, he intends to continue tilling the land. Having previously planted 5 acres of corn, he plans to till the remaining 10 acres and allocate planting areas based on the yield of the pasture grass. Unfortunately, the space currently offers only one method to reduce growth time. Zhang Lynchon must labor personally. Yet, he welcomes this. After all, he is a farmer. And what is wrong with working hard? Moreover, his physical abilities have surged remarkably. Had he not taken the time to familiarize himself with the exertion required in the fields over the past few days, he might have caused himself injury today. Strength is advantageous, but uncontrolled power is undesirable. This is a lesson Zhang Lynchon firmly grasps. As long as he possesses the space, encountering peculiar abilities in the future will not be surprising. With this thought in mind, he is filled with anticipation, and his labor becomes even more invigorating. With a hoe in hand, he swings it with the speed of a turbine. Meanwhile, a luxurious SUV races toward Changle village, gazing at the undulating hills in the distance, as well as the expansive rice fields outside the window. A young man in the back seat of an off-road vehicle could not help but stretch languidly. Indeed, there is an undeniable comfort in visiting such rural locales. The young man appeared exceedingly relaxed. Beside him sat a statuesque beauty, who, upon hearing his remark, laughed and said, "Young Master Wang, if you enjoy it, that is splendid. However, in such rural places, they only look appealing from afar. Up close, one encounters snakes, insects, vermin, pig manure, cow urine, and an abundance of pesticides and fertilizers, which are quite unsightly. Young Master Wang reached out, caressing the beauty's thigh, and replied, "One cannot speak in such a manner. After all, aren't we all nurtured by the grains of the earth? My family also hails from an agricultural background, and it is hardly any cleaner. By that logic, I am merely a country bumpkin myself. Do you not find me dirty?" The beauty giggled uncontrollably, feigning an attempt to evade his touch, though she found it impossible to escape in the confines of the vehicle. Hee. Young Master Wang is certainly not like those country folk. If he were, who in the world could be deemed worthy of such a title? The young master wore a contented expression, his hands continuing their exploration, while his eyes remained unfazed. "Oh, I am sincere." The beauty's voice became increasingly sweet, accompanied by a delightful flush on her cheeks. "Master Fong, are you certain it is there?" Young Master Wang suddenly inquired. The individual in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle responded, "Of course, I would never mistake it." Master Fong's tone was calm, seemingly indifferent to the affectionate antics of the two young people in the back seat, providing little elaboration on young Master Wang's query. His unwavering certainty, however, reassured young Master Wang. "Yet my associates have informed me that the family residing there is not inclined to sell that barren mountain. They demand 200 million before considering relinquishing that worthless land," young Master Wang said, a comical expression appearing on his face. "I have not heard such a humorous joke in ages." "Ha. Young Master Wang, that foolish lad at least recognizes value. He knows that 200 million poses no burden for you." The beauty's flattery was consistently of high caliber. This was precisely why young Master Wang relished her company. She was not only pleasing to the eye, but also articulate. He adored such women. 200 million is indeed a fair price," Master Fong stated, holding a compass with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. Young Master Wang's laughter abruptly ceased, and he hesitated, asking, "Is it truly worth 200 million? In truth, it is worth far more than that. From the perspective of a geomancer, it is worth 20 billion, even 200 billion. It is invaluable land." Master Fong's tone finally revealed a hint of fervor. "That place is a phoenix's resting ground. Treasures must lie within." Had Jiang Lynchon been present, he would likely have jumped from the vehicle in shock. What sort of geomancer claims such significance with merely a compass? Is this scientific? The key point is that he was indeed correct. There are treasures, though Jiang Lynchon had already seized them. What is the value of the Shinong space? No one in the world could provide an answer. If someone were to offer 200 billion and ask Jiang Lynchon if he would sell, he would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Money can purchase nearly everything in this world, yet there are exceptions, and the Shinong space is one of them. Chapter 7. My father Wang Yuanxing. Tilling the soil is a task that demands both strength and skill, particularly when the land has never been cultivated before. The surface is overrun with wild grasses and the roots of shrubs, covered by a thin layer of topsoil. Each strike of the hoe is often obstructed by the tenacious roots of creeping vines. Yet, Jiang Lynchon feels no inconvenience. His initial decision to return to his hometown for land reclamation was partly fueled by a sense of defiance. However, when his father led him to the fields and he collapsed after half an hour of toil, he experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. The struggle to catch his breath, the ache in his arms, the sweltering heat, the desolation of the laboring environment, the unbearable solitude, and the disheartening pace of progress, all of these weighed heavily upon him. In just half an hour, blisters had formed on his hands. Every second spent laboring in the field tested his resolve. It was during this trying time that the miraculous Shinong space revealed itself to him. He witnessed its wonders, the extraordinary plants, their remarkable growth cycles, and their astonishing effects. There was even a golden substance resembling corn. It was these enchanting elements that compelled him to labor for 12 hours each day. During this period, he underwent a profound transformation, honing not only his body but also his spirit. From that moment on, rural life, farmers, and the land took on a new significance in his eyes. The rhythmic sound of the hoe striking the earth was a melody unto itself. The hoe soared gracefully, and the turned earth seemed to breathe with life. Jiang Lynchon, with unwavering focus, had become sun-kissed and bronzed since he began working alone on the mountain. Accustomed to shedding his shirt and toiling bare-chested, the enhanced strength and vitality bestowed upon him by the Shinong space manifested perfectly in his physique. Once a frail figure after years of diligent study, he had transformed into a robust embodiment of strength and beauty, his bronzed skin shimmering under the sun. The subtly defined muscles hinted at both grace and explosive power. Under the sun, amidst the earth, Jiang Lynchon, drenched in sweat, seemed to radiate light. When Wang Xiao and a dozen others arrived on the mountain under the guidance of Master Fong, who held a compass, they beheld this extraordinary scene. Wang Xiao stared, somewhat dazed, finding it somewhat absurd. How could one person, toiling in the soil, appear so captivating? He felt an inexplicable urge to continue watching, as if it would never grow tiresome. What was happening? The last time he witnessed something so ludicrous was during the Black Continent's Ode to the Banana, the international blacksmithing contest, the Northwest herders shoeing donkeys, or the peculiarities of Pakistani auto parts and tires. Wang Xiao shook his head, grappling with disbelief. Beside him, a beautiful woman donned tall riding boots and kept pace with the group as they ascended the mountain. At that moment, her enchanting gaze was drawn to Jiang Lynchon's sun-kissed skin and the smooth lines of his muscles, momentarily lost in thought. She had not anticipated that a simple peasant could possess such allure. His movements were more graceful than those of sports stars executing a perfect shot or slam dunk. What on earth was going on? Among the group, only Master Fong remained unfazed. With a subtle glance at Jiang Lynchon, he redirected his focus to the compass before him. Indeed, this was the place. Distant mountains crowned with snow and nearby hills with sheer cliffs, the earth's energy swirling in a harmonious cycle. Master Fang's voice grew increasingly fervent. He then hastened to the brook's edge, observing the jubilant waters cascading from the cliff, making a bend before rushing downward with an impressive force. A mere stream exuding a grand presence. Excellent. Truly splendid. What a magnificent sight for the phoenix to roost. Who would have thought that the Fang lineage would finally behold this precious land? Tears suddenly welled in Master Fang's eyes as he knelt and bowed reverently toward a particular direction. Wang Xiao was utterly astonished. He was aware that Master Fang enjoyed a close relationship with his grandfather, being a highly esteemed feng shui master in their circle. Others would find him difficult to engage, often refusing jobs regardless of the offered sum, citing a lack of affinity. It was only due to the significant assistance his grandfather provided in earlier years that Master Fang occasionally agreed to offer his insights on feng shui for their family. Master Fang exuded an air of detachment, seemingly indifferent to all matters, including money. Yet now what was happening? He knelt. He was weeping over a patch of land. What on earth was going on? Jiang Lynchon had long noticed this group, including the dozen burly men he had clashed with that morning. However, he remained unperturbed, preoccupied solely with the land beneath his feet. As long as they did not interfere with his work, he paid no mind to their antics. Thus, he cast a distant glance before resuming his toil. Chop, chop, chop. The monotonous actions, the repetitive sounds, the dull labor. Jiang Lynchon meticulously turned the soil, each movement executed with precision. Wang Xiao approached Master Fang cautiously, inquiring, Master Fang, have you found the location? Master Fang turned, grasping Wang Xiao's arm with an intense seriousness. This land must be secured at all costs. Wang Xiao ventured. Is it worth 200 million? Master Fang grew agitated. A mere 200 million pales in comparison to this treasure. What? Do you doubt the vision of the Fang lineage? Master Fang, I would never dare. If my father were to learn that I questioned your judgment, he would surely be furious, Wang Xiao replied, his eyes darting nervously. Humph, it better be so. Master Fang's tone turned somewhat frigid. Wang Yi, I am aware of your thoughts, that you regard all feng shui masters as charlatans. You may believe that the Wang family has amassed such a vast fortune solely due to your father's strategic prowess and years of hard work. But how many are aware of the perils he has faced? Your father has encountered numerous crises that nearly led him to ruin. Do you young ones truly grasp the gravity of it? When I say it is worth 200 million, it is indisputable. As for how you acquire it, that is your concern alone, but I will certainly inform old Wang. You must weigh your options carefully. With that, Master Fang turned and ascended toward the brook, seeking a more thorough examination of this invaluable land. The necessary words had been spoken. How this young gentleman would proceed was now a matter of his own ingenuity. Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Master Fang had undergone a striking transformation, his gaze imbued with a palpable sense of oppression, akin to a tangible force. It vaguely reminded him of the fierce look his father possessed when unleashing his wrath. Indeed, there was something remarkable about him. Wang Yi finally retracted his habitual nonchalance. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Jiang Lynchon. The young man, bare-chested, was diligently tending to the soil, as if nothing else held greater significance in his eyes. Greetings. I am Wang Yi. May we converse? Wang Yi offered a polite smile. I'm working here. If you have something to say, just say it, Jiang Lynchon replied, continuing his labor. Hey, you brat, don't you know who you're talking to? Our young master Wang is addressing you. A middle-aged man rushed over with his companions. Jiang Lynchon cast a fleeting glance at the man, disregarding him entirely as he continued to hoe the ground. Wang Yi gestured for the middle-aged man to refrain from interrupting. I apologize for my associate's rudeness this morning. Wang Yi adopted an earnest demeanor. At last, Jiang Lynchon paused his work, revealing a smile as he remarked. You're quite polite, aren't you? Seeing that Jiang Lynchon was willing to engage, Wang Yi immediately stated, I believe you are aware of our intentions. We genuinely wish to acquire the rights to this land. Would you consider transferring it to Century Group? You're from Century Group? Jiang Lynchon's interest was piqued. Century Group was indeed a colossal entity, spanning various domains in agriculture and animal husbandry, a synthesis that encompassed everything from grains to livestock and veterinary medicines to specialized laboratories. In the realm of agriculture in Huaxia, only a handful of state-owned agricultural giants could rival its might. With a workforce exceeding 100,000, it was a formidable titan. My father, Wang Yuanxing, is the chairman of Century Group, Wang Yi declared earnestly. Chapter 8. You've tread on my cornfield. Jiang Lynchon appeared astonished, albeit only momentarily. So, the legendary conglomerate has taken an interest in my modest parcel of leased land? May I inquire as to why? He asked with genuine curiosity. The reason need not concern you. We can offer you 500,000, 10 times the market rate, for the leasing rights. What do you say? Wang Yi, of course, had no intention of genuinely spending 200 million on this land. Not only did he lack the authority to do so, but if he were to actually part with such a sum, he would be the subject of ridicule in his circles, and beyond, for 2 decades. The moniker 2 billion brother would forever haunt him. He was acutely aware of the power of the internet in this era. He understood its implications all too well. Seeing that the man refused to disclose the reason, Jiang Lynchon bowed his head and resumed his labor, too indifferent to continue the conversation. Wang Yi felt a surge of displeasure. Some individuals were simply insatiable. He knew well that for these villagers, a windfall of 500,000 was an irresistible fortune. It was not an unfounded assumption. If it were someone like Wu Dazui, such a deal would become a lifelong boast, and the onlooking villagers would envy him for eternity. However, the individual in question was Jiang Lynchon. I am aware that some individuals have a penchant for gambling. For instance, there exists a person who possesses an antique. When offered 1,000, he refuses to sell, convinced that the heirloom is worth 2,000. Even when the price escalates to 10,000, he remains steadfast, pondering its potential value of 20,000. However, at this juncture, Wang Yi chuckles derisively, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Lynchon, who remains unfazed. Yet, the reality is that should no one wish to purchase, regardless of one's belief in the worth of the antique, no further bids will arise. Even if an offer reached 1 million, the owner would still perceive it as a loss. Jiang Lynchon continues to tend to the soil, seemingly impervious to Wang Yi's words. 1 million. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, the phrase escaping as if squeezed through clenched jaws. Nevertheless, Jiang Lynchon's grip on the hoe remained steady, as if negotiating a mere 100. A middle-aged man standing behind could no longer contain himself. Young Master Wang, shall we teach him a lesson? This man had never encountered such audacity. He wondered with whom this peasant believed he was negotiating. After all, this was the heir of a colossal enterprise. A titan valued in the hundreds of billions. Were it not for this piece of land, this rural man would likely never have the opportunity to converse with young Master Wang. There is no need, Wang Yi replied, feeling a sense of frustration. Yet, as a prominent scion of wealth, he deemed it beneath his dignity to engage in a conflict with a villager. What caliber of individual dares to challenge me, Wang Yi? 2 million is the final offer, and this shall be the last bid. His tone grew eerily calm, the impatience within him reaching its zenith. Had it not been for Master Fang's insistence on acquiring this land, he would not have felt compelled to personally intervene. He possessed a myriad of means to secure this property. Upon hearing his words, a throng of individuals gathered closely around him. Jiang Lynchon hesitated momentarily. Even he found himself slightly tempted by the prospect of such a windfall. Yet, when he contemplated the divine farming space and that golden corn, particularly the myriad of luminous orbs within the space, he regained his composure. Any ordinary farmer, upon discovering the possibility of obtaining 2 million, would be hard-pressed to remain indifferent. Jiang Lynchon, however, was no ordinary farmer. 2 million would soon be his, as long as the current batch of corn matured and the grasses in the space thrived. Consistently activating the luminous spheres within, he could amass countless sums of 2 million. It was imperative for him to discern why this young master coveted this land so fervently. There must be an anomaly at play. Since acquiring the divine farming space, Jiang Lynchon had grown increasingly perceptive. The land itself bore little value, otherwise his father would not have so readily contracted it. The villagers were aware of its lack of worth, which is why no one contested it. Yet now, a scion from $100 billion conglomerate had taken an interest. Was that not peculiar? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the large bluestone from the divine farming space had appeared here. He could not help but wonder what this young master had discovered. Did he know of the divine farming space's existence? This was a grave concern that Jiang Lynchon needed to elucidate. Jiang Lynchon spoke. This barren land is not worth 2 million. I seek to understand the reason. The reason is of no concern to you. All that is required is for you to take the money and depart, Wang Yi replied coldly. Was that individual with the compass a geomancer? What significance does this land hold? Jiang Lynchon continued to inquire. Are you never going to cease? The individuals behind Wang Yi could no longer contain themselves. One particularly bald man, who had been itching to give Jiang Lynchon a beating since the morning, had suppressed his anger for far too long. Observing that this young man was impervious to reason, his frustration reached a boiling point. Wang Yi, the heir to a significant conglomerate, possessed a modicum of grace and composure, yet his adversary lacked these essential qualities. Even the tall, elegant woman accompanying Wang Yi squinted her eyes as she regarded Jiang Lynchon, pondering how this young man, regardless of his physique and appearance, would rank among the finest in the country. What could possibly be amiss in his intellect? Her gaze flitted between Jiang Lynchon and Wang Yi several times. She did not believe for a moment that this rustic could best Wang Shao. Such country folk often adhered stubbornly to their views, and if he were of sound mind, he would not be toiling in this place. She could even envision the unfortunate fate that awaited him. Having offended Wang Shao, he would receive nothing from the 2 million, and would likely be left in a state of disarray. The disparity between individuals was more pronounced than that between a person and a mere worm. A middle-aged man and the bald man positioned themselves on either side of Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression began to narrow into a dangerous glare. Curiosity about matters that should remain unknown was ill-advised. After speaking, he gestured with his hand, and the middle-aged man and the bald man charged forward with their entourage. In this desolate wilderness, it would be exceedingly easy to deal with a rural dweller. However, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The dozen or so assailants who charged ahead each received a blow and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The bald man, who had been the first to rush in, clutched his abdomen in agony, utterly baffled as to how he had been struck. What had transpired? This was the burning question on everyone's mind. Only Wang Yi, who had not engaged in the fray, and the tall woman beside him, stared in pale-faced horror at Jiang Lynchon. They watched as the composed Jiang Lynchon turned his gaze towards them, causing them to instinctively retreat. You have trespassed upon my cornfield, Jiang Lynchon declared slowly, pointing at the two. Beneath their feet lay the cornfield he had only just planted. For reasons unknown, he held no ill will towards them for their threats or intentions to assault him. However, witnessing them trample his corn ignited his fury. Seeing Jiang Lynchon's countenance transform into one of rage, the two hastily took a few steps forward. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Although Wang Yi acknowledged the opponent's formidable prowess, he remained composed. Are you aware of the repercussions of stepping onto my cornfield? Jiang Lynchon replied, his tone deliberate. Chapter 9. The negotiation falls apart. Wang Yi found the situation utterly absurd. He had offered a substantial sum, seeking merely the rights to a small piece of barren land. Yet even with an offer of 2 million, the other party remained obstinate and even attempted to threaten him. Where could one seek justice in such a scenario? I care not for your trivial cornfield. What gives you the audacity to threaten me? He concluded by pointing at his fallen subordinates and berating them. Useless fools. Tomorrow, bring more men to the mountain and raise this land. Without my consent, not a single blade of grass shall grow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lynchon's eyes narrowed. Wang Yi, what is the meaning of this? The Master Fong, who had just completed a circuit to confirm that this was indeed a treasure trove, returned hastily to witness such a scene. Beneath Wang Yi, his subordinates lay scattered, while he and his young lover, Say, trembled. Master Fong, this young man refuses to cede the land. I must resort to alternative measures. A fleeting shadow of malevolence crossed Wang Yi's face. Master Fong's eyes sparkled with insight as he scrutinized Zhang Lynchon. The Fong lineage was unrivaled in the art of discerning auspicious sites. Yet their skills in fortune-telling were somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, despite wielding only a hoe, Zhang Lynchon stood with an imposing presence, his gaze exuding a sense of dominion over the world. This unexpected aura startled even Fong, who recognized that a person's spirit and temperament are not necessarily tied to their physical appearance. The young man before him radiated an energy as sharp as a drawn sword. Upon closer inspection, one could almost feel the sting of being cut. Such sensitivity was characteristic of those in the know. For individuals like Wang Yi, upon observing Zhang Lynchon, the prevailing sentiment was merely that of brazen arrogance, a harbinger of his own demise. Master Fong thought to himself, this young man has only been laboring in this auspicious spot for a few days, yet he has already evolved into such a formidable presence. Terrifying. Impressive. His yearning for the coveted land intensified. Although Master Fong often appeared oblivious to worldly affairs, it was not due to ignorance, but rather his disregard for social niceties. With a gentle smile, he spoke in a warm tone. Young brother, we are interested in this land because an elder of the Wang family, on a whimsical impulse, desires to find a piece of auspicious terrain as a resting place for centuries to come. Noticing Zhang Lynchon's attentive demeanor, he continued. Our Fong lineage has traversed famous mountains and rivers, and by chance, we discovered this site. The elder was quite pleased upon viewing the photographs, stating that this area, being an unoccupied wasteland, does not encroach upon agricultural or forest land, which brought him great comfort. Thus, this location was chosen. This is an elder's heartfelt wish, and we hope you can part with it. It is a beautiful endeavor, and we are open to any conditions you may have. Shall we sit down and discuss it? Zhang Lynchon, perceiving the man's remarkable demeanor and logical discourse, felt an immense contrast to the arrogance of the second-generation aristocrat. At this juncture, he pondered whether there truly was no connection to the divine agricultural space. Was it merely coincidence that the Wang family sought a piece of auspicious land, and this particular geomancer favored this site? After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Master, does this place possess any noteworthy geomantic qualities? Master Fong replied with a cheerful demeanor. The feng shui here is quite good, though not the absolute best. We have examined 19 sites, and there are 3 or 4 that are superior. However, the elder preferred this location because it does not occupy farmland or forest land, and its tranquility suited him, hence the decision. Sensing that the matter was likely unrelated to the divine agricultural space, Zhang Lynchon felt a great weight lifted from his heart. He then smiled and said, Master, it is not that I am lacking in compassion, but rather that this young Master Wang has been rather overbearing, exuding an air of intimidation that suggested dire consequences should I refuse. Every individual possesses a modicum of temper. Had this been conveyed sooner, I might have acquiesced long ago. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi nearly erupted in fury. This young master does not indulge in falsehoods. Do you truly believe you merit my efforts to placate you? Yet, upon witnessing his incapacitated subordinates on the ground, he prudently chose to remain silent. Master Fong chuckled heartily, remarking that Wang Xiao had been spoiled by his elders since childhood. Due to his special status, he was constantly surrounded by sycophants, leading him to sometimes feel affronted. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. Zhang Lynchon waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that they could discuss the price later. However, he mentioned that he had just sown corn on this land, the very first batch of seeds he had cultivated. He proposed that they could postpone the discussion of transferring the land until after this batch of corn was harvested. But this was no ordinary crop. It was the miraculous corn produced by the divine agricultural space, and he could never consider relinquishing it to another. Master Fong's expression turned one of incredulity, as if he were choking. Are you kidding me? We are discussing a business deal worth millions. You tell me that you need to wait for a few acres of corn to be harvested before we can negotiate? Suppressing his anger, he continued. It is indeed a pity about the corn, but we can adequately compensate you double for your investment and labor, considering your age. After all, the elderly may not have the luxury of waiting for this harvest. As he spoke, Master Fong was struck by the absurdity of the situation. Even if the corn were to mature, what value would it hold if it were left to rot in the fields? Are you mocking me? Yet Zhang Lynchon's tone remained resolute. No, we must wait until the corn is harvested before we can discuss anything further. Master Fong's countenance darkened. Nearby, Wang Yi let out a derisive laugh, fury bubbling within him. Master Fong, cease your words. I will ensure he receives not a single cent, and will compel him to surrender the land, begging me to sign. I, Wang Yi, stand by my word. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lynchon's eyes narrowed. He felt a pang of injustice. After Master Fong's explanation, he had been inclined to agree. It was not out of a desire to be overly accommodating, but rather a reluctance to position himself against the colossal corporation. They possessed myriad means to legally reclaim the land. He believed that with the divine agricultural space, he would eventually attain greatness. However, at this moment, he was far from formidable. What options did he have? Regardless, the corn had already been sown. Could he really excavate it? This batch of corn held special significance. First, it was cultivated from seeds sourced from the divine realm, inherently extraordinary. Second, it represented the first land he had cultivated upon returning to his hometown, a milestone of profound importance to him. He did not wish to betray this land, nor the divine agricultural space. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the other party was unwilling to wait even a short while, insisting on an immediate transaction. What were they concealing? Though Zhang Lynchon was merely an ordinary university graduate, the acquisition of the divine agricultural space had fundamentally altered his mindset. To be precise, it was his newfound confidence that distinguished him from the average individual. Not to mention, with enhanced physical strength and vitality, his spirit had undergone a remarkable transformation. As the ancients said, martial cultivation strengthens the spirit. A robust body is invariably more fearless, braver in the face of various pressures, challenges, and even threats than a frail one. This is also the reason why Zhang Lynchon remains unyielding in the face of a dozen thugs. Even when confronted by the oppressive heir of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, he maintains his composure. Through conversations with Wang Yi and Master Fong, he has discerned certain nuances. Wang Yi is utterly disdainful of fabricating lies, even too apathetic to concoct a perfunctory excuse. On the other hand, Master Fong speaks with eloquence, presenting his intentions as genuine. But his ultimate aim is merely to acquire this desolate piece of land. It seems rather implausible that a renowned feng shui master and the scion of a colossal corporation would be so fervently pursuing this land merely for the burial site of an elderly man posthumously. Thus, they must be deceiving themselves. Their desire for this land is palpable and urgent. They have undoubtedly uncovered something. Could their target still be the Shinong space? With this thought, Zhang Lynchon felt a surge of agitation. These two are indeed not to be trifled with. If they wish to ensnare Zhang Lynchon, they are rather naive. Presently, there is no particularly effective means, so he must bide his time. Generally, corn requires approximately 120 days to mature, which is about 4 months. However, Zhang Lynchon's corn matures in merely 70 days, and with the application of earth essence, the growth period can be further reduced. The precise efficacy of the earth essence remains uncertain, and Zhang Lynchon must conduct further experimentation to evaluate it more thoroughly. Nevertheless, he must secure a 2-month grace period. Once the first batch of corn is harvested, he can adopt either an offensive or defensive stance. No matter what, he must endure. Zhang Lynchon silently encouraged himself. Having comprehended all these intricacies, he cast a glance at the nearby thicket. There, a mobile phone was propped up, recording the unfolding events. Zhang Lynchon initially intended to document the process of land reclamation to create a video for his own amusement. He had specifically chosen this patch of grass, hoping the camera would occasionally capture the gentle sway of nearby blades, suffused with the poetic essence of pastoral landscapes. Little did he expect that the earlier conflict had also been recorded. Individually, Zhang Lynchon could not possibly contend with the Century Group. But even such a behemoth has its vulnerabilities. That vulnerability lies in the power of public exposure. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Although negative information may not be devastating, it still warrants caution. Upon hearing Wang Yi's brazen remarks, Zhang Lynchon chuckled. In terms of physique, appearance, and demeanor, how can you even compare to me? Aside from your fortunate birth, to me, you are nothing more than a mere excrement-producing machine. Chapter 10. The sale of golden corn. Wang Yi had never encountered such humiliation in his life. He stared incredulously at Zhang Lynchon, a mere country bumpkin, daring to utter such words. Has he lost his wits, perceiving the world as limited to his village? The long-legged beauty and Master Fong shared expressions of disbelief. Yet, Zhang Lynchon's assertions were not without merit. Not only did he outshine Wang Yi in physique, looks, and charm, but even Wang Yi's subordinates were effortlessly dealt with by Zhang Lynchon alone. Wang Yi's eyes turned crimson with rage, blood vessels bulging in his sclera. He had never endured such profound disgrace in his life. An uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of his being. He wished for the demise of the rustic fellow before him. If a gaze could slay, Zhang Lynchon would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows long ago. Master Fong had sealed his lips, aware that today's matter could not be resolved through negotiation. So be it. By whatever means necessary, he must obtain this barren mountain. Master Fong shook his head, forsaking any attempts at mediation. Zhang Lynchon waved the hoe in his hand, clad in marten boots and denim jeans. His torso exposed to the sun, his athletic and elongated physique, set against the backdrop of the majestic mountains, exuded an ineffable charisma. Wang Yi felt an inclination to look up to him in admiration. Truly, this was bizarre. This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Wang Yi remained silent as he led Master Fong, the leggy beauty, and his reluctant subordinates down the mountain with a bitter demeanor. Once they were out of sight, Zhang Lynchon retrieved his phone, having recorded the entire ordeal. He let out a deep sigh. Alas, he merely wished to be a humble farmer. How had he found himself entangled with such a colossal force? Zhang Lynchon's consciousness delved into the Shinong space, extracting a clump of dark yellow earth energy essence. He waved it over the patch of cornfield beneath his feet. A spectacular scene unfolded as the concentrated essence suddenly dispersed into myriad small vortices, each no larger than a mung bean. Countless vortices, akin to moths drawn to a flame, plunged into the cornfield. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lingshan stood in awe, watching as the barren ground began to swell rapidly, as if swarmed by countless tiny insects beneath the surface. Subsequently, the freshly sown corn kernels sprouted at a visible speed, pushing through the soil above, the tender shoots rising like a fast-forwarded video. Jiang Lingshan gaped, watching as the corn seedlings reached a height of over 10 centimeters before ceasing to grow. Goodness, what potent earth energy essence this was. Jiang Lingshan's mind was flooded with awe. Today had truly opened his eyes. The tender green shoots emanated a faint, fragrant aroma, the scent of earth, of budding life, of vitality rejoicing. Jiang Lingshan sat down, greedily inhaling this essence, feeling as though he had been purified. In that moment, Master Feng, Wang Yi, and the Century Group faded into obscurity. After a considerable time, Jiang Lingshan regained his senses and reached out to touch one of the tender seedlings. Indeed, a piece of information appeared in his mind. The corn seedlings cultivated by Shennon in the mortal realm could serve as a delectable staple food, enhancing one's physical constitution after consumption, albeit slightly. They would mature in 60 days. A tremor coursed through Jiang Lingshan's entire being. This was exhilaration. Nothing delighted a farmer more than his own crops. He glanced at the remaining earth energy essence in the space. 23 units left. This meant he could utilize the essence 2 more times. A total of 3 applications could reduce the growth time by a month. The corn, originally requiring 70 days to mature, would now be ready for harvest in just 40 days. Upon witnessing the current situation, Jiang Linshan's objective became increasingly lucid. If he could withstand Wang Yi's influence for a span of 40 days, he would reap the rewards of this corn harvest. As the sun began its descent, Jiang Linshan conducted one final inspection of the Shenong space, where the growth of the pasture was thriving, with a remaining growth period of 32 days. Today, both the morning and afternoon had been disrupted, limiting his labor to roughly 7 hours. With a mind burdened by concerns, Jiang Linshan donned his jacket and hurried down the mountain. Preparations were imperative. The ire of Wang Yi and the Wang family's determination to seize this land would not dissipate easily. The prospect of delaying for 40 days, or even preserving this barren mountain, felt daunting. Yet, he believed that circumstances could be influenced by human endeavor. Upon returning home, Jiang Linshan quickly refreshed himself and exchanged brief greetings with his parents, stating he was heading to the provincial capital to meet a friend. Without lingering, he climbed into the family's second-hand Great Wall pickup, pressing the accelerator, which sent a plume of black smoke billowing from the exhaust as he plunged into the enveloping night. Changle village lay approximately 150 kilometers from the provincial capital, with a highway entrance just 7 kilometers beyond the village. Before long, he had merged onto the expressway leading to the capital, where Jiang Linshan let out a long sigh within the confines of his vehicle. It seemed that even in the pursuit of a farmer's life, one must venture beyond the comfort of familiarity. Avoiding trouble did not guarantee it would not seek you out. At that moment, all he could do was confront the challenges ahead, even if the adversary appeared insurmountable. Throughout the journey, Jiang Linshan reflected on many thoughts, including the myriad experiences following his graduation, notably the painful memories of being dismissed 5 times, a past he found difficult to revisit. In retrospect, it felt as though it belonged to a bygone century. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, a dazzling array of lights suddenly emerged at the horizon. The provincial capital was in sight. He felt a profound gratitude towards the nation's monumental infrastructure projects over the past decade, a grand endeavor unparalleled in the annals of human development, though those living amidst it often took it for granted. By 8 p.m., Jiang Linshan had arrived in the provincial capital with remarkable speed, a feat that would have seemed unimaginable in the past. Following the navigation, he located a moderately sized gold shop, extracting the golden corn from his space. He placed it into a black backpack and exited the vehicle. The shop's location was neither bustling nor remote, striking a perfect balance. As he stepped inside, he noticed 2 female attendants engrossed in their phones. At this hour and in this location, customers seeking gold jewelry were virtually non-existent. Upon seeing the energetic Jiang Linshan enter, the 2 young women momentarily lost their focus, momentarily mistaking him for a potential robber, were it not for his youthful, clean visage and commanding presence. However, such robberies were exceedingly rare in Huaxia, as the likelihood of capture was nearly absolute. The 2 women regarded Jiang Linshan with curiosity. "Are you here to sell gold?" "I would like to speak with your manager," he addressed them politely. "Sir, we do buy gold. May we take a look?" replied a tall female attendant. "The quantity is somewhat substantial. I fear you may not have the authority," Jiang Linshan responded with a smile. "How could this be? We have previously dealt with gold bars, specifically the 500-gram variety from banks." The tall store clerk was unconvinced. "Indeed, young man, we have seen our fair share of the world," chimed in another young woman in agreement. Upon noticing the youthful and handsome Jiang Linshan, both ladies felt a playful urge to tease him, for the store was rather dull at that moment. "Very well then." Jiang Linshan reached into his backpack and produced a gleaming golden ear of corn, laying it before the 2 women. "Is this made of gold?" they gasped in astonishment. Chapter 11. 5 million. The golden corn emitted a captivating luster, each kernel's surface exceptionally smooth and radiant under the lights. To the keen eyes of the female clerk, it appeared that this corn was not merely polished. Who would transform gold into the likeness of corn? One might as well expect it to resemble jade cabbage. Moreover, considering the irregular contours, the complexity and labor involved in such meticulous craftsmanship would be enough to drive one to madness. "Of course it is made of gold," Jiang Linshan asserted. In truth, he had no intention of selling this corn, for it was, in many ways, a priceless treasure, the only metallic object in the world grown from a plant. Alas, he was in dire need of funds. The tall clerk extended a trembling hand, gently touching the golden corn resting on the glass counter. It felt cold, delicate, and possessed an exquisite sheen that seemed beyond human creation. Yet, could it truly be untouched by human hands, as if it had grown from the earth itself? The clerk's composure began to wane as she attempted to lift the resplendent corn. However, it remained immovable until she leaned against the counter, exerting considerable effort to finally raise it. This corn was entirely solid. The weight was undeniable. The expression on the clerk's face, having touched countless pieces of gold, revealed her astonishment. "What do you think?" the other clerk queried, urgency in her voice. "I don't know. You try it yourself," the tall clerk replied, carefully placing the golden corn back down, wary of causing even the slightest damage. After both had handled the corn, their gazes toward Jiang Lynchon had transformed. This corn weighed at least 10 kilograms, and even at the price of precious metals, it would be worth no less than 5 million. "Now, do I have the privilege of speaking with your manager?" Jiang Lynchon maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Why, yes, you do. May I ask if you truly wish to sell?" The female clerk's voice betrayed her nervousness. "Indeed. Can your store accommodate this?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. "Of course we can. Please, hold on to your item for now. We will take you to see our manager, Xiao Xiao. Quick, notify the boss." The tall clerk instructed, her words tumbling out in a flurry. The other clerk dashed away, hurriedly ascending the stairs to the second floor. "Please, sir, follow me this way," the female clerk said swiftly, leading Jiang Lynchon as they made their way upstairs. As they reached the second floor, the middle-aged manager remained skeptical, pondering the existence of such an extraordinary golden artifact. Individuals like him, who frequently engage with precious metals, have encountered an array of gold bars, bricks, ingots, and gold nuggets. However, the concept of golden corn was entirely novel to him. Nevertheless, the customer had already arrived before the middle-aged proprietor, guided by another staff member. Jiang Lynchon, without further ado, placed the golden corn onto the tea table before the owner. The corn, resembling a tangible object, radiated a resplendent golden hue, lying right before him. The allure of pure gold is undeniable, a treasure sought after by many, albeit merely a yellowish-white material. Upon casting a glance, the proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly lost his composure. He hurriedly activated all the lights, shouting for staff to bring forth all the testing equipment, while instructing another employee to secure the main entrance, declaring that the store would close for the night. The bewildered female staff complied without question, their limited experience leaving them puzzled by the owner's fervent reaction. Yet, the proprietor, well acquainted with the world, understood that even if the corn were crafted from copper, its exquisite craftsmanship merited the title of a unique masterpiece. After securing Jiang Lynchon's consent, he commenced a meticulous examination of the item. Observing the three individuals in a state of anxious activity, Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of exasperation. Nearly an hour had elapsed since he entered, and the owner had yet to invite him to take a seat, his gaze fixated intently on the golden corn. Reluctantly, Jiang Lynchon settled into a chair and began to brew tea for himself. The various dazzling testing methods left him in awe: fire tests, weighing, unknown solutions, hardness tests, gold scanners. And eventually, even a metal flaw detector were employed. Jiang Lynchon rolled his eyes. This proprietor was indeed impressive. After what felt like another half hour, during which he had consumed copious amounts of tea and begun to grow impatient, the jewelry store owner finally approached Jiang Lynchon, cradling the golden corn with utmost care. He had the female staff bring a thick velvet cloth to place it upon before sitting down, his face reflecting a blend of fascination and exertion. "May I inquire about the provenance of this item?" The proprietor's forehead glistened with perspiration, a testament to both excitement and fatigue. Jiang Lynchon nonchalantly responded, "It has been passed down in my family. My father mentioned it has been in our lineage since my great-grandfather's time." The owner, visibly astonished, found this hard to believe. Gold is exceedingly malleable, and if the young man claimed it was inherited from his great-grandfather, it would have to be over a century old. Yet the object bore not a single scratch, hardly credible. However, it was merely a question, and Jiang Lynchon's response seemed to define the item's heritage. "Boss, how much could I fetch for this corn?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. "My name is Zhou Tianqing. You may call me Old Zhou. Young brother, this golden corn is rather precious," the proprietor replied, suppressing his racing heart. He then sent the two staff members downstairs, instructing them not to allow any interruptions. This decision left the two expectant ladies, eager for the transaction, profoundly disappointed, their high heels clattering down the stairs in frustration. "What makes it so precious? You deal with 10 kilograms of gold without a second thought," Jiang Lynchon remarked, uninterested in beating around the bush. "Indeed, we are an ordinary gold shop, and we certainly accept gold. Do not think that 10 kilograms is too much. We can certainly accommodate even more." Zhou Tianqing prepared a fresh pot of tea, took a sip and said languidly, "However, we do not accept crafted items. Although I am tempted to deceive you, this corn of yours is too lifelike, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. To be honest, I would feel reluctant to cut it open to see if it contains any other metals. Rest assured, there are absolutely no other metals inside." Jiang Lynchon was fully aware that his golden corn was pure gold, with an exceptionally high purity. After all, products from the Shinong space could never be counterfeit. Yet, he could not voice this fact. Before coming here, he had checked the relevant gold prices. This corn weighed approximately 106 kilograms, valued at around 5 million. However, the gold shop would surely lower the price to ensure their profit. The shop owner was hesitant to cut it open to confirm its purity, which complicated matters. 5 million. Just treat it as precious metal. Selling it as an art piece to find a buyer is your business. I shall not interfere, Jiang Lynchon thought, feeling troubled and not wanting to prolong the discussion. In his heart, he held Shinong space in far greater esteem than gold. Upon hearing Jiang Lynchon's words, Zhou Tianqing's face first lit up with joy, followed by a flicker of hesitation. Normally, he would simply cut the corn into 70 or 80 pieces, testing each for purity and paying by weight. Yet, he was reluctant to damage this corn. He had an instinct that if this golden corn were operated correctly, it could bring immense wealth. Damn it, I'll gamble. Zhou Tianqing clenched his teeth resolutely. Even if the internal purity were not as high as the exterior suggested, the corn's shape, the difficulty of its creation, and its artistic value could yield several times the profit at an auction. Fine, 5 million it is. Zhou Tianqing displayed a pained expression. Mr. Zhou, there is no need for such dramatics, Jiang Lynchon smiled. I am fully aware that my corn is a work of art, capable of fetching a higher price in specialized settings. Truth be told, I never intended to sell it. I simply have more pressing matters at hand. Do you understand? Faced with Jiang Lynchon's enigmatic smile, Zhou Tianqing felt somewhat awkward. Years of experience seemed to falter in the presence of this young man, especially with his calm demeanor. Though he spoke of needing money, there was no hint of desire or excitement regarding wealth. His gaze, though friendly, held an unsettling quality that made Zhou Tianqing uneasy. What kind of person is he? This was the first time Zhou Tianqing encountered such a peculiar young man. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lynchon, whose body and psyche had been enhanced by Shinong space, had distanced himself from ordinary individuals in ways even he had yet to fully perceive. Zhou Tianqing presented 2 copies of the transaction contract, detailing the gold sale. Jiang Lynchon soon received a text message confirming the arrival of 5 million yuan. With a subtle smile, he stood up and shook hands with Zhou Tianqing before gracefully departing. Zhou Tianqing gazed at Jiang Lynchon's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Subsequently, he opened the safe and carefully locked away the precious golden corn. He then retrieved his phone, locating a special contact number, and dialed it one by one, finally sinking contentedly into his office chair. Today had been nothing short of exhilarating. Jiang Lynchon repeatedly admired the screen of his phone, specifically the staggering balance of 5 million. This was the first substantial sum he had ever possessed, and it was impossible not to feel thrilled. However, the overwhelming pressure from the Century Group dampened much of that excitement. The disparity between an individual and a trillion-yuan conglomerate was dishearteningly vast. Seated in his pickup truck, Jiang Lynchon pondered silently. At present, the most crucial element was the Shinong space. He surmised that the Shinong space had not been compromised, but the feng shui master had likely discovered something, as their demands indicated a clear preoccupation with that desolate mountain. They were serious. Jiang Lynchon was equally earnest. He certainly could not allow himself to be snuffed out in its nascent stage. Even a chick would struggle before being slaughtered. First and foremost, he needed to ensure the harvest of the grass in the space within 3 days and subsequently plant a new batch of grass on the barren mountain. This strategy significantly increased the likelihood of activating the 3rd luminous orb. The 3rd orb would likely bestow a new ability and unlock new flora. It could be said that as long as he proceeded methodically, Jiang Lynchon would soon find himself amassing wealth. In fact, it was not inconceivable for him to develop into a colossal entity akin to the Century Group in a short span. Moreover, the area of barren mountain contracted by his father was far too small. 100 acres was hardly sufficient. Having decided to return to the countryside for development, and now possessing the Shinong space as an extraordinary asset, he was determined to undertake a grand venture. The entire mountain where his barren land was situated spanned approximately 20 square kilometers, and Jiang Lynchon planned to secure it all. Contracting Wuxialing was the second phase of his plan, which he deemed not overly challenging, having previously struggled due to lack of startup capital. Indeed, returning to rural farming had its thresholds. The influx of university graduates seeking opportunities in the countryside faced myriad challenges. Professional knowledge, existential inquiries, and physical toil were not the gravest concerns. The primary obstacle was, in fact, the lack of initial funding. However, this dilemma was non-existent for Jiang Lynchon. The Shinong space was truly considerate. He silently praised it. Checking the time, he noted that it was already past 9 in the evening. He promptly transferred 500,000 to his father and then called him. Dad, have you received the 500,000? Son, where did this money come from? How could you possibly have such a sum? Jiang Guoqing's initial reaction to the inexplicably increased funds was not joy, but rather shock. This is an investment I secured from outside. Weren't you curious why I wanted to return to the countryside? Because I aspire to undertake something substantial. This is the initial investment. Jiang Lynchon found it difficult to elaborate further, realizing that one lie often necessitated the fabrication of additional deceptions. Son, why would anyone invest such a substantial sum? Jiang Guoqing felt a profound uncertainty gnawing at him. Jiang Lynchon replied, Father, what others value is my capability. They are investing in me as a person. I will discuss the specifics with you later. Jiang Guoqing was tempted to retort. On what grounds do they believe you are worth 500,000? Yet, voicing such thoughts would surely wound. Naturally, Jiang's parents believed their son was worth that amount. But why should others share that sentiment? I intend to acquire the entirety of Wuxialing, Jiang Lynchon stated, unable to clarify the details, and thus continued speaking. What? Jiang Guoqing felt his heart skip a beat. Do you remember that corn? My friends possess numerous high-quality experimental varieties. Rest assured, it won't be a loss. This decision was not made impulsively. To persuade his father, Jiang Lynchon reluctantly uttered another untruth. 10 minutes later, under his son's insistence and assurances, Jiang Guoqing relented. It's nearly 10 o'clock. The villagers are about to sleep. Must this be so urgent? Use money to rally them. Seated in the bed of a second-hand pickup truck, Zhang Lynchon waved his hand dramatically, as if he were about to invest 5 billion. The entire Changle village comprised just over 500 inhabitants, with a third having ventured out for work. Those remaining in the village were few. When Jiang Guocheng arrived at the village committee and summoned the village chief, Jiang Guifa, the latter remained skeptical. Guocheng, are you here to amuse me late at night? If you wish to drink, just let me know. I can have my wife prepare a couple of dishes. You can't solely drink. The village chief wore a doubtful expression. Suspecting Jiang Guocheng had been drinking excessively. Although Wu Shaling was expansive, it was predominantly barren land, with hardly any large trees upon it. The most viable area for development was the 100 acres of mountainous terrain previously contracted by Jiang Guocheng. The reasons it could be leased were twofold: its proximity to the village and the gentle slope where a small stream flowed. Wu Shaling resembled a slender black snake, and indeed, black snakes inhabited the mountain. However fittingly named, it remained a desolate expanse. The village had contemplated leasing it out, but throughout the county, province, and nation, there were numerous locations with far superior conditions. To quote a representative from a company that had surveyed Wu Shaling, "We wouldn't even take it for free." This assertion did not imply that Wu Shaling was devoid of development potential, but to lease it would require substantial initial financial and human resources to transform it into arable land, akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. In this day and age, quick return projects were plentiful. Such an endeavor would yield more losses than gains, and over time, the village collective abandoned the idea. Upon hearing Jiang Guocheng's earnest declaration that his son was determined to contract the entire Wu Shaling with the noble intention of revitalizing their hometown and rural community, the village chief, Jiang Guifa, grew serious. Is this truly the case? Indeed, although Jiang Guocheng harbored his own doubts, what could he do when his son had made such a claim? Moreover, if his classmate could procure such corn, other varieties were certainly feasible as well. Upon hearing Jiang Guocheng's reluctant assurance, Jiang Guifa disregarded the fact that it was already 10 o'clock at night and rushed into the broadcasting room. Moments later, the village chief's voice, rasping like a broken gong, resonated from the loudspeakers scattered throughout the village. An urgent villagers' meeting is hereby convened. All households are to gather at the village committee. Chapter 13. Or perhaps not. Jiang Guocheng stood to the side, feeling his blood simmering with a mix of anxiety and unexpected exhilaration. What a monumental undertaking it was to lease an entire mountain spanning 20 square kilometers. No one in the entirety of Changle village, Chili town, or Ningchuan county dared to venture such a bold endeavor. Yet here he was, having taken the plunge under the persuasion of his son. As the incessant broadcasting continued, villagers began to arrive in waves at the small square of the cultural center where the village committee was located. Many villagers grumbled, believing that Chief Jiang Guifa was merely indulging in frivolities by calling for a meeting at such an hour. The older generation, in particular, muttered discontentedly as they approached. This snot-nosed fellow, incapable of any real work, is always concocting nonsense, summoning the entire village at night for trivial matters. If there isn't something pressing, mark my words, I shall give him a piece of my mind. The reference to Jiang Guifa's childhood habit of having a runny nose was a relic from over 5 decades ago. Now, at nearly 50 and a grandfather, he remained the target of such jests from the village elders. Jiang Guifa could only endure it, suppressing his frustration. Jiang Guocheng, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. In many rural areas, gathering all villagers at night would pose a challenge. However, Changle village had its traditions. Each year, during the spring plowing festival, the harvest festival, and on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, it was customary for villagers to assemble. Thus, after a mere 15 minutes, the vast majority of villagers had arrived. Without waiting for inquiries, Jiang Guifa promptly disclosed Jiang Guocheng's intention to lease Wu Shaling. As this land belonged to the village collectively, it necessitated the consent of the majority of villagers, and crucial details regarding the lease amount, duration, and distribution of rental income had to be established on the spot. The heads of households were required to sign and fingerprint the leasing proposal. Provided the villagers maintained a unified stance, the process would not take long. Before the crowd could fully digest the news, the village chief proclaimed, Jiang Guocheng had previously leased 100 acres of barren mountain land at an annual rate of 20,000 yuan due to its proximity to the village and lower cultivation requirements. However, everyone is aware that the entirety of Wu Shaling cannot be negotiated at such a price. He paused deliberately, allowing the villagers to absorb his words before continuing with a resolute tone. 300,000 yuan is my proposition. This is the publicly declared leasing price. As for the distribution of the rental income, 20,000 yuan will serve as the village's public fund, with the village committee holding oversight rights. The remaining 280,000 yuan will be distributed annually among all villagers. I have calculated that each person will receive over 500 yuan each year. The villagers' hearts leapt with joy, and they began to buzz with discussion. It is no wonder that their perspectives were limited. While 500 yuan per person may seem modest, the prospect of receiving such a sum without any effort was a rare stroke of fortune indeed. Moreover, there are families with 7 or 8 members who can receive 3 to 4,000 yuan a year, which is not an insignificant sum. The crux of the matter is that this represents additional income. Regarding the contracting of Wu Shaling, a few years ago, Jiang Guifa went to great lengths to solicit several groups of people for an inspection. After savoring the geese, free-range chickens, and cured meats raised by the villagers, these gentlemen sang praises, their mouths watering with delight. However, when it came time to inspect the mountains, they all complained of sore backs and weary legs, sending only a few young runners up the mountain under the pretense of a thorough assessment. before hastily returning to the city without any further communication. This pattern repeated itself several times, leading to Jiang Guifa being scolded by the villagers as if he were a mere child. Even the snot-nosed kids in the village would call out mockingly at a distance. Now, after much difficulty, there is finally progress, and those interested in contracting are from within the village itself. The thought of merely pressing a fingerprint to receive over 500 yuan each brought smiles and playful banter among the villagers, their gazes towards Jiang Guoqing filled with appreciation. Even the village head appeared more agreeable. I disagree. At that moment, an untimely voice rose from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a stout man raising his hand, vociferously protesting. I disagree. To relinquish such a vast mountain at such a meager price is to undervalue our collective land. Who else could it be but Wu Dazue? With a fervent expression, Wu Dazue had become the subject of village gossip ever since Jiang Lynchon had given him a stern lesson last time. Villagers who were not intimidated by him would jest. Oh, isn't that big mouth? Quite silent lately. Are you pondering why the flowers bloom so red? Every time Wu Dazue recalled the ridicule he faced, his heart burned with indignation. Yet, he dared not confront Jiang Lynchon again. The wooden handle that had been thrust into the wall was too intimidating. The memory of Jiang Lynchon's piercing gaze still sent shivers down his spine, but he was unwilling to concede. It had always been Wu Zhibing who bullied others. Why should this young brat, Jiang Lynchon, be so arrogant? Wu Dazue believed he was articulating a profound argument. Having watched countless dramas, he fancied himself a champion of collective interests. While the villagers coveted that 500 yuan, Wu Zhibing would not yield. The village was not a monolith. Seeing Jiang Guoqing's family suddenly eager to contract the entire Wuxialing for hundreds of thousands stirred feelings of resentment. Some preferred to let such a vast mountain lie fallow rather than allow outsiders to profit. Human emotions are indeed complex. Witnessing someone else prosper can be more distressing than one's own losses. As Wu Dazue stirred the pot, another voice chimed in. Indeed. I also think that offering 30,000 for such a large mountain is too low. This is over 30,000 acres. How much grain could we harvest in a year if cultivated? How much timber could we yield if planted with trees? I find Wu Dazue's proposal, though he himself may be lacking, to hold some merit. Upon hearing this, the village head, Jiang Guifa, nearly lost his temper. For this desolate mountain, how many years has our village endured? How many times has Jiang Guifa played the role of a subordinate? Now, just as we are about to make progress, yet another obstacle arises. In an instant, his expression darkened ominously. At that moment, Jiang Ma, Yu Xiuzhen, stood amidst the crowd and coldly remarked, Wu Dazue, do you have a better suggestion? We welcome your participation in the bidding. Wu Dazue faltered momentarily. Bidding? What nonsense is this? He wouldn't dare to bid, even if he put his life on the line, but that doesn't stop him from creating chaos. With this thought, Wu Dazue snorted disdainfully. In any case, I refuse to agree. 30,000 is far too low for such a grand mountain. Encouraged by his words, more villagers joined in the ruckus, knowing they wouldn't have to spend a dime. Who couldn't raise the price? The higher the contracted price, the more they would receive in return. Why should they care if Wu Dazue's family was wealthy enough to take on such a large mountain? Seeing the village chief's grim expression and her husband Jiang Guoqing's look of bewilderment, Yu Xiuzhen angrily stepped forward. She turned and pointed at Wu Dazue, declaring, if you want us to pay more, so be it. At her words, the noisy crowd fell silent. There are plenty of desolate mountains in Ningchuan County. Xuanlong Peak in Hegu Village and Xinya Cave in Sanhua Town are both up for public bidding, larger than ours, and naturally, the prices are higher. They are all crying out for someone to take them on. My foolish son talks every day about giving back to his hometown, but it seems he is unworthy. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly panicked. Indeed, there are still mountains in the neighboring village that have yet to be contracted. Yu Xiuzhen spoke faster. Last year, our village hosted 9 inspection groups, 7 the year before, and 6 this year. From the province down to the county and town. Has any inspection ever yielded a reliable outcome? Meanwhile, the chickens, ducks, and geese raised by each household have been devoured by those gluttonous visitors. What? Have they gained a sense of accomplishment from raising our poultry? As she spoke, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Those people came, devoured everything, wiped their mouths, and left, treating the villagers as fools. The village committee pays the villagers, but only at the lowest price for chickens, ducks, and geese. How much profit can that yield? Outsiders do not prioritize our villagers. This statement struck hard, directly targeting Wu Dazue. Yu Xiuzhen proclaimed, I declare today, if everyone disagrees, then let it be. This precious land of ours should be entrusted to someone like Wu Dazue, who possesses insight and capability. Her eloquent words rang clear and resonated strongly. Jiang Guoqing watched his wife speak confidently on stage, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the villagers, realizing the deal might fall through, grew increasingly anxious. Dear sister-in-law, what you say is true. We are currently in discussion. Wu Dazue, must you always speak? If you disagree, present a proposal. Will you bid, or what? Next time the village hosts visitors, I suggest we let Wu Dazue handle it. The chickens his family raises are plump and robust, but let us not use village funds to buy them. Exactly. Whoever disagrees should take responsibility for the contract. If it's below 30,000, there are those who will disagree. This bargain should be seized by outsiders. The villagers are unworthy. As the villagers' sentiments grew more fervent, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Wu Dazue's face displayed a spectrum of colors, shifting from pallor to crimson. Why were the Jiang family members so obstinate? None of them were easy to deal with. Wu Dazue had endured humiliation at their hands on multiple occasions, and the frustration was beginning to fester within him. Wu Dazue, if you disagree, please present your regulations. Jiang Guifa finally erupted. I am merely considering the well-being of the village. Wu Dazue, noticing that those who had previously stirred up trouble had fallen silent, felt a twinge of insecurity. You are presented with two options. First, you must commit to finding a contractor within 3 days, and the contract must not be less than 300,000. If you fail to do so, you shall personally undertake the contract for wuxaling. A verbal promise is insufficient. It must be signed and sealed. The figure of 300,000 had received unanimous approval from the village and was not an arbitrary figure, which made Wu Dazue's previous bravado all the more infuriating to Jiang Guifa. Second, the village will designate your family's forest land separately, and you may tend to your private mountain and wait patiently. Perhaps in 10 or 8 years, its value may increase. Both conditions were intolerable for Wu Dazue. He lacked the capability to achieve success, yet he possessed a plethora of underhanded tactics. To his astonishment, the village had united in such solidarity. The thought of his family of 7, each year earning at least 3,000, now seemingly vanishing, filled him with dread. Would his wife not tear him to shreds? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Dazue could no longer muster any bravado. Ultimately, the entire village signed and sealed the contract for wuxaling, securing it in hand. When Jiang Ba called to inform Jiang Lynchon, who was anxiously awaiting news, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. Half of the plan had been accomplished. The remaining half still rested in his hands. Jiang Lynchon exhaled a sigh of relief and checked into a budget hotel, knowing that the matter could only be resolved the following day. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in the provincial capital, Wang Yi lounged on the plush sofa of his presidential suite, placing a call to the development department of his group. Today, he had endured enough frustration. If his threats bore no fruit, what would become of his reputation? Listening to the respectful voice on the other end of the line, his anger began to dissipate. Expedite this matter with utmost urgency. Wang Yi concluded the call and turned to Master Fong, who sat beside him. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with that individual. Master Fong nodded in agreement. 200,000 may be insignificant to you, but for an ordinary farmer to remain unfazed is indeed peculiar. Master Fong, do you think Wang Yi's demeanor is unusual? Has he discovered something? Wang Yi pondered this notion, yet found it unlikely, unless the place truly was a land of phoenixes, as Master Fong had described with such wonder. Master Fong's expression grew serious. The land of the phoenix is indeed real. According to our family's records, it is an extraordinary treasure site. For 700 years, our lineage has never ceased its search. Our ancestors proclaimed, where the phoenix resides, treasures abound. Master Fong's words were resolute and resonated with undeniable authority. Wang Yi, who had been somewhat skeptical, recalled his father's admonition. Master Fong was no ordinary sorcerer. He must not be treated lightly. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Yi said in a deep voice, he must have gained some considerable advantage to disregard this sum of money, even in the face of pressure from the Century Group. This is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Master Fong nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Noticing Fong's fingers deftly forming various hand seals, as if he were calculating something, Wang Yi hesitated to interrupt. At that moment, the tall, elegant woman had changed into her sleepwear, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. She sat with her legs crossed and her posture upright, radiating an astonishing allure. Yet, the two men in the room remained utterly indifferent to the captivating beauty before them, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. After a prolonged silence, Master Fong finally ceased his movements. I am at a loss, he admitted, shaking his head. He glanced at the tall beauty beside him, paused for a moment, and continued, the ancient texts have suffered much loss over the years. We, the later generations, have not been diligent enough to build upon the foundations laid by our predecessors, and now we find ourselves lacking even the skills of our ancestors. I had intended to venture out to enjoy the rural scenery, but unexpectedly faced a setback at the hands of a humble farmer. Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. A simple farmer, not only unhesitatingly rejecting 2 million, but also daring to confront the powerful organization behind us, effortlessly overturning a dozen men. This is certainly abnormal. Wang Yi had completely shed his previous nonchalance. Master Fong nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging Wang Yi's newfound seriousness, reflecting on the fact that he was indeed the descendant of a founding figure of a major corporation. One must possess a high vantage point and immense courage to remain unperturbed by sudden wealth and great power, Master Fong observed, his eyes gleaming with insight. This small farmer must have acquired something extraordinary. Wang Yi wholeheartedly concurred. What shall we do next? He inquired. Now, it depends on you. Ideally, you should encourage him to reveal his secret willingly. Additionally, we must secure the territory known as Vinci. Judging by his actions, he does not wish to relinquish that land. Master Fong replied, lowering his eyelids with a calm demeanor. Understood. I have already set things in motion. We will certainly obtain the land. As for extracting the secret from him, I have countless methods at my disposal, Wang Yi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the beauty beside him and smirking coldly. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a carefree scion of privilege. I shall take my leave to rest now, Master Fong said, rising to depart. In the vast room, only the two young individuals remained. Wang Yi relaxed his body, reclining on the sofa. Though he had not been physically harmed today, the lingering sensation of nearly being beaten was utterly disconcerting. The woman, sensing Wang Yi's distress, moved closer and began to gently massage his muscles with her delicate hands, gliding over various parts of his body, from his head to his shoulders, from his back to his thighs. The enchanting beauty, accompanied by a subtle fragrance and an intimate atmosphere, enveloped Wang Yi. As her hands unintentionally brushed against a sensitive area, Wang Yi suddenly grasped her slender hand. A delicate flush appeared on the beauty's exquisite face. I have a feeling that old man is concealing something from me, Wang Yi exclaimed. The woman looked at him with a puzzled expression. Are you kidding me? You are now to visit Master Fang's chamber and, by any means necessary, extract all information regarding the phoenix nest and that elusive treasure. Wang Yi's countenance turned frosty. Chapter 15. News from foreign colleagues. The beautiful woman incredulously inquired. You want me to accompany that old man? Zhuang Rong, a woman whose beauty was akin to yours. I could have countless, yet only a few are capable of action, and you are among them. Wang Yi's eyes revealed no trace of emotion. Upon hearing these words, the woman named Zhuang Rong seemed to suppress her feelings with great effort. After a lengthy pause, she responded, very well. With that, she gracefully rose, barefooted, and exited. As she crossed the threshold, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The night passed in silence. The following day, Jiang Lynchon checked out of the inn, retrieved 3 corn cobs from the Shinong space, and placed them into his backpack. He then started the second-hand pickup truck and drove towards the location indicated by his phone's navigation system. Zhao Jina, a modest researcher at the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences Grain Crop Research Institute, had risen early that day to inspect the growth of the crops in the experimental fields. Upon returning to the institute, the director summoned him to the office for inquiries. Zhao, how is the progress of the project you are responsible for? The director asked. Zhao Jinha noticed that, in addition to the director, his team leader, the renowned agronomist, Old Yu, was also present. Both wore expressions of displeasure. Feeling perplexed, Zhao Jinha replied honestly, Director, Old Yu, I have just returned from the fields. Crop 871 is thriving well, and I have meticulously recorded data for each growth stage. And what do you estimate the yield of this crop to be? The director continued. Zhao Jinha was taken aback by the sudden question. Hadn't they always been conducting yield predictions? Director, we have made some improvements to the previous generation of crops, and I estimate that the yield will be slightly higher than that of crop 870, particularly in terms of pest resistance and drought tolerance. I am asking for a specific yield estimate. The director's voice rose, tinged with a hint of impatience. Glancing at Old Yu, who gave a slight nod, Zhao Jinha spoke. The latest model of crop 871, a new corn variety, is expected to yield around 350 kilograms. Upon hearing this figure, both the director and Old Yu displayed expressions of disappointment that were impossible to conceal. In the experimental fields of the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the Agricultural University, every crop, from the seed stage onward, receives the utmost care, enabling such astonishing yields. However, the same variety, when placed in the hands of farmers and planting enterprises, does not receive such favorable treatment, owing to costs and labor. Annual factors such as drought, flooding, temperature, sunlight, weeding, pest control, fertilization, and pollination all significantly affect yield. Typically, large-scale planting that achieves 700 to 800 kilograms is deemed high yield. In agricultural powerhouses like Beautiful Country, once corn is sown, no further field management occurs, embodying the spirit of free growth and reliance on nature's whims. Yet, despite a smaller population and larger planting area, they remain the world's largest corn producer. Currently, the highest yield recorded in the experimental field stands at 641 kilograms, although fluctuations occur annually, often quite significantly. The new model of corn from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences is expected to reach 350 kilograms, which is already approaching the forefront of global yield standards. The entire institution harbors high hopes for the 871 variety of corn. Do you know the latest yield of corn varieties over in the United States? Inquired Elder Yu. How much? Asked Zhao Jinha, presuming that even if the yield were higher than that of the 871 variety, it would not be by a substantial margin. 248 kilograms. Elder Yu replied. What? Zhao Jinha thought he must have misheard. Elder Yu nodded despondently. Initially, he too had been incredulous. However, the latest reports confirm that a new variety cultivated by Bayer, commissioned by the United States, has surpassed an astonishing yield of 248 kilograms in experimental fields. Such a figure is truly remarkable. The history of human crop cultivation spans thousands of years, yet since the advent of modern agriculture, such significant advancements have been rare. Human effort can sometimes be limited, as can material resources. It is akin to the 100-meter sprint, a time of 9:58 seconds is the pinnacle of achievement, and one cannot expect to suddenly witness an 8:58-second feat. Such an occurrence would not merely be miraculous, but rather terrifying. The latest news from across the ocean is remarkably credible. Although the methods remain unknown, this yield is enough to astound the world. Upon witnessing the expressions of the director and Elder Yu, Zhao Jinha was struck with a sense of desolation, as if much of his spirit had been drained away. How did they achieve this? The three exchanged glances, with this question lingering in their minds. They had believed that after years of diligent effort, their research on staple crops had approached global standards. Yet this news from across the ocean profoundly shocked these researchers. After a period of silence, the director attempted to muster some enthusiasm. Elder Yu, do you think our products could ever reach such yields? How many years would it take? Elder Yu, one of the foremost authorities in domestic corn research, understood the gravity of the director's inquiry. He shook his head and replied, in the short term, it is impossible. Even if given 5 or 10 years, I cannot guarantee success. Unless. He glanced at Zhao Jinha, who remained in a daze. Zhao Jinha appeared quite ordinary, with unremarkable research accomplishments and an unremarkable appearance, akin to countless other researchers. However, Elder Yu held him in high regard. The young man's virtues included diligence and a capacity for enduring solitude. He bore a resemblance to Elder Yu in his youth. and there was hope that this revelation would not dishearten him. Elder Yu, a veteran agricultural expert, had faced a barrage of challenges from foreign counterparts since entering the field. Many of his contemporaries had either switched careers or succumbed to defeat. Yet, others, like Elder Yu, persevered, never relinquishing their resolve. He feared not the superiority of foreign technology, but rather the loss of ambition among the younger generation. Xiao Zhao, what are your thoughts? Elder Yu inquired. Zhao Jinhe snapped back to reality and, with determination, declared, Elder Yu, Director, if they can achieve this, so can we. Very well, you may go about your business. Elder Yu nodded in satisfaction. Once Zhao Jinhe was dismissed, Elder Yu turned to the director and inquired, Old Yao, is there any way to acquire the seeds from over there? The director's face was etched with frustration. They were still unclear on how those results were achieved, whether through superior cultivars or genetic technology. The pressure is mounting. At my age, I can't say how much longer I can endure this. In my youth, I could have chased after them for decades. Elder Yu's tone was tinged with a lament for unfulfilled ambitions. Old Yu, you've pursued enough already. You can't be expected to chase forever, the director responded, equally pensive. Zhao Jinhe, with a countenance of desolation, exited the director's office, feeling the weight of a heavy blow. An additional 1,000 kilograms per acre. How on earth had they accomplished this? At that moment, a young man with a backpack burst into the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, brushing past the unfocused Zhao Jinhe. Suddenly, the young man turned back, beaming with a smile, and asked, Brother, how do I get to the Crop Research Institute? Huh, who are you, and what business do you have with our institute? Zhao Jinhe, regaining his senses, queried. It seems I found the right person. The young man's smile widened. I am Zhang Lynchon, a farmer, and I have cultivated a mutant corn variety that boasts exceptional taste and high yield. Chapter 16. The director and elder used temptation after hearing this. Zhao Jinhe was momentarily taken aback. You, a farmer? You've developed a new mutant variety? Indeed. A completely new variety that surpasses all existing ones in both flavor and yield. Zhang Lynchon's confidence seemed boundless. Zhao Jinhe felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. What gives you the confidence to claim you've developed a new variety? Do you even know what the current record for corn yield per unit area is? Regardless of the figure, my corn can exceed it. Zhang Lynchon replied with unwavering certainty. 3,248 kilograms. That's equivalent to 6,500 pounds per acre. What makes you think you can surpass that? Zhao Jinhe thought this individual must be slightly unhinged. Is 3,000 kilograms a lot? Zhang Lynchon asked, somewhat bewildered. My corn yields at least 4,000 kilograms per acre. He spoke as if in a childish dispute, akin to boasting about his transformers being larger or more numerous than Zhao's. Suddenly, Zhao Jinhe realized that this fellow might be attempting to swindle them. People these days have such audacity, even coming to the Agricultural Sciences Institute to deceive. Just as he contemplated calling security to escort the individual away, Zhang Lynchon added, I've brought samples. What good are samples? Do you even know where you are? This is the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, a legitimate research institution. Have you mistaken your sales pitch venue? Zhao Jinhe scoffed. Zhang Lynchon replied earnestly, as a research institution, you should adhere to the most fundamental scientific principles. How can you dismiss my product without ever having seen it? Where's the science in that? Fine, let me enlighten you. I am indeed a researcher in corn cultivation, and I have overseen the breeding and improvement of more varieties than you have encountered or are aware of. Do you think I lack the authority to dismiss your claims? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lynchon's eyes sparkled with recognition. You are an expert in this field. Then I have indeed come to the right person. Take a look at the corn from my home before you speak. Zhang Lynchon exclaimed, presenting an ear of corn cultivated in his Shinong space. Zhao Jinhe had initially no intention of examining it. His mood was utterly dismal, and he was disinclined to engage in a debate with someone he deemed eccentric. Yet, as a researcher with years of experience dealing with corn, he instinctively accepted the offering. Upon grasping it, he immediately sensed its uniqueness. This corn was extraordinary. Firstly, it was significantly larger than any variety he had encountered. Secondly, the appearance of its outer layer was distinct from that of ordinary corn. Finally, it felt remarkably weighty in his hands, imparting an undeniable sense of solidity. Is this the new variety you claim to have cultivated? Zhao Jinhe inquired. Indeed, it is genuine. You may compare it with other varieties. Moreover, this corn is exceptionally delicious. Zhang Lynchon emphasized earnestly. Zhao Jinhe, though skeptical, began to peel back the husk. Instantly, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, and as he beheld the closely arranged kernels, their appearance and fragrance rendered him speechless. It truly smells divine. I am tempted to take a bite, he thought suddenly. Just moments ago, he had regarded the young man's words with utmost suspicion, but now, upon seeing the actual corn, he was convinced to a large extent. This corn was undeniably remarkable, even if its yield did not match the young man's claims. The visual appeal and the fragrant aroma were extraordinary in their own right. Without warning, Zhao Jinhe turned and sprinted away, startling Zhang Lynchon. What do you mean? Are you stealing the corn? He wondered. A few steps later, Zhao Jinhe called back. Hurry up and follow me. Zhang Lynchon quickly joined him. In the director's office, Director Yao and Elder Yu observed Zhao Jinhe's return, holding a piece of corn with an excited expression, accompanied by a young man. Director, Elder Yu, take a look at this. Zhao Jinhe presented the corn to them. Zhao, what is going on? No need to be so dramatic, Elder Yu remarked, slightly displeased. Director Yao appeared irked as well, questioning whether Zhao Jinhe had been overly stimulated, exhibiting erratic behavior. Zhao Jinhe stammered through the account of his encounter with Zhang Lynchon. But seeing the skeptical expressions on the two esteemed figures' faces made him feel as though he were speaking an incomprehensible language. In a moment of determination, he peeled back the corn's husk, and immediately, the enticing fragrance surged forth, enveloping the entire office like a floodgate opened. The two elders' expressions changed to astonishment. They were not unacquainted with exceptional things, yet the aroma emanating from this corn was almost surreal, too fragrant to be real. All four of them swallowed hard, including Jiang Lynchon, who had tasted it before. It's utterly tantalizing. Jiang Lynchon, seizing the opportunity, discreetly retrieved 2 more ears from his space, bringing the total to 5. He then produced 3 additional ears from his bag and said to Zhao Jinha, "This corn, when boiled, becomes even more aromatic and is simply irresistible. Go fetch an induction cooker, and I shall demonstrate it for you right here." Zhao Jinha rose early, neglecting breakfast and feeling an insatiable hunger. Upon hearing that Jiang Lynchon intended to treat them to sweet corn, an exceptionally fragrant variety, his cravings surged, almost compelling him to devour it raw. The director and elder Yu, both seasoned individuals, cleared their throats. Their appetites were modest in the morning, and they had consumed little. "Xiao Xiao, fetch an electric cooker from the cafeteria, quickly," commanded the director. "Oh, certainly," Zhao Jinha exclaimed, abandoning the corn and darting out. Elder Yu, quick-witted, seized the corn, inspecting it closely. The kernels were plump, excellent. They were densely packed, remarkable, translucent and gleaming, extraordinary. Elder Yu, neglecting conversation with Jiang Lynchon, became utterly captivated by the corn. Having studied maize his entire life, he had never encountered such a specimen, as if it were not of this earthly realm. In no time, Zhao Jinha returned with a large electric cooker, filled it with water, and submerged the 4 cobs. The 4 men stared intently at the cooker. The anticipation of cooking felt interminable. Both the director and elder Yu were aware that this corn was brought by Jiang Lynchon and recognized it as a fortuitous discovery of a mutant strain with exceptionally high yield. Yet, they seemed ensnared by the intoxicating aroma of the corn, completely disinterested in discussing anything else. The sensation was akin to experiencing a famine and suddenly catching the scent of delectable food. Their entire focus and consciousness were consumed by the presence of corn before them. As the water temperature rose, the scent intensified, tantalizing their taste buds. Observing the 3 from the Agricultural Science Institute entranced, Jiang Lynchon felt compelled to rise and close the office door and windows. This aroma was potent. It was best to keep it from others for now. 15 minutes later, unable to contain his eagerness, Zhao Jinha abruptly pressed the stop button and lifted the transparent lid. An overwhelming fragrance wafted through the director's office with the steam. The tightly shut doors and windows served effectively as a barrier. Using tweezers, Zhao Jinha extracted the 4 cobs, placing them on the coffee table. They were too hot to eat immediately. However, this minor obstacle did not deter the food enthusiasts. Elder Yu had already prepared a jug of chilled bottled water, pouring it over the corn with abandon. Their movements were instinctive, while the director fidgeted anxiously beside them. Chapter 17. He dares. Jiang Lynchon chuckled inwardly, realizing that cravings transcend age. At that moment, the 4 men saw only the corn, as if it evoked humanity's primal longing for sustenance. Jiang Lynchon, having tasted it once before, was no exception. Once the cooked corn cooled slightly, each man grasped a cob and eagerly brought it to his mouth. The scene of Jiang Lynchon's family trying corn for the first time replayed vividly. No one bothered to speak. The sweet, rich flavor of the divine corn eloquently defined what constitutes a delicious staple food. After a prolonged moment of enjoyment, the 4 men sighed contentedly after finishing the corn. None felt embarrassed by their earlier display of enthusiasm. After all, who could resist? Jiang Lynchon observed elder Yu, whose transformation was the most pronounced. Old Yu, whose complexion had previously appeared somewhat pallid, now visibly radiated a healthy glow. He felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his body, experiencing an unexpected lightness throughout. The years of toil in the fields and the lingering effects of rheumatism from his youth seemed to vanish in an instant. As if he had returned to his younger self, Jiang Lynchon chuckled. "Have you all noticed any peculiarities in your bodies?" The 3 men jolted in surprise, casting inquisitive glances at Jiang Lynchon. They felt invigorated, their breaths deep and robust, as if an invisible burden had been shed. "It's quite normal. I felt the same the first time I consumed it. This corn appears to enhance one's health. Initially, I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. But my parents' long-standing ailments suddenly dissipated, and they became remarkably spry, free from any recurrence of those minor afflictions," Jiang Lynchon articulated. The trio paused, their breaths hitching. They were not ordinary individuals. The youngest among them, Zhao Jinha, was a researcher, and strictly speaking, they all belonged to the realm of scientists. They had never encountered such extraordinary corn, delicious to the point of absurdity and possessing health benefits that seemed more fantastical than any invigorating tonic. Old Yu extended his hands. Nearing 70, his fingers often stiff and painful with morning rigidity, sometimes rendering him immobile. Yet now, his fingers moved with remarkable agility, the debilitating stiffness and pain entirely dissipated. His once clumsy hands regaining their dexterity. His 10 fingers danced effortlessly, reminiscent of a gaming streamer warming up before a match. How exaggerated. The director and Zhao Jinha also sensed the transformation within their bodies. All eyes were now fixed on Jiang Lynchon, pondering the true nature of this remarkable corn. To describe its effects as akin to a miraculous elixir would not be an exaggeration, Jiang Lynchon remarked. "I can't fully comprehend the phenomenon, but such effects only manifest during the first consumption. Subsequent intakes yield diminished results." He shrugged. Could it be that this corn is a hybrid of wild and cultivated varieties? resulting in such a mutation? Old Yu's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Lynchon, unflustered, affirmed, indeed, Old Yu, that is how I cultivated the first generation of this corn. That is implausible, Old Yu retorted incredulously. While genetic mutations do occur, the probability of such an event is exceedingly low, perhaps 1 in several million. And the chance of a beneficial mutation is even more minuscule, on the order of billions to 1. Zhao Jinhe nodded in agreement. Yes, if favorable mutations were so easily achieved, we would already possess countless superior crops. Director Yao concurred. Mutations can take countless directions. One cannot control the trajectory of such changes. Crops do not heed your commands. Jiang Lynchon acknowledged their points. You are correct. However, my corn has indeed mutated into this form, and you have all had the pleasure of consuming it. The trio fell silent, grappling with the astonishing notion presented by Jiang Lynchon. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. They had not only witnessed the remarkable corn, but had also savored its taste. Jiang Lynchon retrieved the last ear of corn from his backpack, handing it to Old Yu, and declared, "This is the final ear of corn." Old Yu gasped, anxiously inquiring, "Why is there only this one left? Do you comprehend the significance of this new crop?" Jiang Lynchon rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Well, you didn't stop us when we were cooking it, did you?" At that moment, all three felt an overwhelming urge to slap themselves. How could they have been so foolish as to consume such a precious variety? How could you be so wasteful? This corn is invaluable. How could you bear to cook it? We haven't even conducted enough research. The director expressed a profound sense of regret. Jiang Lynchon, feeling unjustly accused, replied, "I mentioned that I discovered a new variety with high yield and exquisite flavor, but you all needed to be convinced first. Had we not devoured it entirely, would you have believed me? Who am I to appeal to?" Old Yu was seething with anger, unable to vent his frustration. It was a classic case of realizing the worth of something only after it was consumed. While eating, they had completely disregarded the notion of saving it for research. The aroma was simply irresistible. The director, equally dismayed, delicately retrieved several cups, pouring each a measure of the remaining corn broth. The scent of the corn soup was indeed intoxicating. After tasting it, Jiang Lynchon was thoroughly impressed, affirming the director's skill. Old Yu clutched the lone corn cob tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Zhao Jinhe, enviously eyeing it, knew he stood no chance against Old Yu's grip. He turned to Jiang Lynchon, lamenting, "One cob is truly insufficient for our research. We need to conduct numerous studies, especially regarding its effects on the human body. Furthermore, we must explore methods for large-scale cultivation, encompassing a myriad of related topics such as component analysis and genetic mapping." He rambled on with a plethora of technical jargon that Jiang Lynchon found incomprehensible. Ultimately, it appeared they intended to establish a dedicated department for this corn and sought collaboration from national laboratories. The director and Old Yu nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. "But I have none left. Just this one." Jiang Lynchon pointed at the cob in Old Yu's grasp. The trio felt a surge of frustration. Yet there was little they could do at this point. However, Jiang Lynchon elongated his tone, prompting Zhao Jinhe to tightly grip his arm with considerable force. Jiang Lynchon, now accustomed to such pressure, remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "There is still a way." The three were nearly beside themselves with anxiety, wishing to throttle Jiang Lynchon. What other way could there be? "Speak," Old Yu nearly shouted. "Aside from consuming a portion, I also planted a batch, approximately 4 to 5 acres. They're now as tall as my waist," Jiang Lynchon continued. "Really? You actually planted that much?" Old Yu grasped the corn with one hand, while seizing Jiang Lynchon's other arm with the other. Jiang Lynchon nodded. "I sowed the first batch of the new variety on the barren land I contracted. In a few days, it should reach the filling stage." The three of them suddenly found their breaths quickening. This young man had indeed cultivated 5 acres, and more than half of the growth cycle had already passed. What splendid news. This revelation significantly alleviated their guilt over consuming several cobs. As long as there was still some in the field, there was hope. However, Jiang Lynchon hesitated to speak further. What could he possibly mean? The director was growing increasingly anxious. It was said that a wealthy heir had threatened him, declaring that he would level the land, insisting that no blade of grass could grow without his consent. Jiang Lynchon explained. Bang! Old Yu slammed his hand on the director's beloved tea table, shattering it to pieces in a fit of rage. How dare he? Chapter 18. Visitors from the County Investment Promotion Bureau. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. He had not anticipated Old Yu's temper to be so fierce, nor that the director and Zhao Jinhe would also be inclined to bang the table. He shared a segment of the video, which featured Wang Yi's arrogant voice. "You useless fools, come to the mountain tomorrow and clear this land for me. Without my approval, no grass shall survive." This statement infuriated both the director and Old Yu, who repeatedly struck the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. This is outrageous." Zhao Jinhe's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed, as if Wang Yi were desecrating his ancestral grave. Though Jiang Lynchon could not comprehend the depth of their fury, he sensed that today's affair was likely settled. Nevertheless, the performance must be complete. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Lynchon spoke. "This individual is the son of the helm of Century Group, named Wang Yi. Yesterday, while I was working in the fields, he arrived with a group, demanding to acquire the mountain land I had contracted. Initially, I agreed, stating that once the corn was ripe, I would transfer the land to him. However, he refused, even sending thugs to assault me and threatening to uproot all the corn I had planted." Upon hearing the name Century Group, the director paused, then scoffed derisively. "Ah, Century Group, what a formidable presence." Jiang Lynchon replied. "Indeed, upon further investigation, I discovered it to be a colossal conglomerate, reportedly with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Old Yu inquired of Zhao Jinha. Is that the same century group that only procures foreign seeds? Zhao Jinha retorted angrily. This year, we provided 3 varieties of seeds from our institute, and their comprehensive data clearly surpasses that of the foreign companies. Yet, they still opted for foreign seeds, claiming. What did they claim? Old Yu pressed. They claimed that domestic agricultural institutes are merely boastful, asserting that foreign seeds yield higher production, have shorter growth periods, and exhibit superior resistance to pests and diseases. They insinuated that our data is largely inflated. At this point, the room fell into a profound silence. The director's voice grew somber. This is a consequence of years of backwardness. Even if we catch up in various aspects now, we still struggle for recognition. Old Yu remarked. Food security is of paramount importance, and seeds are deemed the chip of agriculture. In this domain, we absolutely must not be subjugated. With this, everyone in the office nodded emphatically. Subsequently, they conferred for a while, and Jiang Lynchon, alongside Zhao Jinha, hastily departed from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The director and Old Yu headed straight to confront the president of the academy. They would not allow Century Group to destroy those 5 acres of land, not even if it were the emperor himself. Zhao Jinha closely followed Jiang Lynchon. As they parted, both the director and Old Yu issued him a stern command. You, Zhao Jinha, must employ any means necessary to safeguard this cornfield. Should the cornfield be lost, you will be held accountable. You shall be deemed a traitor to the nation. Zhao Jinha wore a solemn expression. Should they dare to vandalize the cornfield, they must tread over my corpse. Many found it difficult to comprehend such fervor. Yet the issue of food security is paramount. The quality of a superior grain variety can even influence the very foundation of a nation. Setting aside the yield of this new variety, which Jiang Lynchon claims could reach 4,000 kilograms, something that can only be verified post-harvest, the flavor and remarkable benefits of this corn are treasures beyond price. No matter the cost, it is imperative to ensure the normal harvest of this cornfield. As Zhao Jinha took his seat in Jiang Lynchon's second-hand pickup truck and sped towards Changel Village, the Ningchuan County Investment Promotion Bureau welcomed a group of visitors. This delegation brought forth a proposal, one that sent the bureau director into a state of euphoric delight. The Century Group intends to establish a demonstration base in Ningchuan County, encompassing planting, breeding, and an ecological breeding base for superior varieties. This new agricultural demonstration base is projected to require a total investment of 200 million yuan, creating an additional 400 jobs. This is a momentous event for all of Ningchuan County. The bureau director and the deputy county head, who had come to hear the news, were overjoyed. Why would this colossal entity, valued in the hundreds of billions, set its sights on Ningchuan County? This impoverished, desolate place, with its barren land, has long been a source of unease. Among the nearly 3,000 county-level administrative units across the nation, Ningchuan County ranks among the lowest. Lacking familial ties or affection from influential relatives, those cities and counties in coastal provinces often exhibit selective behavior towards external investments, with local residents sometimes voting against projects for reasons that are often bizarre. Meanwhile, these impoverished counties can only gaze in envy. They are either drought-stricken or waterlogged. After long yearning for a benevolent benefactor, how could one not feel exhilarated? How could one not be thrilled? At that moment, the deputy county head confidently assured that regardless of the Century Group's needs, as long as they are reasonable and lawful, they would make special provisions and do their utmost to resolve the difficulties faced by the investing enterprises. Upon hearing the deputy head's assurance, the leading representative from the Century Group offered a smile, one that was exceedingly formulaic. As the deputy director of the group's development department, he was visiting this desolate county solely due to the directive from the chairman's scion. They already possessed over 100 such agricultural bases, with ready-made proposals to deploy. As for the location, they were not particularly choosy. As long as there were people, land, and water, it sufficed. Despite the impressive figures in the proposal, the actual investment would likely be around 20 million yuan, with an additional 1 or 2 million to follow later, ensuring everyone saved face. With the prestige of the Century Group and the local eagerness to attract investment, they found that their endeavors often faced little resistance. It appeared that today's affair would present no significant challenges. Deputy Director Su Yun felt lighthearted, easily fulfilling the chairman's request, furthering connections, and relishing in his satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, the deputy county head intended to put matters into action. Su, with a humble smile, remarked, "Indeed. We recently conducted an assessment and identified a location that is exceptionally suitable for the group's new agricultural ecological base." The deputy county head, filled with delight, inquired, "Oh, may I ask which area Director Su has set his sights upon?" Su Yun replied, "It is a stretch of barren mountains located behind Changel Village in Chili Town. After our preliminary investigation, we believe that this site could be ideal for integrating both cultivation and livestock breeding, thus establishing a vertical ecological agricultural project." The deputy county head erupted in hearty laughter, overjoyed in his heart. He had initially assumed that the Century Group had their eyes on a prime piece of arable land, which would involve complex negotiations with collectives, farmers, and national farmland policies. To his surprise, it was merely a barren mountain. What more could be said? He would be thrilled if all the barren mountains in the county were to be entrusted to them. Yet, Su Yun seemed hesitant to speak further. The deputy county head and the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau felt a twinge of anxiety. Did Director Su harbor any reservations? The deputy county head inquired. "It is only that 100 acres of that barren mountain has been contracted by a local villager. Our representatives have engaged with him, and he is not inclined to relinquish it," Su explained. The deputy county head pondered for a moment, then declared, This matter should be resolved without delay. Let us proceed to Chili Town and summon the local authorities, so we may address this issue directly at Changle Village. He genuinely believed the issue to be minor. The villager likely sought to inflate the price. With a slight increase in compensation and some persuasion, there should be no reason for him to refuse. Thus, the deputy county head led the way, accompanied by the Sentry Group, as they sped towards Chili Town in several vehicles. Chapter 19. A panoramic view of Wuxialing. Jiang Lynchon hurried home, despite his father's assurance that the matter of Wuxialing had been settled. He yearned to witness the contract for himself, especially after Wang Yi had issued such a formidable ultimatum the previous day. Failure to act today would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Barren as a desert, what a powerful declaration. Even the protagonists of the most exhilarating tales would hesitate to utter such words. Wang Yi certainly exuded an air of authority, and Jiang Lynchon felt like a mere rural bumpkin, believing he should afford the magnate due respect. In the passenger seat, Zhao Jinhe was visibly anxious, incessantly inquiring about the new corn variety's basic details. He remained skeptical of the reported yield of 4,000 kilograms per acre, believing that every claim must have a scientific basis. Yet, having just consumed the extraordinary corn and feeling invigorated, he began to entertain fanciful notions. If such remarkable effects could manifest, why not the anticipated high yield? When Jiang Lynchon casually mentioned that harvest could be achieved in merely 70 days, Zhao was once again taken aback. 70 days. What did that signify? Given sufficient fertility, regions that could typically yield only 2 crops a year could now potentially produce a third. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He wished that his second-hand pickup could take flight, allowing him to witness this miraculous crop firsthand. Jiang Lynchon, too, felt a surge of urgency. Before hitting the highway, he called home to confirm that no outsiders had entered the village, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wang Yi's people had yet to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi had already taken decisive action, an overt and strategic maneuver. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Lynchon returned to the village. The freshly paved asphalt road was wide and smooth, flanked by ponds and streams, with the sounds of chickens, ducks, and barking dogs surrounding him, filling Zhao Jinhe with a sense of tranquility. He is also someone who frequently strolls through the fields, yet these are experimental plots. And such vibrant rural scenes can only be found in the countryside of one's childhood. It has been quite some time since he last visited his hometown. Jiang Lynchon drove straight into his family's small courtyard, and as soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Jiang's parents emerged, drawn by the sound. They were momentarily taken aback upon seeing a guest. Dad, Mom, this is my friend, researcher Zhao from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Jiang Lynchon introduced succinctly. Zhao Jinhe, in his 30s, donned thick glasses and was slender and dark-complexioned, appearing even more like a farmer than Jiang's parents. Had he not consumed corn that morning, his vitality would have seemed markedly diminished, and one might easily believe he shared the same age as Jiang's father. Such is the unkempt nature of some researchers. However, his appearance perfectly aligned with Jiang's parents' perception of an intellectual. Jiang's father was momentarily startled but quickly recollected that his son had mentioned a friend at the academy. Could this be the very researcher Zhao? Not daring to be dismissive, they presented their treasured tea and welcomed him warmly. Jiang Lynchon quietly slipped into the inner room, where he discovered the written contract for the transfer of the Wuxialing land, and a great weight lifted from his heart. The next step would be to contend with the Sentry Group. In the living room, he observed his father conversing somewhat awkwardly with Zhao Jinhe. Both appeared somewhat uncomfortable, with Zhao Jinhe visibly anxious, itching to see the cornfield rather than leisurely sipping tea. Jiang Lynchon stifled a chuckle and approached, saying, Dad, I've planted 5 acres of corn on the mountain, the very kind of corn we discussed. Researcher Zhao wishes to see how it has grown. So let us head up the mountain. Jiang's father suddenly understood, thinking that the delicious corn must have been brought by Zhao Jinhe, and he nodded eagerly. Jiang Lynchon suggested, how about we kill a chicken for lunch? Let researcher Zhao taste the flavor of our local poultry. Jiang's mother immediately chimed in. 1 chicken, 1 tea-do. I'll borrow a goose from Sister Jency. We must prepare a large goose as well. You all just come down for a delightful meal. Jiang Lynchon nearly drooled, playfully pretending to massage his mother's back, his antics bringing her immense joy. Today, a goose was undoubtedly on the menu. The path up the mountain was not paved with cement, but was a narrow trail that could accommodate only 1 person at a time. It would take about 20 minutes to walk from home to the cornfield. Initially, Jiang Lynchon chatted with Zhao Jinhe as they walked. Suddenly, he had a brainwave, recalling his boast at the academy about the corn reaching waist height, while in reality, the seedlings barely reached his calves. It would be quite embarrassing if his bravado were to be exposed. Maintaining his dignity, at least for now, was imperative. With a clever idea, he turned to Zhao Jinhe and said, Researcher Zhao, please take your time. There's only 1 path here. I'm a bit anxious, so I'll take a few steps ahead and wait for you. Without waiting for Zhao Jinhe to respond, he swiftly dashed away, disappearing from sight. With his tall stature and enhanced physical capabilities, he would leave even Usain Bolt feeling outpaced. In just 5 minutes, Jiang Lynchon arrived at the cornfield. From a distance, the tiny corn seedlings swayed gently in the wind. For reasons unknown, Jiang Lynchon's restlessness, which had persisted for an entire day and night, vanished in an instant. He extracted the essence of the earth from the surrounding space and sprinkled it over the cornfield. Countless yellow vortices soared into the air, precisely targeting each young seedling as if they had eyes of their own. Then, an exhilarating scene unfolded before Jiang Lynchon once more. The corn seedlings, infused with the spiraling energy, began to emit a rustling sound. The entire corn plant began to sway, its tender green leaves rapidly growing, while the seedlings shot up from the ground like the Rui Jingu Bang, reaching heights of nearly 2 meters. The entire transformation from seedlings to towering plants took less than 5 minutes. Jiang Lynchon stood in awe, his mouth agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through, causing the leaves of the corn to whisper softly, under the sunlight, beside the babbling brook. This expanse of cornfield resembled a scene from a fairy tale. Suddenly, Jiang Lynchon envisioned the grandeur of the entire Wushailing being planted with such corn. As this thought crossed his mind, he sensed a shift in the Shinong space. He quickly focused and immersed himself in the space. Inside, a mist swirled, more ethereal than ever before, with countless light points appearing more distinct. To his delight, he beheld a panoramic view of Wushailing within the Shinong space. He was not mistaken. In his mind's eye, he saw the entirety of the Wushailing he had contracted. What could this mean? Jiang Lynchon trembled with excitement. It was as if the Shinong space was intricately connected to his consciousness. He quickly recalled the sequence of events. He had just thought about planting corn throughout Wushailing, and then the Shinong space underwent a transformation. What kind of high-dimensional metaphysics was this? Could reality truly influence the space? Jiang Lynchon was perplexed. Just then, Zhao Jinha, slightly out of breath, arrived. On this newly cultivated gentle slope, a large portion remained barren, while a smaller area boasted towering corn plants. Zhao Jinha's face was alight with excitement as he dashed toward the nearest corn stalk, exclaiming, "Heavens, is this it? Is this the cornfield you spoke of?" His exhilaration was understandable. He had caught a whiff of a faint, refreshing fragrance in the wind, reminiscent of the corn he had savored that morning. He cautiously caressed a corn leaf, vibrant and teeming with life, causing his heart to race. He had never felt such a sensation. As if the corn before him were a divine entity. With a thud, Zhao Jinha knelt down. Chapter 20. Another attempt to deceive for food and drink. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. Was the excitement truly warranted? As a farmer himself, he had never felt such fervor upon seeing crops. Certainly, witnessing flourishing crops brought joy. But to kneel in excitement seemed rather excessive. Jiang Lynchon could not comprehend Zhao Jinha's emotions, just as Zhao Jinha could not grasp Jiang Lynchon's feelings toward the barren mountain. One was exhilarated by the discovery of a new, superior variety. One is an ardent affection for the nurturing soil beneath one's feet. The two individuals exist on entirely different planes, thus it cannot be said that one is superior to the other. In any case, they can be considered akin in a forced sense. Jiang Lynchon glanced at the hoe discarded nearby, his fingers twitching with restlessness. He yearned to engage in labor once more. At that moment, Zhao Jinha had already prostrated himself on the ground, and Jiang Lynchon noticed him grasping a handful of soil, gently kneading it. Oh, it seems he is another dreamer. Jiang Lynchon casually shed his jacket. At this moment, the sun posed no threat to him. His skin bore a sun-kissed bronze hue, impervious to the harshest rays, its tone unlikely to deepen any further. Perhaps it was due to the transformation his body underwent in this space. He seized the hoe and began to loosen the soil, as if only through toil in the earth could he find meaning in the passage of his day. Not far away, Zhao Jinha was caressing the corn stalks inch by inch, murmuring to himself and occasionally erupting into a fit of inexplicable laughter. He would intermittently inquire about the specifics of each growth stage from Jiang Lynchon. How could Jiang Lynchon possibly know? He was utilizing the essence of the earth, and within mere minutes, it had flourished to this extent. Growing impatient with Zhao Jinha's incessant questions, he retorted, "You're the researcher, why ask me? Conduct your own research." Thus, the two men in the field carried on in their respective ways, finding joy in their solitude. 3 hours slipped by, and the sun had reached its zenith. The early autumn weather was particularly sweltering. Jiang Lynchon remained unfazed, while Zhao Jinha paid little heed. It was not until they were parched that Zhao Jinha observed Jiang Lynchon approach the babbling brook, scooping water with his hands to drink, prompting him to imitate the action. After quenching his thirst with several refreshing gulps of mountain spring water, Zhao Jinha remarked, "I see your planting density is incorrect. Typically, the row spacing should be 50 to 60 centimeters, yet yours is nearly 2 meters. Are you planting trees?" Jiang Lynchon replied, "This is a special variety. The spacing must be this large. Its root system underground and the above-ground portion are far more developed than ordinary corn. You've never planted it, so just observe." Zhao Jinha nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Although he was eager to excavate a stalk to see just how robust the root system was, he hesitated. Each plant here was, to him, a treasure. If old you were to find out, he would not only be reprimanded for uprooting a plant, but even for damaging a single leaf. To inspect the roots, he could wait until the corn was harvested. From this perspective, the actions of farmers and agricultural researchers are remarkably aligned. Noting that it was nearly time, Jiang Lynchon coaxed the reluctant Zhao Jinha down the mountain. As for the pasture in the space, it would take another 29 days to mature. As long as he continued working in the field, Jiang Lynchon would reap new crops in 3 days, at which point he would uncover the true efficacy of this pasture. He could then plant new pasture, unlocking new orbs of light. With this thought, Jiang Lynchon felt invigorated. Meanwhile, the deputy county head and the group from the Century Corporation had arrived in Shirley Town, just in time for a meal. Due to the urgency of their business, the town mayor had no choice but to follow the deputy county head's instructions and arrange for a few simple stir-fried dishes to prepare a modest working lunch. During the gathering, the mayor learned that the deputy county head was personally accompanied by a significant representative from the Century Group. The representative intended to invest $200 million in establishing an agricultural ecological base in Changle Village, which left the mayor so excited that he could hardly articulate his words. Had it not been for the deputy county head's intervention, He might have downed a bottle of the locally produced high-proof liquor right there. After so many years, the long-awaited investment had finally graced Chili Town. It was a sight that moved him deeply. As he trembled while offering a toast to Soo-yoon couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It was precisely in such a remote and impoverished area, one that had never encountered substantial wealth, that they revered him like a deity of fortune. Yet, he was merely fulfilling Wang Xiao's commission, aiming to curry favor with one of the potential successors to the chairman. Reflecting on this, Soo-yoon discreetly took a small sip of the liquor, which was rather lacking in flavor. However, he was not there to indulge, despite his reservations. He offered a polite smile to the mayor, apologizing for his limited tolerance for alcohol. The mayor, of course, dared not urge him to drink. And even the deputy county head humbly attended to him. With a hearty laugh, he remarked that he was well aware of Changle Village, where the village head, Jiang Guifa, had been lamenting year after year, imploring him for assistance in securing investment and projects from above. With a hint of exasperation, he continued, "With over a dozen administrative villages in Chili Town, each one beseeching me for help, what can I do? I can only appeal to the county, and look, hasn't County Head Zhou and Director Chun brought the deity of fortune to us?" The room erupted in laughter. As the mayor certainly knew how to create a jovial atmosphere, Deputy County Head Zhou inquired whether the Century Group representatives had previously interacted with Changle Village, mentioning that the farmers were reluctant to relinquish their contracted barren mountains. The mayor was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, was this truly an issue? The Century Group was financially robust. Surely, they could provide adequate compensation. Our role was merely to accompany them and ensure their offers were reasonable, maintaining everyone's dignity. Thus, he responded, as long as the appropriate compensation is in place, there should be no significant issues. The Century Group's project is a key initiative for the county and is crucial for the development of Chili Town and Changle Village. I believe we can persuade the villagers. The laughter that followed resonated warmly in the room, as if convincing the villagers was a foregone conclusion, with none of them, including Soo-yoon, taking it to heart. Although it was a simple working meal, the gathering lasted until nearly 2 o'clock. In the context of receptions, this was considered swift. After the meal, the group drove toward Changle Village. When village head Jiang Guifa received the call from the town, he was momentarily stunned, instinctively thinking, "Another group is here to feast on our hospitality." It was no wonder he thought this way. Over the past few years, he had been thoroughly disillusioned. It was the young people from his village who were reliable, fulfilling their contracts without fail. Earlier that morning, the village committee had disbursed the contracted payments per capita, and the entire village was abuzz with excitement, akin to a festival. The household with the most members, totaling 13, received nearly 7,000 yuan, causing the head of that household to beam with joy. They lavished praise upon their village head, Jiang Guifa, and the Jiang Lynchon family. From last night until today, no one has called him out for his runny nose, which led him to hum a little tune while thinking of the village chief. Thus, he responded on the phone, "Mayor, we have successfully contracted out the desolate mountains of our village. Indeed, the entire barren hills of Wuxialing have been entrusted to our villagers." Chapter 21. I offer you 600,000. The mayor was taken aback. "Jiang Guifa, please do not deceive me. Just last month, you lamented to me that the village's barren mountains could not be contracted out, and now you claim they have?" Jiang Guifa's face glowed with excitement. "Yes, Mayor. It was a young man from our village who expressed his desire to give back to his hometown and revitalize the rural community. He secured the contracting rights for Wuxialing in one go, and it was unanimously approved at the village meeting held last night." The mayor was somewhat bewildered. This turn of events seemed too coincidental. Why had the barren land, once overlooked, suddenly become so sought after? That does not concern me. Now, Deputy County Head Zhou, along with personnel from the Investment Promotion Bureau and Century Group, are on their way to your village. They have specifically requested to contract the barren mountains behind your village. Jiang Guifa instinctively thought these individuals were merely visiting to appreciate the rural scenery. After all, city dwellers often use the guise of investment inspections as an excuse for a leisurely outing. Previously, when such individuals visited, they always carried grand titles: new rural construction core area, new health and wellness base for rural areas, new concept rural urban integration therapy projects, and new cultural tourism industry demonstration zones, each title more extravagant than the last, leaving Jiang Guifa feeling overwhelmed. After indulging in food and drink, those visitors would simply depart, with grand promises made but no follow-through. Although Jiang Guifa was indeed the village chief, such shenanigans were exhausting. It would have been better if Wuxialing had not been leased out. Now that it was contracted to Jiang Guoqing's family, what business did these newcomers have showing up? Reluctantly, he knew he had to maintain a good face, as the deputy county head was involved, and he could only muster the energy to go through the motions. As for whether the project would come to fruition, it hardly mattered. He could simply refuse future visits. With that thought, Jiang Guifa called Jiang Guoqing over and recounted the situation. Jiang Guoqing also wore a troubled expression. His son and researcher, Zhao, had just ascended the mountain, so he felt it inappropriate to summon them back, leaving him to wait at the village entrance with the chief. In the distance, 9 vehicles appeared, majestically entering the village's grain-drying yard, disembarking a throng of 2 to 3 dozen individuals. Goodness! The village chief and Zhang's father were both astonished by the spectacle. This scene hardly seemed like a jest. Deputy County Head Zhou, grinning, stood alongside Director Soo-yoon as Jiang Guifa pondered anxiously, stepping forward to greet the leaders and guests. "Director Su, your group indeed possesses discernment. Our Changlu village boasts a splendid environment, with clear mountains and pristine waters." Changlu, what a delightful name. Deputy County Head Zhou completely overlooked the barren wuxaling at the horizon, and naturally, Su Yun did not mind either. Century Group, being a large enterprise, could place a rural project anywhere without concern. Introduced by the mayor, Jiang Guifa met with the deputy county head and Su Yun. After the head of the Investment Promotion Bureau outlined the purpose of Century Group's visit, Jiang Guifa felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Casting a glance toward Jiang Guocheng felt somewhat apprehensive in the presence of so many distinguished figures. However, he recalled his son's advice. My son has recently taken on the contract for this desolate mountain. If you have any thoughts, please discuss them with him. The town mayor responded with mild surprise. Of course, we support our local people in agriculture and the revitalization of rural areas. But do you comprehend the magnitude of a 200 million investment? Jiang Guocheng appeared bewildered, replying, I do not. The mayor lamented, in the past 5 years, the total external investments across all sectors in Chili Town do not even amount to a fraction of what you represent. Confused, Jiang Guocheng inquired, yet, with so many barren mountains in Lynchon County, why choose our inconspicuous wuxaling? Su Yun, wearing a casual smile, replied, the group has its reasons. We have conducted thorough investigations and comparisons before selecting this location. County Director Zhou sensed a discordant note, questioning what seems to be the villagers' reluctance. He was eager to see the project materialize, believing that once the land was secured, construction would commence immediately, culminating in a prototype by year's end. What a splendid project this is. It's a win-win for everyone, a veritable stroke of fortune. If you have any difficulties or thoughts, please voice them. We assure you a satisfactory resolution, Zhou's deputy assured them. Furthermore, your compensation will be fully covered by the other party. You cannot raise the price arbitrarily, warned the mayor. Witnessing the authoritative demeanor of Su Yun and the county director, Jiang Guocheng, blushing, took a moment before saying, I will call my son down. Without regard for the 30 or so people present, he directly dialed Jiang Lynchon. Jiang Hohot observed for a while and realized these individuals were earnest. The Century Group genuinely intended to embark on some ecological agricultural project. He hastily invited everyone to the village committee for a seat, noting that many had begun to sweat profusely under the afternoon sun. Under the shade of the village cultural center, the mayor continued to persuade Jiang Guocheng. Jiang's father appeared quite reserved, offering no promises, merely repeating yes, yes. The expressions of the county director and the Century Group representatives began to darken. This was quite disrespectful. Half an hour later, Jiang Lynchon and Zhao Jinhe arrived at the cultural center. Upon seeing nearly 30 people gathered at the village committee, with another 50 or so villagers observing from a distance, he was taken aback. He had already learned of the Century Group's intentions over the phone. They were indeed willing to invest substantially, having navigated this avenue successfully. Jiang Lynchon could not help but admire Wang Yi's influence. He felt a sense of relief. Had he not acted decisively the night before, today's situation would have been exceedingly disadvantageous for a mere farmer like him, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. But now, glancing at Zhao Jinhe beside him, he felt reassured. Su Yun had been waiting patiently, his impatience growing. Everything had been progressing smoothly until the final step, where a multitude of people were now waiting for some decision from this inexperienced youth, which displeased him greatly. So, you have indeed contracted that wuxaling? Su Yun did not wait for others to speak, asking, our Century Group is investing 200 million, correct? Jiang Lynchon interjected, that is indeed a significant sum. But I do not intend to transfer the contracting rights. What? Su Yun was taken aback by Jiang Lynchon's decisive tone. Everyone present was astonished. Deputy County Chief Zhou and Director Chen's expressions darkened like ink. Su Yun felt as if he were being cornered. Was this man a fool? Did he not see the multitude of leaders present? We can offer you double compensation. I inquired with the village head earlier. You spent 300,000 to secure the land. And we will provide you with 600,000. What do you think? Su Yun's face displayed a condescending expression, presenting a figure he believed would seem like a windfall to the other party. Goodness, such a bold move from Century Group. Jiang Lynchon glanced at Su Yun and smiled. Your group certainly shows great sincerity, yet I still refuse to transfer the rights. Jiang Lynchon's tone remained resolute. Su Yun was thwarted twice, nearly choking on his own breath. Desperate circumstances breed cunning individuals, he thought, incredulous that Jiang Lynchon deemed 600,000 insufficient. What more could he possibly desire? Absurd. Deputy County Chief Zhou was now incensed, believing that Century Group's offer was already quite generous. Jiang Lynchon looked at Su Yun, confirming he had never encountered this individual before. Then he spoke slowly. I personally will give your Century Group 600,000, but please, do not covet my family's desolate mountain any longer. Chapter 22, A Threat? Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Was this man not in his right mind? Is this how one conducts negotiations? Su Yun's face shifted from pale to crimson, pointing at Jiang Lynchon, unable to articulate a response. Jiang Lynchon continued, as for your ecological plan, my hometown certainly welcomes it. However, since there is a conflict between the local area and my contracted land, there are alternatives. Deputy County Chief Zhou's expression darkened as he inquired, what alternatives? He was witnessing a revelation today. A villager from Changle Village spoke with such audacity. How could he disregard county leadership and Century Group alike? Where did he find his confidence? Jiang Lynchon leisurely replied, Xuanlong Peak in Hogo Village, and Xinya Cave in Sanhua Town. Everyone was taken aback. What was he implying with these locations? Both areas were also barren mountains, geographically comparable to wuxaling, and with more appealing names. If you genuinely wish to undertake a project, I can personally invest, acquire them at the bidding price, and present them to your Century Group as an ecological base. Jiang Linshan's tone suddenly became resolute. Supporting the development of my hometown is an obligation I cannot shirk. I am a Ningchuan native, and I am willing to contribute to Ningchuan's advancement. With these words, he had effectively cornered everyone present, aside from Century Group and Zhao Jinha, who among them was not a local. Such a commitment to one's hometown was not commonplace. He was offering genuine financial support. But wait, Deputy County Chief Zhou, having regained his senses, felt a pang of frustration. Who truly cared about which mountain Century Group contracted, as long as the project materialized within the county? With a 200 million investment in place, it would bolster the local economy, no matter where it was established. This young man was correct. Moreover, his capability and ambition to contract such vast barren land deserved recognition. Yet not quite. Is this the matter under discussion? This young man has astutely identified the sole divergence between the county and Century Group. The county is merely concerned with the project's implementation, whereas Century Group's ambition is directed towards wuxaling. This is indeed a complex issue. Su Yun scoffed lightly, stating, "The choice of wuxaling is the most optimal location determined by our group as professionals after thorough evaluation. Are you familiar with the latest developments in modern agriculture? Do you possess the necessary resources to expand and strengthen the project?" The assembly fell silent. Su Yun continued, "For Century Group's project in Ningchuan County, the ideal site is wuxaling. If we cannot secure the contracting rights, we shall forego the plan entirely." Director Chun of the Investment Promotion Bureau, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Director Su, there's no rush. We can negotiate. We can certainly negotiate." Su Yun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Lynchon, his expression conveying unspoken sentiments. Director Chen understood that ultimately, the resolution of this matter rested upon the village resident. Thus, he solemnly addressed Jiang Lynchon. "Attracting investment is of paramount importance to the entire county. Collaborating with Century Group could yield immense demonstrative effects, and the project's realization would directly enhance the income of local villagers, create job opportunities, and stimulate the county's GDP. Surely, you comprehend this logic?" Jiang Lynchon replied, "Therefore, I am willing to personally invest to invite Century Group to establish itself at the superior locations of Zunlongfeng and Xianyadong." Jiang Lynchon grew increasingly fervent. "As a resident of Ningchuan, I am prepared to invest hundreds of thousands personally for this endeavor. I am not merely speaking empty words. I can draft a written agreement on the spot." "You are being unreasonable," Director Chen exclaimed, his face quivering with indignation. Who could have anticipated that this individual would be so obstinate? From Century Group's perspective, the contracted amount of hundreds of thousands is negligible. Yet for the farmer Jiang Lynchon, this earnestness surpasses even that of the county. Whom could he turn to for justification? Vice County Head Zhou observed the situation unfolding and sensed that it was becoming complicated. Tentatively, he inquired, "Director Su, does wuxaling possess any particular advantages? As far as I understand, our Ningchuan County has over a dozen similar barren mountains." Su Yun's irritation flickered across his face. He struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. "County Head Zhou, our investment evaluation process is comprehensive. It is not akin to selecting produce at a market. The advantages of wuxaling are imperceptible to those outside the industry. Should we fail to negotiate the contracting rights for this barren mountain, we shall regretfully have to shelve this plan." Su Yun's expression bore an implicit threat. This exemplifies the formidable influence of a billion-dollar conglomerate. The impact of such a colossal enterprise can profoundly affect local policies and even national directions. Director Chen glanced at the vice county head, noting his stern countenance and lack of response. He realized that he would have to assume the role of the villain himself. The town mayor could not be relied upon either. This youth showed no fear of Century Group or the county head, and would certainly not regard a mere town mayor with any esteem. In truth, the one most anxious in this scenario was himself. Securing a 200 million yuan project represents an extraordinary achievement. Yet, this obstinate villager refused to relent, foregoing double compensation. He took a deep breath, adopted a serious expression, and spoke to Jiang Lynchon, saying, "The county's determination regarding this project is unwavering. The advantages of wuxaling cannot be realized by individual efforts alone. The entire county is in desperate need of external funding and projects. Do you understand? In front of so many people, my words can only go this far. If this villager fails to recognize the situation, I will report back to the leadership team for collective deliberation. I am confident a solution will be found." This statement served as a warning to Jiang Lynchon and a reassurance to Su Yun. Upon hearing those words, Su Yun's expression relaxed somewhat, even bearing a hint of a smile. Curiously, Jiang Lynchon's demeanor remained unchanged, still wearing a smile that could provoke ire. As if he were oblivious to the implications behind the words, Jiang Guochang, Jiang Guifa, and the onlooking villagers all sensed an underlying meaning. How dare this young man confront them so boldly? One villager whispered, "Indeed, they have countless ways to deal with him. I believe he has become overly arrogant after a couple of years of education, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. He is overreaching and out of his depth. How will he manage the consequences?" Wu Datu's smile faltered, and he even resorted to using two idioms to convey his inner excitement. "Alas, this boy has ideas. But he is rather deluded, unable to see the reality." The villagers murmured amongst themselves, most of them skeptical of Jiang Lynchon's defiant stance. Recognizing the vast disparity in strength between the two parties, Jiang Guocheng's face was filled with tension and concern. The conflict had exceeded his expectations. In truth, there was no complexity to it. Any barren hillside in Ningchuan County could accommodate this so-called project. The Century Group was merely engaging in pretentious theatrics. An untimely voice pierced the air. The crowd turned to see the individual beside Jiang Lynchon, who had hitherto remained unnoticed, suddenly speaking up with such bluntness. Who are you? What do you understand? Do you have any right to speak here? Su Yun was incensed. What is going on here? How can anyone challenge the Century Group? I am a researcher from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, specializing in food crops. Do I have the qualifications to speak? A researcher from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences? The crowd gasped. That institution was filled with agricultural scientists, certainly qualified to speak. Indeed, more than qualified. But what was a researcher from the academy doing here, alongside Jiang Lynchon? Zhao Jinhe had long held a disdain for the Century Group. Furthermore, I would like to inform you that this uncooperative villager before you is a special collaborator of our Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Zhao Jinhe adjusted his glasses and continued. In Wuxialing, we jointly manage a provincial-level experimental field, cultivating new varieties of food crops. This is a key research project. Moreover, our director, the dean, and the renowned agricultural scientist Professor Yu Weihua have jointly applied to upgrade this experimental field to a national-level project. Upon hearing Zhao Jinhe's announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 23. The Vampire Corporation. The director and dean of the Agricultural Academy, Professor Yu Weihua, holds an impressive title, emblematic of a national-level experimental field. This is no ordinary negotiation regarding the leasing of barren land. Under such circumstances, even if Ningchuan County aspires for the Century Group's project to materialize, it must strive to avoid conflicts with the Agricultural Academy's experimental site. Deputy County Chief Zhou and Director Chun have regained their composure, and their only hope now rests on the possibility that the Century Group might consider relocating the project site. Neither administrative orders nor commercial strategies can influence the slightest aspect of Wuxialing. Who could have anticipated such a significant turn of events? Upon learning that Wuxialing had become an experimental field, Su Yun realized the task had failed. Yet, he bitterly scoffed. The Agricultural Academy, what a grand title. I wonder what sort of innovations you can conjure up. As a leading enterprise in the private sector, he felt emboldened to express his discontent. Zhao Jinhe responded with a sardonic smile. The Century Group, a vampire corporation, masquerading under the guise of local development, seizing land indiscriminately while exploiting farmers. How many farmers have you driven to ruin, losing everything? Su Yun's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Zhao Jinhe, demanding, please clarify your accusations. Even as a researcher, you cannot slander our private enterprise without basis. I insist on an apology. Zhao Jinhe leisurely pulled out a small notebook, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yun. Since you claim my statements are baseless, allow me to read some facts for you. Listen closely. At that moment, Su Yun sensed that something was amiss. As a conglomerate that had thrived for over 30 years and amassed a fortune in the billions, he was acutely aware of some of his company's actions. In 2006, 39 farmers from XX town collectively filed complaints regarding the indiscriminate introduction of cemental cattle, which were of inferior quality. This not only jeopardized the breeding grounds of local premium yellow cattle, but also introduced a specific disease that led to devastating losses for the farmers. To this day, the local population of high-quality yellow cattle has yet to recover. In 2010, the Century Group aggressively promoted a so-called high-yield soybean variety from a foreign country, resulting in over 70 of cultivated land in the county being sown with these beans, yet the entire county faced crop failure, as the soybeans could not thrive in the local soil. In 2011, the so-called self-developed superior wheat variety was, in fact, an experimental strain from another country, characterized by invasive tendencies, deep root systems, and low yields, while simultaneously causing serious issues such as soil fertility depletion and compaction. In 2013, your pesticides, your fertilizers, your experimental nutrient solutions. Zhao Jinhe meticulously recounted each incident from his notebook, detailing the time, location, losses incurred, and local complaints with clarity. Some of the cases were shocking in their severity. Sweat beads formed on Su Yun's forehead, while Deputy County Chief Zhou and others grew increasingly solemn. The onlooking villagers began to exhibit hostility. Was this not a form of harm? Shall I continue reading? You have caused losses and merely walked away, while the victims remained voiceless in their suffering. Zhao Jinhe's slender frame brimmed with indignation at that moment. Even Jiang Lynchon, who always wore a smile, had become grave. Some matters, if left unexplored, leave one utterly unaware of the burdens others bear. Beneath the glimmering facade of the Qianni Group lies a history cloaked in obscurity. Su Yun's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiled crab. There were aspects he was aware of, and others he was not, yet the essence remained unchanged. Today, in both moral and energetic terms, he had utterly failed. What precisely was the significance of this desolate mountain that the young master sought? What force lingered behind this rural youth? Su Yun retreated in haste with his subordinates, leaving without even bidding farewell to the deputy county head. The deputy and director Chun bore somber expressions as they hastily departed back to the county. Today's events left a trail of chaos. Conversely, the town mayor appeared unperturbed. For Chili Town had never witnessed any exhilarating investments. Today was merely another routine inspection, akin to countless previous ones. Jiang Lynchon exchanged brief pleasantries with his parents before ascending the mountain again. Jiang's father and mother were eager to apprehend Jiang Lynchon and inquire about the sudden emergence of this provincial experimental field. Furthermore, they wondered what regulations governed the leasing of such a vast wasteland. Surely, one could not remain idle. However, Jiang Lynchon cast a glance and signaled to his parents that it was not an opportune time for discussion, suppressing their inquiries within. While Jiang Lynchon toiled on the mountain, far away in the provincial capital, Wang Yi received a call from Su Yun. The sound of the phone ringing startled Wang Yi, who was savoring an afternoon tea, causing him to shatter his coffee cup in frustration. Zhuang Rong, witnessing Wang Yi's fury, trembled in fear. Her face bore the marks of 2 slaps, and her body bore several bruises. Seeing Wang Yi lose his temper, she scurried away like a frightened kitten. The memory of that morning sent shivers down her spine. Last night, she had obeyed Wang Yi's instructions and knocked on Master Fong's door. Master Fong scrutinized her before allowing her entry. Just as she feared she would be at the mercy of the old man, the unfolding events took her by surprise. Master Fong gestured towards a nearby sofa, instructing her to sit. She complied and remained seated throughout the night. Numerous attempts to approach Master Fong were met with stern reprimands. Master Fong himself had not slept. Clutching a compass as he muttered incantations, with several yellowed ancient texts sprawled across the table, he toiled through the night, and as dawn approached, he fixed her with bloodshot eyes, instilling a profound terror in her. Those eyes seemed devoid of any human emotion. Fortunately, she finally heard the words that promised her release. Return to Wang Yi and inform him that the secrets of the Fong lineage are not easily unveiled. With that, Master Fong gathered his belongings and departed the hotel without a word of farewell. When she returned to Wang Yi's room and recounted the events of the previous night, he suddenly erupted in a frenzy, striking her across the face before unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. With a furious kick and a hysterical scream, she shouted, "Are you wasting your efforts? To hell with your futile endeavors. You charlatan, you feng shui quack, you yin-yang master, you deceitful wretch. And you harlot. You can't even manage a decrepit old man, yet you feign innocence. You are nothing but an object of desire. Are you not merely after wealth? Desiring riches, yet still pretending. Acting all coy. Even a mere peasant can see through your facade. You think I am oblivious? Wretched creature." With a sharp slap, she was struck again. Zhuang Rong nearly lost consciousness from the blows. She yearned to flee, to cry out for help. Then she caught sight of Wang Yi's frigid gaze. Cold as a butcher's eyeing livestock destined for slaughter, imbued with a certain anticipation. It seemed that any attempt to escape or resist would unleash his more depraved side. In that moment, Zhuang Rong was gripped by terror. This man is a lunatic, a madman. That old man as well. They are all utterly deranged. Chapter 24. The night raid on Wu Shailing. After tiring himself out, Wang Yi slumped back onto the sofa, occasionally erupting into a nervous laugh. After a while, he cautiously helped Zhuang Rong to her feet and tidied her disheveled clothing. Gazing at this devilish man before her, an overwhelming dread consumed Zhuang Rong. Until just moments ago, after receiving a phone call, Wang Yi had smashed a cup in frustration. Just as she braced herself for another beating, his phone rang again. Once he answered, he transformed into a different person. "Big brother, what a surprise to hear from you. I'm in Shanha province. Nothing pressing on my end. Am I returning now? Very well, I shall head back immediately." After hanging up, Wang Yi fell into a contemplative silence, followed by a sinister chuckle. He then seized a fruit platter and hurled it at Zhuang Rong, though fortunately, it missed its target. The crash of the platter against the floor rendered Zhuang Rong pale with fear. In an instant, Wang Yi reverted to the demeanor he had displayed the previous day, grinning. "Let us put this aside for now. Tidy up, we're heading back to the capital." In Changla village, as night descended, Jiang Lynchon's family was gathered for dinner. Zhao Jinha had also taken residence with the Jiang family, planning to stay until the corn harvest. Jiang's parents showed Zhao an extraordinary level of respect, even more than during lunch, leaving him feeling quite bashful. Jiang Lynchon attempted to interject, but upon realizing his words bore little weight, he relinquished the matter. At the dining table, Jiang Lynchon informed his parents of his intention to procure 10,000 chicks, with 30,000 acres of barren mountains. It was impossible to develop them all at once. He reasoned that raising the chickens would lend him a semblance of a farmer's identity. He then steered the conversation to the case Zhao Jinha had mentioned earlier. "Old Zhao, do you still have those premium local yellow cattle you spoke of today? Are they still being raised?" Jiang Lynchon called out to him. Zhao Jinha sighed and picked up a piece of fresh vegetable from Jiang's mother's garden. "Our country boasts several varieties of high-quality yellow cattle, known for their delectable meat and robust disease resistance. However, efforts in breed improvement began late, making it difficult to scale the population now." Jiang Lynchon inquired, "Why is that?" Zhao Jinha shook his head and said, "If you were a farmer, given the same time and investment, and one breed of cattle yields 50% more meat, which would you choose?" Jiang Lynchon understood, and then continued to inquire, "So, is it true that there is no large-scale breeding of local high-quality yellow cattle?" He added, "Is the Simmental breed a subpar foreign variety?" Zhao Jinha glanced at Jiang Lynchon and asked, "Do you wish to raise cattle?" Jiang Lynchon chuckled, "Hey, I'm a farmer. How could I possibly detach myself from cattle?" Zhao Jinha replied, "To be precise, Simmental cattle are esteemed for both their meat and milk production. In terms of meat quality, milk yield, and meat output, they are indeed an exceptional breed, and there has been a persistent desire to expand their population domestically. Then why is the batch of cattle from Century Group questionable?" Jiang Lynchon inquired, visibly puzzled. Zhao Jinha's face contorted with anger at this mention. That was a batch of failed cultivars sold off as superior stock to farmers. It is utterly disgraceful. Colleagues engaged in breeding research faced numerous obstructions when attempting to conduct investigations, all under the pretense of corporate confidentiality. So the local farmers suffered significant losses, and the local high-quality yellow cattle have seen a decline in population due to minimal breeding? Jiang Lynchon was genuinely enraged. What sort of company is Century Group? They are simply devoid of conscience. Are they not a foreign agency? Century Group provided only nominal compensation, insufficient even to cover the initial purchase price of the cattle for the farmers, leaving a chaotic situation in its wake. Zhao Jinhe took a hearty sip of low-alcohol rice wine. Old Zhao, how many local yellow cattle are still available? I wish to purchase some. Jiang Lynchon pondered the grass in his space, which would soon be ready for harvest. It was imperative to commence breeding activities immediately. Zhao Jinhe looked at Jiang Lynchon with skepticism, only to realize he was earnest. We have colleagues from our Agricultural Research Institute conducting research there. Wait a moment. I will make a call to inquire. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello, old Dai. How many yellow cattle can you spare? Don't ask questions. Just tell me the number. He then covered the mouthpiece and asked Jiang Lynchon, how many do you need? Jiang Lynchon replied, whatever you have is fine. Zhao Jinhe nearly fumbled his phone. Jiang Lynchon thought, is it merely a batch of yellow cattle? Who do you look down upon? More than 200 heads? I'll take them all. My friend can handle them. If you want to come over to discuss, that's fine. See you tomorrow. I'll send you the location shortly. Zhao Jinhe hung up, a look of bemusement on his face. My colleague, Dai Mingxin, will come over tomorrow. You two can discuss the details. Researchers tend to be straightforward, a manner of communication that Jiang Lynchon found quite appealing. Meanwhile, Zhang's parents were left astonished. This son, first wanting to buy 10,000 chickens, then several hundred cattle. Did he think money grew on trees? Unlike Zhang's father, who was deeply concerned, Zhang's mother directly asked, son, have you calculated the costs of raising so many chickens and cattle? What about the market? The heart of a parent is filled with worry, fearful that their child might go astray or falter in their endeavors. But with the Shinong space at his disposal, Jiang Lynchon felt invincible. All his confidence stemmed from this divine space, yet he could not disclose it to others. Consequently, he transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother, instructing her to purchase chickens at the market tomorrow. After all, wasn't there plenty of money at home? There is no need to worry about the farming. If it becomes too overwhelming, I can always hire someone. Zhao Jinhe is utterly indifferent to such matters. His sole concern lies with the corn on the mountain. Before going to bed, Jiang Lynchon routinely stretched his muscles, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, with no hint of drowsiness. Strangely, ever since his physical condition improved, his sleeping hours have diminished significantly, from an initial 7 hours a night to merely 5. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, he once again immersed himself in the Shinong space, observing the shimmering orbs in the distance, drooling in anticipation. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, as if something had intruded upon his domain. This made him somewhat anxious. What could this mean? He scanned the points of light in the space, but found nothing amiss. It was only then that he noticed some activity in the panoramic view of Wuxialing, which had just been activated that day. As he shifted his focus to the panoramic image, he finally discerned the situation. There, in the gentle sloping land where he had first cleared the area, stood a figure near the large azure stone where he had discovered the Shinong space. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. Could this be a real-time surveillance feed? He concentrated, and indeed, his vision began to magnify according to his thoughts. He then recognized the shadowy figure's face. Wasn't this the geomancer? What on earth was he doing sneaking around in his field at such an hour? A sense of foreboding welled up in Jiang Lynchon's heart. This so-called Master Fong had nearly tricked him into relinquishing his contracted land just yesterday. Now, here he was, in the dead of night, at the very sight of the azure stone, brandishing a compass and muttering incantations. Surely, this could not bode well. Jiang Lynchon quickly dressed, and, like a cat, leaped from the second-floor window, landing softly before scampering toward the mountain. He needed to understand what this man had discovered and how much he truly knew. Chapter 25. The enigmatic compass. On a slightly chilly early autumn night, the mountain breeze gently caressed the hills. As Jiang Lynchon soared through the air, he felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure. He ran freely along the deserted mountain paths, unencumbered, as if the entire wilderness had melded with his very being, except for that Master Fong. Before long, Jiang Lynchon arrived at the gentle slope. He lightened his footsteps, approaching stealthily. Located in a remote area, Changle village was devoid of light pollution. On this moonless night, the Wuxialing was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Yet, to Jiang Lynchon's astonishment, he could discern a figure in the darkness. Master Fong sat cross-legged, holding the compass before his chest, which was slowly rotating. Not long ago, Jiang Lynchon had dismissed such geomantic practices as remnants of feudal superstition, mere charlatanry. He believed that science was the only eternal truth. However, ever since the azure stone had entered his body, his worldview had inevitably shifted somewhat, particularly given that the very spot where Master Fong was seated was precisely where he had first discovered the azure stone. This old man possesses some knowledge. What exactly has he uncovered? Jiang Lynchon resolved to observe further. He had just scrutinized the panoramic image in the space again, and apart from Master Fong, he found no sign of Wang Yi or anyone else. Thus, the old man arrived alone, having circumvented Changlu village. This indicates that he must have approached from another location, devoid of any mountain paths. An elderly gentleman could hardly navigate the ascent in darkness. Therefore, he must have ascended in daylight and only now arrived at this gentle slope. Jiang Lynchon was immensely curious about what tricks this old man could conjure. Master Fong held a compass in his hand, which was slowly rotating, first to the left and then to the right, while his other hand performed intricate gestures, so swift that the human eye could scarcely discern the movements. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Master Fong suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, which fell before him, not sinking into the soft earth, but rather floating in midair. Then the compass abruptly ceased its rotation, and the graduated circles upon it began to emit a radiant glow, emanating from the outer ring and spreading toward the central pointer. As the light reached the center, it became extraordinarily bright. Master Fong tilted the compass, directing the central beam of light onto the suspended blood. In a moment of fury, he widened his eyes and unleashed a spell with his left hand. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The blood dispersed instantaneously into a mist, which, under the illumination, gradually transformed into a tangible object. It was unmistakably a large piece of blue stone. Indeed, it was the very large blue stone that Jiang Lynchon had initially discovered and claimed. Jiang Lynchon's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how Master Fong had achieved this. Does this adhere to the principles of science? Does it conform to the laws of physics? Surely, this is the realm of immortals. Jiang Lynchon's worldview experienced yet another profound upheaval. With wide eyes, he continued to observe as the large blue stone began to spin. Master Fong, captivated by the scene before him, exuded fervor. The phoenix perched stone. It must be the phoenix perched stone. At this moment, the blue stone's spectral form, composed of blood mist, gradually faded away. The earlier shocking occurrences returned to silence, leaving only Master Fong, pale and haggard, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Master Fong muttered incessantly, "The phoenix perched stone. I must have obtained the phoenix perched stone. This is mine, my phoenix perched stone." Suddenly, a voice echoed softly. "What exactly is this phoenix perched stone you speak of? Who are you?" Master Fong was filled with dread. I am the one you assume has acquired the phoenix perched stone," Jiang Lynchon replied. Though Master Fong could not see the speaker, he had negotiated with this humble farmer just the day before. "The phoenix perched stone is not something a person like you can possess. Surrender it." Master Fong's voice turned sinister. "You still haven't answered me. What is the phoenix perched stone? Furthermore, how did you create that light phenomenon?" Jiang Lynchon's tone was brimming with curiosity. At this moment, he felt a deep conflict within. He wished to keep the secrets of the divine farmer's space concealed. Yet he could not deny the old man's abilities. This elder had revealed so much information with merely a compass. Such a method resembled a time rewind from a fantasy novel, terrifyingly impressive. The phoenix perched stone is a divine stone where the phoenix, the sacred bird, has alighted. How could mere mortals be worthy of possessing it? Master Fong's voice took on an ethereal quality. Jiang Lynchon scoffed. "Aren't you still immortal yourself? Moreover, I have never laid eyes on that so-called phoenix nest stone." Master Fong gazed at the indistinct shadow before him as though he were observing a simpleton, stating, "In the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness, do you ponder why you find yourself here?" Jiang Lynchon felt a shiver run down his spine. "The sole reason for our presence at this hour is the phoenix nest stone." A chilling tone permeated Master Fong's voice. "Old man, are you quite formidable?" Jiang Lynchon clenched his fists and took a few steps forward. "I may not be strong, but I possess the power of a single decisive blow." Master Fong showed no sign of fear towards the vigorous Jiang Lynchon. "Do you wonder whether I believe you? Would you like to experience a fist the size of a sandpot? You would do well to be forthcoming. What is the phoenix nest stone?" Master Fong remained unfazed, the compass in his hand already spinning with fervor. A sense of dread enveloped Jiang Lynchon. Would this old man unleash a light-based attack as he had before? Who could evade such swiftness? "The phoenix treasure and the phoenix nest stone are not meant for someone of your ilk. Relinquish them," Master Fong stated coldly. "No. You are merely an old man who divines fortunes. How can you be so cryptic? Come at me," Jiang Lynchon replied, his confidence wavering. Silence reigned, save for the compass whirling incessantly. Jiang Lynchon was wholly fixated on the peculiar compass, which had astonished him profoundly moments ago. It resembled a magical artifact from a cultivation novel, exuding an overwhelming power. Suddenly, Jiang Lynchon sprang into action, hurling a clod of earth towards Master Fong. Simultaneously, he rolled and swiftly positioned himself before the master, aiming to seize the compass. Jiang Lynchon deemed the compass the greatest threat. As for the old man himself, he was no match for him even if bound together with 10 others. His plan was not without merit, and his actions were swift. His body, enhanced by spatial fortification, had long surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, Master Fong paid no heed to the approaching earth, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he observed Jiang Lynchon's hand darting towards the compass. Under the starlit sky, his teeth appeared particularly sinister. Just as Jiang Lynchon thought he was about to succeed, he found himself immobilized. Struggling, he realized he was indeed unable to move, as though bound by an invisible force. "What have you done?" Jiang Lynchon inquired, mustering all his strength in a desperate attempt to break free. This force transcended the limits of human capability. Even the formidable beast from Jinyang Ridge would be sent flying before such immense power. "Futile, young man," Master Fong replied calmly, rising with an air of unspoken elegance. "The true strength of a geomancer exceeds your imagination." Chapter 26. The power of blood oath. Is a geomancer truly so powerful? Why have I never heard of this? Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of panic and regret. Indeed, when one suddenly acquires power, they can become intoxicated by it. After defeating 15 ruffians in one breath, Jiang Lynchon believed that no one in the world could challenge him. As a result, today he fell victim to an unassuming old man who seemed devoid of any combat prowess. The world of martial arts is perilous. Jiang Lynchon felt utterly despondent. Master Fong brushed off the dirt from his attire and approached Jiang Lynchon, declaring, "Hand over the Fengqi stone." At that moment, Jiang Lynchon realized that it was not the compass in Master Fong's right hand that restrained him, but rather the peculiar object in his left hand. It resembled a right angle, with one end shaped like a dragon's head, emitting a faint beam of light. The light enveloped him like a net, rendering him completely immobile. "This old man is truly cunning," Jiang Lynchon secretly scoffed, feeling helpless despite possessing extraordinary power. unable to move beneath the influence of this diminutive beam of light. What is this? Are you truly a practitioner? Jiang Lynchon inquired. No tricks. Surrender the Fengqi stone. Master Fong retorted with a cold smirk, refusing to engage further. What to do? Jiang Lynchon was in a state of urgent anxiety. He could never part with the Daqingxi. Moreover, even if he wished to surrender it, he had no means of extracting the stone from his mind. Even if he were to split his head open, it was unlikely that the stone would be found within. It possessed its own spatial attributes. Spatial attributes? Jiang Lynchon's mind sparked, and he descended into the Shinong space. Moments later, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil, stating, I truly have no Fengqi stone. Without it, can you single-handedly take on 10 foes? Can you confront the Sentry Group head-on? Can you remain unfazed by 2 million? Would you dare to venture here at midnight? Master Fong mocked. Our Earth Masters not only assist with Feng Shui, but can also disrupt it. Jiang Lynchon responded, What do you mean? It means that as long as I set up a Feng Shui arrangement, within a month, your family will suffer calamity, perhaps even facing destruction. Master Fong seemed to speak as if it were trivial. You dare. In the past, Jiang Lynchon would have dismissed such words, but having witnessed Master Fong's abilities, he believed. What is there to fear? For the Fengqi stone, for the Fengqi treasure, there is nothing I wouldn't do. Indeed, Master Fong, feeling assured of victory, continued to bolster his argument. In truth, Xuanlong Peak and Xianya Cave are both excellent locations. These names were not conjured from thin air. At this moment, Jiang Lynchon was not concerned with Xuanlong Peak or Xianya Cave. He pressed on. Don't you fear that young Master Wang will find out about your demand for the Fengqi stone? Do not think of stalling. My Xuanlong ruler is no ordinary object. Furthermore, the Century Group is but a mere trifle in the eyes of my Fong lineage. Master Fong's demeanor was filled with disdain and indifference. Once the Fengqi stone is in my possession, what does the Century Group matter? Thus, your nocturnal visit here is not at the behest of young Master Wang? Jiang Lynchon asked. Master Fong appeared wary. What could that second-generation heir possibly command of me? Do not waste your efforts. Tonight you must surrender the Fengqi stone, or I shall bring ruin upon your family. Before he could finish his threat, Jiang Lynchon suddenly erupted, seizing Master Fong by the throat. He swallowed the unfinished words back down. In the astonished gaze of Master Fong, Jiang Lynchon, perched high above, effortlessly seized himself with one hand. Jiang Lynchon snatched the dragon-seeking ruler and tossed it into the air. And a remarkable scene unfolded. The ancestral dragon-seeking ruler of the Fong lineage penetrated his brow and vanished without a trace. Master Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. What startled him further was when Jiang Lynchon picked up his Feng Shui compass and cast it aloft, only for it to similarly disappear into his forehead. Not yet satisfied, Jiang Lynchon shook out Master Fong's entire satchel, his eyes scanning each item like a scanning device. Only after discovering that they were all ordinary belongings did he exhale in relief. It was then that he noticed Master Fong was convulsing in his grip, leading him to instinctively release his hold. Coughing violently, Master Fong resembled a fish thrown ashore, struggling for breath for quite some time before recovering. He sat on the ground in disbelief, his gaze finally betraying a flicker of fear. With a resounding slap, Jiang Lynchon sent him sprawling to the ground. Do you wish for my family to be annihilated? Jiang Lynchon spoke coldly. Master Fong could hardly muster a response. Your Fong lineage has engaged in such deeds before. Has it not? Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of frustration. How was he to deal with this old man? Give me a reason not to eliminate you. Jiang Lynchon was no pushover. He believed in a simple principle. If one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate, but should one dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Had he not unexpectedly escaped his predicament, he could only imagine the dire consequences. With the old man's temperament and bizarre abilities, he could likely kill a few individuals without a second thought. You would be committing a crime by killing me, Master Fong managed to utter with great effort. Earlier, Jiang Lynchon's grip had been akin to a vice. Now, the fact that he could speak at all was a testament to Jiang Lynchon's restraint. You have uncovered my secret. Do you believe this secret is worth a human life? Jiang Lynchon's voice remained devoid of emotion. 1 minute. I grant you 1 minute to provide me with a reason to spare you. Jiang Lynchon was not inclined to engage in further dialogue. Should you take my life, there will be no escape for you. Master Fong persisted, though his resolve was faltering. Jiang Lynchon stepped closer, effortlessly lifting him with one hand, as if he were a mere weightless straw, before casting him back to the ground. The Hongjua Mountains behind Wuxialing extended for hundreds of miles, desolate and uninhabited. I could carry you there and return, ensuring that not even your bones would be found. Who would suspect me? You have 30 seconds, Jiang Lynchon declared. Master Fong finally felt fear. This young man was certainly no ordinary individual. I can swear a blood oath to become your servant, and I shall never defy your commands. Master Fong's voice trembled, the shadow of death leaving him chilled to the bone. In this age of science, if oaths held any genuine value, there would not be so many deceitful individuals in society. Do you think this is my first day in the world? Jiang Lynchon replied coldly. Time us up. As Jiang Lynchon approached, the fear of death reached its pinnacle for Master Fong. No, it cannot be. It cannot be. He screamed in desperation. Our Fong lineage possesses secret arts. As long as I swear a blood oath, acknowledging you as my master, I will never betray you. You can command me to do anything with your will. As Jiang Lynchon felt the hand of Master Fong gently descend upon his shoulder, it paused momentarily before delivering a soft pat. Demonstrate for me swiftly. My patience is finite. Master Fong, suppressing his trepidation, bit into his finger with fervor, tore a piece from his garment, and swiftly inscribed a rune. He then knelt before the rune, One hand pointed skyward as he intoned, I, Fong Taichu, heir of the Fong lineage, hereby swear by blood to honor this individual before me as my master and serve as a lifelong servant, obeying all commands. Should I breach this vow, may I be rejected by my ancestors, denied by heaven and earth, with mountains and rivers as witnesses, and my ancestors as testifiers. Upon concluding his declaration, he bit his tongue, allowing his blood to spill upon the rune. As the blood fell, Jiang Lynchon, unsure if it were merely an illusion, thought he perceived a faint rumble resonating through the cosmos. He looked around, but saw nothing amiss. In a moment of bewilderment, he suddenly sensed an additional consciousness within him, one that he could command at will. Stand up, Jiang Lynchon silently commanded. To his astonishment, Master Fong, who had been kneeling, abruptly rose to his feet. Hiss! Jiang Lynchon gasped in disbelief. Is this truly possible? What is the ratio? He inquired of this newfound consciousness. 21. Master Fong unexpectedly replied. Jiang Lynchon was certain he had not uttered a word. Crouch down, rise, revolve counterclockwise thrice, then clockwise thrice. He watched in sheer astonishment as Master Fong executed the entire sequence of movements precisely as instructed. The shock he experienced now rivaled that of the moment he first encountered the divine Shinong space. How many others possess such abilities like yours? Jiang Lynchon pondered inwardly. Only I, the sole inheritor of the Fong lineage's mystical arts, Master Fong responded. What wealth do you possess? Master, I own 5 properties, 2 commercial spaces, and a savings of 25 million. All now belong to you, Master Fong disclosed. Ahem, wealth is but a fleeting concern. We shall discuss it later. Jiang Lynchon could only marvel at the power of the blood oath. From now on, when others are present, refer to me as boss, he commanded silently. Yes, master. Chapter 27. Our land, the land of the divine Shinong. Having tamed Master Fong Taichu, Jiang Lynchon strode confidently down the mountain. The events of the night had been so bizarre and convoluted that even he struggled to process them. Fortunately, after repeated inquiries, Master Fong assured him that he was the only one with such extraordinary abilities. This revelation allowed the somewhat dazed Jiang Lynchon to accept that he resided in a world governed by science, rather than one of mystical cultivation. After settling Master Fong into a guest room, Jiang Lynchon retreated to his own quarters, immersing himself in the divine Shinong space. During the moment he was under Master Fong's control on the mountain, he had indeed felt a fleeting sense of panic and despair, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of regret. Yet, he then attempted to guide the bindings of light that constrained him into the Shinong space. To his astonishment, he succeeded. Furthermore, the Shinong space conveyed the information. The powers of mountains, rivers, and wetlands can be drawn into the space and transformed. While he did not grasp the entirety of the message, he understood clearly that they could indeed be drawn into the space. Relying on the remarkable abilities of the divine agricultural realm, he managed to turn the tables against the cunning Master Fong. Otherwise, his fate would have been unimaginably tragic. The world of martial arts is perilous. Even a farmer cannot find peace. Jiang Lynchon clenched his fists. The following morning, Jiang Lynchon introduced to his parents. This is Uncle Fong, a specialist in free-range chickens, whom I brought last night. Later, I will take him to Wuxialing to observe the environment for raising these chickens. Jiang's parents had grown nearly immune to Jiang Lynchon's antics. Just yesterday, he had insisted on hiring someone, only to unpredictably bring in a professional chicken farmer at midnight. What else could they do? One more person merely meant an additional pair of chopsticks at the table. Zhao Jinhe was entirely unconcerned with other matters. His focus was solely on the 5 acres of corn. After lunch, the 3 ascended the mountain. Along the way, after receiving a phone call, Zhao Jinhe's expression turned grave. Things have escalated. Jiang Lynchon inquired. What has escalated? The news from the United States about an astonishing yield of 248 kilograms per acre had reached the Ministry of Agriculture, which was now planning to send a delegation for investigation. If the reports were accurate, they intended to introduce this new variety. Zhao Jinhe appeared troubled. Jiang Lynchon remarked, introducing new varieties is something we've always pursued. What is the concern? Zhao Jinhe responded. The introduction of high-quality varieties requires validation and substantial financial investment. Moreover, true high-quality varieties may not even be available for import. Do you understand? Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. Zhao Jinhe's subsequent words cast a shadow over Jiang Lynchon's demeanor. The remarkable yield and exaggerated growth of this new variety from the United States had caused quite a stir, even leading to a decline in international grain prices. Many futures traders began to speculate, and that was merely the situation in the futures market. For China, whether to introduce the new variety posed significant challenges. Was this new variety suitable for extensive cultivation in China? Had genetic technology been employed? These were critical considerations. If they chose not to import it while other countries cultivated it on a large scale, the international grain prices would further impact the Chinese market, ultimately affecting farmers' incomes. Many issues are interconnected. Should the international corn supply be abundant and prices low next year, even if China forcibly suppresses grain prices, the shortfall would still necessitate imports, consuming a substantial portion of subsidies. Corn is one of the primary animal feeds and a vital grain for ethanol production. Developed countries spare no effort in their harvests. Years ago, they introduced the concept of greenhouse gases and subsequently published the total carbon emissions of various nations. This led to global climate conferences, assigning tasks to all countries. Nations failing to meet carbon emission standards faced additional tariffs on all exported goods. This method of harvesting is utterly unfathomable. In their quest to reduce carbon emissions, Developed nations even adopted ethanol as a fuel additive, coercing underdeveloped countries to comply under threat of taxes and penalties. The dilemma is that many underdeveloped nations struggle to secure basic sustenance. How can they possibly comply? Jiang Lynchon also inquired. Since the Industrial Revolution, your developed nations have operated factories emitting black smoke denser than forests. You have recklessly discharged pollutants for centuries, and once your nations have flourished, you shift your high pollution, energy-intensive industries to underdeveloped countries. Then, with your freshly washed hands, you point fingers at these nations, claiming they are the cause of environmental degradation. How outrageous. Though the Huaxia nation is the second largest corn producer, it, like soybeans, falls short of self-sufficiency due to its population exceeding 1 billion. More arable land is allocated to rice and wheat. To ensure a staple food supply for people, we cannot guarantee enough feed for livestock, making imports inevitable. However, the issue of meat production, which concerns billions of mouths, is not a matter of simple prioritization. Once basic hunger is satiated, one must consider quality. Once quality is ensured, balance in nutrition and flavor must follow. The underlying logic of all this must align with economic principles. Zhao Jinhe spoke gravely. Elder Yu is also part of this delegation. Jiang Lynchon responded. What is your perspective? Zhao Jinhe replied. I believe we should proceed cautiously and not rush into imports, which is also Elder Yu's sentiment. Moreover, your new variety is equally vital. Jiang Lynchon scratched his head and asked, has the schedule for the delegation been finalized? Zhao Jinhe confirmed. It is set for 20 days from now. Jiang Lynchon sighed. But my corn hasn't been harvested yet. How will this influence their decisions? He believed that the yield from his 5 acres of corn would astonish the world. Yet, time was not on his side. By the time the delegation returned, the corn would still be unharvested. Therefore, it was imperative to delay and not hastily reach an agreement on imports. And furthermore, your corn variety's yield must surpass that of the new variety from the mold nation. Zhao Jinhe remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Now, news about the mold nation's new variety has been disseminated by interested parties, and the internet is rife with posts criticizing our agricultural backwardness. Jiang Lynchon checked his phone, and the headlines were increasingly sensational. Mold nation corn yield 7,000 gene per mu, redefining yield records. A marvel of humanity. Mold nation enterprises lead the future once again. Say goodbye to famine. Celebrating Mold Nation Corn's contribution to Earth. Upon opening the comments section, countless replies either criticized or praised, albeit for different subjects. No wonder they are a civilized nation. They are not only a technological powerhouse, but also an agricultural giant. What should we farmers plant? They yield 7,000 gene per mu, while I barely manage 800 gene. How disheartening. Why is every breakthrough foreign? What are our scientists doing? I thought sanctions only applied to chips. It seems we are also being crushed in agriculture. After thousands of years of farming, we still cannot surpass them? Wasn't it said our planting talent was maximized? Where's that talent? Has it migrated abroad? The unacknowledged truth. The vast majority of crop seeds in our country are held by foreign enterprises. If they cut off supplies, must we all starve? Some netizens expressed their opinions with such fervor that it raised doubts about their true positions. The pointed nature of these remarks led one to question the intentions behind their posts. After reading through the comments, Jiang Lynchon remained silent for a considerable time. Old Zhao, let us name this corn changle number 1. I believe I have the right to do so, Jiang Lynchon stated earnestly. Of course, since you cultivated this corn, you certainly have the right to name it. Zhao Jinhe replied with a formal nod. Additionally, when we harvest these 5 acres of corn, please invite experts and media to be present. I hope we can conduct a live broadcast during the harvest. Zhao Jinhe said that while inviting experts and media was feasible, he questioned whether this corn could really yield 4,000 kilograms per mu. Being a researcher, he was focused solely on the data. It will certainly yield 4,000 kilograms. For our land is the very ground that witnessed the deeds of Shinno. Chapter 28. Tell your boss to come over for a beating. Upon reaching the gentle slope, the 3 of them dispersed to tend to their tasks. Jiang Lynchon continued to hoe and loosen the soil. The 10 acres he worked on comparable to a football field. Despite his human machine-like physique, the limitations of his tools and methods meant he could not complete it in just a couple of days. Zhao Jinhe paused at each corn plant, unable to take it all in. Master Feng appeared somewhat listless, yet now he was a poultry farming expert. Jiang Lynchon allowed him to wander about and merely put on a show. While working, Jiang Lynchon began to strategize for his future endeavors. Since he had returned to develop the land, aside from distancing himself from disputes and spending time with his parents, his primary focus was on building a career. With 30,000 acres of barren mountains, viable land for grain crops was scarce. Wuxialing lacked proper roads, and in predominantly sloped areas, agricultural machinery was rendered ineffective. It seemed that reliance on manual labor was inevitable. Currently, only 2 crops were being cultivated, corn and forage. The benefits of forage were remarkable, improving meat quality and reducing animal growth time. Just these few words could save numerous researchers like Zhao Jinhe. He must establish a truly vertical ecological farm, becoming the most successful planter and livestock raiser in the surrounding areas, the most distinguished figure in Changle village. However, transforming barren mountains was labor-intensive and, more critically, time-consuming. Even if the entire village's workforce were mobilized, a year would not suffice to complete the task. The era of communes had long passed. Moreover, the village was predominantly comprised of the elderly, weak, women, and children, while the younger generation had mostly migrated to the big cities for work. Even if they all returned, many would be unable to assist. A significant portion of the new rural generation lacked the skills to even grow vegetables, let alone clear land. This was no joke, it was a harsh reality. Were it not for the Shinong space, even a colossal enterprise like the Century Group would find it daunting to manage wuxaling. Jiang Lynchon planned to initially raise some chickens and cattle on the mountain, taking a gradual approach to the transformation. His immediate objective was to develop all suitable land on the mountain for corn cultivation. Concurrently, he would experiment with the actual efficacy of forage before determining the area for its planting, as well as the types and numbers of livestock to raise. He set a goal of expanding the population of high-quality local yellow cattle, intending to make it the hallmark of his farm. Additionally, he planned to open a farmstead. The location has already been established. The rural farm operated by Wang Datu is on the verge of closure due to a lack of clientele. And I plan to discuss this with him tonight. Although the farm is not expansive, it is adjacent to wuxaling. After acquiring Jianglin Mountain, I intend to further develop it, extending upwards into a uniquely tiered farm. Most importantly, under the guise of managing a farm, I aspire to construct a villa nestled in the mountains. While living with my parents is not undesirable, I harbor too many secrets and anticipate interactions with a diverse array of individuals in the future. This not only poses a personal dilemma, but could also disrupt my parents' tranquil lives. With these thoughts weighing on me, I could no longer delay. During lunch, I took Xiao Jinhe and Master Fong directly to Wang Datu's farm. The farm lies just outside the village, right next to wuxaling. Wang Datu has constructed a road leading to the farm, where a sandy square welcomes visitors, accommodating over 20 vehicles. The farm features a grand hall and private dining rooms, all constructed from red bricks, with the roofs simply covered by colored steel tiles, built as simply as possible. As soon as my second-hand pickup truck came to a halt in the parking lot, Wang Datu hurried over with enthusiasm. At present, I have become quite the celebrity in Changle Village, having not only secured wuxaling but also stood my ground against county leaders and the Century Group. Even more astonishingly, I have acquired the title of an experimental field from an agricultural science institute. Today, as university students truly know how to make things happen. Wang Datu sometimes wonders how he, also a capable man in the region, has fallen so far behind. He has poured over 1 million yuan into this place. Yet Ningchuan County is impoverished, and he lacks the connections to obtain special support or subsidies. Reflecting on his years of hard work, only to see it culminate in this farm, Wang Datu feels a sense of despair. Uncle Wang, the three of us would love to sample your finest dishes, I said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Datu hesitated. The chef I originally hired has returned home. If you don't mind, I can prepare a large goose for you, but it will take some time as it needs to be freshly killed. I reassured him, we are in no hurry. Uncle Wang, thank you for your effort. The name Changle Farm is quite pleasant, and I pondered whether to retain the name Changle. However, according to my vision, it would be more fitting to rename it Changle Mountain Villa or Changle Manor. While waiting for our meal, I took a thorough tour of the premises. My favorite feature was the approximately 5-acre artificial lake at the back, which Wang Datu had painstakingly excavated, diverting a stream of fresh water into it. If the lakeside scenery were to be tidied up, with private dining rooms lining the shore, it would beautifully complement the picturesque landscape of lake and mountains. Although wuxaling is currently barren and does not yet exhibit a scenic charm, the location holds great potential. Wang Datu's ambitions extend beyond this. He also plans to construct a lakeside promenade and a pavilion in the water. Unfortunately, his finances do not align with his aspirations. However, I am in a different position. I have 4 million yuan at my disposal and have partnered with the affluent Master Fong, making the transformation of this place entirely feasible. Next on my agenda is to negotiate the acquisition of this farm, with a target price of 800,000 yuan in mind. Primarily, it is the vast lake and the locale that captivate my attention. The unfinished houses possess little value, necessitating their demolition and reconstruction. The expenses for such a transformation are boundless and can only be approached incrementally. After dining, Jiang Lynchon sought out Wang Datu, saying, Uncle Wang, aren't you planning to lease this place? What are your thoughts? If it suits us, I would like to take it over and develop it. Wang Datu, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Lynchon's eyes, exclaiming, Really? Jiang Lynchon affirmed, Of course it is true. You know I have contracted the nearby wuxaling. I am eager to return to my hometown to establish my career. Wang Datu, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of excitement and hesitation. He opened his mouth to speak, but faltered, ultimately sighing, Xiaoshan, you are a young man from our village. I will not deceive you. Multiple parties visited this estate last month, all expressing considerable interest, yet none finalized the deal. Curious, Jiang Lynchon inquired, Uncle Wang, is there something more to this? Just as Wang Datu was about to respond, 3 vehicles entered the parking lot, and over 10 individuals descended from them. Among them, a young man with tattooed arms called out from a distance, Wang Datu, have you made your decision? Today is the final day. Wang Datu's complexion shifted dramatically, and he staggered backward 3 steps before regaining his composure. He protested, Your offer is exceedingly low, 100,000 yuan. This is nothing short of coercion. The young man, sporting a shaved head and adorned with multiple earrings, brandished his tattoos with an air of arrogance. 100,000 yuan is a generous offer from our boss, who is known for his fairness. Just look at your dilapidated property. It loses value day by day. Our boss is doing you a favor, you know? The young man, having visited for the 3rd time, felt frustrated that Wang Datu remained unyielding. If the deal failed to materialize today, his boss would surely view him as incompetent. With this thought, he drew a baton, swinging it with a sharp whoosh, producing an ominous whistle. You must agree today. I cannot waste any more time on this. With a swift motion, he shattered a flower pot outside the hall. Wang Datu, trembling with a mix of anger and fear, pointed at the young man and shouted, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to vandalize the farm? Is there no law?" The young man and his accomplices erupted in laughter. "Law? Of course. There is law, but not the kind of law you uphold, Wang Datu. In Chili Town, our boss is the law." He continued, "You have 1 minute to consider, otherwise you will discover what our methods entail." With a swift motion, the group brandished their batons. Another flower pot fell victim to their aggression, shattering into fragments. Zhang Lynchon and his companions stood in shock. Initially contemplating an acquisition for 800,000 yuan, he was taken aback by the audacity of the 100,000 yuan offer, seemingly disregarding the authority of their village. Pushing Zhao Jinhe and Master Fong back, he took 2 steps forward and boldly declared, "In Changle Village, no one dares to act so brazenly before me. Who is your boss? Tell him to come here and face me." Chapter 29. The local rascals without uttering a word. The bald youth swung his baton with great force, aiming directly at Zhang Lynchon's head. "Run!" Wang Datu exclaimed in terror. This gang was notorious in Chili Town, and their leader, known as Master Zhou Lu, was especially ruthless. Despite the name Zhou Lu lacking the character for 6 and not indicating a familial ranking, he earned this moniker due to his proclaimed dominion over 6 miles of territory in Chili Town. His subordinates were as fierce as wolves, merciless in their actions, and many idle youths from surrounding villages had fallen under his influence. Among those wreaking havoc today was a lad from Changle Village. The second flower pot was shattered by this ruffian. As the rigid metal baton descended towards Zhang Lynchon, it was evident that with enough force, it could fracture skulls. A chill coursed through Wang Datu as he contemplated the impending disaster. This is it, we're in for trouble. One strike from that baton could leave someone incapacitated for days. In that moment, Master Fong's eyes gleamed with a spark of opportunity. If Zhang Lynchon were to be eliminated, his own freedom would be assured. Zhao Jinhe, a researcher unaccustomed to such brawls, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. As the baton swung down with full force towards his forehead, Zhang Lynchon's eyes flashed with resolve. He deftly sidestepped the blow, then, summoning his strength, closed the distance to the bald youth. Grasping the back of his head, he thrust him forcefully into the ground. A dull thud echoed as the bald youth's face met the earth, and the sudden pain left him bewildered. A collective shout erupted from the onlookers as they raised their batons to strike at Zhang Lynchon from behind. With a smirk, Zhang Lynchon seized the bald youth by the shoulders and swung him around with a flourish. The sound of thuds and cries filled the air as the batons struck their owner, while the bald youth's body collided with several of his comrades. In an instant, 5 or 6 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Lynchon unceremoniously discarded the bald youth and picked up a baton, lightly tapping it against his palm. He stepped forward, and the remaining 7 or 8 thugs instinctively took a step back. Witnessing Zhang Lynchon's display of strength in wielding the bald youth as a weapon was utterly terrifying. Historically, only formidable figures like Dian Wei were known to possess such prowess. "Throw it," Zhang Lynchon commanded, pointing his baton at the remaining ruffians. Most of them were in their teens or early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, ill-prepared to endure such derisive orders. "Throw it, you bastard." 2 of them, unable to accept the insult, swung their batons in defiance. Having undergone physical enhancement, Zhang Lynchon's reflexes were beyond the comprehension of these petty thugs. They might have bullied untrained, ordinary individuals, but facing a beast like Zhang Lynchon was akin to serving oneself as a meal. With 2 sharp clangs, he effortlessly deflected their strikes. Following that, he delivered a kick, sending the pairs soaring through the air. As they hung suspended, Zhang Lynchon was already in pursuit. Indeed, after Zhang Lynchon delivered 2 powerful kicks, he surged forward with an extraordinary force, causing the muddy ground beneath him to erupt in a spray of dirt. It resembled a high-performance vehicle being abruptly released from suspension. The driver flooring the accelerator, only to have the car crash down, flinging earth into the air. The 2 individuals, still dazed from the blows, were struck with disbelief upon realizing Zhang Lynchon had caught up to them. "My goodness, I was merely engaged in a brawl. Must it be this savage?" With a swift motion, Zhang Lynchon pressed down with both hands, sending the 2 tumbling to the ground. They simultaneously expelled blood from their mouths. "Cast them aside," Zhang Lynchon commanded to the others. The remaining few exchanged glances, neither inclined to heed Zhang Lynchon's orders nor daring to continue the fight. It was absurd. Facing this beast of a man, one could scarcely afford to risk their life. "You worthless fools, your leader must indeed be a fool himself, cowardly and inept." Bullying the weak while fearing the strong, Zhang Lynchon taunted the group of ruffians. Their faces flushed a deep shade of crimson, yet they remained paralyzed with fear. Zhang Lynchon approached one of the standing ruffians and struck him with a resounding slap. "I will not allow you to conspire with outsiders to oppress my village." Slap. "I will not tolerate treachery." Slap. "I will not permit you to act with impunity, cloaked in the guise of authority." Slap. "Brother Sean, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, don't strike me anymore." The man being struck was a petty thug from Changle Village, notorious for his unruly behavior since childhood, having ingratiated himself with local troublemakers and earning a terrible reputation in the village. Slap. Zhang Lynchon forcefully knocked him to the ground and advanced toward the remaining few. Clatter. Clatter. Several of them, terrified, immediately discarded their batons. They were paralyzed by Zhang Lynchon's formidable aura, which was akin to an unarmed commoner standing before a tiger. With a mere flick of his hand, Zhang Lynchon sent them all sprawling. Only one individual, unwilling to submit, glared defiantly at Zhang Lynchon before turning to flee. With a swift motion, a baton was hurled from Jiang Lynchon's hand, spinning through the air and striking the man on his thigh. Thud! The fleeing man let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Lynchon approached and dragged him back like a ragged dog. Then, Master Fong brought out a chair from the hall, a gesture secretly instructed by the ostentatious Jiang Lynchon. Jiang Lynchon took a seat, gazing at the group sprawled before him and stated, "Now, we can converse." Wang Dada watched in astonishment. Witnessing the transformation from his belief that Jiang Lynchon would be rendered a vegetable, to seeing over a dozen men reduced to mere dogs lying scattered on the ground, all in under 3 minutes. The swiftness and ferocity of the conflict, along with its absurd outcome, were astonishing beyond measure. The child of the Guo family was no ordinary person, Wang Dada thought to himself, having mingled in society for many years and encountered a myriad of individuals. Yet, he had never before encountered someone with such commanding presence and skill as Jiang Lynchon. Truly a dragon among men. "Who is your leader?" Jiang Lynchon inquired, pointing at one of them. "Silence." Slap. Jiang Lynchon struck a decisive blow, planting his foot upon the face of the man before him. Once the tormentor, now he found himself on the receiving end of humiliation, unable to comprehend the turn of fate. "I posed questions, one after another. Anyone who dared to maintain their facade in my presence would soon learn the true meaning of villainy." Jiang Lynchon pointed at the bruised face of the defiant thug and continued his inquiry. "Who is your leader?" "Yes, it's Lord Zhou." Crack. "From now on, do not dare utter the name of Lord Zhou in my presence. He has encroached upon our village, and for that, he shall face his reckoning, you wretched creature." Jiang Lynchon was seething with rage. "What did Zhou old dog send you here for?" he demanded, directing his gaze at the next thug. "We were sent to take over this farm," the thug replied. Crack. "Is this a takeover? This is outright robbery. 100,000 yuan. And that doesn't even cover the excavation of the pond. What audacity do you have to claim this as a takeover? Brandishing iron rods for such a venture?" Finally, Jiang Lynchon seized the collar of the bald youth leading the group and whispered, "Summon Zhou old dog. Tell him the negotiations have concluded." The bald youth, ensnared by Jiang Lynchon's piercing gaze, was engulfed in fear and despair. Today, he had encountered an unassailable force. Who had ever heard of such a formidable figure in Changle village? "Hey, boss, the negotiations for the farm have gone through. He wants you to come and sign the contract." The bald youth eventually capitulated. Chapter 30. A consensus reached on the other end of the line. Lord Zhou listened to his subordinate's report, a hint of confusion flickering within him. The bald youth was known for his reckless nature and penchant for showmanship. Zhou had employed him for his ruthless efficiency. Tough adversaries were typically dispatched by this man. He had long set his sights on the farm in Changle village, eager to secure his position before the impending policy changes. With the ongoing crackdown, he had initially refrained from engaging in risky ventures. However, the allure of this farm project was too strong to resist. Wang Dadu had ideas and motivation. The farm had started off thriving, but ultimately it had been Zhou's interference that led to its gradual decline. This farm represented Zhou's golden opportunity for legitimacy. Now in his 40s, Zhou had long surpassed the age of violence. He sensed that the old methods of street brawling were no longer viable. He needed to transform quickly, lest he be made an example of. With this realization, his normally cautious demeanor faltered, and he hastily gathered 2 subordinates before driving toward Changle village. After hanging up the phone, the bald youth appeared as though his soul had been extracted, his eyes vacant. "Have I just betrayed the boss?" he mused to himself. Jiang Lynchon ignored him and turned to Zhao Jinha, saying, "Old Zhao, you should return to the mountain. What lies ahead may be unsuitable for children." Zhao Jinha regarded Jiang Lynchon and replied, "There's no need for such measures. I could apply to the Agricultural Academy to include the farm as a cooperating entity. The new variety of corn could serve as a marketable option." "Old Zhao," Jiang Lynchon interrupted him earnestly, "you are engaged in research. These matters of management are far more intricate. Allow me to handle it." Zhao Jinha regarded Jiang Lynchon with a profound gaze, nodded in understanding, and proceeded up the mountain to attend to the corn. At this moment, Wang Dadu was in a state of panic. Just moments ago, Jiang Lynchon had intended to summon old Zhou, and it became evident that today's affair had escalated beyond control. What to do? Wang Dadu was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. While it was true that Jiang Lynchon was formidable, the threat lay not merely in the thief's ability, but in the thief's intent. Old Zhou had reigned over Chili Town for over a decade, and none had managed to subdue him. Having suffered a setback today, he was unlikely to let it go unchallenged. "Uncle Wang, fear not. No one can bully us in Changlu village, not even that old dog Zhou. Today, I shall unveil his true nature." Jiang Lynchon spoke with an air of calm and confidence. Not long ago, he had been a clear-eyed university student. In a brief span, life's trials had transformed him into an entirely different individual. He had been dismissed 5 times and had faced the pressures from a multi-billion conglomerate, as well as the life and death tests posed by a mysterious mentor. This situation was but a trivial matter. Old Zhou was merely a petty tyrant. Was he not a local force himself? Jiang Lynchon instructed Wang Dadu to remain in the kitchen and not to emerge. He then ushered his dozen or so underlings into a small private room, confiscating their phones. In front of them, he struck the sturdy table with his palm, creating a large hole, warning them to stay put in the private room. He then positioned himself majestically on the stone steps at the main entrance, awaiting old Zhou's arrival. 15 minutes later, the sound of an engine echoed from the parking lot. A black SUV brazenly entered Jiang Lynchon's line of sight. Upon stopping, old Zhou, clad in a relaxed suit, stepped out with an air of authority, flanked by 2 of his subordinates. "Who are you? Call Wang Dadu out to sign the contract, and then scram." Old Zhou dismissed Jiang Lynchon, assuming his subordinates were with Wang Datu inside. Are you the so-called old dog Zhou, who claims to control 6 miles of Chili Town? Jiang Lynchon asked with palpable disdain. Old Zhou stared, bewildered by the audacity of the young man before him. Truth be told, he had not encountered someone so fearless in quite some time. Such defiance was only seen when he was faced with adversaries during his more violent days. Was his reputation in Chili Town no longer formidable? Seeking death. As old Zhou pondered this, his 2 subordinates charged from either side, their hands reaching for his shoulders. They had devised numerous methods to deal with this insolent fool. Don't kill him. I want to savor the process. Old Zhou commanded, his irritation growing at the lack of response from those inside as chaos erupted outside. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. The 2 agile subordinates were seized by the young man before them, violently colliding into one another, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness, discarded like mere toys. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hulk's assault on Loki in the Avengers. On Saturday, Yi was utterly bewildered, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Is this something a human can accomplish? Jiang Lynchon clapped his hands and said, let us discuss the issue at hand. Just how many miles are we talking about? What do you intend to do? Do you believe I won't call the police? Yi was in a state of panic. He realized the entire farm was eerily quiet, leaving him alone to confront this violent youth. Ha ha, you are truly adorable. Aren't you the ones who despise them the most? Why, then, are you now seeking their protection? Jiang Lynchon's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yi felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness, the shadow of being bullied by older children resurfacing from his childhood. Come now, let us discuss how to resolve today's situation. You must assuredly ensure your own conduct in the future. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased, Jiang Lynchon declared, ushering Yi into another private room, where they were joined by Master Fong. After an indeterminate period, Yi emerged trembling, his face pale and his eyes vacant. His dozen or so underlings also emerged from another room, shivering. Jiang Lynchon, smiling broadly, addressed the crowd. Well then, today's events are behind us. From now on in Chili Town, let us maintain cordiality and frequent interaction. Once the crowd hastily escaped in their vehicles, Jiang Lynchon summoned Wang Datu to discuss the matter of leasing the farm. Alas, Lynchon, I was thoroughly frightened today. Do you think Zhou will return? Wang Datu, still shaken, inquired. Uncle Wang, it's all settled. I had a friendly discussion with him, and we reached a mutual understanding. We'll remain friends, Jiang Lynchon replied. Friends? Wang Datu looked incredulous. Indeed, very good friends. He understands my desire to lease this farm and generously agreed to assist with the leasing fee. Please check if the 800,000 has been transferred. Chapter 31. Planning Changle Farm. Wang Datu stared in astonishment at the 800,000 that had just appeared in his account, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had previously wondered why Jiang Lynchon had requested his account details. It turns out he genuinely intended to transfer money. Suddenly, he became curious about what exactly Jiang Lynchon had discussed with Zhou. The transfer fee of 800,000 was more than sufficient. His mental benchmark was between 6 to 7 million. Although he had invested over $1 million, the farm was currently operating at a loss, and previous negotiators had only been willing to offer up to 500,000. Jiang Lynchon's offer of 800,000 was exceedingly generous, leaving him profoundly grateful. Uncle Wang, I just enjoyed the iron pot braised goose you made. It was absolutely delightful. Why would you still hire a chef? Jiang Lynchon inquired with curiosity. Oh, it was just a haphazard attempt. Wang Datu replied with a bitter smile. Since you wish to run the farm, I shall write down the recipe for you. Initially, Wang Datu had beseeched someone and paid several thousand yuan in tuition to learn this skill, hoping to turn this dish into one of his signature offerings. However, Jiang Lynchon had effectively rescued him from dire straits and provided such a high transfer fee, which filled him with gratitude. Even though the money was not directly from Jiang Lynchon. As he spoke, he meticulously detailed the recipe. Jiang Lynchon, grinning, accepted it, saying, You'll find it useful in courting women. Wang Datu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing. Courting women? What kind of thought process is that? This is the secret recipe for the signature dish at Changlu Farm. Do you think it is merely an ordinary home-cooked meal? Do you have any idea how valuable this recipe is? Wang Datu's expression was one of exasperation. The two then strolled around the farm, during which Wang Datu provided detailed explanations. His eyes reflected a mixture of reluctance, helplessness, and an unfulfilled ambition. Uncle Wang, please stay and help me. Jiang Lynchon suddenly declared. This lake had 10,000 fish fry released earlier this year. What will you say then? Wang Datu turned, wide-eyed. What I mean is, I lack experience in managing a farm, and I would like to ask for your assistance. We can negotiate the salary, for now. It will be a base pay of 12,000, and as the business grows, it will increase. Additionally, there will be a corresponding year-end bonus, which I anticipate will be quite substantial. Jiang Lynchon enticed. Wang Datu was momentarily taken aback. Am I going to transform from a boss into a laborer? He struggled to grasp the situation. Jiang Lynchon continued. You can modify the lakeside walkway and the pavilion in the center of the lake. That is all feasible. And I will cover the expenses. Moreover, I wish to rename Changlu Farm to Changlu Mountain Villa. Wang Datu's eyes lit up. Furthermore, I have reconsidered. We should also designate a section of Wuxialing to be included in the villa's plans. Although it will still have the foundation of a farm stay, it will possess a much higher prestige, especially since I intend to build some mountain villas there. Wang Datu's excitement grew. How large can we make it? He had long harbored this ambition. Although the barren mountains held little value, the renovation costs were exorbitant. Constructing buildings amidst the mountains, ensuring access to roads, water, electricity, and internet, as well as enhancing the scenery, was a bottomless pit of expenses. As a villager, he lacked the resources for such an endeavor. However, since Jiang Lynchon had expressed this vision, there must be a rationale behind it. After all, he was a university graduate and evidently not an ordinary individual. There is no upper limit to the area. We can build wherever we desire. This is merely a preliminary concept. My goal is to create a villa that resembles a celestial paradise, Jiang Lynchon proclaimed with grand ambition. Wang Dada felt a stirring in his heart. Creating a villa was also his dream, but his financial capacity had always constrained his aspirations. Now, with Jiang Lynchon's support, what was there to deliver it? He promptly agreed. Jiang Lynchon wished to act as a hands-off manager, delegating all matters related to the registration, approval, and construction of Changla Mountain Villa to Wang Datu. Establishing such a boutique villa would undoubtedly entail a colossal workload. Merely finding a design team to create the first phase of the planning renderings according to his vision was an extraordinarily intricate task. Jiang Lynchon certainly lacked the time to oversee every detail. He assigned Wang Datu his first task, to designate a piece of land by the lake for the construction of his lakeside villa. Other matters could be addressed gradually. By the time Jiang Lynchon had completed his arrangements, it was already 2 p.m. He was preoccupied with the corn on the mountain and the unplowed fields. So he bid farewell and departed. After Jiang Lynchon left, Wang Datu entered the private room where he had just persuaded old man Zhou. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The room resembled a scene ravaged by a grizzly bear, with chaos strewn all over. Notably, there was a chair made of high-quality hardwood, now reduced to a scattered pile of pieces. In addition to 2 legs that had been curiously broken, there was a mound of wood shavings on the floor. It appeared as though it had been pulverized by a shredder. He picked up a piece of wood that was somewhat intact, only to discover 2 fingerprints upon it. The astonishment within him had reached an unparalleled intensity. Walking along the mountain path, Jiang Lynchon lifted his leg with some frustration, noticing that his genuine leather marten boots had deteriorated. There was no remedy. In a moment of bravado during a scuffle, he had pursued a small-time thug he had kicked away, forcefully pushing off the ground, and his 300 yuan shoes had been instantly ruined. Money was not the issue. Rather, it was the likelihood of frequently damaging clothes and shoes in the future that concerned him. Jiang Lynchon opened a shopping website and ordered 50 pairs of shoes in one go. Behind him, Master Feng silently followed, his expression impassive. He had previously persuaded old Zhou with some effort, employing a bit of secret technique to deepen Zhou's fear. Yet, it was primarily Jiang Lynchon's inhuman strength that had instilled an indelible sense of terror in old Zhou. When dealing with someone like Zhou, Jiang Lynchon did not hesitate to employ a measure of force. Upon reaching the cornfield, Zhao Jinhe was examining the corn. He held a ruler, measuring the height of the corn plants daily. Today, they had grown approximately 5 centimeters taller than yesterday, and he could not conceal his astonishment. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. This crop completely overturned his previous understanding. It continued to grow. Just how tall would it reach? Initially, he had worried that such height might lead to the main stalk collapsing, but he soon realized he had been overly concerned. Its resistance to lodging surpassed that of any known variety, exhibiting excellent sturdiness. Zhao Jinhe even had the illusion that even if he were to hang from it, the corn would not fall. Of course, he dared not test this. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Lynchon appearing nonchalantly, and he felt a sense of relief. This young man was likely unaware of the immense contributions he was making to the nation, leaving a significant mark in the annals of human agricultural development. Jiang Lynchon greeted him from a distance and continued to till the soil. According to the current pace, he would be able to completely prepare this plot of land by tomorrow. Simultaneously, the forage in the space would also reach maturity. The thought filled him with excitement, as it signified a foundation for his breeding enterprise and the opportunity to unlock new abilities and plants through the emergence of new orbs of light. 2 items floated within the space, a compass and a dragon-finding ruler. Jiang Lynchon had not returned them to Master Feng, as he had yet to earn his complete trust. This old man had too many tricks up his sleeve. One always had to remain vigilant. As night fell, Zhao Jinhe approached and said, Daimingxin has arrived. And he has brought a cow, a rather troubled one. Jiang Lynchon inquired, what is the situation? He was aware that Daimingxin was coming. Even if he brought over 200 cows, he would not be surprised. However, bringing only one troubled cow raised questions. Was this the peculiar thought process of researchers? Chapter 32. The ailing heifer. Zhao Jinhe smiled and remarked, it is not your fault that you do not comprehend. At times, a researcher's subjects may hold greater significance than their own lovers. Jiang Lynchon suggested, then let us take a look. In the grain-drying yard of Changle village, Daimingxin was cautiously directing personnel to gently lower the ailing heifer. It was evident that the cow was in a dire state, unable to stand. Despite her futile attempts to rise, Zhao Jinhe approached and inquired, Old Dai, you have finally arrived. What is the matter with this cow? Daimingxin, a robust man in his 30s with a weathered complexion, nodded upon seeing Zhao Jinhe, then cast a worried glance at the heifer, stating, there are few viable heifers left in Hushi County, and this one is already 4 months pregnant. However, the conditions there are truly harsh. He was acutely aware that transporting a cow during pregnancy or illness is inadvisable, yet he still resolved to bring her over. Zhao Jinhe asked, what makes the situation so dire that you cannot manage it? Daimingxin wore a wry smile, his expression conveying an unspeakable burden, leaving Zhao Jinhe perplexed. Jiang Lynchon stepped forward to scrutinize the heifer closely. It was apparent that she was a young cow, her golden coat retaining some luster. Yet, her spirit was waning, and she could not stand. Jiang Lynchon could clearly see her discomfort and anxiety. He reached out to touch her, and the heifer did not resist. Gazing at him with vacant eyes, he was no stranger to cattle, having been raised in a household that kept cows when agricultural machinery was scarce, making their presence familiar and endearing. Is she able to eat? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Who are you? Do not touch her, Dai Mingxin shouted, as if Jiang Lynchon were caressing his girlfriend. He is looking to purchase the premium Hushi cattle, Zhao Jinhe explained from the side. Jiang Lynchon rolled his eyes. Premium? Has my image deteriorated to such a degree? Dai Mingxin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the farmer Zhao Jinhe mentioned over the phone would turn out to be this young man. Do you know how to raise cattle? Are you aware of the current decline of the Hushi yellow cattle population? You are not planning to buy them only to slaughter for meat, are you? Dai Mingxin could scarcely believe this unusually young farmer. Discussions surrounding native breeds elicit complex emotions among agricultural researchers. On one hand, the indigenous breeds of Huaxia, having undergone thousands of years of selective breeding, have reached a remarkable level of perfection. This perfection is multifaceted. For instance, the yellow cattle are resilient to diseases, hardworking, and possess excellent meat quality. They have reached the pinnacle of their species in these aspects. Conversely, since the advent of biotechnology in Western nations, they have developed numerous superior breeds through targeted cultivation, such as dairy cows specifically bred for milk production and beef cattle for meat. Among meat breeds, varieties like the Japanese Wagyu, which pursues the ultimate in flavor, have redefined standards for marbled beef on dining tables. Domestic selective breeds face fierce competition from international counterparts, such as the Hushi yellow cattle and the highly regarded black-haired pigs. All failures stem from reproductive capabilities and meat yield. Yet, these superior breeds remain exceedingly precious, for their flavor is irreplaceable. For instance, the Xianwei ham from Yunnan province and the Jinhua ham from Zhejiang province must be crafted from local indigenous pig breeds. The essence of these culinary delights is indispensable. The ingredients and methods, steeped in the passage of time, represent a rich cultural and historical heritage. Dai Mingxin regarded Jiang Lynchon with suspicion. It is no wonder he doubted Jiang Lynchon, despite his self-proclaimed identity as a farmer who toiled daily in agriculture. He lacked the essence of a farmer or livestock breeder. This quality was unmistakable to Dai. Jiang Lynchon's appearance and demeanor could easily be mistaken for that of a university student, a male model, or even a gigolo. But he did not possess the aura of a cattle rancher. Rising to his feet, Jiang Lynchon pointed toward the Wushaling mountain behind Changel village and declared, "Do you see that mountain? It is all mine. Aside from lacking an officially issued cattle breeder plaque, I possess all the requisite conditions for raising cattle." He added with a smile, "Moreover, I am the only farmer willing to invest millions to protect this yellow cattle breed." Dai Mingxin scoffed. Wealth, intent, capability, and expertise. Each of these four elements is essential. Without even one, this small farmer lacks the qualification to boast of his cattle-raising abilities. At that moment, villagers gathered to observe, engaging in hushed discussions about the young cow that could not rise. Yellow cattle seldom fall ill. Why can't this one stand? One remarked. Years ago, we had a cow with the same symptoms. We never knew if it was an infection or shock, but it ultimately did not survive. I suspect it ate something harmful. Its stomach must be unable to digest it. Its condition is dire. It seems this cow won't last long. Look at its size. It's pregnant, which is perilous. In such cases, veterinarians often struggle to determine the specific symptoms, unlike with bovine plague. It's difficult. This cow won't last more than 2 days. The villagers lamented, expressing their sorrow. The older generation holds a deep affection for cattle and cannot bear to witness one so ill. Dai Mingxin, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, was at a loss for what to do. What is wrong with this cow? Jiang Lynchon inquired. A multitude of factors. 2 months ago, an asphalt factory opened not far from the pen cattle, and construction continues nearby, with the sound of piling machines echoing incessantly. At this point, anger and helplessness flickered in Dai Mingxin's eyes. Each day, the entire herd breathes toxic air and faces constant fright. But what could he do? He could hardly suggest halting development. He even approached the construction crew to request they minimize noise during operations. The workers replied, "Your cattle need a good living environment, but I also need a good working environment. Are you being realistic?" Despite the feedback from livestock breeders, no improvements were made. After all, each day's delay in construction represents economic losses far exceeding the plight of 1 or 2 cows. Jiang Lynchon nodded and stated, "Leave it to me. This cow will be better by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, not only did Dai Mingxin harbor disbelief, but even the elders of the village shared his skepticism. The young lad observed that the cow had been startled, causing a miscarriage and, after a long journey, had suffered considerable vitality loss, unlikely to survive more than 2 days. Indeed, there was a similar case in a neighboring village years ago, where a cow met the same fate and ultimately did not endure. It is truly regrettable for this cow. It would be best to find a skilled butcher to grant it a swift end. By the way, save the cow's leaves for me. Dai Mingxin listened with a mix of anger, sorrow, and compassion. He had consulted a veterinarian, who indicated the cow's condition was quite complex, suggesting that a change of environment might yield improvement. However, it seemed that while the environment had changed, the turmoil of transportation had still taken a toll on the cow's vitality. For a moment, he felt somewhat at a loss. "Let us take her to my cattle pen," Jiang Lynchon instructed the workers transporting the cow. The cow lay on the flatbed as they made their way to Jiang Lynchon's home. Upon hearing the news, Jiang's parents gathered some hay and prepared the long and used cattle pen. Jiang Lynchon gently stroked the cow, seemingly trying to soothe it. Strangely, the cow responded remarkably well, showing no resistance to Jiang Lynchon's approach. Observing this, Dai Mingxin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. This boy appeared to have some semblance of capability. Yet he could not bring himself to believe that the cow would be well by the next day. It seemed necessary to contact a more skilled veterinarian for assistance. Jiang Lynchon asked his parents to take Zhao Jinhe and Dai Mengxin home for a rest. Jiang's parents, seeing another researcher arrive, were bewildered, pondering how their son could create such turmoil. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Lynchon spoke to the cow. Do not worry. You will remain in Changel village from now on. I, Jiang Lynchon, shall take good care of you. Saying this, he retrieved an ear of corn from his mystical space. Chapter 33. Growing stronger and creating new splendor. The young cow caught the scent of the corn, and its previously listless eyes sparkled with life. It widened its gaze, captivated by the enticing aroma, even extending its tongue to lick at it. Remarkably, prior to its arrival in Changel village, it had not eaten a single bite of fodder. Well, you little licker. Jiang Lynchon chuckled. Noticing that no one was around, he broke off some kernels, forming a small pile. The young cow, eager and impatient, lowered its head and, with one swift lick, devoured half of it. Another lick, and more disappeared. Soon, it had consumed every last kernel. In no time, the cow seemed to have shed its ailments, springing to its feet and nuzzling Jiang Lynchon affectionately, a stark contrast to its previous lethargy. Were Dai Mengxin to witness this scene, he might exclaim, the little cow is soaring like a rocket. It's incredible. All right. While I may be the most charming lad in Changel village, you must maintain some decorum. A cow should possess the grace befitting its kind. There remained 9 ears of corn in the mystical space, yet he felt no sense of waste. If he were to sell such miraculous corn, with its extraordinary effects, it would be a bargain at $1 million for those in need. But he unhesitatingly offered it to the young cow. After all, was Jiang Lynchon truly in need of $1 million? Furthermore, if that corn were to remain at the Agricultural Research Institute, would anyone offer $1 million? And would the director part with it? He should dare to sell it. Otherwise, old you might tear him apart upon his return. After patting the now cheerful cow, Jiang Lynchon provided it with a fresh bundle of fodder and fetched a bucket of water. Upon seeing the feed, the cow finally wagged its tail and lowered its head to graze. Perhaps due to his prolonged solitude, Jiang Lynchon found the cow rather appealing. Upon returning home, dinner was just being served. At the table, in addition to Jiang Lynchon's family, there were also Master Fong, Zhao Jinhe, and Dai Mengxin, making a total of 6 people. The previous day, Zhao Jinhe had discreetly slipped 3,000 yuan to Jiang Ma, claiming it was for accommodation and meal subsidies from the institute. He intended to stay until the corn harvest, not wanting to take advantage of their hospitality. Jiang Ma adamantly refused to accept the money, insisting that a scientist should not be charged for a meal at their home. Zhao Jinhe, with his straightforward nature, became flustered when Jiang Ma declined, his face turning red with frustration. They debated this matter for a considerable time, much to Jiang Lynchon's amusement. However, when Jiang Ma shot him a glare, he quickly hurried over to placate her. He then whispered to Zhao Jinhe, who ultimately ceased his insistence on paying. That afternoon, a brand new little Tianyao washing machine was delivered, costing 3,088 yuan. Upon seeing that it was precisely the model Jiang Ma had longed for, she begrudgingly accepted it, knowing it could not be returned. Thus, everyone was content. Consequently, dinner was exceptionally lavish, with Jiang Lynchon and the others savoring every bite. Even the worried Dai Mengxin helped herself to 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Ba mentioned that 10,000 chicks would arrive the next day, and Jiang Lynchon nodded in acknowledgement. The coop for the chicks was quite simple. It merely required ventilation and warmth. The previous night, someone had been contacted to assemble it, and construction would begin today, finishing by tomorrow. Once the chicks grew a bit larger, they could be released to graze on the mountain. Raising the chicks was not a difficult task. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma were even more invested than Jiang Lynchon. It was no joke. 10,000 chickens was a significant undertaking, and as their son ventured into farming, his parents were naturally there to support him. Jiang Lynchon was delighted to see them occupied. Since his parents had consumed the space corn, their complexion had improved markedly. They appeared particularly energetic and robust, fully capable of tending to the chicks. In contrast, Master Fong, a professional chicken farmer, looked utterly disheartened. Today, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma sought his advice on the intricacies of chicken rearing. It was amusing that the esteemed Master Fong Taichu, a legitimate heir of the Fong family's geomancy lineage, found himself stumped by a rural couple's inquiries. He had no expertise in poultry farming. When Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma posed specific questions, he remained remarkably composed, stating, "It's nothing to worry about. Everything will become clear in due time." After the meal, the group moved to the second floor to sit down. Dai Mengxin inquired, "How do you plan to raise the Hushi yellow cattle? Do you possess any specialized skills?" Jiang Lynchon scratched his head and proudly replied, "I have past experience with cattle. When I was young, I raised our family's cow to be plump and healthy. The villagers praised me as the most capable cowherd." Dai Mengxin continued, "That cow today was a test. How would you handle such a situation in the future?" Jiang Lynchon thought to himself, what else could he do but feed it corn? If it weren't for the divine agricultural space, he would never dare to raise so many cattle at once. "Researcher Dai, I simply wish to raise cattle. Must I undergo a qualification exam for that?" Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of annoyance. The population of the Hushi yellow cattle is perilously dwindling. It is not merely a matter of desire to raise them, declared Dai Mengxin in an unusually forceful tone. His anxiety had reached its zenith today. The cattle and the farmers over there were enduring torment. And as a researcher at the Agricultural Science Institute, he felt utterly powerless. Even the small heifer he had brought today was a source of despair. Jiang Lynchon sighed and replied, "What else can be done? They have not made progress after so many years. Should I be blamed for that? Now they can't even secure basic conditions for survival. Should I take the blame?" Dai Mingxin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the absurdity of his expectations. What right did he have to demand anything from Jiang Lynchon? To speak bluntly, if the cattle are not relocated soon, the likely outcome would be that the farmers, in tears, would sell their cattle to the slaughterhouse, thus salvaging a fraction of their losses. In such a scenario, it would be better to transfer them to Jiang Lynchon's care, where at least a relatively good breeding environment could be ensured. Clearly, he was asking for too much. Zhao Jinhe interjected. Xiao Jiang still shows sincerity. This remark rather dry, perfectly aligned with the language of a professional, and it was rare for him to play the peacemaker. Jiang Lynchon continued, in Changlu village, there are no large infrastructure plans such as highways or railways, neither in the near nor long term. He took a sip of tea and sighed deeply. I reviewed the provincial planning from last year. Ningchuan County has already been designated as a natural ecological demonstration zone. Do you know what this signifies? His tone grew somewhat impassioned. Zhao Jinhe and Dai Mingxin fell silent. This indicates that the province has resolved to allocate investments to other cities and counties. Future large-scale investments and industrial projects will prioritize areas with better conditions. The development of a locale hinges on investment and consumption. But these opportunities will not extend to Ningchuan County, nor to Chili Town or Changlu Village. We must rescue ourselves. We must carve our own path. Instead of waiting for the upper echelons to allocate ecological protection funds, where one side is reluctant to give and the other side is left wanting, our homeland can only be developed by its own people, and only those from the hometown can foster its growth. Jiang Lynchon asserted emphatically, his voice resonating with fervor. With a grand gesture, he nearly stirred those present into a vigorous endeavor. Let's amplify our efforts and create brilliance anew. In Chapter 34, Dividing Hearts, with the discourse reaching such depths, Dai Mingxin found little left to say. He had previously sought support from the Agricultural Science Institute. However, the institute was also experiencing financial strain, with so many projects. The allocation to each small endeavor was merely a drop in the bucket. One cannot claim that staple crops are unimportant, nor that aquaculture lacks significance, or that economic crops are trivial. Where there is abundance in one area, there must be scarcity in another. This is the current reality. We are involved in an overwhelming number of equally crucial projects. Upon reaching a consensus, Dai Mingxin stated, the farmers over there are now severely diminished. Only 13 households remain, with merely 389 cattle in the pens. Jiang Lynchon inquired, didn't you mention over 200 earlier? Dai Mingxin responded, now they are embarking on new projects. The farmers cannot bear the burden any longer, and those who originally intended to continue have abandoned that thought. Just then, Dai Mingxin's phone rang. After finishing the call, his expression turned grave. Someone on the other end was offering a low price for the yellow cattle, intending to slaughter them all for profit. And the farmers had begun to relent. What should we do? What should we do? Dai Mingxin was in a state of agitation. If the farmers truly began to relent, it would be irretrievable, and the hushy yellow cattle would vanish from this land. Were he wealthy, he would willingly exhaust his entire fortune to preserve this herd. Jiang Lynchon glanced at the time and made a decisive choice. Let us proceed at once. You tell the farmers that regardless of their offer, I, Jiang Lynchon, will bid 50 more, and we will settle immediately. Are you certain? Dai Mingxin appeared as though he had encountered a savior. I am certain. Dai Mingxin immediately redialed, shouting hoarsely, do not sell. Someone is offering a high price. I am coming with people and money right now. The farmers, preoccupied with minimizing losses, could only be swayed through the most straightforward and direct approach. Jiang Lynchon descended to start his second-hand pickup, contemplating whether it was time to acquire a new vehicle. After all, he was a notable figure in Changlu village, admired by many, a handsome man whose charm could even cause car tires to burst. While the old pickup was acceptable for village life, it lacked the flair required for business negotiations. The widow Chui, despite her warmth, felt the need to present herself more tidily. Lost in such thoughts, Dai Mingxin and Master Fong climbed aboard, leaving Zhao Jinhe at home. As for why Master Fong, a poultry farmer, was involved in cattle dealings, only heaven knew. With a resounding shout from Jiang Lynchon, buckle up, the second-hand pickup belched a cloud of black smoke, charging forth like a frenzied wild boar. Jiang Lynchon's focus was unwavering, and his remarkable reflexes and physical coordination were fully displayed. Initially, Dai Mingxin was quite anxious, lamenting the pickup's lack of performance. However, 2 minutes later, he reined in his concern over the sluggish speed, as Jiang Lynchon drove with wild abandon. The man took corners without slowing down, nearly sending Dai Mingxin crashing against the door. Only once they reached the highway did the ride smooth out, and Dai Mingxin worried that if they continued this way, he might be unable to suppress a bout of nausea. The highway had a speed limit of 120. Yet, Jiang Lynchon pressed the accelerator to the floor, soaring to 140, the vehicle's maximum design speed. The roaring engine and trembling chassis made Dai Mingxin fear that the pickup might disassemble at any moment. Master Fong remained perpetually composed, as though nothing could ruffle his demeanor. Covering a distance of 200 kilometers, Jiang Lynchon arrived in less than 2 hours. At this moment, the yellow cattle farmers of Dabi village were gathered together, facing a representative from a slaughterhouse. Wang Xinrong, observing the obstinate farmers, felt a surge of irritation. I tell you, no one can offer a price higher than mine. These cattle are frightened daily, and in a few days, they will lose weight, and the price will plummet. Wang Xinrong had received word and rushed over, eager to capitalize on the farmers' panic and swiftly acquire this batch of yellow cattle at a low price. He had calculated that, based on the local market price for ecological yellow beef, this transaction could yield substantial profit. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, and some individuals were already inclined to sell. However, after receiving a phone call, one person adamantly refused to sell. Such stubbornness is truly infuriating. Wang Xinrong could not help but curse internally. After tonight, we will certainly cease our collection of cattle, and the prices will inevitably drop further, with the obligation placed upon you to deliver them yourselves. No one in Hushi County can consume this entire batch of cattle, do you hear me? No one can manage it. Wang Xinrong understood their mentality, marked by anxiety and a desire for petty profits. The several farming households were not united in purpose. Once one of them was persuaded to sell, the others would become anxious to do the same. He had employed this tactic long ago with great success. Can I handle you? Wang Xinrong thought disdainfully. As he noticed someone hesitating to speak, Wang Xinrong decided to raise the stakes. The first person to agree to sell tonight would receive an additional 200 yuan per head, the second 150, but those who sold thereafter would not receive a single extra cent. I don't have the luxury of time to waste with you. Furthermore, I will only collect 200 cattle tonight. The rest, you must find buyers for yourselves. Wang Xinrong finally unleashed his trump card. Upon hearing this, one of the farmers, a slender middle-aged man, could no longer contain himself. But the purchase price you offer is far too low. At 18 yuan per head, we VE calculated that we won't even recover our costs. Wang Xinrong scoffed coldly. These cattle can only be considered sickly now, in a few days. At least a portion will perish, and they will continue to lose weight. Whether you sell or not is your choice. At that moment, Wang Xinrong was elated, unperturbed by the prospect of negotiation, fearing only their silence. As long as they spoke up, he had ample means to manipulate these farmers. His slaughterhouse possessed a significant advantage over private operations. For instance, they could identify optimal channels for every part of the cattle, be it the tail, stomach, tendons, or hide. There were eager buyers awaiting them. Having established these channels equated to having a firm grip on the lifeblood of these farmers. He estimated that if this transaction succeeded, he could earn more than double. After all, these were organically raised local yellow cattle, and such an opportunity would not present itself again. Merely the allure of that fact could inflate prices by 20 to 30%. A single wave could yield millions. Where else could one find such a fortune? As he contemplated this, his heart raced with excitement. Researcher Dai had assured him of finding buyers. We should wait a little longer. Seeing some wavering resolve, the recently contacted Yang Lauer urged them. The mention of Dai Mingxin caused the farmers to nod in agreement. It was evident that researcher Dai's fondness for their Hushi yellow cattle was sincere. He spent his days mingling with the cattle, ascending the mountains with them, inspecting barns, distributing feed, assisting with births, breeding, and treating ailments without hesitation. Whenever the farmers encountered difficulties in their husbandry, a simple phone call summoned him with unmatched promptness. Even more so than a monarch calling upon his subjects. Human nature is inherently grateful, and the farmers held researcher Dai's kindness in high regard. However, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and he had yet to return. Where could they find buyers at this late hour? Boss Wang of the slaughterhouse has been pressing hard, causing a wave of distress among the crowd. Although Yang Heir is indignant at the slaughterhouse's opportunistic tactics, he fears that if the cattle remain unsold tonight, and there is no follow-up from the buyer mentioned by researcher Dai, they will be left in a precarious situation. A small loss now is preferable to a total loss. In this moment of critical interest, even Dai Mingxin's esteemed reputation is beginning to wane in their minds. The same frail middle-aged farmer moved his lips, on the verge of accepting Wang Xinrong's price. The first to agree to sell could earn an additional 200 yuan per head of cattle. Just then, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from afar. Everyone looked up to see two beams of light slicing through the night, illuminating a pickup truck racing towards them. Amidst the gaze of both negotiating parties, the pickup swiftly approached, executing a slight drift before coming to a steady halt. Dai Mingxin, jostled and disoriented, tumbled from the back seat. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were devoid of focus. The driving was truly perilous. Upon seeing Dai Mingxin, Yang Heir felt as if he had found his anchor, elated. He rushed forward to support him. You haven't sold the cattle yet, have you? I've brought them for you. Dai Mingxin could barely articulate his words, feeling as if the world was spinning around him, his stomach churning violently. Next to exit the vehicle were Jiang Lynchon and Master Fong. Jiang Lynchon, a mere driver in the eyes of the crowd, needed no introduction. Although Master Fong had also been tossed about, his position in the passenger seat afforded him a somewhat better experience. Years of cultivating composure allowed him to step out with an air of authority. He stood tall, his face impassive, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if he had just alighted from a Cullinan rather than an ordinary Great Wall pickup. The crowd couldn't shake the peculiar feeling. Was this the affluent buyer intent on acquiring all the yellow cattle in Dabiankun? Yet, what kind of wealthy individual would choose such a vehicle? Nevertheless, his demeanor suggested that he was above such trivialities. Was this merely a quirk of the rich? The crowd could only speculate. Jiang Lynchon, standing nearby, felt utterly disregarded and was tempted to deliver a kick to Master Fong, confirming his belief that he was truly suited for the charlatan's trade. Wang Xinrong, noticing someone wavering, was displeased when three inexplicable individuals suddenly appeared. He addressed Master Fong. Friend, which path do you traverse? I am Wang Xinrong, engaged in the meat business. Having navigated life for many years, Wang understood the importance of not judging a book by its cover and was reluctant to offend anyone unnecessarily. Thus, he attempted an awkward introduction. Master Fong merely glanced at him, remaining silent. Are you planning to slaughter all the cattle? Inquired a curious young man nearby. Wang Xinrong, feeling slighted that Master Fong ignored him, was incensed that the young driver had taken the initiative to speak. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Yet, he restrained his anger and replied coolly, that is of no concern to you. Our transaction is based on mutual consent. In a mutual expression of willingness, Jiang Lynchon commended Wang Xinrong, saying, "You, as a boss, are quite admirable. Tell me, what price do you intend to pay for their cattle?" Wang Xinrong sensed an ominous undercurrent as the inquiry about the purchasing price felt rather intrusive. Was it possible that the other party had received word and intended to usurp his business? Wang Xinrong had come prepared, with personnel and vehicles, including several staff from a slaughterhouse. Initially, they had dispersed, engaged in their own activities, but as the atmosphere shifted, they gathered closer, their demeanor becoming more assertive. The workers responsible for the slaughtering, notably robust, carried an unmistakable scent of blood that seemed permanently embedded in their skin. Having witnessed countless visceral scenes and taken numerous lives, their gazes bore a casual indifference. Even Master Fong, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at the workers engaged in the butchery. Jiang Lynchon, acutely aware of the tension, discerned the latent threat in Wang Xinrong's posture. Should those few men decide to unleash their fury, they could easily pursue Wang Xinrong's underlings for several blocks. Amidst the unspoken anxiety, Dai Mingxin and the other livestock breeders felt an inexplicable apprehension. They feared both the potential violence and the possibility that Jiang Lynchon might falter, leaving them at Wang Xinrong's mercy. Seemingly oblivious to the mounting pressure, Jiang Lynchon smiled at Wang Xinrong, stating, "My friend, the Hexiang yellow cattle may soon be no more. This batch is likely the last. Our ancestors have nurtured these creatures for countless years, and their forebears have contributed immeasurably to this land. As a farmer, I cannot bear to see their extinction. Your slaughterhouse will not lack livestock. Why not spare this batch of yellow cattle and allow me to preserve them?" Wang Xinrong's eyes widened. It was his first experience hearing such a refreshing and unconventional plea for business. The sentiment evoked a sense of purpose within him. How could this young man possess such a knack for persuasion? The familiarity of the feeling struck him, and, after contemplation, he recalled the humorous internet quips. Can't we fall in love just because we've just met? What is wrong with a love at first sight that leads to a lifelong commitment? I can only afford the bridal price in installments. Is it wrong to give 298 each time? Even he was nearly swayed, let alone Dai Mingxin and the livestock breeders, who were most reluctant to see the Hexiang yellow cattle vanish, especially from their own hands. Yet what could they do? Their livelihoods depended on the current circumstances. Jiang Lynchon's words indeed garnered the favor of the breeders. They resolved that as long as his offer matched or exceeded Wang Xinrong's, they would sell him the cattle. However, Wang Xinrong was incensed, feeling as though he had been mocked. In the face of potential profits exceeding $1 million, discussing sentiments and heritage seemed utterly ludicrous. He scoffed. "So, what are you implying? Do you intend to interfere?" He had lost his patience. It was evident that this man was here to stir trouble. Jiang Lynchon smiled and said, "You discuss among yourselves. Once you are finished, I shall have my turn. I understand the rule of first come, first served. And I also comprehend the principle of mutual consent." Upon hearing Jiang Lynchon's words, Wang Xinrong's expression softened slightly, thinking that at least the young man had some sense. However, the next statement from Jiang Lynchon nearly sent him into a rage. "No matter how much this esteemed gentleman offers, I shall bid 50 above that. Furthermore, I am willing to purchase all the remaining feed from your home at market price." With this declaration, the livestock farmers were both astonished and delighted. A premium of 50 meant that at the purchase price of 18 yuan set by Wang Xinrong, it would surge to 27 yuan, a rare high price indeed. The added bonus of having their stored feed bought was another windfall. Their minds began to race with possibilities. Once again, the diminutive farmer inquired, "Words alone are not proof. What if the slaughterhouse personnel depart, and you renege on your offer?" Jiang Lynchon replied, "If you decide to sell, we can transact and settle the payment right now. As for the feed, please tally it up by tomorrow and submit it to researcher Dai. I will pay according to the order." How does that sound? Wang Xinrong found himself sidelined as the farmers eagerly engaged in discussions with Jiang Lynchon, as if their negotiations with him had already concluded. What was there left for him to negotiate? His expression shifted from one of indignation to another, feeling as if someone was cutting off his livelihood, akin to slaying his kin. Wang Xinrong gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. In Hushi County, do not expect to sell even a single pound of your beef." Ultimately, he refrained from resorting to violence, opting instead to reclaim his dignity through threats. Jiang Lynchon, still smiling, responded, "All right, esteemed boss, I look forward to future collaborations." Dai Mingxin observed the unfolding scene as if it were a dream. If Jiang Lynchon were to purchase at this price, he would almost incur a loss with every cow sold. How could there be such a foolish buyer in this world? Unless he genuinely wished to preserve this batch of Hushi yellow cattle, Dai Mingxin could fathom no other rationale. Tears welled in his eyes. Chapter 36. The maturation of pasture. Little did he know that Jiang Lynchon owned a farm and had no concerns regarding sales. Moreover, the cattle destined for slaughter would ultimately be sold at the meat market, where vendors would deduct stall rents and taxes before making a profit. Restaurants and eateries purchasing in bulk would similarly subtract expenses such as wages and rent, causing prices to multiply several times by the time they reached consumers. Jiang Lynchon raised, slaughtered, processed, and sold the cattle himself, eliminating any middlemen and profiting immensely. Of course, this was contingent upon the successful operation of his farm. Wang Xinrong exited after delivering his harsh words. His threats carried weight, as he held a degree of influence over meat supply in Hushi County. Yet, Jiang Lynchon remained unfazed. Were it not for the remaining Hushi yellow cattle, he would not have wished to offend anyone unnecessarily. Subsequently, the tallying of each farmer's cattle began. Beef cattle, cows, bulls, and calves, each with differing prices. For 387 heads of cattle, Jiang Lynchon ultimately spent nearly 3 million, demonstrating the formidable impact of the 50 yuan premium. Upon checking his account, he found a little over 1 million remaining. Indeed, money seemed to vanish quickly. After delegating the transportation of the scalpers and the procurement of fodder to Dai Mingxin, Jiang Lynchon returned home. Dai Mingxin and the group of farmers watched the departing pickup truck with hearts full of gratitude. Throughout one's life, one may never encounter a benefactor. Yet, Jiang Lynchon truly salvaged not only the cattle, but also the livelihoods of these farmers. On his way back, Jiang Lynchon inquired of Master Fong. "Is this the end of the matter with young Master Wang of the Century Group?" Master Fong replied, "Master, the Wang family is facing some issues. Wang has been called back." Jiang Lynchon nodded, sensing that his dealings with the Century Group would not conclude so easily, not merely because he had offended Wang, but because his endeavors inherently conflicted with the interests of the Century Group, making them natural adversaries. It seemed he needed to act swiftly. In their previous encounters, Wang had underestimated him, viewing him as a mere rural farmer, which had allowed Jiang Lynchon to gain the upper hand. With his ambitious investment plan of 200 million, he had leveraged the group's influence, establishing a formidable presence. Although he had taken precautions to deftly counter this wave of offense, he remained in a position of complete passivity. To seize control of his destiny, much work lay ahead. Upon returning home, he feigned fatigue and ascended to his room. Once assured of solitude, he made his way to Wuxialing. Jiang Lynchon found immense solace and solitude amidst the desolate mountains, perhaps influenced by the Shinong space. His connection to flora and fauna grew increasingly profound. At times, he could sense their emotions. For instance, earlier that day, he had perceived the fear and discomfort of a young heifer, and as he comforted it, the calf developed a sense of dependence on him. His 5 acres of corn also seemed to resonate with his presence, exuding an unmistakable aura of joy whenever he approached. As he ascended the mountain under the cover of night, he encountered no obstacles. He could feel the essence of the earth and the vegetation, invigorating his spirit. In this uplifted mood, he continued to run until he reached the precipice, where he paused to survey the land that belonged to him. Enveloped by the night breeze, Jiang Lynchon felt a deepening bond with the soil beneath him. After some time, he descended to continue tilling the earth, sensing that this very night, he would witness the maturation of the pasture. With his current physical condition, a sleepless night posed no challenge. With such vitality, I might as well plow the land to ruin, he mused humorously. In the stillness of Wuxialing, a farmer toiled diligently. As dawn approached, Jiang Lynchon felt an instinctive call and plunged into the Shinong space. Within this realm, he beheld a lush green plant floating in the air, pasture that had now reached harvest time. Gazing at the pasture, he was struck by a sense of achievement. For the events of recent days had been so overwhelming that he had nearly forgotten his primary objective. This ordinary pasture could sustain livestock, slightly enhance meat quality, and accelerate growth, maturing in 40 days, and it was now fully ripe. Upon touching the pasture with his consciousness, information surged into his mind. The grass appears quite ordinary, aligning with the description provided by the Shinong space. However, upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be anything but mundane. This particular grass is evidently a leguminous variety, distinct from the commonly known alfalfa or clover. From its very roots, it begins to branch out, with each stem extending over 2 meters like a vine, forming a sprawling cluster with a diameter of no less than 5 meters. Even more astonishing is the fact that the seeds of this grass grow directly on the branches, enveloped in a delicate membrane, with the seeds themselves being dark gray and roughly the size of sorghum grains. This grass is entirely suitable for feeding livestock. For instance, the stems and leaves can be directly consumed by pigs, cattle, and sheep, while ducks and geese will also partake. The seeds can partially replace the feed of chickens, ducks, and geese. Remarkably, as long as the roots remain intact, even if the above-ground portions are entirely cut down, it will swiftly regrow. The lifespan of the roots typically exceeds 5 years, alleviating the need for frequent sowing. And this is merely an ordinary grass. Jiang Lynchon marveled. Could there be extraordinary varieties? He extracted the grass from the space, and to his astonishment, the mass it formed upon contact with the ground was substantial enough to fill a living room. Just imagine how many animals this large clump could nourish. He plucked a handful of seeds, the dark grains numbering in the thousands, and wondered how many seeds this single plant had produced. Jiang Lynchon understood that within the Shinong space, the growth conditions for crops are unparalleled. Thus, transferring them to the outside world would inevitably result in varying degrees of reduced yield. This is an unavoidable reality, for outside of the Shinong space, a perfect growth environment is unattainable. He meticulously stripped all the seeds from the grass, accumulating a pile that he estimated to weigh at least 30 pounds. In that moment, Jiang Lynchon realized he had acquired an inexhaustible supply of feed. Moreover, it was pure, natural, and environmentally friendly. Livestock raised on this grass would undoubtedly be wholesome and free from harmful substances, ensuring their meat would be delicious and highly sought after. As the dawn light began to brighten, Jiang Lynchon seized a handful of seeds and scattered one every 5 or 6 meters. In less than half an hour, he had sown the entirety of his 10 acres, utilizing no more than half a pound of seeds. The entire process was effortless and enjoyable, akin to a leisurely stroll through the fields. This grass requires minimal maintenance. Simply scattering it on the ground is sufficient for it to thrive. Jiang Lynchon intended to plant all 30 pounds of seeds that day, as the vast expanse of barren mountains could never be fully cultivated. With these thoughts in mind, he descended the mountain with a light-hearted step. Upon reaching his cattle pen, he noticed the young cow meandering about, clearly having fully recovered and brimming with vitality. As Jiang Lynchon approached, she eagerly stretched her neck forward, yearning for his affection. "You're not a cow. You're actually a little dog." He chuckled. He casually pulled a handful of grass from the space and tossed it into the feeding trough. The cow, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fish, promptly lowered her head to eat. Cows typically consume grass by curling it into their mouths with their tongues, chewing it briefly before swallowing it for digestion. Later to ruminate at night. Jiang Lynchon patiently waited for her to finish, then opened the pen and gently patted her head, encouraging her to follow him. The cow seemed to understand his intent and obediently followed him out. When Jiang Lynchon returned home with the cow, both his parents were astonished. Could it be that this cow, which had been on the brink of death just yesterday, had miraculously recovered? Chapter 37. The Hengjue Mountain Range. Jiang Lynchon chuckled. "Indeed. I am as bewildered as you are. I merely fed it some fodder last night, and today, to my surprise, it appears to be in excellent health." Jiang's father, intrigued, approached the cow for a closer inspection, increasingly convinced that it possessed an unusual spirit. The cow regarded him with its large, gentle eyes, showing no signs of resistance to his proximity. Observing the cow's remarkable condition, Jiang Lynchon allowed it to roam freely in the spacious yard, which not only accommodated a pickup truck but also offered ample room for the cow to explore. It seemed the cow instinctively understood it was in Jiang Lynchon's home. Curiously meandering about the yard, while having breakfast, Zhao Jinhe mentioned that there was news from Old Yu. Given Old Yu's temperament, he should have come to assess the growth of the Shinnon corn by now, but he was unable to leave. During a discussion with Director Yao, they had convened a small internal meeting, during which both Director Yao and Old Yu expressed their willingness to vouch for designating the 5 acres of cornfield as an external experimental plot, with the stipulation that 1 acre of the yield must be sold to the Agricultural Science Institute. The necessary documents had already been tucked away in Old Yu's possession. Just as he was about to set off for Changle Village, an urgent notification from the Ministry of Agriculture arrived, assigning him to join an investigation team that would travel to the United States next month. The purpose was twofold: to observe a variety of high-yield corn and to negotiate the introduction of its seeds. If this corn truly proved to be exceptional, Old Yu would not oppose its introduction, which explained his willingness to join the investigation team. However, what if there were significant flaws in this new corn variety that could potentially cause systemic agricultural issues? Old Yu was acutely aware of the implications and understood his weight within the investigation team. Not only would he need to make a sound judgment regarding this corn variety, but he would also be responsible for endorsing the decision to introduce the new variety. Providing expert endorsement to furnish the investigation team with a basis for decision-making was a duty he embraced wholeheartedly. A wrong decision could lead to public scorn, but more importantly, it could inflict substantial losses on both Huaxiao and the vast community of farmers. For instance, while Huaxiao was the original home of soybeans, various superior strains, including wild soybeans, had been patented by the United States decades ago. Now, breeding these varieties had become an infringement issue. Who could they turn to for justice? At that time, the concept of patent protection was virtually non-existent in all of Huaxia. This was precisely why Old Yu felt compelled to travel to the capital. He needed to expedite the completion of the genetic mapping for Changle No. 1 corn. The emergence of a new superior variety involved a highly intricate process. For example, if Jiang Lynchon successfully developed Changle No. 1 and wished to apply for a patent to safeguard his intellectual property, he would need to provide breeding techniques, characteristics from various growth stages, advantages, and resistance to pests and diseases, along with relevant experimental data and results. This work would require the assistance of the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute, allowing Jiang Lynchon to be a hands-off manager. Upon the successful application, the relevant patent rights and breeding interests are owned by Jiang Lynchon and the Shanhai Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. This implies that without mutual authorization from both parties, any use of this corn breeding by other nations, organizations, or individuals constitutes an infringement. Before his overseas inspection, Mr. You must strive to perfect the pertinent information regarding the Changle No. 1 novel corn. Currently, the most pressing issue is the lack of time. Jiang Lynchon's corn will not be ready for harvest until after their return. Thus, it is imperative for Zhao Jinhe to monitor the situation here and collect real-time growth data daily. Mr. Yu mentioned that the seed samples he brought along, according to the freshly released genetic testing report, exhibit exceedingly promising results. Zhao Jinhe appeared remarkably invigorated. The efficacy component analysis report indicated that several sub-items, including trace elements, demonstrated exceptionally outstanding data. Even more astonishingly, Zhao Jinhe suddenly rose to his feet and declared that Changle No. 1 contains a certain active ingredient that offers immense benefits to the human body, and the extent of this enhancement remains unquantifiable. Jiang Ma remarked to the excited Zhao Jinhe. Haven't you already tasted it? This corn is remarkably beneficial for health. Zhao Jinhe nodded vigorously, feeling a profound sense of vitality. Even more so than at the age of 18. The specific causes of this efficacy eluded him as a researcher. Thus, the 5 acres of corn on the mountain are of utmost importance to him. The typically taciturn Master Fang's gaze flickered, as if an idea had struck him. Jiang Lynchon thought it was excessive to make such a fuss. This was merely the beginning. There would be even more novel wonders in the future. Would they be able to contain their astonishment? After dinner, he ascended Wuzhailing, preparing to sow all the grass seeds in his space. The mountain was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, but Jiang Lynchon paid it no mind, as he intended to intersperse this forage among the wilds. Once the cattle are transported and acclimatized, they will be driven up the mountain. Within a month, these grasses will cover thousands of acres of barren land. When the chicks grow a bit larger, they too can be released onto the mountain. At that time, Hailing's desolate terrain will be infused with vitality. With this thought, Jiang Lynchon walked with a lighter step. He planned to traverse the entire mountain today. Since contracting Hailing, he had yet to truly explore it on foot. Although he could view the whole area on the panoramic map, it was not the same as physically measuring it with his steps. Hailing is a minor offshoot at the farthest end of the Hungjua mountain range, stretching approximately 7 kilometers from north to south, with a width varying from 2 to 5 kilometers. To the west lies Xuanlong Ridge, and to the east is Xinya Cave, forming a shape reminiscent of a chicken's claw. Further north, one can find the vast and primal Hungjua mountain range, which extends for hundreds of kilometers. As Jiang Lynchon walked, he scattered seeds. This quantity of seeds was insufficient to cover the entire Hailing, but it mattered not. Within a month, he could achieve that, provided he wished to do so. The early autumn mountains, bathed in sunlight, are extraordinarily majestic. After sowing the grass seeds, Jiang Lynchon chose not to return home, but instead continued northward. With his current physique, traversing this mountainous terrain was as effortless as breathing. He soon arrived at the outer edge of the Hungjua mountain range. Strangely enough, as the magnificent Hungjua mountain range of the primeval forest, the vegetation appears incredibly lush. Towering trees loom overhead, casting a dark shadow over the ground. The village elders have long warned against venturing deep into the mountains. For centuries, individuals have entered only to vanish without a trace. Authorities have issued stern warnings. The primeval forest is exceedingly perilous, and all exploration is strictly forbidden. Even professional forest researchers are permitted to enter no more than 30 kilometers into the wilderness. Some treacherous locales in the Huaxia Nation, such as Shenangjia, Ileo Mountain, Maihun Pond, and the Hungjua Mountains, are notorious for ensnaring those who dare to challenge them. Countless souls remain lost within their depths. Yet Jiang Lynchon is different. He is the very embodiment of the forest. Even if Tarzan were to appear, he would seem but a mere novice in Jiang's presence. The deeper he delves into the Hungjua Mountains, the more exhilarated he becomes, an uncontainable thrill surging within him. In this ancient jungle, untouched by human presence for millennia, he feels liberated from all constraints. At times, Jiang weaves through the underbrush. At others, he ascends to the treetops, reminiscent of a frenzied monkey. Unbeknownst to him, he has ventured 50 kilometers into the wilderness. Here, the mountains rise steeply, and the trees grow densely, rendering any sense of direction beneath the canopy utterly disorienting. Even the compass falters in this realm. A thick layer of fallen leaves blankets the ground, from which wisps of mist occasionally rise, casting an eerie chill even in the midday sun. The accumulating vapors conceal countless unnamed venomous insects and mosquitoes. It is said that many adventurers or rescue teams who have entered the primeval forest have encountered disorienting phenomena, some fortunate enough to escape, while others have vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Currently, a highly experienced group of adventurers finds themselves ensnared in such a predicament. They have penetrated 70 kilometers into this primeval forest and now flounder like headless flies in the impenetrable gloom, having wandered aimlessly for 5 days. Their supplies are depleted, their strength exhausted, and despite employing every method at their disposal, they remain unable to find an exit or establish contact with the outside world. They confront a dire situation. Chapter 38. How I Crave Meat. This expedition team is known as the Glimmer Adventure Group, a rather whimsical name. Yet, it is comprised entirely of seasoned adventurers who have long embraced the limits of human endurance. They have traversed glaciers, scaled Everest, crossed deadly deserts, and trekked through frozen tundras. The members of the Glimmer Adventure Group have compiled a list of the world's most infamous and perilous locations. Since its inception, their ultimate goal has remained unchanged, to traverse every thorny path in the world and illuminate the unknown darkness with their glimmering light. Thus far, they have illuminated 1/3 of their destinations. The Hungjua Mountains stand as their current objective. Each team member boasts an extraordinary background, either hailing from affluent families or being successful elites in the business world. In short, it is unlikely that anyone without considerable means would seek out such perilous endeavors year-round. The expedition team consists of 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women, but at present, they sit despondently upon the damp forest floor. Beneath the decaying leaves, leeches occasionally emerge, and not far away, a cluster of vividly colored poisonous mushrooms flourishes in the nutrient-rich soil, resembling a stunning yet deadly flower. What shall we do? Chun Shur is still suffering from a high fever, and has begun to speak incoherently. The midday primeval forest remains exceptionally cold, and Chang Xiaochuan, lacking sufficient caloric intake, is shivering uncontrollably. Beside him lies a man in his 30s, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, his lips devoid of any color. Apart from the feverish Chun Shur, the others in the group are in a dire state. A woman of striking beauty approached to check Chun Shur's forehead, the heat radiating from him causing her to appear anxious. I examined him 2 hours ago, and he was stable then. Now his condition has worsened significantly. It was warned not to drink untreated water, for the ground is littered with decayed leaves and even animal carcasses and droppings. The water is teeming with unknown microorganisms. But he insisted on drinking. A fair-skinned man spoke, his voice laced with agitation. Enough. There's no need to dwell on it. Our supplies have long been depleted, and we lack the means to start a fire and boil water. Such a predicament was inevitable. The sturdy leader, Jiao Jing, quelled the murmurs of discontent among the team. The priority now is to find a way out. If we delay any longer, Chun Shur will be in grave danger. A sense of despair began to swell within the group. A way out? Where could it possibly be? How long have we been wandering? At night, the forest is alive with the cries of animals, and by day, it is as dark as night. The compass spins erratically. How can we find a way out? Wails echoed through the woods. Yunshi, I told you we shouldn't have come here. There are countless other places to explore. Why this cursed spot? The girl who had just examined the team member's condition, named Feng Yunshi, offered comfort. Longjia, it's all right. We will surely find our way out. We have traversed so many places, faced even greater dangers. We will overcome this as well. Now, we are lacking in water and food. By my estimation, we have ventured at least 50 kilometers into the forest. Now, let me ask you, even if we knew the right direction, do you possess the strength to carry a sick person out of this wilderness? His words carried an ominous chill. Guan Jingqi, what do you mean? Do you intend to abandon Qinshe? Chang Xiaochuan's voice was filled with disbelief. Wake up. If we don't act decisively, we will all perish, leaving even our corpses untraceable. Guan Jingqi's tone grew colder. If you wish to carry him, then do so. I, Guan Jingqi, refuse to join you in this demise. He laid his thoughts bare. As a wealthy heir, he relished adventure, yet he valued his life above all. He believed his proposal was the most prudent. The others simply hesitated to confront the harsh reality. Rather than await death together, it would be better to take a gamble. Perhaps there was a chance to escape. Carrying a feverish patient, even a fully capable team would struggle to transport him 50 kilometers to safety. This is a straightforward dilemma, devoid of emotional attachments. He was prepared to accept various forms of death, but not this foolish and martyr-like end. Let such talk cease. Our micro-light adventure team will never abandon any member. Had it been you, Guan Jingqi, suffering from a fever, we would never leave you behind. Captain Zhao Jing suppressed the burgeoning unrest among the team. A suffocating and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the team members. Haha, are we to perish? A voice echoed. Everyone turned to see Qinshe, who was burning with fever, speaking. His eyes were shut, his face a terrifying shade of red. I feel so hot. Why is it so hot? This cursed place. The volcano is about to erupt. I am going to melt away. Qinshe shouted. What should we do? What will the captain do? Chang Xiaochuan firmly restrained Qinshe, who was desperately trying to strip off his clothes. He is suffering from hypothermia. His bodily functions are severely compromised, and he can no longer regulate his temperature. Feng Yunshi's voice carried a hint of despair. Given Qinshe's condition, how could they traverse the treacherous depths of the mountains? Even they had no certainty. This journey was fraught with hopelessness. A sudden, unrealistic craving surged within Feng Yunshi's mind. How I long for a sip of hot water, how I yearn for meat. Braised pork, spicy chicken, stewed beef. She thought to herself, if I could have it now, I would pay $1 million for a single meal. But clearly, this was a mere fantasy. The core members of the micro-light adventure team would soon be swallowed by this forest, returning to darkness. What are you doing? A voice interrupted Feng Yunshi's reverie. She opened her eyes just in time to see a figure moving towards the exit. The figure turned back. It was Guan Jingqi, who cast a deep glance at her. You may choose to accompany him in death, but I will survive. Your concerns are of no consequence to me. Guan Jingqi. Leaving the team will only worsen the situation. If you understand the consequences, then go, Captain Zhao Jing said in a low tone, aware that any choice made at this moment was not surprising. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. I know what I am doing, if given the chance. I hope we shall meet again. Guan Jingqi replied, striding away into the distance. He had not disclosed that he still possessed 12 compressed biscuits. He did not wish to share them with others. He had calculated that even if he distributed them, it would only sustain them for a day, and they would ultimately perish together. Rather than die in a futile mutual drag, he preferred to survive alone. He had a fortune awaiting him at home. Perishing here would be a grave injustice. Regrettably, Feng Yunshe. He liked her, yet at this moment, she was less significant than the biscuits in his possession. As long as he survived and emerged, what sort of woman could he not find? With that thought, he quickened his pace. Guan Jingqi's departure left the remaining members deeply shaken. The spirit of unity they had always shared seemed to evaporate. They stared blankly, as if awaiting something to unfold. The micro-light adventure team appeared to be devoid of hope. Chapter 39. You better not default. This cannot continue, or we shall truly perish. Feng Yunshe felt waves of weakness wash over her, longing to close her eyes and succumb to sleep. She pinched her thighs sharply, jolting herself awake. Struggling to widen her eyes, she stubbornly surveyed her surroundings, attempting to glean some hint of salvation. Yet there was nothing, only dim light and an endless shroud of mist. The climate here is entirely another extreme, with the transverse mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist, possessing a unique weather system. Not only is the magnetic field disordered, but within the fog, one cannot ascertain direction by the starlight, regardless of day or night. The transverse mountain range truly deserves its reputation as a forbidden zone for humanity. Yet, Feng Yunshe remains undeterred. She glances at her drowsy companions, with only the robust captain, Zhao Jing, faring slightly better. However, this very circumstance burdens Zhao Jing with double the workload of the other team members, causing his condition to deteriorate even more than that of Feng Yunshe. I must find a way out. I must survive and return. With a determined effort, Feng Yunshe rises to her feet. Her gaze slowly sweeps over each teammate, as if to memorize them, or perhaps to draw strength from their presence. Captain, I will scout ahead. You must wait for my return. Promise me you will wait. With that, Feng Yunshe resolutely strides forward, her direction precisely opposite that of Guan Jingqi. She intends to carve a path, even if it means meeting her demise in the pursuit of life. Meanwhile, Jiang Lynchon is galloping through the primeval forest in pursuit of a wild boar. The flora and fauna here are exceedingly abundant. Along his journey, Jiang Lynchon encounters countless beasts, birds, snakes, and insects, most of which he cannot name. His stamina is remarkably robust, and curiously, the deeper he ventures into the forest, the more invigorated he feels. Unbeknownst to him, he has strayed far into the wilderness. Not long ago, a wild boar, seemingly driven mad, caught sight of Jiang Lynchon and charged at him with a fierce glare, tusks bared. Jiang Lynchon, bewildered, looked at the oncoming boar and said, "Pong Pong, I'm not hungry yet. You needn't trouble yourself." All he received in response was the gleaming tusks of the boar. With a slight sidestep, Jiang Lynchon deftly kicked the enraged boar as it rushed past, flipping it over. "No need to offer yourself. That would be a hassle, don't disturb my view." However, Pong Pong, rather ungrateful for the kindness shown, slid far away when kicked, only to rise with a vicious glare, scraping the ground with its hind hooves, becoming even more irate. With a snarl, the wild boar charged at Jiang Lynchon once more. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so polite," Jiang Lynchon retorted, now incensed. He lifted his foot but awkwardly set it down. These were new shoes, and the pair he ordered had yet to arrive. If he ruined them, he would have no shoes left to wear. Jiang Lynchon swiftly broke a twig, nimbly evading the charging boar once again. He caught up with the boar, which hadn't yet turned, and began to strike it without hesitation. The boar, feeling the pain, grew furious, intent on teaching this bipedal creature a lesson. Yet, Jiang Lynchon's hands did not cease their assault. The sound of slaps rang out like a torrential downpour upon the boar, and even with its tough hide, it struggled to endure. As he struck, Jiang Lynchon shouted, "You wanted to offer me dinner? Here's a treat, better than beef balls made by others. I make my wild boar meat." The wild boar, finally unable to withstand the beating, turned and fled in desperation. Jiang Lynchon, caught up in the thrill of the chase, pursued it without hesitation. "You once disturbed my heart. Now, I shall disarray your limbs." Thus, the man and the boar ran rampant through the primeval forest. Fang Lynchon remained blissfully unaware of the transformations unfolding within the Shinong space. The panoramic view of Wushailing was expanding relentlessly, growing from a modest hill into a majestic mountain range stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Fang Yinshi began to perceive double images before her eyes. A sudden gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet, swiftly followed by a downpour that pelted against her. In this unpredictable, eerie place, an unexpected rain was all too commonplace. The expensive waterproof jacket she wore had long been torn by thorns and branches, and the icy rainwater seeped through the rips, robbing her of the little warmth she had left. She stumbled through the wilds, perplexed as to why she continued to persevere, having lost sight of her team's camp and uncertain of her whereabouts. She walked on, numb and mechanical in her movements. Perhaps this was to be her final resting place, a thought that, unbidden, occupied her entire mind. Then, she heard an odd cacophony near her ear, the sound of branches snapping, heavy footsteps pounding the ground, the howls of wild beasts, and human voices. Stop right there. Was it a hallucination? She caught a fleeting glimpse of a wild boar racing past her, followed by a man. Wait, a person. Before she could fully grasp the situation, both the pig and the man vanished before her eyes. The world fell silent once more. Surely, it was merely an illusion, she chided herself. Suddenly, everything spun wildly, and she collapsed. Just before her body hit the ground, a figure caught her. How could there be someone here? Jiang Lynchon pondered. Behind him lay the carcass of a wild boar, blood still frothing from its mouth. Fang Yinshi gradually regained consciousness, feeling a sharp pain in her upper lip. Wake up. Are you all right? Jiang Lynchon pinched her philtrum, bewildered by the presence of a human in this forbidden primordial forest. Were it not for her conspicuous jacket, clearly a product of modernity, he might have thought he was seeing a ghost. Fortunately, he was bold enough to return and investigate. In a place where no humans should exist, a young and beautiful woman appeared before him, evoking images from tales of yore, where a scholar meets a lovely maiden on his journey. Shaking his head, Jiang Lynchon dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling within. "Please, stop pinching me, it hurts." The girl's voice was exceedingly faint. Jiang Lynchon felt a sense of relief and asked, "Who are you? How did you end up here? Are you not aware that this is a primordial forest? Help us. Save us." Fang Yinshi suddenly grasped his sleeve, her unfocused gaze beginning to sharpen. "You? Are there others?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. Fang Yinshi attempted to respond, but a wave of dizziness overcame her. Having been deprived of warmth for too long, she was both exhausted and hungry. Drenched by the cold rain for hours, she opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Jiang Lynchon observed her pale lips and the unusual chill of her body. After a long hesitation, he reluctantly produced an ear of corn. 1,000,000 each. Agree, and I shall offer you a taste. Fang Yinshi could hardly discern what Jiang Lynchon was saying. Her lips merely moved. Help, help, you better not renege. Jiang Lynchon growled at the half-conscious Fang Yinshi. Chapter 40. Paid service. Fang Yinshi sensed a sweet, aromatic flavor in her mouth. It was an unparalleled fragrance that instinctively prompted her to swallow. The sweetness lingered endlessly. It truly is delightful. It tastes so good. She marveled within herself. Is it ready? If so, eat it yourself, a slightly impatient male voice interjected. She jolted awake to find a young man crushing the corn kernels with his hands and letting the juice drip into his mouth. So, that delightful flavor was corn juice. But wait, what kind of corn is this delicious? Upon noticing she had regained consciousness, Jiang Lynchon offered her the corn, urging, "Hurry and eat. Speak only after you finish." Fang Yinshi, utterly captivated by the corn's aroma, seized it and began to devour it. She swore she had never lost her composure like this before, disregarding her ladylike image as she ravenously consumed raw corn before a stranger. But it was simply too delectable to resist. I must be famished. Yes, I am a person on the brink of starvation. Jiang Lynchon watched for a while, noticing that this gluttonous girl was enjoying her meal without any intention of conversing. He turned his attention to the wild boar, which was not particularly large, weighing perhaps over 200 pounds. For reasons unknown, it had chosen to deliver itself to him as a meal. Jiang Lynchon could only accept it with a forced smile. The only downside was that carrying the boar diminished his former graceful stature, transforming him from a mountain recluse into a mere hunter. Shaking his head, Jiang Lynchon gathered some vines to secure the wild boar on his back. At that moment, Fang Yinshi had just finished the corn and stared at the cob in silence for a long while, reluctant to discard it. Noticing Jiang Lynchon was not paying attention, she quietly tucked the cob into her pocket. In times of hunger, the cob could indeed be consumed, as her brother had mentioned. It was even regarded as a dish in some countries. Are you adventurers? Feeling better? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Yes, we are outdoor enthusiasts from the Glimmer Adventure Group. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Fang Yinshi expressed her gratitude. In her moment of utmost despair, a savior had truly appeared. Such a plot would seem implausible in a novel. Jiang Lynchon regarded her with skepticism, pondering whether she might attempt to avoid her obligation. No need for thanks. After all, it was a paid rescue. By the way, you must be quite reckless to dare traverse the Hongzhou mountain range. Paid rescue? Fang Yinshi felt a wave of confusion wash over her, yet soon found herself at ease. He had saved her life, and of course, gratitude was in order. Since he had mentioned payment, she would compensate him handsomely once they were out. Let us proceed. Did you not mention others were trapped? Jiang Lynchon stated. Fang Yinshi was momentarily stunned, then raised her head to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, her voice laced with a hint of tears. I can't find my way back to the camp. Goodness, Jiang Lynchon was truly exasperated with this hopelessly directionally challenged girl. What use was her beauty if she couldn't navigate? In truth, Jiang Lynchon had misjudged Fang Yinshi. It wasn't just her. Even the local mountain dwellers, accustomed to the outskirts of the Hongzhou mountain range, would undoubtedly lose their way deep within its confines. The Hongzhou mountain range was notorious for its disorientation. What to do? What to do? Their situation was indeed perilous. And if they continued like this, they would surely. Stop crying. Think carefully. Jiang Lynchon rolled his eyes, finding women to be quite troublesome. Fang Yinshi gazed up at the towering trees, feeling as though every direction resembled the path back to camp. Anxiously, she turned in circles. Panic etched across her face. I really can't find the way. I'm utterly useless. Seeing her lips quivering in the brink of tears, Jiang Lynchon quickly waved his hands to halt her. He dreaded the sight of a woman crying. How long have you been away from the camp? He inquired. Fang Yinshi looked bewildered. Thankfully, her mind was still functioning. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a professional waterproof watch. It's 3 p.m. now. I left the camp around noon. So, you've been aimlessly wandering in the forest for 3 hours? Jiang Lynchon asked, his expression growing serious. If she couldn't find the other team members, their situation was genuinely dire. While he had the ability to assist them, he had no means to locate those individuals in the vast, untamed wilderness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily entered the Shenong space. After a considerable time, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had discovered a panoramic view of the entire Hongzhou mountain range. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. He had been running through the mountains without noticing the changes within the space. With this panoramic view, locating a few people would be a trivial matter. Soon, he made a discovery. A few individuals lay motionless in a dense thicket several kilometers away, their fates unknown. Fang Yinshi observed Jiang Lynchon's silence and assumed he was at a loss as well. It was absurd. Even a professional rescue team, equipped with helicopters and drones, would struggle to find those trapped in the dense woods within a short time. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fang Yinshi's heart sank. Indeed, this was an impossible task. No one could accomplish it. She felt it was unreasonable to place such expectations upon the man before her. Just when despair began to take root in her heart, Jiang Lynchon suddenly exclaimed, "Follow me." Huh? Fang Yinshi queried, puzzled. To find your teammates. Jiang Lynchon replied over his shoulder, adding, for a fee. With that, Fang Yinshi followed Jiang Lynchon, the man burdened with a 200-pound wild boar upon his back. Traversing the mountains and forests, Jiang Lynchon moved swiftly, seemingly unencumbered by the weight of the boar, while Fang Yinshi struggled to keep pace. He had no choice but to stop occasionally and wait for her, and seeing his impatient expression made her feel like a child who had misbehaved. Embarrassed and aggrieved, she thought to herself, I am moving as fast as I can. After all, I am a trained outdoor professional. Fang Yinshi suddenly sensed something amiss. The two had been traversing the mountainous terrain at a swift pace for nearly an hour. In the past, she would have been gasping for breath by now. Yet, she found herself merely struggling to keep up, despite having expended nearly all her energy not long ago, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. How could she have recovered so swiftly, even feeling stronger than in her prime? What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Puzzled, Fang Yinshi took a moment to assess her body and was astonished to discover that her fatigue had vanished entirely. The sensation of weakness had long since dissipated, replaced by a warm surge coursing through her veins. What had transpired? Could it be that corn? The thought flitted through her mind, only to be quickly dismissed. Surely such corn could not exist. Yet, what was the nature of her current state? Jiang Lynchon, growing impatient, glanced at Fang Yinshi, who was lagging far behind. How could she, a self-proclaimed outdoor enthusiast, move so slowly? Jiang Lynchon scoffed. As Fang Yinshi continued to run, she finally spotted a familiar patch of woodland ahead. Yes, this was the place. She was back. How had he managed it? Had he truly found Captain Jiao and the others? Confusion morphed into elation as she realized they had located them. They were saved. This man would surely guide them to safety. Watching the man dash through the jungle with the grace of the wind filled her with an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Chapter 41. Salvation. As Jiang Lynchon and Fang Yunshi hastened towards their teammates, chaos reigned outside. 9 adventurers had ventured into the Hongjiao Mountains and had been missing for 4 days. Were they insane to dare tread in such a perilous place? She recognized them. They were part of the nation's most renowned outdoor expedition team, having explored many treacherous locales around the globe. Were they merely reckless, squandering their wealth? If one were to perish, so be it. Let them not waste public resources on a futile search. What if the rescue team also fell victim? It baffled her. Had they overindulged? Why not remain comfortably at home? It was ironic that, when watching adventure videos from abroad, they would praise the thrill of life while disparaging those who ventured into danger, now condemning the very same spirit they once admired. Surely, their experience and superior equipment would see them through this temporary disappearance, wouldn't it? Yet, they remained utterly oblivious to the true terror of the Hongjiao Mountains and the mercilessness of nature. The online discourse reached a fever pitch, while the families of the 9 became frantic with worry. The eldest among them was Captain Zhao Jing, barely in his 30s, while the youngest, Fang Yunshi, was just 21. They were not from privileged backgrounds, but were distinguished individuals. Among them, Guan Jingqi was the sole heir to a prominent corporation. If you find my son, I will reward 30 million, declared Guan Shihua, sparking a nationwide stir, igniting a flurry of thoughts among countless individuals. The authorities issued an urgent announcement, forbidding any unauthorized private individuals or groups from entering the Hongjiao Mountains. Guan Shihua's press conference was abruptly halted. It was absurd to risk more lives in such a venture. Meanwhile, 3 emergency rescue teams, organized by officials, plunged into the vast mountain expanse. In the temporary camp of the Glimmering Adventure Group, rain continued to cascade from the high treetops, casting a somber atmosphere upon the already damp forest. The cool droplets landed upon Chang Xiaochuan's eyelids, causing him to widen his hollow gaze. He felt a chill enveloping him, yet no one in the team had the strength to gather dry firewood. Glancing over at Chen Shi, who lay wrapped in his sleeping bag with lips turning purple, he realized the dire state of his companion, now completely unconscious. Captain, I wish to taste its flavor, Chang Xiaochuan said, forcing a grotesque smile as he pointed his dagger towards a cluster of vividly red mushrooms. Zhao Jing examined the strikingly bright fungi, a stark contrast amidst the predominantly dark brown forest. Red caps, white stems. Consuming them will lead to eternal rest, he mused. Are you seeking death? Zhao Jing understood that the team's collapse posed the greatest peril. Yet, in this primal forest of the sun demon, the distinction between succumbing to despair or not had become irrelevant. I've heard that many poisonous mushrooms induce hallucinations. Surely, dying in a dream is far more pleasant than this agonizing wait for death, he contemplated silently. With determination, Chang Xiaochuan began to crawl towards the mushrooms. Zhao Jing would not permit such recklessness and positioned himself in front of Chang Xiaochuan. Old Zhao, don't block my path. Chang Xiaochuan shouted vehemently. Zhao Jing gazed at him with calmness, remaining silent. Believe me, I'll cut you. Chang Xiaochuan roared. Go ahead, do it, he added, before suddenly bursting into tears. We are going to die, Captain, we are going to die? In a moment of despair, he turned the blade towards his own neck. Stop. Zhao Jing's eyes widened with alarm. Just then, a branch flew from a distance, striking the dagger from Chang Xiaochuan's hand. In a daze, he turned to see a young man sprinting towards them with remarkable speed, a wild boar slung over his back. Is that Uzi steel? The young man inquired, examining the fallen outdoor knife. Chang Xiaochuan gaped in disbelief, recognizing Jiang Lynchon. Someone is here. Someone has come to save us, he exclaimed, excitement flooding through him. Is everyone all right? I'm back. Help has arrived. A distant female voice called out, belonging to Fang Yunshi. Yunshi, it's Yunshi. She has indeed returned, bringing assistance. Moments later, Fang Yunshi appeared, sprinting towards the camp. Upon reaching the 2 men, she leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Is everyone okay? She asked. Zhao Jing and Chang Xiaochuan stared in astonishment at Fang Yunshi, whose complexion was rosy, appearing remarkably well. How did she recover so quickly? They wondered, noticing their silence. She hurried to assess the condition of the others. Soon, she turned to Jiang Lynchon, who was toying with the dagger. They are in dire straits. Chen Shi has fallen into a state of shock and is in grave danger. 1 million. Jiang Lynchon declared. What do you mean, 1 million? Fang Yunshi queried, perplexed. I possess a method to revive him, but it is exceedingly expensive. 1 million is required. Jiang Lynchon stated with utmost seriousness. A million I will offer. As long as you can save him, shouted Chang Xiaochuan. All right, but I also require this knife. Jiang Lynchon replied somewhat bashfully. Here, it's all yours. Just ensure our safe passage out of here, and everything is yours. Zhao Jing urged anxiously. Jiang Lynchon produced an ear of corn and handed it to the dazed Fang Yunshi, saying, feed it to him, just as I saved you. He then turned to Zhao Jing earnestly and stated, I will take you all out without charge, but consuming my corn incurs a fee. Jiang Lynchon set down the wild boar and continued, let me prepare some meat for you. Under the watchful eyes of the weakened Zhao Jing and Chang Xiaochuan, Jiang Lynchon commenced his performance. First, he procured a heavy machete, which the towering Zhao Jing used to clear paths in the jungle. Jiang Lynchon hefted it in his hand, swinging it casually as if dissatisfied with its lightness. In the next moment, he dashed outside, and within 10 minutes, returned bearing a massive piece of deadwood, thicker than a barrel. By that time, Chen Shi, having finished the corn, was already able to sit up. Jiang Lynchon then used an axe to split the deadwood. Aside from the moisture on the surface from the rain, the interior remained remarkably dry. All of this was accomplished in a mere 5 minutes. Now rejuvenated, Chun Shi began to assist. 20 minutes later, the team members sat gathered around a roaring fire, sipping boiling hot water and watching the wild boar meat bubbling in the pot. Still in a daze, Chang Xiaochuan exclaimed, "Brother, how are you so amazing?" His admiration was evident in his eyes as he felt a bit better after drinking the hot water. Zhao Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only they had such a formidable ally in their ranks, they would not have fallen to such depths. Fang Yunshi, sitting beside him, stole a glance at Jiang Lynchon, filled with gratitude for the man who had saved her and the entire team. "It's nothing. I'm just a farmer from nearby, often venturing into the mountains." Jiang Lynchon downplayed. "Do you have more of that corn? We would like to eat some," Chang Xiaochuan inquired. "1,000,000 each. If it weren't for the peculiar circumstances, I wouldn't sell it," Jiang Lynchon replied with a pained expression. Chapter 42. Black Tiger. What could possibly be worth 1,000,000? Is he not just raising the price? Sister Lan quietly asked Fang Yunshi. Fang Yunshi shook her head. Those who had never tasted it would not understand. The corn was indeed worth 1,000,000 each, not overpriced. Yet, she could not say this outright. It was a matter of personal choice. Jiang Lynchon's ears were sharp. He cast a glance at Sister Lan, thinking that if she said another word, he would refuse to sell to her. "Very well, I'll take one. 1,000,000 is no problem. You saved us. So even without the corn, we ought to reward you," Chang Xiaochuan expressed gratefully. "As I mentioned, I will not charge you for taking you out. And the corn is not a forced sale," Jiang Lynchon said as he extracted an ear of corn. "Can I purchase another one?" Fang Yunshi asked quietly. "Each person is limited to one. There are no extras." The group was a bit incredulous, but witnessing the once near-death Chun Shi now lively and animated, they could not help but believe. First, Chang Xiaochuan bought one, then Zhao Jing, and finally Sister Lan, with each purchasing an ear. They are all individuals of considerable means. Given that Jiang Lynchon saved their lives, what is 1,000,000 yuan to them? After finishing their meal and feeling the remarkable changes in their physical condition, they were all astounded. That 1,000,000 truly seems a trifling sum. Jiang Lynchon smiled, recognizing that these were people who lacked for nothing. It would be foolish not to accept their generosity. However, deep within the mountains, devoid of any signal, a transfer was impossible, and they would have to wait until they emerged to facilitate the transaction. Once everyone had finished the stewed wild boar and fully restored their vitality, they prepared to leave the mountain. It was now nearly 6 in the evening, and apart from the area around the campfire, the primordial forest was engulfed in darkness. Jiang Lynchon sighed, concluding they would likely have to spend the night there. As they discussed their plans to return at dawn, someone suddenly inquired, "What about Guanjingqi? Should we search for him?" A hush fell over the group. What was the point? Chun Shidao, who understood the situation, remarked, "This time, I have burdened everyone. I was in a daze, and it would have been entirely reasonable for you to leave me behind. I bear no ill will. Do not speak like that. We would never abandon you," Chang Xiaochuan replied. The team had recorded the events, and Shun was well aware of what had transpired. He continued, "But have you considered the possibility that searching for him could lead us to become lost again?" The group fell silent once more. Indeed, this was a valid concern. Besides, he had chosen to depart alone. To act independently is to accept the consequences of such actions. Guanjingqi would have to be addressed once they were out. Jiang Lynchon inquired, "Did none of you have food on you at that time?" The group nodded, admitting their oversight. Not only had they failed to bring sufficient supplies, but they had also entertained the fanciful notion of replenishing their energy through hunting. The reality? One of their expensive, delicate composite bows had broken, and the other had loosed dozens of arrows without even grazing a target. It had served no purpose other than to add to their burden. Jiang Lynchon entered the Shinong space and consulted the panoramic view. Before long, he located Guanjingqi, who was consuming compressed biscuits. He was clever. Yet Jiang Lynchon felt no fondness for him. Shaking his head, he decided to let him fend for himself. He owed him nothing. After a brief discussion, the group crawled into their sleeping bags, eager to regain their strength. Fang Yunshi quietly approached Jiang Lynchon and softly said, "Brother Jiang, you may use my sleeping bag." Jiang Lynchon replied, "Can we both fit in there?" Fang Yunshi blushed, wanting to refuse but unsure how to respond. Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Lynchon chuckled, "It's quite all right. You needn't concern yourself with me. I am a farmer, accustomed to sleeping with wild boars." Fang Yunshi felt a wave of relief. But then a strange sensation washed over her. What did that mean? Did he prefer to sleep with wild boars rather than with her? No, who would want to sleep with him? Watching Fang Yunshi stomp away, Jiang Lynchon found himself laughing heartily. He picked up a large machete and returned to chop down another tree, as the firewood was insufficient for the night. Inside her sleeping bag, Fang Yunshi listened to the sound of chopping outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Suddenly, she realized that being a farmer might not be so bad after all, especially since Jiang Lynchon, this farmer, made her feel that way. After completing his tasks, Jiang Lynchon settled before the campfire, allowing his mind to enter the Shinong space. Following tradition, he should have encountered the third luminous sphere after planting the pasture today. However, he had been frolicking in the mountains and forests, neglecting this aspect. The third luminous sphere within the space was easily reached. The power of mountains, rivers, and wetlands can alter terrain, control rivers, and manipulate weather. A dazzling orb of radiant colors materialized before him. Astonished, Jiang Lynchon was momentarily speechless. Without time for wonder, he mentally prodded the colorful orb and instantly grasped the application of this extraordinary power. This miraculous force was confined to the panoramic view of the space. The so-called alteration of terrain was indeed feasible, but it could not transform a towering mountain into flat land. At most, it could slightly modify the landscape, with greater alterations demanding more energy. The same applied to controlling rivers. He could not turn a brook into a mighty river or reverse the flow of water, but he could slightly adjust the course of a stream, perhaps adding a few bends. Manipulating weather was equally comprehensible. For instance, if wuxia was particularly arid, he could summon rainfall, sparing himself the labor of watering. Even so, such capabilities could be deemed extraordinary. With his powers enhanced to this extent, Jiang Lynchon could only exclaim, "I am the finest farmer." The colorful orb was not large, and Jiang Lynchon dared not exhaust it recklessly. As he contemplated testing it one day, the immobile feng shui compass and dragon-seeking ruler in the space suddenly plunged into the colorful orb. Subsequently, the orb began to swell dramatically, expanding dozens of times. Jiang Lynchon, astonished, realized the remarkable treasures Master Feng possessed. It was no wonder these feng shui instruments had been passed down for centuries. Moreover, these two artifacts did not vanish within the colorful orb. Jiang Lynchon marveled at this, recognizing that it was not surprising for the Feng family, having traversed renowned mountains and rivers with these tools, to have absorbed countless powers of mountains, rivers, and wetlands. He could only conclude that it made sense. Though he had not discovered anything to enhance himself, Jiang Lynchon remained exceedingly excited. As the luminous sphere faded, a dark object gradually revealed itself. As Jiang Lynchon approached, a piece of information appeared: Black Tiger, Spirit Beast, Juvenile. Jiang Lynchon was left bewildered. Isn't this the Shinong space? What does it mean to bring forth a tiger? Suddenly, a surprisingly adorable growl erupted from the little tiger. The black tiger, intrigued by Jiang Lynchon, approached curiously. It playfully swiped at him with its fluffy paw. Though it missed entirely, as Jiang Lynchon was merely a consciousness within the space, the tiger let out a soft, plaintive roar towards Jiang Lynchon. Chapter 43. An unexpected provocation. Jiang Lynchon gazed at the plump, fluffy little black tiger with its sleek and glossy fur, his mind momentarily blank. What do you want? The tiger responded with a soft growl. You want to go out? It mewed eagerly. All right, just wait a moment. Jiang Lynchon found himself utterly unable to refuse this adorable creature. He cast a glance around the campsite, observing the circle of sleeping bags sprawled beside the campfire. The exhaustion of these individuals was palpable, and they were likely indulging in sweet slumber. After adding a few more logs to the fire, Jiang Lynchon gracefully rose and ventured into the darkness. He walked for a full 10 minutes until he reached a clearing. With a mere thought, a small black creature tumbled to the ground. It was a pure black tiger cub, devoid of any other color. Its sleek, ebony fur shimmered with a metallic luster. Jiang Lynchon reached out with his large hand to stroke it. The black tiger cub, seemingly a bit indignant at the attention, extended its short, stout paw to grasp Jiang Lynchon's pant leg. This little creature barely reached the height of Jiang Lynchon's knee, its eyes still somewhat dazed, lacking the imposing presence of the so-called king of beasts. As Jiang Lynchon continued to pet the cub, it retaliated with a playful swipe. What are you growling about? You're a spirit beast, yet here you are, being petted by me. The cub seemed to protest, its frustration evident. Eventually, overwhelmed by the attention, it managed to free itself from Jiang Lynchon's grasp and fled in a panic, its short legs scurrying in different directions, as if feeling sullied by the encounter. Jiang Lynchon then produced a piece of wild boar meat, shaking it enticingly. The cub, having taken a few steps away, hesitated and turned back, sniffing the meat with curiosity. Those familiar with raising tigers know that even cubs require milk. Yet, where could Jiang Lynchon procure milk? The space had indicated that this black tiger was a spirit beast, so surely feeding it some meat would suffice. He deftly sliced the boar meat into small strips with his dagger and offered them to the cub. The little black tiger lowered its head and swallowed the morsels in a few bites. More? It seemed to ask with a curious growl. Jiang Lynchon meticulously fed the remaining pieces to the cub. Once finished, he wiped his hands on his jeans before picking it up and heading towards a small creek. The drinkability of the creek water in the primordial forest primarily depends on the cleanliness of its source. The spot Jiang Lynchon chose was a small pool formed by a cascading waterfall. Beyond the waterfall lay the source of underground water, which could be questionable. Jiang Lynchon, cradling the cub, leapt gracefully to the thundering waterfall. He gently set the cub down at the edge of the pool, feeling the force of the waterfall. The little black tiger hesitated, glancing back as if seeking refuge in Jiang Lynchon's embrace. Jiang Lynchon grasped the scruff of its neck, turning it to face the waterfall, and shouted, "Roar!" Confused, the cub responded with a puzzled growl. Jiang Lynchon encouraged it again, "Roar." The cub, with its sturdy little legs, took tentative steps towards the waterfall, finally embracing its role as a spirited creature. Jiang Lynchon carefully placed the cub down, and it darted to the water's edge, eagerly lapping up the refreshing liquid. Kneeling beside the cub, Jiang Lynchon washed his hands while surveying the surroundings, noting the scattered animal footprints on the ground, evidence that other creatures frequented this water source. The little black tiger was quite the mischievous creature, unable to remain still even while drinking water. It stretched out a paw to prevent Jiang Lynchon from washing his hands. Jiang Lynchon, filled with childlike delight, took a couple of steps back and continued to pretend to wash his hands. Observing this, the little black tiger dashed over, persistently extending its paw to block Jiang Lynchon once more. Jiang Lynchon was thoroughly amused, realizing that animals were far more entertaining than people. In this secluded area, where the mountains towered and the forests thickened, Jiang Lynchon swiftly stripped off his clothes and plunged into the deep pool. The icy mountain spring water sent a shiver through him, invigorating his senses and cleansing his spirit. He felt a profound sense of freedom and unrestrained joy. On the shore, The little black tiger, witnessing Jiang Lynchon's sudden disappearance, jumped about in distress. It circled the pool, dipping its paw into the water, contemplating whether to enter but hesitating. Roar, roar. A head emerged from the water, and Jiang Lynchon smiled at the little black tiger, beckoning. Come here. Roar, you're just being silly. Aren't you tigers supposed to swim? Don't fool me. You can even dive. Don't be afraid. The little black tiger was eager to try. Suddenly, Jiang Lynchon's expression changed dramatically, and he frantically swam towards the edge of the pool, shouting, Come quickly. The little black tiger, confused, responded, Huh? Quick. Jiang Lynchon's voice turned urgent. The little black tiger leaped into the water, paddling towards Jiang Lynchon with its short legs. Behind it, an enormous shadow had emerged unbeknownst to them. Jiang Lynchon lunged forward, scooping the little black tiger into his arms, coming to a halt as he faced the massive black shadow in the water. It was a black bear, towering over 2 meters when standing. Even Jiang Lynchon felt a surge of anxiety. This was a wild beast. The black bear regarded the unusual sight of a human and a tiger in the water, perplexed. For there were few creatures in the forest that could instill fear in it, yet many that would flee at its presence. The duo before it exuded no menacing aura, nor did they embody the essence of the forest, leaving the bear bewildered. Where did these two come from? Jiang Lynchon, cradling the little black tiger, began to swim slowly towards the opposite shore. Almost all animals possessed better swimming skills than humans. Even domesticated pigs and cows could float and paddle through the water. He had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with a 400 to 500-pound bear. The black bear observed Jiang Lynchon as he gradually distanced himself, showing no inclination to attack. It was merely there for a drink. Sensing the bear's lack of aggression, Jiang Lynchon swam to the shore and emerged, naked, onto the bank. The little black tiger, nestled in his embrace, exhibited no fear towards the enormous creature. Instead, it widened its eyes and provocatively let out a roar. Roar. You clumsy fool. Irritated, Jiang Lynchon smacked the little tiger's pudgy backside. It seemed that animals could comprehend each other as provocations. The black bear paused momentarily, then erupted in furious rage. It dropped onto all fours before rising on its hind legs, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains. Roar. Jiang Lynchon, alarmed by the troublemaker he had behind him, grabbed 2 large stones. The bear lowered its body and charged towards Jiang Lynchon. In this territory, no creature dared to challenge it. The dignity of the bear was inviolable. Jiang Lynchon hurled a stone the size of a bowl with his left hand, only to witness the black bear deftly swat it away with a precise strike as it charged forward. Astonished, Jiang Lynchon barely had time to react. With renewed vigor, he launched another stone with even greater force from his right hand, then lowered his body in a defensive stance. The bear, unable to evade in time, could only shift its body slightly. The tremendous impact of the stone struck its shoulder with a resounding thud. The collision between the stone and the bear emitted a deep, resonant sound. The bear let out a pained roar, its ferocity ignited as it accelerated towards Jiang Lynchon. You're quite the adversary. I truly appreciate it, Jiang Lynchon remarked. Chapter 44. Congratulations, you've reclaimed a life. If it weren't for necessity, he genuinely wished to avoid grappling with a beast. The little black tiger, undeterred, roared defiantly at the approaching black bear. Jiang Lynchon felt an overwhelming urge to kick it away. If you're so brave, why don't you take it on? As the bear closed in, Jiang Lynchon set aside his sarcasm and charged forward. Enraged, the bear had never encountered creatures that dared to provoke it aside from wild boars. Today, it faced 2 such challengers. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. With that, it extended its massive front paws, ready to pounce on the bipedal creature before it. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to withstand the assault of a bear weighing 400 to 500 pounds. If pinned to the ground, the bear would consume its prey alive, a gruesome fate to behold. Jiang Lynchon felt a surge of anxiety. While he was accustomed to dealing with street thugs, he had never faced a bear, especially while unarmed. What if it swiped at him and severed his manhood? Such concerns plagued human combatants. With keen perception, Jiang Lynchon executed a powerful side kick just as the bear lunged. The force of the kick reverberated through the air as it connected with the bear's chest. In an instant, the 2 adversaries separated. The bear's half-ton frame was propelled backward by Jiang Lynchon's kick, flying 2 meters into the air. In contrast, Jiang Lynchon, being significantly lighter, was sent tumbling backward for over 10 meters before he landed. A rare sense of tightness gripped his chest, and 3 gashes marred his calf from the bear's claws. With a fierce yell, Jiang Lynchon surged forward like a cannonball. In the face of danger, the brave prevail. When battling beasts, there is no room for mercy. Barefoot and swift, he darted forward like a fleeting shadow. The fallen bear shook its head, still bewildered by the events that had transpired, only to find the bipedal creature charging at it once more. Startled, it let out a booming roar and lunged again. In its lifetime, the bear had only evaded snakes. All other creatures quaked in fear before it. Today was a complete reversal of fortunes. Then, with a resounding thud, it was sent flying again, this time without even managing to swipe its claws. By the time it regained its footing, the bipedal creature was upon it once more. Thud. After hitting the ground again, the bear twisted its rear and let out a mournful howl before bolting away in a frenzied escape. Just how fast can a bear run? Its top speed can reach 60 kilometers per hour. Even Usain Bolt, at his peak, can only manage just under 40 kilometers per hour. Jiang Lynchon could certainly pursue it. Had he not been concerned for the little black tiger, he would have relished the chance to experience the bear's paw firsthand today. Listening to the distant sound of breaking branches, Jiang Lynchon let out a regretful sigh. What a futile endeavor this is. as he limped towards the little black tiger. Dragging his injured leg, he seized the mischievous creature and delivered a sharp slap to its rear before carelessly tossing it into the Shinome space. In the heat of the moment, he had not considered retrieving it beforehand. As for the tiger's audacious provocation towards the black bear, what could he do? As the king of the mountains and a mysterious spiritual beast, even a young tiger could not escape its competitive nature. Perhaps it was the pride coursing through its veins that instigated such behavior, yet being so young, it lacked the ferocity of a true beast. Its roar sounded akin to a novice taunting a seasoned fighter, a reckless act indeed. Ultimately, as the guardian of the little black tiger, Jiang Lynchon bore the consequences alone. Upon inspecting his wound, he found it to be superficial, primarily because the black bear had not managed to exert its full force before being kicked away. The flesh wound posed little concern, and with his exceptional constitution, he would recover completely within a few days. Jiang Lynchon leaped back into the pond to wash away the dirt and blood, cleansing his clothes in the process. Dressed in damp attire, he soon returned to the campsite, drying his garments by the flickering campfire. Overall, the night had been quite remarkable, leaving Jiang Lynchon with little to lament. The next morning, after savoring a meal of wild boar, the group arose, packed their belongings, and prepared to set out. Given the long journey ahead, Zhao Jing urged the team to travel light, discarding unnecessary items to significantly reduce their burdens. Jiang Lynchon felt a pang of regret at the sight of their abandoned expensive outdoor gear. He selected a heavy-duty machete, took along a compound bow and quiver of arrows, and secured a tactical dagger in each boot. Were it not for the half-carcass of boar slung over his shoulder, which marred his appearance, he would have looked like a distinguished outdoor survival expert. Fang Yinshi approached Jiang Lynchon and inquired, "Brother Jiang, which way do we go?" He cast her a puzzled glance and replied, "Of course we walk, but let me be clear, my shoulder bears wild boar, not women." Infuriated, Fang Yinshi stomped her foot and turned away. Jiang Lynchon laughed heartily. "Stay close and don't lag behind. Today, I will lead you out." Zhao Jing remarked, "Brother Jiang, I estimate we have ventured at least 50 kilometers into the forest. Even without losing our way, it would be quite challenging to exit in a single day. Wouldn't you agree?" The others nodded vigorously. This was indeed a primeval forest, and the thought of covering 50 kilometers in a day seemed absurd. Only Fang Yinshi harbored no doubts about Jiang Lynchon's words. Just yesterday, she had witnessed him sprinting after a wild boar in the jungle, a speed that seemed unattainable for any ordinary person. Jiang Lynchon chuckled. "If you hadn't eaten corn, you wouldn't be able to cover 50 kilometers, but now, just keep up with me." With that, he strode forward, wielding his machete to clear the obstructing branches. The others hurriedly followed, with Jiang Lynchon leading the way. They knew that falling behind could mean never returning. As they traversed the rugged terrain, the group grew increasingly astonished. Though they struggled to keep pace, they found themselves able to maintain a brisk movement for 3 consecutive hours without rest. Under normal circumstances, traversing the mountains for 10 minutes would leave anyone utterly exhausted, especially in such dense underbrush. Remarkably, even the physically weakest among them, Sister Lan, persevered alongside the group, with not a single soul faltering throughout the journey. It is simply astonishing. This corn is nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Lynchon chose a broad, dry rocky area to pause and rest. Everyone exhaled deeply, having held their breath in their desperate effort to keep pace. Zhao Jing, throughout the trek, was secretly apprehensive. This was indeed a verdant, untamed jungle. Many areas appeared flat, yet stepping on them could lead to missteps, revealing the tall wild grasses beneath. In other spots, due to years of persistent rain and mist, the stones were exceedingly slippery, and a moment's inattention could result in a fall, often with steep cliffs or mountains lurking nearby. The hardships and dangers of this place are beyond the comprehension of those who have not experienced them. Frequently, a group might toil all day, only to cover less than 10 kilometers in a straight line. How did Jiang Lynchon ascertain that their resting spot was safe, after running for such a prolonged period? How did he manage to navigate without the need to determine their position? They had now been journeying for 3 hours, covering at least 30 kilometers. How remarkable. Moreover, he bore a burden exceeding 100 kilograms. The thought grew overwhelming for Zhao Jing, instilling a sense of fear born from the unknown. After a brief respite, they pressed on. Finally, after another 3 hours, they reached the edge of the Hongzhou Mountains. The thinning forest and vegetation, coupled with the sunlight filtering down from above, signified their emergence from this hellish locale. Jiang Lynchon suddenly halted, pointing towards a nearby village and town. "Look, ahead lies Manhwa town. Congratulations, you've reclaimed your lives." Chapter 45. I want you to accompany me to the grave. Upon spotting the familiar village, the 8 individuals collapsed to their knees or sprawled on the ground, some overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Just as Chang Xiaochuan and Chen Shi were about to embrace their benefactor, Jiang Lynchon, they realized it was too late. Fang Yinshi had already leapt into his arms. How terrifying! Chang Xiaochuan and Chen Shi gasped in shock. Here was Jiang Lynchon, enveloped in the embrace of a beautiful woman. Who could resist such a gesture? He patted Fang Yinshi on the back and remarked, "All right, bringing you out was merely a matter of convenience. However, this corn comes at a price. Even with your hug, you cannot expect a discount." In such an emotional moment, only Jiang Lynchon could utter such words. The epitome of a steel-hearted man, he relished the title. Fang Yinshi, her face flushed, released Jiang Lynchon and turned angrily towards the grinning Chang Xiaochuan and Chen Shi. "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be transferring money to Brother Fang?" At that moment, their communication devices erupted with notifications. During their days of being unreachable, countless friends and family had tried to contact them. Meanwhile, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions about this newsworthy event, analyzing when the rescue teams might extract them. However, the vast majority of netizens believed the prospects were grim. In this technologically advanced modern society, humanity still encounters numerous insurmountable challenges. Within the Rescue Command Center of Manhwa Town, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Present were leaders from Lynchon County, specialized emergency rescue teams dispatched from the city and province, local mountain guides, the families of the missing individuals, as well as volunteer rescue teams from the community, and even professionals engaged in geological and biological research from the province. After convening 3 emergency meetings and synthesizing information from various sources, County Chief Zhou Jianming could not help but furrow his brow deeply. The situation was dire. These 9 individuals had ventured into the mountains from Manhwa Town, making this an unexpected incident within the jurisdiction of Lynchon County, and he naturally bore the responsibility. During the meeting, insights shared by scientific experts who had previously explored the primeval forest, along with local mountain dwellers, revealed chilling information that left everyone feeling unnerved. Even the locals, who had lived there for generations, dared not venture deep into the wilderness. Ferocious beasts and venomous creatures were rampant, the magnetic field was chaotic, and communication systems were rendered ineffective. The efficacy and range of helicopters and drones were severely limited. Faced with such extreme natural conditions, no one could guarantee that they would return safely after venturing deeper. The last thing they wanted was to lose not only the missing individuals, but also a number of rescuers. However, they could not afford to refrain from acting, as 9 vibrant lives were at stake. Moreover, this incident had already garnered nationwide attention. They could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. The final decision of the meeting was to dispatch 4 rescue teams, comprising a total of 83 individuals, to enter the primeval forest. The 4 teams lined up in formation in the square. Zhou Jianming, his expression grave, shook hands with each member. Exercise caution, prioritize safety. And under no circumstances should you return without every single person. He implored them before the multitude of cameras. The rescue team members nodded emphatically, each embodying a sense of foreboding akin to the chilling winds of a desolate battlefield. You must bring my son back, no matter what methods you employ. A middle-aged man shouted from the family area. The crowd stirred, recognizing him as Guan Shihao of the Guan group. Since losing contact with his son, he had offered a staggering reward of 30 million for anyone who could bring him back, enticing countless individuals. Had it not been for the timely response of officials, who arranged for a significant deployment of patrol personnel, many reckless bounty hunters might have ventured into the vast primeval forest, risking their lives for the promise of money. Beside Guan Shihao stood a group of nearly distraught family members of the missing individuals, who bore no resentment toward his aggressive stance. Objectively, his generous reward had fueled the nationwide fervor surrounding the incident, garnering attention from various sectors. Finding his son equated to finding their own loved ones. It was this shared sentiment that not only failed to deter them from Guan Shihao's impassioned pleas, but instead propelled them further. People often judge right and wrong based on their affiliations, and in this moment, their solidarity was unwavering. Zhou Jianming and the members of the rescue center exchanged concerned glances. They understood the family's emotional turmoil, yet the prospects of the rescue team successfully locating the missing individuals were exceedingly slim. All Zhou Jianming could do was hope that no more lives would be lost. Suddenly, a voice erupted. We got through. We made contact. The staff member responsible for 24-hour communication was flushed with excitement. Zhou Jianming was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What have we managed to connect?" "The phone of the missing person has been reached." Zhou Jianming rejoiced, but before he could ask further, the staff enthusiastically addressed the person on the other end. "This is the Lynchon County Search and Rescue Center. Are we speaking with the Weiguang Adventure Group?" At that moment, hundreds in the room held their breath, some family members frantically dialing their phones. "Have you made it out? That's wonderful. Please report your location. Is anyone injured?" "We are at Shinya Cave, and no one is hurt." "Excellent. We will send someone to retrieve you. Please do not hang up. We need to maintain communication." The staff turned and shouted, "They have made it out. At Shinya Cave, quickly send someone to bring them back." The atmosphere was electric with joy and excitement. After such a prolonged period of being unaccounted for, they had emerged on their own. Who could have anticipated this? A moment of false alarm, indeed. Zhou Jianming wiped his forehead, feeling a profound sense of relief. Even his prior annoyance towards these reckless adventurers dissipated in the thrill of the moment. After several minutes of anxious anticipation, the rescue convoy finally returned. As the doors opened, the graceful figure of Fang Yunshi appeared, followed by Chang Xiaochuan, Chen Shi, Jiao Jing, and others in succession. With each arrival, the crowd erupted into cheers, mingled with the heartfelt sobs of relatives overwhelmed with joy. The scene was simultaneously jubilant and poignant. Yet, as more individuals disembarked, Guan Jingqi stood at the forefront, his gaze fixated on the last person, Sister Lan, only to realize that no one else remained on the vehicle. A chill crept into his heart. "Where's my son? Where's my son, Guan Jingqi?" Guan Shihai suddenly demanded. "Uncle." Jiao Jing's voice was somber. "Xiao Guan got separated from us. We were unable to locate him." The moment these words escaped Jiao Jing's lips, silence fell over the crowd. How could anyone still be in the forest? Weren't they together? Someone questioned. The conditions inside are treacherous, and it is quite likely for people to become lost. To have 8 come out is already a blessing from the heavens. Indeed, out of 9 who entered, 8 have emerged. That is fortunate. Nonsense. Guan Shihai's eyes reddened. The aura of the super-rich silenced many. "You left my son behind. I will not let you escape unscathed. The only way to remedy this is for you to go back in and bring my son out alive. Otherwise, I will ensure you all accompany him to the grave." His words, squeezed through clenched teeth, carried an unmistakable threat. This is absurd. Zhou Jianming was furious. He cared not for billionaires. In Huaxia, those who publicly issued death threats would not fare well. The emotional turmoil of the family was understandable, but there is always a limit. Guan Shihai fell silent. Yet the menace in his eyes intensified as he fixed his gaze on the 8 individuals. Let us head to the conference room. We need more detailed information. Chapter 46. I will give him 30 million. Jiang Lynchon, of course, was unaware of the events transpiring in Manhwa town. Upon receiving 8 million, he joyfully shouldered half a wild boar and returned home. Last night, he had instructed Master Fong to prepare a report in advance, stating that he was venturing into the mountains to experience outdoor life. Zhang's parents, while slightly concerned, did not voice any objections. After all, their son had grown up and was no longer under their control. However, when they saw Jiang Lynchon carrying a compound bow, wielding a large machete, and sporting tactical knives hanging from both boots, they were astonished to discover a bundle on his shoulder that, when opened, revealed dozens of pounds of wild boar meat. They were thoroughly impressed by their son's resourcefulness. The little cow leisurely grazed in the yard, and upon seeing Jiang Lynchon return, it excitedly approached him. Jiang Lynchon patted its head, signaling it to continue eating without regard for him. Remarkably, the little cow gently nodded in acknowledgement and resumed its meal. Seeing the cow's remarkable recovery filled Jiang Lynchon with joy. He took out his phone to call Dimingxin, inquiring about when the cattle from Hushi County would arrive. Transporting several hundred cattle required coordination with a specialized fleet, as it was not a simple task. On the other end of the line, Dimingxin's slightly fatigued voice informed him that the convoy had already departed and would reach Changle village later that evening. Calculating the silage feed, it amounted to over 200 tons, which needed to be packed in sealed bags and would require some time for transport. Jiang Lynchon inquired about the price and promptly transferred the funds, resolving that matter. It was early autumn, and the grass planted on the barren hills required at least a month of growth, so he could only temporarily keep the cattle in pens. The village collectively built a series of livestock pens, but no one was currently raising cattle, making it the perfect opportunity for Jiang Lynchon to rent them. The price was exceedingly reasonable, and the villagers, delighted with the cash, couldn't help but smile broadly, even feeling a tad embarrassed as they tidied up the dust. When the grass matured, the cattle would require the villagers' assistance for care. Jiang's father enlisted 15 villagers to help, each earning 180 yuan per day. The villagers nearly quarreled over this coveted position. Feeding the grass, providing water, and cleaning up manure hardly constituted heavy labor. Yet they were thrilled to earn 180 yuan a day without needing to travel far. They eagerly requested more such opportunities. Even the village chief, Jiang Guifa, contemplated taking on work himself. In the end, unable to overlook the villagers' excitement, Jiang Lynchon acquired a batch of ducklings and goslings, along with 30,000 chicks, and hired a few more individuals to help. This barely quelled the villagers' enthusiasm. The village buzzed with talk of Jiang Lynchon's seemingly extravagant spending, speculating on the scale of his farming and breeding ventures, and wondering how much he might ultimately lose. However, even in the event of losses, the villagers would still benefit financially. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into outsiders' fields, ensuring that they would not be owed wages. Rumors circulated that he had also leased Wang Dada's farm, leaving many to wonder where he acquired such wealth. During their leisure time, the villagers could not help but marvel at Jiang Lynchon, discussing how this mountain lad, educated in university, had managed to create such a stir in just a few days after returning. Oblivious to the villagers' speculations, Jiang Lynchon sat serenely in the yard, basking in the sun, watching the little cow graze contentedly. Jiang Lynchon, noticing no one around, took out a handful of divine pastures from the Shinong space and stuffed them into the trough. The young cow's eyes sparkled, and she glared at Jiang Lynchon with her large bovine eyes, as if to say, "Oh, you rascal. You finally remembered to provide me with some good food." After a few bites, the young cow, not being picky, continued to consume the remaining fodder. Jiang Lynchon suddenly observed her tail perk up and shouted, "Hold on." The young cow looked at him in confusion. Jiang Lynchon chuckled, "We must maintain hygiene." He then pointed to the edge of the cement road outside the courtyard, saying, "Go there to relieve yourself. From now on, no more doing it in the yard. Big or small." The young cow glared at him fiercely, yet seemingly understood, reluctantly making her way to the roadside to leave a substantial deposit. This time, Jiang Lynchon was astonished. Could this cow possess such intelligence? Had it somehow become enlightened? How was it able to comprehend my intentions? In Manhwa town, at the temporary search and rescue command center, the accounts of the 8 individuals regarding their days of ordeal sounded as incomprehensible as an ancient scripture. They then watched the recorded video of the adventure team, where Guan Zhengqi, while departing alone, had said, "Thank you for the reminder, Captain. I know what I am doing. If there is a chance, I hope to see you again." The meeting room fell into a profound silence. No one was surprised by Guan Zhengqi's decision to leave alone. In such dire circumstances, such a choice was understandable. However, when everyone witnessed Fang Yunshi, despite her weakened state, stating her intent to seek a way out for the group, they regarded her with newfound respect. In times of peril, choices made seem devoid of right or wrong. Yet comparison casts a stark light on the outcomes. Guan Zhengqi's divergent choice led to his disappearance, leaving his fate unknown, while Fang Yunshi and her team were all rescued, escaping with their lives. Others could not be blamed for not stopping Guan Zhengqi, for none could foresee what would transpire next. It was not until Chang Xiaochuan raised a dagger in despair to his neck, only to be struck away by a flying branch, that the man carrying a pig appeared. Then, breathless, Fang Yunshi emerged. At this point, doubts dissipated. Guan Jingqi's current plight was of his own making, and he had declared, I know what I am doing. Everyone was an adult, and adults must bear the consequences of their actions. Then why didn't you seek him afterward? Guan Shiho's voice rang out sharply. Your coldness and inaction directly led to his demise. You are the murderers. Uncle, we did consider finding him, but the primitive forest is utterly disorienting. What if we got lost again while searching for him? Zhao Jing lamented as he covered his face in anguish. I am willing to join the rescue team and go back and to find him. Beside him, Chen Shi could no longer contain himself. He scoffed, yes. Your son is not cold-blooded. He is quite the proactive one, suggesting that I, who was suffering from a high fever, be left behind. And deeming the others a burden was also his doing. Ultimately, it was he who chose to escape alone. Your son is indeed fiery and capable. Guan Shiho slammed the table, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Shi with intensity. Having returned from the gates of hell, Chen was unperturbed by Guan Shihua's gaze, fiercely returning the glare. The other team members exhibited a mix of shame, silence, and regret, yet the situation was dire, leaving them with no choice but to await instructions for the rescue operation. Zhou Jianming felt an ache in his head. Even if it was just one person, they had to be rescued, regardless of whether that individual had brought their fate upon themselves. Life demands to see the living, death the dead. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind, and he exclaimed, what about the villager who brought you back? Where is he? As the realization dawned on everyone, they understood that since he had successfully led these individuals out, his inclusion in the rescue team would alleviate their concerns, even if they ultimately failed to find anyone. With this thought, all eyes turned to Fang Yunshi. Fang Yunshi felt a surge of anxiety. Brother Jiang said he is merely a farmer and is in a hurry to return home to work, so he did not come with us. Guan Shihua retorted angrily, what work? I do not care who he is. He must enter the mountains and rescue my son. Despite her indignation, Fang Yunshi replied, he is just a farmer. Even if he cannot help you, is that a crime? Guan Shihua was momentarily taken aback, nearly choked by her words. Zhou Jianming raised his hand and said, since he is so crucial, let us invite him together. After all, lives are at stake, and I believe he would be willing to help. As for compensation, he glanced at Guan Shihua. Guan Shihua declared, 30 million. As long as he brings my son back alive, I will give him 30 million, and each member of the rescue team will receive 1 million. Zhou Jianming responded solemnly. Whether you provide money or not, our officials will deploy the rescue team. We place immense value on every life, including that of the rescue team members. Is this merely a monetary issue? 40 minutes later, when a large group arrived at Jiang Lynchon's home, he was taken aback. Are you here to present a banner? No need for that. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Why was this fellow being so modest? He even feigned reluctance, clearly enamored with the idea of receiving accolades. Zhou Jianming realized that indeed, for rescuing 8 individuals, they should at least award him a certificate of bravery. When the group conveyed their purpose, Jiang Lynchon displayed obvious reluctance. I am just a farmer. I cannot be of much help. You have no idea how perilous that primeval forest is. The rescue team leader inquired, how did you navigate within it? Jiang Lynchon scratched his head. I'm not sure. I suppose it was instinct. A researcher specializing in provincial flora and fauna asked, how deep did you venture? What was the vegetation like? What animals did you encounter? Did you see any unusual species? The Hengjue mountain range remains largely unexplored, possessing its own unique ecosystem and climate. Naturally, those most eager to uncover the forest mysteries were the researchers focused on Hengjue Mountain. Jiang Lynchon replied, there is an abundance of diverse animals and plants, bears, deer, leopards, too many to name. Guan Shihua was infuriated, thinking to himself, is this truly the time for scientific discussion? My son's fate hangs in the balance. Zhou Jianming waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough of that for now. Let us discuss how to rescue the person. The longer we delay, the more perilous the situation becomes. Guan Shihai interjected, 30 million. If you bring him back alive, you shall receive 30 million. Jiang Lynchon shot him a sidelong glance. Are you the relative of that lone survivor? Indeed, he is quite the astute individual. Guan Shihai's expression darkened. In his eyes, that humble farmer was of little consequence. Yet to coax him into the mountains, certain persuasive measures were necessary. The 30 million was merely a ruse. Ever since acquiring wealth beyond imagination, his mindset had shifted and expanded. To him, ordinary lives were as insignificant as ants. Otherwise, he would not have offered such a generous bounty. These individuals, driven by greed, ventured into the mountains, indifferent to the loss of life. However, the authorities could not turn a blind eye. Thus applying pressure through the bounty was his strategy. The wealthy possess a sense of entitlement. Even official institutions must cater to their needs. Jiang Lynchon remarked, I might consider entering the mountains, but I have a herd of hushy yellow cattle to transport shortly. Should we not wait a moment? The crowd was left speechless, while others pondered how to save a life. This man seemed solely preoccupied with his cattle. Forget about your cows. 1,000 cattle do not equate to the value of our young master's life. Guan Shihai remained silent, his assistant speaking on his behalf. Jiang Lynchon grew displeased. You say it doesn't matter? We are all risking our lives to rescue someone. In your eyes, is your young master's life truly more precious? Guan Shihai's assistant pointed accusingly at Jiang Lynchon, utterly astonished that this farmer dared to speak so bluntly. You are talking nonsense. The assistant retorted, furious. On one side is a life, on the other your trivial concerns. With so many leaders and media present, do you understand your place? At last, it was Zhou Jianming who spoke up. Rescuing lives is our government's duty. We cannot impose upon a farmer to risk his life and bear financial losses for the sake of saving someone. He has no such obligation. We are requesting assistance, not issuing orders. I hope you comprehend this. He then turned to Jiang Lingshan, saying, "Young man, I shall not say more. I implore you to assist in rescuing this individual. Even if the person cannot be found, it is imperative that all rescue team members return safely." Jiang Lingshan, who responded better to softness than to hardness, paused in contemplation before replying, "Very well. Prepare yourselves, we shall enter the mountains shortly." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. As long as he was willing to act as a guide, even if they could not find the person, the situation would not deteriorate to its worst. Jiang Lingshan turned to Guan Shihai, stating, "I do not lack money, yet I wish for you to contribute this sum. Here is my proposal. Donate 30 million to the county for a rural support fund in Ningchuan. Once the individual is rescued, your funds shall be promptly allocated. Can you agree to this?" The assistant was taken aback. In his lifetime, he had never encountered someone who dismissed money so casually. He turned to Guan Shihai, awaiting his decision. Guan Shihai cast a cold glance at Jiang Lingshan, slowly nodding in agreement. Moreover, the rescue team venturing into the mountains comprises fathers, sons, and husbands, whose promised remuneration of 1 million is due imminently. The assistant, incensed, leapt to his feet, pointing at Jiang Lingshan, and exclaimed, "Do not overreach. What right do you, a mere peasant, have to instruct us?" Jiang Lingshan turned to Guan Shihao and slowly inquired, "Will you comply or not?" Guan Shihao clenched his teeth and nodded in affirmation. It had been years since anyone had dared to threaten him in such a manner. What an audacious farmer. Jiang Lingshan smiled with satisfaction. "As long as I am devoid of morals, you cannot coerce me. As long as I possess no desires, you cannot manipulate me." The revelation that he truly did not seek 30 million astonished everyone, including County Chief Zhou Jianming, who gazed at Jiang Lingshan in disbelief. In response to the puzzled expressions surrounding him, Jiang Lingshan stated, "I am a farmer, and I wish to assist fellow farmers." What a compelling rationale. The journalists present were exhilarated. This was monumental news, an uplifting narrative of a new generation dedicated to revitalizing rural areas and contributing to their homeland. After recalibrating the numbers, the rescue team was streamlined to 11 members, consisting of guide Jiang Lingshan, provincial rescue team members, and a provincial flora and fauna expert, whose presence was somewhat perplexing. Jiang Linshan's parents, Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma, returned home in astonishment. Their son intended to join the rescue team into the treacherous Hengjua Mountains. Jiang Ma immediately opposed the idea, but after much persuasion from Jiang Linshan, she begrudgingly acquiesced, while Jiang Ba wore an anxious expression. "Father, mother, it will be fine. These are all seasoned rescue personnel, and I will be safe accompanying them," Jiang Linshan reassured them. He then began to don his gear, strapping on a delicate composite bow, which was susceptible to damage in the rugged wilderness. The intricate pulley system and sights rendered it less reliable. It would be far wiser to bring a sturdy recurve or hunting bow. Those knowledgeable shook their heads disapprovingly, yet the ostentatious Jiang Linshan insisted on taking it. He also packed a quiver containing 13 long arrows. Next, he secured a tactical knife on each side of his boots, which was understandable to the onlookers. However, when Jiang Linshan produced a hefty machete, Zhou Jianming's eyes widened in alarm. Was this not a controlled weapon? The captain of the county's police force gently shook his head, whispering, "A simple record will suffice later. Regulation does not equate to absolute prohibition. In mountainous and forested areas where operations are necessary, it is permissible. Therein lies a matter of flexible interpretation. Had Jiang Linshan brought this item to the provincial capital, it would certainly have been confiscated. However, its use in the primordial forest is justified as a tool for the local villagers." Rescue team leader He Ping further equipped him with a complete set of outdoor survival gear, filling an entire large backpack. With all preparations finalized, the group set out once more. Fang Yinshi expressed a desire to accompany them, but her brothers restrained her. Zhao Jing also wished to join but was similarly dissuaded. After all, who would want to venture out again right after returning alive? At this moment, Guan Jingqi, alone in the treacherous Hengjua Mountains, teetered on the brink of despair. No matter which path he chose, he found himself enveloped in a forest shrouded in thick fog. The dampness and chill of the air rendered visibility to mere meters. To wander alone in such a jungle, hoping to escape, was nothing short of a fool's errand. Gazing at the dwindling supply of compressed biscuits, a sense of bitterness welled within him. I refused to succumb to death. Chapter 48. Is that you, Dehe? The search and rescue team had been in the mountains for 5 hours, and darkness had descended. Team leader He Ping selected a site to set up camp, planning to resume their search the following day. By this time, they had ventured approximately 15 kilometers into the Hengjua Mountains, and fatigue weighed heavily on them. In certain areas, the incline reached an alarming 60 to 70 degrees, forcing the team to scale nearly vertical cliffs. The toll on their stamina was immense. Jiang Linshan observed that the physical prowess of this group was commendable, far superior to that of the Weiguang adventurers before they had consumed corn. Yet now, their strength had waned considerably. Determined not to squander precious time, he resolved to retrieve Guan Jingqi on his own. After all, aside from him, the others were utterly oblivious to their whereabouts. Indeed, the search and rescue team had lost their sense of direction that very afternoon, wandering aimlessly. If they continued to flounder about, they would not find Guan Jingqi even by next year. He could very well end up as carrion, his bones crushed and devoured by beasts, reduced to excrement. After dining, the team began to rest, with He Ping assigning members to take turns keeping watch. Jiang Linshan remarked, "I will search for dry firewood. The moisture here is intense, and this meager supply will not suffice for the night. We will be left shivering from the cold." He Ping, hesitant to let his team members stray too far, intended to send someone with him. However, Jiang Linshan adamantly declined and ventured alone into the vast darkness. Once he reached solitude, he retrieved the little black tiger, cradling it in his arms, and set off at a brisk pace. The little creature, having emerged from the Shinong space, was momentarily blinded by the gusts of wind. After a while, it opened its eyes to find itself nestled in Jiang Lynchon's embrace. "Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat?" he asked, stroking the tiger as he walked. One could question the true intent behind his release of the little black tiger. Was it to find food for it, or merely to indulge in petting its small head? Before long, Jiang Lynchon skillfully caught an unknown rodent along the way, preparing it as a meal for the little black tiger. These small creatures were abundant throughout the Hongzhou Mountains, their presence pervasive across the range. After feeding the little tiger, Jiang Lynchon continued deeper into the mountain's embrace. "Captain, do you think we will find anyone this time?" a team member inquired, seated around the campfire. "If we do not find them, we are merely fulfilling our duty." The captain sighed. "But with Brother Jiang leading the way, what if we truly do find someone?" The team member persisted. That would be futile," chuckled Gao Fengmao, the only botanist in the team. "In the past 8 years, I have ventured into these mountains 17 times, each time daring to go only 7 or 8 kilometers. Even then, I have nearly lost my way on several occasions." He addressed the young team member, saying, "Were it not for the exceptional skills of this guide, I would not dare to venture into this place. At least, our chances of emerging alive this time are significantly greater." The team member inquired, "Given the perilous nature of this expedition, why do you still choose to accompany us? Are you enticed by the prospect of 1,000,000? With a scoff, he retorted, "Do you think I, Gao Fengmao, would covet a mere 1,000,000? I am merely captivated by the rare opportunity to delve deeper into this untouched wilderness, a realm that has never been conquered by human hands." Leaning against the campfire, Gao Fengmao's eyes sparkled with boundless yearning. This was a treacherous zone, a forbidden land, yet simultaneously a sanctuary rich with untold treasures. It is estimated that there are no fewer than 4,000 known species of animals here, encompassing mammals, amphibians, reptiles, aquatic creatures, and countless invertebrates. "I shall not miss any opportunity to venture into the mountains," he mused softly. The group regarded him with deep respect. Those who excel in their respective fields are always worthy of admiration, and Gao Fengmao was indeed one of those individuals. "How does that young Jiang ascertain the direction?" Captain He Ping questioned, fiddling with the utterly malfunctioning compass, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Captain, do you think he possesses some extraordinary ability?" One crew member jested. "It is hard to say. As I observed him leading us today, he exhibited no hesitation at all. It was as if he knew the path instinctively, even aware of which stones were loose underfoot and where leeches lurked." Another team member remarked with admiration. "Indeed. That machete of his must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds, and he has continuously swung it to clear the underbrush. How can someone be so formidable?" "Perhaps it is a natural gift," Gao Fengmao said enviously, his jealousy of Jiang Lynchon palpable. As the group engaged in light conversation, they gradually succumbed to slumber, leaving Gao Fengmao, who was on watch, to gaze into the fire and listen to the distant howls of wildlife. He examined the several plant specimens he had collected earlier that day, hoping to discover even more tomorrow. If only this expedition were not primarily aimed at rescuing someone. With such a guide, research and exploration across these mountains would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly jolted by a realization. Where is Xiaojiang? He claimed he was going to gather firewood, yet it has been over 2 hours now. Anxiety began to grip him. Something must have occurred. He nudged Captain He Ping, relaying the situation. "Still not back?" He Ping's concern grew. In this darkness, one cannot see a hand in front of their face. "I should never have allowed Jiang Lynchon to venture out alone for firewood. What should we do? Should we search for him?" Gao Fengmao asked. After a moment of contemplation, He Ping replied, "Let us wait a little longer. Brother Jiang is a local. His skills in the jungle far surpass ours, unless he encounters an unforeseen event. If we rashly go in search of him, we may only increase the likelihood of danger, and it could very well be he who ends up needing to rescue us." Gao Fengmao forced a bitter smile, realizing that in this wilderness, they had become almost helpless. After half an hour of anxious waiting, just as the two were about to rouse the other team members, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the distant darkness. "What is that sound? Could it be him returning?" Gao Fengmao exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding over him. The direction was amiss. He did not depart in this manner. "What on earth? Wake up, everyone!" He Ping's voice had altered in pitch as he beheld a towering bear, standing 2 meters tall, approaching the campfire. The formidable presence of the creature instilled an unparalleled sense of dread. Gao Fengmao was rendered speechless, never anticipating that on their very first day in the mountains, they would encounter an Asian black bear. What a shocking turn of events. Could it be that Brother Jiang was devoured by it? A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. The team members were abruptly roused from their stupor, and upon realizing that a black bear was ambling towards them, an indescribable sense of trepidation washed over them. He Ping brandished a dagger in his right hand and a burning branch in his left, waving them fervently in an attempt to deter the black bear. Strangely, the creature seemed unperturbed by the flames, continuing its slow advance towards them. The 10 men gathered around the campfire turned pale with fear. Gao Fengmao seized a piece of wood and hurled it at the bear with all his might. The bear curiously observed the bright sparks as they struck its fur and continued to smolder upon hitting the ground. It extended its paw to investigate, but upon feeling the burn, let out a furious roar, swatting the wood away, sending sparks flying into the air. Its eyes narrowed with ferocity as it fixated on the group of bipedal creatures. Yet again, bipedal creatures. Enraged, the bear dropped to all fours and unleashed a savage growl. Having endured enough, after a harrowing escape spanning several miles, it had encountered bipedal beings once more. This was an egregious affront. What should they do? Should they flee? One team member anxiously inquired. I can't run. My legs feel weak, another lamented. Those accustomed to the wilderness understood the sheer terror of being stared down by a wild beast at close range. Ping gazed at the small dagger in his hand, his heart sinking with despair. Just as despair enveloped them, a distant voice echoed, Big Black, is that you? I can hear you, Big Black. As the words fell, a figure pierced through the night, arriving at the edge of the campfire's glow. It was Lynchon, clutching a person in one hand and hoisting a catch over his shoulder. As for the firewood he spoke of, it was nowhere to be found. The black bear, upon hearing this voice, felt a sense of unease. However, its poor eyesight hindered its recognition until the figure drew closer, revealing itself to be the very bipedal creature that had kicked it the previous night. In an instant, it was filled with dread. With a piercing howl, it turned and fled, crashing through branches like a bulldozer. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished by the bear's formidable force. The sight of such a fierce creature fleeing from Lynchon was akin to a mouse escaping from a cat, leaving them all bewildered. Who, indeed, was the true beast? Lynchon tossed the person he was carrying beside the campfire. As they peered into the flickering light, it appeared to be the missing individual, Guanjingqi. Is this truly the one we sought? How did he find him? Wasn't he out gathering firewood? Still reeling from the harrowing encounter with the bear, the revelation of this unexpected discovery sent their emotions on a tumultuous roller coaster, leaving them breathless. Lynchon addressed the dazed crowd. I shall go see where that bear has fled. With that, he made to pursue the direction in which the black bear had escaped. Stop! Brother, don't! Gao Fengmao exclaimed, lunging forward to grasp Lynchon firmly. It was utterly terrifying that he dared to chase after a bear. The crowd, equally alarmed, rushed to intervene, jesting. Do you think you're wielding an AK? After much persuasion, Lynchon reluctantly relinquished his obsession with the bear's paw. Brother Jiang, where did you discover him? Ping inquired as he examined Guanjingqi, finding him merely unconscious but seemingly unharmed. I have no idea. I was searching for firewood when I heard someone weeping from afar. Upon approaching, I found him, though he had already fainted from crying. Lynchon shrugged nonchalantly. This was simply astonishing. They had entered the mountains for only a few hours and already found someone alive. The experience felt as though it were plucked from a fantastical tale. However, the thought of completing their mission and returning home the next day brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. There was no more delightful outcome imaginable. Only Gao Fengmao displayed a hint of regret. He wished to linger in this place a few more days, for such opportunities were rare. Then he noticed Lynchon unfastening the game he had procured. You went hunting? Gao Fengmao inquired. Lynchon shook his head. Not at all. Then what of this muntjac? Ah, this. You may find it hard to believe, but I witnessed it being taken down by a remarkably small creature. Lynchon exclaimed incredulously. That little thing was no larger than a cat, yet it managed to hunt this 40 to 50-pound muntjac. How could that be possible? The crowd expressed their disbelief. But I saw it with my own eyes, Lynchon replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Even he had doubted it at first, yet the truth remained. He then pointed to the bite marks on the muntjac's body and the gaping wound in its carotid artery. Indeed, the creature was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, which suggested the work of a smaller animal. It is not entirely implausible, Gao Fengmao mused. Certain weasel species are incredibly fierce and can indeed hunt prey much larger than themselves, such as the yellow-throated marten. I did not seek to steal its prey. It attempted to bite me upon noticing my approach, and I kicked it away. Strictly speaking, this is my trophy, Lynchon declared, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless. With renewed enthusiasm, Lynchon suggested, let us prepare this while it is still fresh. We ought to stew it, for it would be a shame not to partake. The group began to salivate at the prospect. Such wild delicacies were indeed rare and constituted a true mountain treasure. Gao Fengmao continued to scrutinize the creature. It appears to be a small muntjac. Our country boasts several subspecies, such as the black muntjac, the red muntjac, and this small variety, each corresponding to different conservation statuses, first, second, and third class. This particular one, having been killed, belongs to the third class. That matters little. Wild boars are also classified as third class, Lynchon retorted. Gao Fengmao merely sighed in response. The group commenced their preparations, while Lynchon sought to gather more firewood, only to be unanimously vetoed and forcibly held in front of the fire pit. In jest, the night outside was as dark as a shroud, with ferocious beasts lurking and leeches occasionally falling from above, while the ground was teeming with voracious ants. This place was utterly dreadful. If one could remain still, it was best to do so. However, the most crucial aspect was that the bear held a profound fear of Lynchon. On account of this, Lynchon had to stay here. Nearby, a few individuals were chopping down trees, neatly splitting them and placing them beside the fire to dry out the moisture gradually. Before long, the clean venison was chopped and simmered in a pot. At that moment, Gao Fengmao approached and inquired, are we returning tomorrow? Now that we've located everyone, we must indeed return. What, do you enjoy this place? Lynchon responded with surprise. Beyond the Hengjue mountain range, it was hard to imagine anyone harboring fondness for it, as it was exceedingly unfriendly to humanity. Strictly speaking, I find the study of the flora and fauna here, as well as the ecosystem, quite fascinating, Gao Fengmao replied. Oh, you scientists are all quite similar, Lynchon chuckled, recalling Zhao Jinhe and Dai Mingxin, who all possessed a certain obsession. Gao Fengmao continued. Would you be interested in joining our research institution? We could offer you the highest remuneration for extramural personnel, and in the future, there may even be an opportunity for a formal position. Of course, this would necessitate scientific papers, but given your astonishing abilities in the primordial forest, Producing results would be remarkably easy. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was indeed a formal position in a research unit. Surely, this person was jesting? He quickly waved his hands, saying, I am merely a farmer. The role of a scientist does not suit me. Writing papers would be akin to a death sentence for me. Do you have any idea how excruciating it was for me to write my thesis? He then glanced at Gao Fengmao and added, You're hoping for a reliable guide for future ventures into the Hengzhou mountain range, aren't you? Gao Fengmao exclaimed excitedly. Precisely. With you leading the way, our work would unfold much more smoothly. Jiang Lynchon pondered. That is not entirely impossible, but we must make this arrangement clear beforehand. As my primary occupation is farming, Gao Fengmao fell into a brief silence, realizing that while he was often criticized for being single-minded in his research, Jiang Lynchon's dedication to farming was even more unwavering. The game in the pot boiled vigorously, releasing an enticing aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Once the meat was ready, Jiang Lynchon ladled himself a generous bowl. The broth was a milky white, and taking a sip while hot, the exquisite flavor nearly made him lose his tongue. Deer meat and wild boar skin. The older generation truly knew how to savor life, Jiang Lynchon remarked. The others nodded in agreement. It was rare for them to indulge in such fresh game. Jiang Lynchon took another piece of meat, finding it tender and delicate. In addition to the deliciousness, there was a subtle hint of grassiness. It was no wonder, given that these creatures feasted on the mountain's myriad herbs. Their meat naturally bore the fragrance of the mountain's bounty. Jiang Lynchon observed Gao Fengmao, who had previously lamented the death of this deer, now devouring the meat with grease dripping from his mouth. He couldn't help but shoot him a disdainful glance, thinking, intellectuals are just like big clumsy oafs. The pot of meat and broth was consumed entirely. If only we could enjoy this more often, someone lamented. You're dreaming. Can wild game indeed be consumed regularly? Another individual replied, clicking his tongue, not forgetting to tease his companion. Old Gao, do you think this can be farmed? Jiang Lynchon mused, his mind ignited with possibilities. The wild sika deer is a first-class protected species, yet it can also be cultivated artificially. What do you think? Gao Fengmao pondered. Jiang Lynchon inquired. Is it feasible for me to raise muntjac? Chapter 50, Betrayal of Kindness. Gao Fengmao replied thoughtfully, it is possible, but the risks are substantial. Muntjac are exceedingly timid creatures. Easily startled, some may even frighten themselves to death. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. Are they that timid? If I were to keep them in captivity, I might lose a few every time I feed them. What's the point in that? Gao Fengmao chuckled. There are indeed ways to mitigate this. The Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences has collaborated with us on research, and some farmers are currently experimenting with breeding, though the results have been modest. Jiang Lynchon's eyes brightened as he mused. I am familiar with the Agricultural Academy. It seems prudent to bring a few back to Wushailing for rearing, and then acquire a batch from the farmers. Yes, this could work. Suddenly, Jiang Lynchon felt a greater affinity towards Gao Fengmao, even offering to be contacted for the next scientific expedition into the mountains. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Guan Jingqi gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? So many people, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Ah, you're awake. Unfortunately, there's no yellow eel soup for you. You'll have to settle for compressed biscuits. Aren't there still 2 left? Jiang Lynchon remarked. You? Did you save me? Guan Jingqi asked, both astonished and elated. Strictly speaking, we are a rescue team searching for you, but it was this brother Jiang who found you. He Ping indicated Jiang Lynchon. That is wonderful. I have finally been rescued. I have endured until the rescue team arrived. Guan Jingqi wept tears of joy. Once Guan Jingqi calmed, Jiang Lynchon noted his failure to mention Jiao Jingfeng or Yun Shi, which led to a deeper disdain within him. Aren't there still other team members? Jiang Lynchon suddenly inquired. Well, yes, but I got separated from them, and I have no idea where they are. This cursed place is terrifying. Let us first get out before we devise a plan to locate them, Guan Jingqi replied. At this moment, the other team members began to understand his ulterior motives, their expressions turning frosty. Do they still have food? Jiang Lynchon questioned. The team members, having seen the videos and meetings, were already aware that Feng Yunshi and the others had run out of provisions, yet this fellow had 2 pieces of compressed biscuits on him. How clever he was. They all thought with a silent derision. They should have some food left, Guan Jingqi said, his gaze flickering. Very well, you may keep your compressed biscuits. We will exit the mountains tomorrow, Jiang Lynchon stated coolly. Guan Jingqi felt a surge of joy. His greatest fear was that the rescue team would continue searching for the others, as there was a considerable chance he could be caught up in it. Their decision to proceed in this manner was indeed fortunate. The following day, the group packed their belongings and began their return journey. The path back was anything but easy, as the climate of the Hengzhou Mountains was notoriously unpredictable. Rain would fall, then hail, followed by thick fog, completely erratic. Nevertheless, the group remained in high spirits, as professional rescuers. And having just entered the mountains with ample food and rest, they were in peak condition to handle such weather without difficulty. The most agonizing figure was Guan Jingqi, whose frail constitution had been further weakened by the relentless ordeal he had endured for days. Throughout their journey, the others had shown him little warmth. Aside from the bare necessities of food and water, any assistance rendered was scarcely noticeable. Guan Jingqi stumbled numerous times on his way back, rolling in the mud until his body was coated with filth, yet he ultimately persevered until he reached Manhwa town, with the reporters announcing the rescue of the last individual. The nationwide rescue operation finally drew to a close. In the VIP ward of the Provincial People's Hospital, Guan Jingqi, just awakened from his intravenous infusion, felt a wave of guilt wash over him upon seeing his father's stern face. This time, he had truly overstepped. The father and son conversed in the ward for a full hour, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Dad, you were swindled out of 40 million? Has he lost his mind? How dare he demand such a sum? Guan Jingqi exclaimed incredulously. What could I do? The situation was dire, and I was at the mercy of a mere farmer. Guan Shihao replied with a cold smirk. The money he seeks is beyond his reach. Even if it is not in his possession, anyone who dares to threaten me, Guan Shihao, will not have a favorable outcome. For the next few days, focus on recuperating, and as for that team of yours, sever all ties with them. Do you understand? Guan Jingqi recalled Feng Yunshi and hesitated momentarily. Guan Shihao asserted, better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. Guan Jingqi promptly acquiesced, yes. While this father and son duo harbored grievances, Jiang Lynchon was busy counting his herd of yellow cattle. There were over 20 breeding bulls, more than 100 cows, and hundreds of castrated bulls, leaving only the calves. The breeding, nurturing, treatment, vaccination, and feeding of the cattle required considerable expertise and manpower. Fortunately, Changla village was not lacking in labor, and Dai Mingxin, who had accompanied them, possessed the necessary skills. Dai Mingxin was indeed a remarkable individual. He received a salary from the Agricultural Science Institute, yet volunteered to care for the entire herd. Jiang Lynchon attempted to offer him a wage, but was met with a firm refusal. His sole concern was whether this breed could be preserved. Jiang Lynchon longed to disclose his possession of the Shinnong space and the enhanced feed that could bolster the animal's health, deeming Dai's worries unnecessary. However, such matters could not be spoken of. Even if mentioned, no one would believe him, so he let it be. In the afternoon, he visited the villa, where Wang Datu was in contact with craftsmen to construct a separate residence by the lake for Jiang Lynchon. Jiang Lynchon's request was quite unique, a classic Chinese courtyard structure, spanning 900 square meters, complete with a main hall, study, backyard, and central courtyard, all connected to the villa's expansive lake. Based on the existing design plans Wang Datu had procured, he quickly selected a favored style and confirmed the project, urging for prompt construction. Wang Datu wore a troubled expression, saying, Boss Jiang, the design poses no issues, but the materials are costly, and the construction period will be lengthy. Just consider the intricately carved doors and windows. They require considerable labor. Jiang Lynchon inquired, do we not have many carpenters in our village? Did not affluent families in the past hire them for such work? Wang Datu slapped his forehead. There are indeed some in the village, but not enough. Moreover, these carvings and mortise and tenon structures are exceedingly labor-intensive, from the wood to the craftsmanship. It is all meticulous work. Jiang Lynchon pondered. Indeed, it is no wonder that traditional Chinese artifacts are regarded as the most exquisite luxuries in the world. Observing Wang Datu's troubled expression, Jiang Lynchon suggested, if our village lacks resources, we shall seek assistance from neighboring villages. Wang Datu was taken aback. Jiang Lynchon continued, there are places like Hogo Village, Mintu Village, and Manhwa Town. We will gather skilled artisans, provide them with the necessary guidelines and requirements, and later assemble everything. Let Elder Jiang from our village oversee the project. He possesses ample experience. I will initially transfer 5 million. If that proves insufficient, we shall address it then. Jiang Lynchon confidently patted Wang Datu's shoulder. Wang Datu felt invigorated, thinking to himself how much better it would have been had this been suggested earlier. Yet, spending someone else's money felt exhilarating, devoid of any pangs of guilt, and he felt emboldened to rally the people. Jiang Lynchon further asserted, we must finalize the initial planning for the entire mountain resort quickly. Construction is set to commence after the new year. I have already initiated the breeding operations. We cannot afford for this area to remain a construction site. Upon the mention of Changle Mountain Resort, Wang Datu was invigorated, hastily promising to fulfill the tasks at hand. After departing from Changle Mountain Resort, Jiang Lynchon contemplated acquiring a few deer to settle in Wuxialing, considering the specifics of the endeavor. Additionally, regarding the corn, he was entitled to 4 acres of land post-harvest, which he intended to utilize entirely for seed production, planting on the mountain as well as in his designated fields, and rallying the entire village to participate. He had a premonition that the corn variety, Changle No. 1, would undoubtedly achieve widespread acclaim, becoming a celebrated variety across the land. Chapter 51. Brother Jiang, you are a noble. In the afternoon, Jiang Lynchon ascended the mountain to inspect the 5 acres of corn, which were on the verge of tasseling. Yet, they continued to grow taller, with the stalks thickening and the leaves elongating. Zhao Jinhe had measured a near 15-centimeter increase in height just yesterday, with the plants now exceeding 3 meters. Such a formidable growth rate begs the question of the soil's fertility and the astonishing demand for moisture. He had repeatedly urged Jiang Lynchon to apply additional fertilizer, irrigate, and be vigilant against pests and diseases. Jiang Lynchon always offered him a reassuring glance, accompanied by the dismissive remark, have you planted them, or have I? However, Jiang Lynchon was aware that Wuxialing was indeed experiencing some drought, and he planned to orchestrate a modest rainfall that evening. After dinner, Jiang Lynchon returned to his room, his mind immersed in the Shinnong space. Upon seeing Jiang Lynchon, the little black tiger scampered over, eager for affection. Unfortunately, Jiang Lynchon currently existed only as a mere shadow. It was impractical to release the creature at home, as even a single howl would alert family and neighbors. He couldn't help but yearn for his lakeside villa. Within the space, there existed 2 spheres of energy, one immense, embodying the power of mountains and waters, and the other, the previously depleted essence of the earth, which, inexplicably, had begun to swell rapidly alongside his recent explorations of the Hengjue mountain range over the past 2 days. The current size of this energy sphere was more than 3 times its original mass. Contemplating this, Jiang Lynchon considered whether he should apply this essence to the 5 acres of corn once or twice more. However, it posed a dilemma. As Zhao Jinhe was continuously monitoring the site, such an unnatural growth pattern would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. However, it is not entirely unusable, at the very least. It can be employed once more, shortening the growth period by 10 days. Zhao Jinhe, though astonished, would likely only feel perplexed, as he had never encountered such a novel breed of vessel before. Time is of the essence, and Jiang Lynchon decided to wait a while before utilizing it again. For now, the primary focus was to test the effects of the forces of mountains and waters. He glanced at the local weather forecast. Today would transition from sunny to partly cloudy. The method employed was remarkably simple. Jiang Lynchon zoomed in on the panoramic image and, with his consciousness, summoned a vibrant aura to envelop the scene. By merely intoning the thought of rain, a magnificent spectacle unfolded. Outside, Wuxialing seemed to come to life. The humidity in the air began to rise, and soon, a mass of rain clouds gathered above the peak. Viewed from space, the shape and size of the cloud perfectly coincided with that of Wuxialing. Before long, a gentle drizzle began to fall upon the mountains. This moderate rain persisted for an hour, nourishing the flora throughout the mountainside. The 5 acres of cornfield visibly surged upward. Without hesitation, Jiang Lynchon sprinkled the essence of the earth onto the cornfield. The panoramic image proved to be extraordinarily effective, capable of directly influencing reality within the realm of Shinno. With a whoosh, the corn stalk shot up more than a meter, and at the apex, they began to blossom, with the emergence of female ears from the stems. Beneath the surface, the corn's root system had interconnected, greedily absorbing moisture. Moreover, the grass seeds sown a few days prior had sprouted, their tender green leaves glistening with vitality. A vibrant life force enveloped Wuxialing. Soon, the clouds dissipated, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars. At that moment, Wuxialing resembled a scene of unparalleled beauty. Regrettably, apart from Jiang Lynchon, no one else could witness the spectacle. Little Black Tiger tumbled playfully before the ethereal image, its fluffy forepaws desperately clawing at Jiang Lynchon's knees, perplexed as to why it could not reach him. Jiang Lynchon retrieved some wild boar meat from the refrigerator and went outside to satiate Little Black Tiger, engaging in playful antics with the creature. Just then, a call from Jiang's father interrupted him, informing that someone was seeking him. Upon returning, Jiang Lynchon found a robust young man seated in the living room. It was Lin Sanhai from his village. The moment Lin Sanhai saw Jiang Lynchon, he appeared increasingly awkward, struggling to articulate complete sentences. Observing this, Jiang Lynchon led him upstairs and prepared some tea. Both Lin Sanhai and Jiang Lynchon were of the same age, both 22, with Jiang Lynchon recalling that he was a few months older. However, Lin Sanhai's family circumstances were challenging. He had left school after junior high to work and had only recently returned to reside permanently in the village, one of the few young men remaining in the community. Sanhai, how is your father recovering? Can he move about? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Lin Sanhai's expression darkened as he replied. He can manage a few steps now, but he often suffers from excruciating pain. In such a small village, news of anyone's troubles spread quickly. Jiang Lynchon was well aware of Lin Sanhai's family situation, as villagers often discussed one another's affairs over tea and meals. Uncle Qian, known as Lin Yuquan, is the father of Lin Sanhai. In his early years, his wife remarried, leaving him to raise Lin Sanhai alone. Lin Sanhai ventured out to earn a living while Lin Yuquan tended to the fields and took on odd jobs during his spare time. Gradually, their lives began to improve. They had just completed a 2-story house when misfortune struck. In an attempt to save on expenses, Lin Yuquan undertook the renovations himself and fell from a ladder, injuring his spine and rendering his lower body immobile. Lin Sanhai hurried home and took him to the hospital several times, yet the ailment remained unresolved. Now, he could barely manage to walk for short periods, making independent living impossible. Lin Sanhai had no choice but to resign from his job to care for his elderly father. With his father requiring funds for continued treatment and unable to leave home to work, Lin Sanhai found himself trapped in a dire predicament. Observing Jiang Lynchon thriving in his endeavors, Lin Sanhai, facing despair, approached him, hoping to find work. This would allow him to care for Lin Yuquan while also generating some income to fund his father's surgeries. Life has a way of delivering a sudden blow, thrusting one into such a predicament. Seeing his once strong father tremble with guilt over being a burden to his son brought tears to the eyes of the robust Lin Sanhai, even in the solitude of night. Yet, life must go on. After hiding his tears from his father the previous night, Lin Sanhai mustered his courage and visited Jiang Lynchon's home that evening. Jiang Lynchon had a favorable impression of the taciturn father and son duo. Though their interactions had been limited, one due to his reserved nature and the other because of years spent working away from home. After some contemplation, he remarked, "I do indeed need help." Lin Sanhai's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Jiang Lynchon continued, "How about this? You can assist Uncle Wang at the farm, and I will pay you 5,000 a month. He will assign the specific tasks." Lin Sanhai was overjoyed yet hesitant, saying, "Brother Shan, is 5,000 a bit too generous? I feel a bit uneasy." While the wages for helping with cattle in the village were decent, they were temporary. A day's work counted as a day's pay, unlike a fixed salary. Jiang Lynchon cautioned, "Don't be too quick to rejoice. The tasks there are quite tedious and exhausting. 5,000 is not excessive. However, I must make it clear that if you take leave to care for your father, I will deduct your pay." Lin Sanhai was taken aback, the large man suddenly feeling a swell of emotion. Having been in society for many years, he understood Jiang Lynchon's intent. His formal demeanor was merely a way to soften the blow. "Brother Jiang, you are a benefactor to me, Lin Sanhai," he thought to himself. How fortunate one is to encounter someone willing to lend a hand in life. After conversing for a while longer, Jiang Lynchon learned that Lin Yuquan's condition was deteriorating alarmingly. At just over 50, was he to spend the latter half of his life in such a tragic state? However, such surgery in a major city would cost at least 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, an amount they could never muster after just building their home. Jiang Lynchon had advanced 100,000 to him, stating, "This is an advance on your salary, which will be deducted from your wages in the future. Come. I trust you know how to write an IOU." He handed Lin Sanhai a piece of paper and a pen. Lin Sanhai, struggling to suppress his emotions, shakily pinned the IOU and meticulously pressed his fingerprint onto it. Upon receiving the damp note, Jiang Lynchon patted Lin Sanhai on the shoulder and smiled. "When you return, you must immediately work to repay this debt. If my uncle is well, I'll have him help out at the villa." Lin Sanhai nodded vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang Lynchon said, "Wait a moment, I will fetch you something." He hurried into his room, his mind diving into the Shinong space. He had a seed of primitive corn in that space, and at that moment, he plucked a kernel and began to nurture it with the essence of the earth. As he continuously infused the essence, a corn plant was rapidly matured, producing an astonishing 49 ears of corn. The remarkable efficacy of this corn consumed an unexpectedly large amount of earth essence. After calculating the expenditure, he realized that nurturing this single plant equated to depleting the resources of a whole acre of cornfield for 10 days. Fortunately, the essence of the earth could be replenished. By cultivating more crops and venturing into the primitive forest, the essence would increase. Upon a thorough inspection, Jiang Lynchon was somewhat disappointed to find no mutated golden corn varieties among them. Lin Sanhai did not wait long before Jiang Lynchon reemerged, holding 2 fresh ears of corn. He advised, "Boil these when you get home. They are beneficial for your health, especially for your father. Make sure he eats them before his hospital visit tomorrow." Lin Sanhai, somewhat perplexed, felt compelled to comply with whatever Jiang Lynchon requested. Upon returning home, he found Lin Yuquan lying on the bed, his eyes devoid of focus. Seeing his son return, he attempted to get up, but his legs wouldn't budge. He pounded his legs in frustration. "I am ruined. I have ruined you, Sanhai." Tears streamed down Lin Yuquan's face. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, life had just begun to show a glimmer of hope. If the father and son could persevere for a few more years, save enough for his son to marry and have children, their home would be filled with vitality, resembling a true family. Yet, at this moment, he regretted his earlier negligence. Lin Sanhai approached and grasped his father's hand, saying, "Dad, Brother Sean has asked me to help him with some work, which means I can take care of you at home." "What? Sean has asked you to work for him?" Lin Yuquan exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "Yes." Lin Sanhai nodded emphatically and continued, "Brother Sean has lent me 100,000 yuan, allowing me to take you to the province for surgery tomorrow. He said it's an advance on my salary, with no interest." "He lent you money? Such a large sum?" Lin Yuquan's mind buzzed. This was indeed a substantial amount. In these times, even friends and relatives might not offer help in dire circumstances. Yet Jiang Lynchon, merely a fellow villager who addressed him as uncle, had done so. "Huacheng, you have raised a fine son," Lin Yuquan murmured. "Sanhai, remember this kindness. We, the Lin family, owe him a debt of gratitude." Lin Yuquan grasped Lin Sanhai's hand tightly. "Dad, once the operation is complete, I will work diligently." He also mentioned that once your health improves, you should assist in constructing houses at the villa, with wages calculated according to that of a mason. Lin Yuquan felt a weight lift from his heart. Once his injuries healed, he and his son could resume work and earn money, repaying debts and eventually saving to help his son marry, which would merely require a wait of 2 more years. Ultimately, his son's significant matters would not be delayed. And Lin Yuquan sighed in relief. It was then that he noticed the 2 ears of corn his son had brought back and inquired, where did the corn come from? At this moment, he set aside a considerable portion of his anxiety and began to feel a bit hungry. "Brother Sean told me to bring it back. He said it's good for the body," Lin Sanhai replied, casually putting the corn to boil. "What a child." Lin Yuquan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The corn was indeed good, sufficiently filling the stomach, but how could it be considered beneficial to health? Was it medicinal? The mountain boy was truly splendid, yet he hesitated to voice the word foolishness. What smells so fragrant? Lin Sanhai wondered. It's corn, Lin Yuquan exclaimed in astonishment. Just a few days prior, he had faintly caught a whiff of this aroma, which had left a significant impression on him. He never expected it to be the scent of corn. After the two devoured the corn hungrily, Lin Sanhai felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, leaving him utterly astonished. Lin Yuquan's reaction was even more dramatic. Previously trembling and unable to get out of bed, he now effortlessly lifted his feet and slowly stood up. Even the excruciating pain he had been enduring had lessened considerably. This corn, it truly is beneficial for the body. Both father and son exclaimed in utter disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Lynchon lay in bed, harnessing the power of mountains, rivers, and wetlands to transform Wuxialing. Why was Wuxialing a desolate mountain? There were 2 reasons. The land was barren and strewn with rocks, and it suffered from drought. Viewed from above, the gray-brown mountain stood out prominently against the deep green of the Hongjua Mountains, resembling 2 disparate mountains forcibly joined together. Jiang Lynchon commenced his transformation at the confluence of the 2 mountains, allowing the small stones to gradually settle, revealing as much soil as possible. This transformation was relatively slow. The changes were not apparent in a day or 2, but after a month or 2, the difference became significant. To reshape the entire mountain into his envisioned ideal would require at least a year. Additionally, there were several streams on the mountain. For instance, The small stream on the gently sloping land that was initially cleared was slowly being redirected. Jiang Lynchon intended for it to meander around before cascading down the mountain. Once all transformations were completed, Wu Shaling would metamorphose into fertile green mountains. A mountain of gold and silver is not as valuable as green waters and lush hills. However, the consumption of resources was staggering. Such a transformation consumed a substantial portion of the power of mountains, rivers, and wetlands. It is known that the feng shui compass and dragon-finding ruler have been passed down for centuries, absorbing untold amounts of earthly energy. Purely relying on spatial generation would suffice for regular rainfall, but to transform an additional 1,000 or 2,000 acres would be remarkable. Master Feng truly deserved the title of a treasure-bearing youth, even bestowing upon himself. Jiang Lynchon mused. 20 days later, Zhao Jinhe gazed at the towering 5-meter-high Changel No. One corn plant before him, his eyes brimming with enchantment. The corn stalks, robust as a bull's rim, are laden with clusters of corn ears, each plant yielding between 20 to 30 cobs. Having surpassed the grain-filling phase, they are now entering the ripening stage, and soon, the harvest will commence. What extraordinary corn this is. Perhaps it is more apt to refer to them as corn trees rather than mere stalks. No wonder Xiao Zhang remarked against planting them too densely. It truly warrants spacing akin to that of trees. Meanwhile, a delegation organized by the Ministry of Agriculture has boarded a plane. Seated on the aircraft, Elder Yu gazes at the excited faces of the delegation members, his expression imbued with profound significance. On his phone screen, the latest image of Changel No. 1, sent by Zhao Jinhe, displays a cornfield brimming with bountiful yields, with towering stalks reaching 5 meters, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. Chapter 53. The Crimson Flame Fruit. Every day, Jiang Lynchon's task involves surveying his territory. After 20 days of gradual transformation, Wu Shaling has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Coupled with the impending maturation of the forage, the mountain is adorned with expanses of vibrant green, showcasing a thriving growth. As the seeds were sown randomly, the barren mountain now boasts scattered plants, and apart from the initial 15 acres of gently sloping land, he has refrained from uprooting the indigenous weeds and shrubs. The revitalization through the powers of mountains and waters will take a year to complete, yet now, there are over a dozen relatively flat parcels of land, totaling approximately 230 acres, which he intends to cultivate with corn. A year hence, the 30,000 acres of barren land will transform into 3,000 acres of relatively level ground. The remaining 20,000 acres shall remain untouched, a veritable paradise for wildlife. Weeks ago, he ventured into the Hengjua Mountains to lure out a few goats. They appear to thrive well in this environment, as these timid creatures can usually find ample sustenance here, particularly from the forage Jiang Lynchon has planted, which they devour with delight. Jiang Lynchon subsequently contacted Gao Fengmao to introduce some goat breeders, acquiring over 300 goats to be released into the mountain for free-range grazing. The cattle and growing chicks have also ascended the mountain. This forage grows at an astonishing rate. Often, they finish grazing one patch today and move on to the next, returning to the first patch by the time they reach the 10th. The weather remains mild, allowing them to stay up in the mountains even at night. The mountains are now a bustling scene of cattle and chickens foraging freely, with the occasionally bolder goats emerging as well. Thanks to the forage's efficacy, all the animals are flourishing in health, with scarcely any falling ill. In earlier years, villagers would venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and collect firewood. Such activities have dwindled over the past 2 years, especially since Jiang Lynchon took over the land, prompting village chief Jiang Guifa to advise villagers against reckless foraging. For the sake of the annual compensation of 500 yuan per person, the villagers reluctantly accepted this change. However, witnessing Jiang Lynchon's thriving farming and breeding endeavors has stirred discomfort among some. Yet, they find themselves powerless, whether in cultivation or animal husbandry. The barriers to entry are quite formidable, particularly once the operations scale up. The requisite technical expertise, financial resources, knowledge, and market access are typically beyond the reach of individual farmers. The authorities consistently focus on agricultural issues, particularly the rural revitalization plan introduced in recent years. While some progress has been made, a long journey remains to cultivate a nationwide fervor. As Jiang Lynchon immerses himself in the realm of Shinong, he merely calls out, and a multitude of cattle, chickens, and deer come rushing forth, creating a spectacular scene that could easily be mistaken for an apocalyptic exodus. Every day, Jiang Lynchon employs this method to summon the animals for feeding. In addition to pasture, they require various natural feeds such as corn, wheat bran, and silage. This exuberant free-range approach invigorates the animals, enhancing their size, muscle quality, and nutritional value, leaving Jiang Lynchon drooling at the sight, as if witnessing a banquet of dishes racing across the hills. One day, Gao Fengmao unexpectedly visited Jiang Lynchon and was awestruck by the sight of the animals running together. Staring wide-eyed, he exclaimed, "Your farming skills are remarkable. How do you manage to train them so well?" His astonishment was particularly directed towards the young deer, notoriously timid creatures that are challenging to raise on a large scale. Yet, here he observed them mingling with cattle and chickens, competing for feed. A revelation indeed. "Because I am a farmer," Jiang Lynchon replied with a bashful smile. "You're pulling my leg," Gao Fengmao retorted with a skeptical glance. "You're just in time. I was thinking of acquiring a herd of goats for free-range grazing. Do you have any recommendations?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. "There are many goat breeds, but the Cheongzhou East goat is quite renowned," Gao Fengmao pondered. "Your land is ample, and with plenty of shrubs and weeds on the mountain, it should suffice. However, I must caution you, While the East goat is delicious, it is not easy to rear. Its growth cycle is nearly 50% longer than that of ordinary sheep. He advised. All right, let us procure 2,000 to raise, Jiang Lynchon said without hesitation. Gao Fengmao regarded him for a long moment, ultimately speechless. Jiang Lynchon's unpredictable nature often yields unexpectedly successful outcomes. I came to ask if you've seen this particular plant in the Hengzhou mountain range, Gao Fengmao said. Gesturing toward his phone screen, Jiang Lynchon examined the peculiar plant displayed and replied curiously, no. I tend to walk quickly and don't pay much attention to such small grasses. Gao Fengmao rolled his eyes internally. Anyone entering the Hengzhou mountain range must tread cautiously. Yet Jiang Lynchon seemed to roam like Tarzan at home, dashing about with abandon. If you ever discover this plant, do not pull it up, notify us immediately, and you will receive a reward of 200,000. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. He knew how stingy research institutions could be. While 200,000 may not compare to the cost of sophisticated instruments, it was certainly a considerable sum for individual rewards, contingent upon significant research achievements. May I inquire as to why? Jiang Lynchon asked. We are uncertain of its name, as there have been no records of such a plant. During our last expedition into the mountains, I was captivated by its peculiarity and casually uprooted it. Gao Fengmao's tone was tinged with profound regret and frustration. Subsequently, through our research, we discovered that this plant contains numerous components beneficial to the human body. Upon further examination, we found that these unknown elements are predominantly concentrated in a fruit at the top. And then, Jiang Lynchon inquired, confused. And then, I'm afraid I do not know. Gao Fengmao replied. This fruit is evidently not yet fully developed. We speculate that its maturation cycle is exceedingly long, and the beneficial components present at maturity would be exponentially greater. And then, Jiang Lynchon pressed on. Gao Fengmao remarked, have you heard of the 1,000-year red fruit? Jiang Lynchon instantly understood. I know of it. It appears in Xinxia novels, where consuming it enhances one's internal strength for a century or augments spiritual power, etc. Are you suggesting that this is the legendary red fruit? He pondered if Gao Fengmao had become overly influenced by novels. It is merely a comparison, Gao Fengmao clarified. We require further research. However, the specimen I brought back has perished. We employed every possible method but could not revive it. Seeing Gao Fengmao's face etched with guilt and regret, Jiang Lynchon felt at a loss for words. It was not his fault. Who could have anticipated that a casually collected unknown plant would possess such extraordinary potential? All right, I understand. If I encounter it, I shall inform you, Jiang Lynchon consoled. Patting him on the shoulder, Gao Fengmao produced a small paper box and handed it to Jiang Lynchon. This contains a leaf from the plant. Do not lose it. Remember, a reward of 200,000 awaits for each living specimen discovered. Had we not known of your exceptional abilities, we would never have entrusted the physical sample to you. He conveyed with a palpable sense of reluctance. Upon opening the box, Jiang Lynchon was struck by the leaf's remarkable qualities. Its surface was an exceptionally smooth, glazed layer adorned with a ring of crimson, flame-like patterns. It bore no resemblance to any plant found in nature, appearing almost artificial. As he held it, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Information regarding the Qi Yan fruit leaf emerged in his mind. The fruit significantly enhances physical constitution and prolongs life. My heavens! Jiang Lynchon exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 54. The Setting Sun, the Lonely Cliff, the Man and the Woman after bidding farewell to the hurriedly retreating Gao Fengmao. Jiang Lynchon sat upon the cliff, lost in contemplation. He summoned the panoramic view of the Shinnong space, meticulously searching the Hengzhou mountain range inch by inch. The functions of the Shinnong space remained elusive to him. Based on the web novels he had perused, it was highly probable that this was a heritage space. Named after Shinnong, it was undoubtedly a legacy of the legendary figure. But who had left this inheritance behind? Could it truly be the great Shinnong himself? Jiang Lynchon harbored some speculations, but lacked the means to verify them. The Shinnong space subtly encouraged him to cultivate crops, ever since he had acquired the space. His labor in the fields had hastened the growth of his plants. Furthermore, it exhibited an intense desire for land, seamlessly aligning with his thoughts. This alignment was remarkably enigmatic. For instance, when he secured the contract for wuxaling, it was as if he had obtained ownership of the land, leading the space to instantly generate a panoramic view of wuxaling. Furthermore, the primeval forest belongs to the state. However, upon entering the Hengzhou mountains, the Shinnong space has unceremoniously claimed it as its own territory, disregarding its national ownership entirely. This defies logic. Jiang Lynchon, an ordinary university student, possesses analytical skills that surpass the average level. Changlu village encompasses 2,000 acres of farmland, yet the space has not incorporated this into its panoramic view. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the farmland in Changlu village is cultivated, while the Hengzhou mountains remain untended. This singular reason suffices to elucidate the situation. The Shinnong space yearns for land and desires it to be lush with crops. Ah, indeed, a talent inherited through the very marrow of one's being. The legendary gift of cultivation. Moreover, external entities cannot freely traverse in and out of the space. However, those acknowledged by the Shinnong space are permitted entry and exit. For instance, the flora and fauna produced by the Shinnong space, such as corn and pasture, along with the spiritual beast, the black tiger. Subsequently, the Earth Master Compass and dragon-seeking ruler, imbued with the power of mountains, rivers, and marshes, were also granted passage. Now, a new leaf has joined their ranks. The Shinnong space surprisingly recognizes this plant, known as the crimson flame fruit. Its description suggests it is indeed a mystical herb, significantly enhancing one's constitution and prolonging life. Naturally, Zhang Lingshan is compelled to investigate further. The panoramic view expands rapidly in his mind, as the crimson flame fruit leaves gently float within the space. The little black tiger, noticing the new addition, joyfully leaps, attempting to snatch the floating leaves with its paws. Yet, Zhang Lingshan will not allow it to succeed. Each time it reaches for the leaves, he deftly maneuvers them out of its grasp, inciting the little black tiger to roar in frustration. After several attempts, nothing is discovered. Zhang Lingshan furrows his brow, pondering if there is only this single plant on the entire mountain, which the oblivious Gao Feng Mao has uprooted. As the sunset casts its glow upon the solitary cliff, Zhang Lingshan sits at its summit, eyes closed in contemplation. Below, a cheerful stream meanders around a patch of farmland before cascading down the mountain. The field is a tapestry of golden and emerald hues, with towering corn reaching heights of 5 meters and a verdant expanse of pasture beside it. Behind the cliff, yellow cattle graze leisurely, while agile deer dart about, occasionally interrupted by the playful flapping of birds alighting on branches. This picturesque scene unfolds before Fang Yunshi, who finds it utterly enchanting. In such idyllic surroundings, untouched by worldly strife, who would not feel envious? Returning to a simpler life, why not embrace the pastoral? As her eyes absorb the beauty and her heart is stirred, Fang Yunshi finds herself momentarily entranced. However, she has come with purpose. Jiang Lingshan, brother Jiang. Fang Yunshi calls out, cupping her hands to her mouth, her voice sweet and melodic. Jiang Lingshan, lost in thought within the Shinong space, senses her presence and opens his eyes. There, by the stream, stands Fang Yunshi in a flowing white garment, calling to him, her hair tied high in a refreshing ponytail, exuding a unique blend of vigor and grace. Jiang Lingshan waves back and then carefully descends the cliff. As he makes his way down, he muses about pulling this girl into the cornfield, pondering her reaction. Since Fang Yunshi had once been reported missing, her family forbade her from engaging in any outdoor adventures, confining her to the home for nearly a month. The Glimmer Adventure Group subsequently disbanded, with everyone returning to their daily lives. Only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend that simplicity is the essence of life. Fang Yunshi's visit was initially intended for relaxation, but after a scuffle with her 2 brothers, who had taken leave to find her, she was compelled to undertake a task. Brother Jiang, your place is so beautiful. No wonder you aspire to be a farmer, Fang Yunshi remarked with a smile. Zhang Linshan grinned back, choosing not to speak. He now resembled a lordly or farm-style farmer, a role that many would envy. However, there was no need to explain this to a city-bred young lady. What brings you to my humble abode? This place is hardly suitable for adventure, Zhang Linshan bluntly pointed out, revealing his straightforward demeanor. Fang Yunshi paused, taken aback by his lack of conversational finesse. I was feeling suffocated at home, so I thought I'd come out for some fresh air, she replied, forcing a smile. Have you eaten? I'll arrange for a feast at the farm and let those country folks see that I have friends from the city, Zhang Linshan generously offered, particularly considering the client who had spent a fortune on a single corn seed. I haven't eaten, I'm quite hungry, Fang Yunshi responded without hesitation. In the lakeside private room, the overall planning map was still incomplete, so the previous arrangements by Wang Datu remained intact. However, Chengal Villa was temporarily closed to the public, and the menu was being restructured, resulting in a lack of customers. Wang Datu was primarily occupied with the various affairs of the villa, especially the lakeside villa, where he had already procured many antique-style bricks in preparation for construction. Accompanying him was his assistant, Lin Sanhai. Lin Sanhai's father, Lin Yuquan, had undergone a successful surgery and was recovering well, able to move normally. However, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from a fracture. And despite his reluctance, Lin Yuquan was confined at home by Lin Sanhai and Jiang Linshan, prohibited from engaging in any strenuous activity. Upon receiving a call from Jiang Linshan, Wang Datu and Lin Sanhai began their preparations, summoning 2 nimble cooks from the village to assist. Jiang Linshan also invited Zhao Jinhai, Dai Mingxin, and Master Fong among others. As a skilled feng shui master, Master Fong was essential for the construction of a lakeside villa, providing guidance on layout, dimensions, and decorations. Inside the private room, Fang Yunshi gazed out at the expansive lake, feeling the cool breeze and watching the gentle ripples, nodding in appreciation. Having seen the world, she recognized that although the farm was simply decorated and some areas could be described as merely adequate, the presence of the vast lake significantly enhanced its charm. Coupled with the fragrant smoke wafting from the kitchen, a scent imbued with the essence of untamed wilderness and the warmth of human habitation enveloped her. Suddenly, Fang Yunshi exclaimed, "What smells so delightful?" Chapter 55. So, are you quite skilled in combat? Apart from Jiang Linshan, everyone else was captivated, the aroma provoking an immediate salivation response. Even the composed Master Fong swallowed hard. Jiang Linshan simply smiled, remaining silent. Before long, Wang Datu and Lin Sanhai brought forth the dishes. A plate of spicy chicken, a platter of braised muntjac, a serving of beer duck, and a cast-iron pot stew of goose, all prepared in a rustic farmhouse style. Unlike some restaurants that meticulously dice the chicken and embellish it with vibrant garnishes, here the approach was more haphazard, employing a freehand chopping technique by the 2 chefs, who cut the ingredients as they pleased, devoid of any rigid culinary standards. The presentation was equally carefree, emphasizing spontaneity above all. The steaming dishes were unceremoniously thumped onto the table, evoking a sense of rawness and ruggedness. Yet the aroma wafting from the food was utterly irresistible. Calling the 2 chefs to join them, Jiang Linshan waved his chopsticks and declared, "Let us dig in." There was no formality, no superfluous chatter. The guests eagerly began to feast. Even the 2 chefs were taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, how is this so delicious? Have I always been this skilled in the kitchen? I used to cook like this at home, but why does it taste so different?" Only Jiang Lynchon understood the secret. He had ground a small bag of the original corn into flour, sprinkling a bit while cooking, combined with the fact that the animals had been grazing on grass for some time, enhancing the quality of the meat. Even someone with a modest culinary skill could create a masterpiece with just these two differences, rendering this farmhouse feast truly exceptional. After a while, Fang Yunshi completely disregarded her ladylike demeanor, clutching her stomach and groaning in delight. She had nearly forgotten her original purpose for being there. "This is exquisite. Brother Jiang, how do you make these dishes?" "They're just simple farmhouse meals, full of rustic charm, nothing fancy," Jiang Lynchon replied with a smile. Wang Dada was so enthralled by the food that he thought to himself, "If my dishes were this delectable, there would be no chance for you to manage the Changel farm. The ingredients are sourced from my own land. You won't find them elsewhere," Jiang Lynchon added. "Brother Jiang, with cuisine this delightful, our farmhouse will surely attract a multitude of guests," Lin Sanhai exclaimed excitedly. He had long considered himself part of the farm, naturally wishing for its success. Everyone nodded in agreement, echoing that it was the best meal they had ever experienced. After the meal, once the guests had departed, Jiang Lynchon inquired, "So what brings you here?" Fang Yunshi replied, "Perhaps I should move here so I can enjoy such meals every day. It would be blissful." Jiang Lynchon was momentarily taken aback before managing to utter, "I'm afraid I don't have any plans to raise pigs at the moment." It took Fang Yunshi a few seconds to grasp his meaning before she reached out to hit Jiang Lynchon. He nimbly evaded her, of course, knowing her strike lacked strength. Even if it landed, it would be inconsequential. Yet he deliberately sidestepped her. Fang Yunshi paused, smoothing her hair and adjusting her posture. "Brother Jiang, do you still have that corn? I want to buy some at the same price," she asked earnestly. "I'm afraid not," Jiang Lynchon replied. He had no intention of selling that corn. It had been a necessity under special circumstances in the primordial forest, but now it was no longer requisite. Upon emerging from the mountains, he had cautioned several individuals to guard the secret fiercely and refrain from disclosing the efficacy of the corn. Of course, even if it were divulged, it mattered little, for he would never confess. Who could possibly believe that consuming a single ear of corn could bestow strength? It was only through an investment of 648 that one could attain such power. Fang Yunshi, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "I can increase my offer. I truly need it. I am willing to pay 5 million. Jiang Lynchon was somewhat taken aback. Such a generous offer was indeed unusual. "Why the sudden inclination?" he inquired. "I recall mentioning to you that a single consumption suffices, and further intake yields no additional effect," Jiang Lynchon continued. Fang Yunshi, in a fervent tone, clarified. "It is not for me. It is for my grandfather. He bears a hidden injury from his days in Jiaoji, one that has never fully healed since he was wounded in battle." Jiang Lynchon questioned, "That battle from years ago?" Fang Yunshi nodded, her voice subdued as she recounted. "My grandfather fell behind enemy lines and single-handedly vanquished 13 foes, breaking through 4 layers of enemy encirclement before returning to his unit, albeit injured." As she spoke, she produced her phone and displayed a photograph of herself with her grandfather. Jiang Lynchon observed the image of an elderly soldier clad in military attire, adorned with medals. He felt a surge of respect. It was due to such valiant warriors that a peaceful existence was possible today. Regrettably, the jungle was fraught with peril, teeming with serpents, insects, and pestilence. The hidden adversaries were ruthless and brutal. By the time my grandfather returned, he was battered and bruised. Fang Yunshi's eyes glistened with tears as she recounted. At that time, he was feverish and delirious, still shouting to slay the enemy. The company commander noted that he bore gunshot wounds and had been bitten by venomous creatures. In the oppressive, damp jungle, he still managed to pierce through the enemy lines and return to his unit. I cannot fathom the strength of his resolve. If only I possessed half of his will, I would not find myself ensnared in the Hongjua Mountains. You are already remarkable, embodying the spirit of your grandfather. It was your perseverance that ultimately saved your team. Jiang Lynchon remarked, his impression of Fang Yunshi vastly transformed. Is it true, then, that your grandfather has been afflicted ever since? He asked. Yes, she replied. My family hails from a lineage of martial arts. My grandfather was a master before enlisting. My father chose to open a martial arts school, which deeply saddened my grandfather, who scolded him harshly. Fortunately, my elder brother eventually joined the military and now serves as a combat instructor, bringing great joy to the old man. Jiang Lynchon had no further comments. You have 2 brothers, do you not? Indeed, Fang Yunshi exclaimed, her shock palpable. So many. Your grandfather, your father. Your 2 brothers, each one a soldier. Jiang Lynchon noted. Fang Yunshi's eyes widened. Your grandfather is a veteran, your father raised a soldier, and your elder brother is in the military. As for your second brother, I cannot simply give that away. Doesn't your martial arts school have remedies for physical conditioning? Provide me with a prescription, and I shall visit your school to practice martial arts. You must not charge me tuition. Fang Yunshi nodded vigorously, astonished at such a generous offer. Brother Jiang, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my family, especially my grandfather, she declared, bowing deeply to Jiang Lynchon. Jiang Lynchon deftly evaded the gesture, saying, It is I who should pay my respects to your esteemed grandfather. By the way, which style of martial arts does your family excel in? He inquired with curiosity. Bazi Quan, also known as Baji Quan, was a martial art my grandfather practiced during his military service, where he exchanged techniques with comrades from Guangxi. He further honed his skills in the ancient style of Ganlong Quan, and, upon returning, amalgamated the techniques from both styles, infusing them with his battlefield experiences, thereby giving rise to the present-day Fang family Baji. Fang Yinshi spoke with a hint of pride. It was at this moment that Jiang Lynchon caught a rare glimpse of this girl's innocent side. So, you are quite the fighter? He inquired. Naturally. Fang Yinshi refrained from mentioning her return from the Hangjua Mountains, where her two brothers had seized the opportunity to teach her a lesson, only to find themselves sent flying. She remained silent, retreating 2 steps while fixating on the chair in the booth. Jiang Lynchon stepped aside. Fang Yinshi focused her mind and, in a sudden twist, stepped forward, driving her elbow forcefully into the chair. The chair flew across the room like a mere piece of paper, crashing against the wall with a resounding crack, shattering into fragments. Goodness! Jiang Lynchon gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 56. Apologies. This item is not for sale. After bidding farewell to the seemingly delicate, yet undeniably fierce Fang Yinshi, Jiang Lynchon found himself with nothing to occupy his time and ascended the solitary cliffs of Wuxialing once more. He remained undeterred, determined to search again. The spatial certification must signify a treasure. The Qian fruit, rated so highly by the space, could not possibly be an ordinary item. It is crucial to note that previous crops had received only tepid evaluations, often described as slight, minimal, or hardly worth mentioning. But the Qian fruit? It was a miraculous fruit that significantly enhanced one's physique and prolonged life. 2 hours elapsed, and the wind atop the cliff grew cooler. Darkness enveloped Wuxialing. Jiang Lynchon opened his eyes, filled with resignation and regret. Truly, there was none. He had scoured the panoramic view numerous times, confirming there was no second Qian fruit. Perhaps the one inadvertently uprooted by Gaofeng Mao was indeed the only Qian fruit in existence. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, he could do nothing about it. Shaking his head, Jiang Lynchon retrieved the little black tiger from his spatial realm and said, "Let us go to the mountains. There is an animal with a broken leg that we must help end its suffering." Ah! The now larger little black tiger excitedly waved its paw. In a swift rush, they soon arrived at a valley. A young roe deer had recently fallen from a height, breaking its foreleg, with bone protruding, and was now lingering in agony. Jiang Lynchon approached slowly, cradling the little black tiger, as the deer gazed up with weary eyes, utterly immobilized. "Be cautious in your next life. Allow me to give you a swift release." Jiang Lynchon gently snapped its cervical vertebra. "Ah, what are you making a fuss about? It wasn't you who caused the fall. It happened on its own. What's that to you?" Jiang Lynchon shot a sidelong glance at the exuberant little black tiger. Before long, the satisfied little black tiger began to circle around Jiang Lynchon. At such a size, it was indeed a playful rascal. Jiang Lynchon stroked its glossy black fur and mused. "Perhaps it is time I bestow a name upon you?" "Ah." Jiang Lynchon lifted it up, observing its 2 small features, pondering, "Though you are male, a refined name could still suit you well. With my university prowess, naming a pet should be a trivial task. How about Little Heart of the Black Tiger? No, that's too effeminate. What about Little Black? But then, as it grows, shall it be Big Black? And when it ages, Old Black? No. Jiang Lynchon was deep in thought. Increasingly perplexed, this black tiger was indeed a mystical beast, unique in the world. While ordinary tigers are rare, black ones are even more scarce, with fewer than 10 existing globally. It was rumored that a wealthy individual was willing to pay a staggering 100 million for a black tiger. Remarkable value indeed. Jiang Lynchon gently caressed the small black tiger. By the way, wasn't he Zhao Gongming's steed a black tiger as well? That was the mount of the god of wealth himself, worth a fortune. Such immense value signified it was a treasure. Thus, he decided to name it Treasure. The small black tiger protested, sensing instinctively that the name was unsuitable, yet unable to articulate why. Jiang Lynchon, brimming with pride, scooped up the small black tiger and secured the remaining roe deer meat before swiftly returning to Wuxialing like a gust of wind. He tossed Treasure back into his space and began his walk home. In his hometown, where he was accompanied by fields and forests, life was simply delightful, far more fulfilling than any corporate overlord's existence. Days later, 2,000 East Mountain goats officially settled in Wuxialing, adding another picturesque scene to the mountains. The atmosphere now resembled a serene pastoral landscape, with cattle and sheep gracefully descending. Meanwhile, an agricultural delegation from the United States was observing an experimental field showcasing a corn variety yielding an astonishing 248 kilograms per mu. "How did your side cultivate such a remarkable corn variety?" one member inquired. "Commercial secret, no comment," replied the American representative with a polite yet reserved smile. "What about the yield of this new corn at higher altitudes and latitudes?" another asked. "That too remains undisclosed, but our new variety can withstand rigorous testing." The representative responded proudly. "What are the data on its resistance to pests, lodging, drought, and flooding?" Old Yu inquired. "Sir, please be mindful of your demeanor. What you see is a superb variety with virtually no flaws. This is the bountiful result of our Bayer-Monsanto integration, a milestone in the history of food cultivation." The American representative arrogantly regarded the plainly dressed Old Yu, aware that this rustic-looking elder was a renowned agricultural scientist from Huaxia, yet feeling entitled to converse in such a manner. Old Yu's expression remained stoic. The questions he posed met only with boasts. His gaze was fixed ahead, towards the cornfield, which the delegation members were not permitted to approach. "Dear Mr. Robert, if we were to introduce this excellent variety, what conditions would be necessary?" A sycophantic voice broke the silence. Old Yu turned his attention to the speaker, furrowing his brow. This joint investigation included not only leaders and experts from the agricultural sector, but also heads of several state-owned farms and 3 private enterprises. Indeed, private enterprises could also apply to accompany the delegation. The voice that had just spoken belonged to Wang Qian, the eldest son of Wang Yuanqing, the head of Century Group. In matters concerning the introduction of new products, he held no authority to voice his opinions. However, he audaciously posed a question in public. The countenances of several domestic representatives darkened. What was amiss with this Century Group? This was an international negotiation, and he was recklessly handing over leverage. Wang Qian, undeterred by the grim expressions of the domestic delegates, maintained a conciliatory smile, awaiting a response from the American representatives. Robert chuckled softly and remarked, "Your nation prides itself on being an agricultural powerhouse. Surely, you possess superior varieties to exchange with us?" The expressions of the attendees fell in dismay. What kind of utterance was that? If such was the case, what were we even discussing here? Elder Yu observed coldly, opting to remain silent. Noticing the discontent among the Chinese representatives, Robert continued, "I apologize, but this entirely new variety is not for sale." What? Anger flared across the faces of the attendees. The Americans had initially extended the invitation under the pretext of discussing new seed varieties, and now to declare it was not for sale. It was perplexing. Had they summoned us merely to boast, only to dismiss us with a refusal? Witnessing the rising tension, Robert chuckled again and said, "Please, do not be alarmed. We are not discussing this variety today, but rather our secondary variety." Everyone paused. What is this secondary variety? Robert explained. This secondary variety is also one of our successful products. Although its yield is slightly lower than that of the primary variety, overall, it surpasses the corn currently produced in your nation. I estimate it could increase your average yield by about 200 kilograms per acre. Mr. Robert, are you suggesting that you only offer a second-tier variety for sale? Chapter 57. The grim food situation. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed the attendees. The caliber and scale of this inspection were notably high. Given the current strength and influence of China, this was indeed a gesture of great sincerity. Yet, international relations are often stark and ruthless, driven by self-interest. Should anyone seize upon a vulnerability without countermeasures, it becomes exceedingly difficult to maintain firmness. Please, remain calm. Our secondary product, in every measurable aspect, outperforms the varieties currently available in your nation. The critical point is that the average yield could be improved by 200 kilograms. A figure significant for large-scale cultivation, Robert asserted confidently, assured that this group of Chinese representatives would be enticed. Globally, the top three nations by arable land are the United States, Brazil, and China. The United States, with its vast territory and sparse population, is capable of large-scale exports, even amidst considerable waste. Among the four major grain trading companies, three are based in the United States, wielding immense influence in the futures market and controlling agricultural powerhouses in South America through seeds, fertilizers, agricultural machinery, and industrial goods. Brazil, with a land area only one-third that of China, boasts more arable land due to its predominantly tropical and subtropical plains, characterized by a humid climate and ample rainfall. In contrast, China, despite having the largest annual grain output, vegetable production, fruit yield, and freshwater aquaculture in the world, struggles under the weight of its large population and the ever-growing pursuit of culinary delights. In the realm of agriculture, the land of Huaxia is predominantly mountainous with limited plains. After decades of reclamation efforts, a substantial portion of the 1.8 billion acres of arable land consists of terraced fields meticulously developed through sheer human labor in hilly terrains. Nevertheless, when comparing the grain yields of the three nations, Huaxia still stands at the pinnacle. Each acre of farmland in the land of elephants yields only half of what Huaxia produces, while the land of mildew can only achieve 3/4 of Huaxia's output. From this perspective, achieving such remarkable results on relatively inferior farmland undeniably highlights Huaxia's agricultural prowess. However, this success is the culmination of the tireless efforts of hundreds of millions of farmers. The people of Huaxia never betray the land, and in return, the land rewards them with bountiful harvests. Even at this level of productivity, the nation still needs to import grain to sustain its poultry and livestock. On average, it takes approximately 7 to 8 pounds of grain to produce a pound of meat. Therefore, an increase of 200 kilograms per acre of corn can significantly bridge the grain shortfall in Huaxia. There is no doubt they will agree to this. Robert understands the deep-seated obsession of the people of Huaxia regarding grain yield increases. Their commitment has reached extraordinary levels. They would undoubtedly refuse to forego the second product. Indeed, Wang Qian's sycophantic voice resounded once more. "Esteemed Mr. Robert, how shall we proceed with the introduction of the second product?" Despite some discontent among the crowd, the astonishing figure of a 200-kilogram increase per acre compelled them to listen to the proposed pricing. "It is quite simple. We shall provide the seeds. The original strains of the second product cannot be made available to you, but you may procure seeds from our authorized subsidiaries at a price of 200 yuan per kilogram," Robert stated nonchalantly. To those present, the implications were deafening. At 200 yuan per kilogram, with each acre requiring 3 gene of seeds, the cost would amount to 300 yuan, while the yield increase could translate to an additional 400 yuan when sold. With over 600 million acres of cornfields nationwide, the revenue from seed sales alone would total an astounding 180 billion yuan. Moreover, they would have to purchase seeds annually, and in some regions, where 2 crops are planted each year, that would mean buying seeds twice. Their breeding costs are remarkably low. How audacious of these people from the land of mildew. It seems they expect the entire nation to toil in the fields, laboring under the sun for months, while they reap the lion's share of the profits. A wave of anger and helplessness surged within the crowd. Corn, originally from South America, was introduced to Huaxia during the Ming dynasty. and the land of mildew has taken full advantage of its advanced seed breeding system and stringent seed management protocols to dominate the improvement of this crop. The three private enterprises exchanged glances, with Wang Qian offering a faint smile. The Century Group, with its extensive farmland and cooperative farmers, could certainly cultivate this second product on all their land. However, even under such circumstances, the profit margins would be minimal. Cultivating 1 million acres would yield only a meager return. Such an endeavor seems utterly thankless. Given the appetite of the Century Group, they certainly would not be satisfied with such paltry profits. Their purpose for this meeting was to negotiate a partnership with Robert, aiming to secure the agency rights for the second product in Huaxia, ensuring that any farmer wishing to plant this corn must procure seeds from them. With Bayer's strength, it would be nearly impossible to smoothly earn that 180 billion in Huaxia. Even achieving 18 billion would be a formidable challenge. However, the local enterprises, as a bridge, stand in stark contrast, potentially earning hundreds of billions more. When the official delegation from Huaxia departed in a huff, Wang Qian chose to remain behind. During the flight back to the homeland, the head of the delegation, who also held a leadership position in the Ministry of Agriculture, approached Elder Yu with a grave expression. Elder Yu had just received internal news that Damao and Ermao had engaged in a conflict. What? Elder Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Damao and Ermao were originally one entity, but they had since split into two, each pursuing their own path. However, the fact that they had now come to blows was concerning. While their quarrel might seem trivial, these two nations were significant agricultural powers in the world. They possessed some of the planet's rare black soil, with vast expanses of plains dominating their territories. Furthermore, they were major producers of fertilizer raw materials. Should war erupt between these two grain-producing giants, it would undoubtedly disrupt the global food landscape. Moreover, Vice Minister Chun added with a serious demeanor that the locust plague in the Elephant Nation had persisted for 2 months, guaranteeing a poor harvest this year. Additionally, Africa was grappling with widespread drought, with the Nile River nearly dried up. Countries along its banks had begun to bolster their military presence at the borders in a scramble for water resources. The age-old nomadic tribes were in escalating conflict with the local residents, and tensions could flare at any moment. The Indo-Chinese peninsula had experienced incessant heavy rainfall for 70 consecutive days, transforming rice paddies into marshlands. The Social Sciences Academy had calculated that severe famines would likely strike Africa, West Asia, and South Asia in the coming years. The entire world would feel the repercussions. Our nation's food security faced an exceedingly daunting situation. Meanwhile, Wang Qian, who had deliberately remained, forged a series of collaborative frameworks with Robert's Bayer Group. Century Group invested 8 billion to secure the exclusive permanent agency rights for the No. 2 supercorn in the Huaxia region. Bayer would provide the seeds, while Century Group would be responsible for promotion and sales, with profits divided equally. Within half an hour of signing the contract, various social media platforms in Huaxia were abuzz with posts, with several topics trending due to the efforts of interested parties. Our delegation's visit to the United States to assess the supercorn had ended in a tense standoff, with negotiations breaking down. Century Group, bearing the humiliation, skillfully navigated the situation with the American side, leaving room for a potential turnaround. A significant boon. Our corn yield per mu was expected to increase by 500 gene. Just now, it was finalized. The number 2 supercorn would be introduced to the domestic market later this year. A blessing for farmers. Increased production was no longer a dream. The international futures market was experiencing unusual fluctuations, with all pending delivery futures prices soaring. Conflicts were intensifying in multiple regions. And with the climate abnormalities, the world was on the brink of a massive famine. Beneath countless news articles, a seemingly insignificant piece of news emerged. In Changle Village, Ningchuan County, Shanhai Province, a live broadcast of the new corn harvest would take place. Stay tuned. Chapter 58, a heavily anticipated live broadcast event when Zhou Jiaming, the county magistrate of Ningchuan, received the notification. He was utterly bewildered. Led by the Ministry of Agriculture, a delegation from the National Academy of Sciences, along with the Provincial Agricultural Research Institute and numerous media outlets, was set to visit Ningchuan County. Leaders from both the provincial and city levels were also expected to attend. It was said they were coming to witness a new corn harvesting event. Strangely, the location of the harvest turned out to be in Changle Village, within the jurisdiction of Chili Town. Was there a new variety of corn experimental field there? How was I unaware of this? County Chief Zhou appeared utterly bewildered, as did his secretary, exchanging blank stares. County Chief Zhou said, "Please verify this once more. Why do I feel so uncertain? Could this be a misunderstanding?" The secretary hurriedly rushed out. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the report. "It is indeed true. The convoy has already entered the highway, and Deputy Mayor Gao has instructed us to wait at the exit to join the main group heading to Changle Village." "What? So soon?" County Chief Zhou exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was completely in the dark about the situation. However, there was no time to waste. He instructed the driver to prepare the vehicle for departure. It was no wonder the county chief was uninformed. The new corn variety cultivated by Jiang Lynchon was known only to the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Other testing institutions were merely responsible for assessments, and the specifics were tightly kept under wraps by Director Lao and Director Yao. Even several agricultural experts of the same rank had not divulged any information, fearing that too many voices would complicate matters and create unnecessary troubles for the experimental field. Zhao Jinhe had been conducting daily field observations, accumulating a wealth of first-hand data. At long last, the time for harvest had arrived. As the delegation returned empty-handed, and as the Century Group sought opportunities amidst challenges to international food security, The long-awaited uplifting news had finally arrived. County Chief Zhou and the town mayor awaited at the highway exit, their emotions particularly tense and anxious. County Chief, what on earth is happening? There is no such base in Chili Town. The town mayor suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping his thigh in realization. What do you mean there's no base? Lao Ding, hurry and speak. I'm on edge. County Chief Zhou nearly felt compelled to throttle him in his urgency. The last time the Century Group came to Changle Village for investment, they had their sights set on Wuxialing, led by Deputy County Chief Zhou. The town mayor recounted the events in detail. Did that researcher Zhao really say that? Zhou Jiaming inquired. The town mayor nodded. Is the farmer's name Jiang Lynchon? Zhou Jiaming continued. The town mayor nodded again, curiosity piquing as he asked, County Chief, do you know him? How could I not know him? He was the one who rescued the missing individuals, Zhou Jiaming replied. At this point, the situation was becoming increasingly clear. The county had even awarded him a certificate of bravery and a monetary reward. In truth, he had inadvertently aided Zhou Jiaming as well. Had those 9 individuals remained lost in the mountains, it would have also affected him. This farmer had certainly stirred up quite a bit of commotion, drawing the attention of the National Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Agriculture. Zhou Jiaming's curiosity about Jiang Lynchon deepened. With the matter now largely clarified, Zhou Jiaming felt a significant burden lift. Regardless of the circumstances, this new corn variety hailed from Ningchuan County, and it was finally their turn to shine. After a brief wait, a long convoy appeared on the highway, comprising no fewer than 10 minibuses, along with police vehicles and media vans emblazoned with the letter C. Even though he had anticipated a sizable contingent, witnessing it firsthand left both the county chief and the town mayor astonished. A few smaller vehicles obediently followed at the rear. En route to Changle Village, the village chief, Jiang Guifa, awaited calmly at the grain drying yard. Jiang Lynchon and Zhao Jinha had informed him that there would be an inspection today. However, Jiang Guifa had witnessed his fair share of tumultuous events. Numerous inspectors had visited in the past. Even if this time the young man from the mountains was bustling about with his contracts in aquaculture, what difference did it make? He surmised that the visitors were merely there to observe the aquaculture industry and would leave after a cursory glance. Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of anxiety. During the harvest of Changlu No. 1, he had suggested the press coverage and live broadcast. He had not thought much of it since, assuming it was just a casual event organized by the Provincial Agricultural Science Academy. However, ever since the foreign inspection team returned, the significance of this harvest ceremony had escalated to an unimaginable level. This event pertained to the agricultural plans for the upcoming year and the years to come, a matter of profound importance to the nation's economy and the livelihood of its people. As dozens of vehicles appeared in the distance, snaking along the narrow country road, both Jiang Lynchon and Jiang Guifa, along with the onlookers among the villagers, gaped in astonishment. My goodness, has Changlu village ever seen such a procession? Who could possibly be behind this? As the villagers gasped in awe, more and more emerged from their homes, gathering around the threshing area. What are you standing around for? Move the cars, no stopping at the 3 threshing grounds. Park them along the village road. Jiang Guifa exclaimed in frustration. He never missed the news at 7 each morning and, from afar, had spotted that familiar logo. Upon seeing those 10 special minibuses, he broke into a cold sweat. A significant event, indeed. Perhaps Changlu village would be on television. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and excitement. The 3 threshing grounds could hardly accommodate the influx of vehicles. The road leading out of the village was completely filled. Many passengers disembarked midway and walked into the village. At that moment, Jiang Guifa's face had turned pale with tension, trembling as he gazed at the throngs of people. Faced with such a whirlwind, he felt utterly helpless. Almost on the verge of tears, amidst the crowd, Jiang Lynchon quickly spotted Elder Yu and hurried over with Zhao Jinha. Elder Yu, Director Yao, welcome. Jiang Lynchon greeted with a smile. Haha, it's been a while, Xiao Jiang. I am honored to finally see the true form of Changlu No. 1. Elder Yu expressed with palpable excitement. Since returning to the country, he had endured immense pressure, from societal skepticism and confusion to concerns over the deteriorating international landscape and reflections on national food security. He had seen countless photos sent by Zhao Jinha, depicting towering corn stalks laden with cobs, which had seemed almost surreal. Today, he would finally witness it in person. He proceeded to introduce the personnel from the Ministry of Agriculture, professors from the National Academy of Sciences, representatives from various provincial and municipal units, as well as heads of the media. Jiang Lynchon wore a silly grin, nodding incessantly while struggling to maintain his smile, which, after a prolonged duration, began to feel somewhat rigid. Finally, after completing the introductions, he let out a sigh of relief. A youthful and radiant female journalist spoke animatedly into the camera. Greetings. Dear viewers, this is ZY Television, and you are witnessing a special live broadcast prepared by our station. Today, we have arrived in the mountainous region of Shanna Province. After a lengthy introduction, the camera finally focused on Jiang Lynchon. Hello, may I ask your name? The journalist thrust the microphone directly in front of Jiang Lynchon. Is it really that direct? No rehearsal needed? Jiang Lynchon, facing the camera, felt a wave of unease wash over him. I am Jiang Lynchon, a local farmer. He stammered. How did you cultivate this new variety of corn? Well, I discovered wild corn in the fields and cross-pollinated it with ordinary corn, ultimately resulting in this groundbreaking variety. Lying in front of the entire nation filled Jiang Lynchon with a sense of guilt, yet his mental fortitude and thick skin had been honed over time. Due to the impromptu elevation of the live broadcast status, YView was unprepared and did not embark on any substantial promotional efforts. Nevertheless, thanks to its vast user base and its multi-platform advantages, A significant number of viewers managed to tune in to the live event. Those who stumbled upon the broadcast were incredulous as they observed the rural youth speaking confidently. What is he bragging about? He just found a wild corn plant and thinks he can cultivate a superior variety? If it were that simple, agricultural scientists would be out of work. With Y-View's credibility, it was unlikely they would resort to such gimmicks. One could only hope this did not turn out to be a fruitless endeavor, as had happened before. Many chose to scroll past. Farmer? Agriculture? Corn? Live harvest of a new variety. These were hardly trending topics, and genuine interest was scarce. Just like the agricultural channel, which attracted few viewers, the popularity of dominant romantic dramas and opulent lifestyle shows was a stark reality. Not many would choose to spend their leisure time watching farmers at work. They would rather watch a dance performance by a charming young lady. As the journalist's questioning came to an end, the crowd began their trek toward Wuxialing. Over 100 people marched along the mountain path, many of whom were elderly experts and scholars, as well as officials, finding the unpaved roads quite challenging. Even the youthful journalist was slightly out of breath. Working in journalism was indeed physically demanding. She observed the rural youth leading the way, puzzled as to why he chose to plant corn on the mountainside. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the gentle slope beneath the solitary cliff. Upon witnessing the cornfield, which resembled a forest, everyone held their breath. The 5-meter-high corn stalks stood like colossal cannons reaching for the sky, laden with countless ears of corn, each plant seemingly bearing dozens. This was the first public unveiling of Changel No. 1. It was astonishingly real. This was beyond belief. How could such a variety exist in the world? Even after countless viewings on mobile devices, when Mr. Yu beheld the enchanting cornfield with his own eyes, witnessing the robust stalks and bountiful ears of corn, his eyes brimmed with tears. The blessings of Huaxiao, the blessings of the people. No one understands the significance of Changel No. 1 better than he does. The officials, experts, scholars, media personnel accompanying the visit, along with villagers who came to witness the spectacle, all stood in awe. Changel No. 1, truly deserving of its name. With such corn, how prosperous Changel shall be. The mountain youth has achieved the extraordinary by cultivating such corn. One wonders if we could replicate this success. The villagers gazed eagerly at the cornfield before them. Many viewers still in the live broadcast had already departed, and among those who remained, a considerable number were only holding on to catch a glimpse of the attractive female reporter. Yet, when they saw, through the slightly shaky lens of the photographer, the towering corn plants resembling giant trees, they all gasped in unison. Beneath the lofty corn stalks, experts and scholars could no longer restrain themselves and rushed forward. The astonishing height of the plants, when compared to real people, was even more breathtaking. Wow, wow, wow. The live stream was inundated with comments echoing those very words. Many even shared the broadcast, with the only message being a succinct wow. Years ago, Mr. Yuan harbored a dream of resting beneath the tall rice stalks. Though that dream remains partially unrealized, the fact that corn can grow to such heights suggests that the dream of finding shade beneath the grains can indeed be fulfilled. In that moment, whether at the site or watching the live stream, everyone shared a common aspiration, unknowingly reaching a profound resonance. This sacred land of Shinnong will never disappoint its people. Harvest the corn, Jiang Lynchon called out. Jiang's parents wished to assist, but they were left astounded as not only the villagers but also the administrative officials were kept at bay by the experts and scholars. The entire harvest operation in this cornfield was undertaken solely by these research personnel themselves. Only a select few, including Jiang Lynchon, the photographer, and the female reporter, were allowed to observe the harvest up close. This caused quite a stir among those outside. They too wished to help. Not only those present wanted to assist in the corn harvesting, but even the viewers in front of their screens were anxiously fidgeting. They had just witnessed a rural youth perform an astonishing feat by climbing up a corn stalk as thick as a bowl. The plant, laden with corn, swayed slightly but showed no signs of toppling over. What a miraculous variety is this! Its resistance to lodging seems unparalleled. Wow, Changel No. 1 is truly remarkable. The excitement and exhilaration of the crowd are beyond words. At this moment, even though the final yield has yet to be calculated, no one cares about the so-called super corn from the United States. For we now possess our own super corn, Changel No. 1. This day is destined to be inscribed in the annals of agricultural history. The live broadcast spread like wildfire, with the phrase Chang Lu No 1 rapidly ascending to the headlines. After the diligent efforts of dozens, the corn was finally harvested and piled into 2 mounds resembling small hills. Following weighing and calculations, the moisture content of the dry corn measured below 14, achieving an astonishing yield of 4,267 kilograms per acre. This is a full 1,000 kilograms higher than the yield of the so-called super corn from the United States. Such exceptional productivity is enough to astound the world. Everyone present was cheering, exclaiming the prowess of Chang Lu No. 1. Many elderly agricultural scientists had tears glistening in their eyes. While the average person might not grasp the significance of Chang Lu No. 1, the knowledgeable are well aware. It symbolizes the liberation of corn. It heralds the imminent end of the historical reliance on importing tens of millions of tons of corn annually. It signifies that the vulnerabilities of the Huaxiao nation, long held by others, have begun to be rectified. Even the tone of the wide channel reporter betrayed an unmistakable excitement, causing a slight stammer in their speech, nearly breaking composure. This was not solely due to hosting such a grand live event, but also because they were witnessing an event monumental enough to be inscribed in the annals of agricultural history. The rural youth, Jiang Lynchon, who was the architect of this achievement, sat beside the corn mound like a child, beaming with uncontainable joy. Chapter 60. The fireworks of humanity at the headquarters of the Century Group, Wang Qian, who had just returned to the country, was seated in his expansive office. He listened as his enchanting secretary reported, "Mr. Wong, the relevant funds have been transferred, and the contract with Bayer is now officially in effect. Our group has become the sole distributor of the number 2 supercorn in Huaxia." Just as the alluring secretary finished speaking, the elated Wang Qian suddenly advanced and seized her. "What are you doing, Mr. Wang?" the secretary exclaimed in alarm. "After such a grueling trip abroad, shouldn't my dedicated secretary reward me?" Wang Qian felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, as if the world was at his fingertips. "Mr. Wang, please, there are people outside." The secretary gasped. Wang Qian slammed the button on his desk, and the office door clicked shut with several locks engaging from all directions. The bright chandeliers switched off, and the warm ambient lights on the walls illuminated one by one. The automatic curtains descended slowly. Moments later, garments and footwear were scattered throughout the presidential office. As the exuberant Wang Qian reveled in his perceived dominion over the world, suddenly, a persistent ringing of the phone interrupted. Wang Qian ignored it. The ringing continued stubbornly. Growing irritated, he picked up the phone, placing it to his ear just as the serious voice of his father, Chairman Wang Yuanxing, resonated. "No matter what you are doing, turn on the Y channel live broadcast, immediately. Right now? Beep, beep, beep." Wang Qian glanced at the secretary, her face flushed with excitement, and contemplated disregarding his father's command. Yet, recalling the gravity in his father's tone, he reluctantly opened the Y channel live broadcast. As he gazed at the phone screen, his expression began to shift, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Upon hearing the expert group announce the astonishing yield of Longle number 1 at 4,267 kilograms per mu, Wang Qian could no longer remain seated, collapsing onto the expansive sofa in a state of utter despair. "Mr. Wang, what has transpired?" inquired his alluring secretary. "You truly are remarkable. The funds have been transferred with such speed." Wang Qian's eyes reddened, his teeth clenched in rage, resembling a furious beast. 8 billion had seemingly been squandered, and the contract stipulated a minimum annual sales requirement of 30 billion. Should the Century Group fail to meet this criterion, they would automatically forfeit their exclusive agency rights and be compelled to compensate Bayer for their losses. If the Century Group were to breach the contract now, they would incur a staggering penalty exceeding 20 billion, who could possibly lose 2 to 300 billion in just a few days. Apart from Wang Qian, who else could? This was not merely a decline in market value, it represented a tangible cash loss. Even the financially robust Century Group would feel the sting. This represented an extraordinary and rare miscalculation in decision-making, destined to be featured as a cautionary tale in business school curricula. Who could have anticipated that a breeding project, lacking significant breakthroughs, would suddenly yield such an extraordinary variety? Wang Qian gazed at the live broadcast, his impulse to reach through the screen and strangle the grinning rural youth growing stronger. In Wuxialing, Changle Village, the exhilarating live event was drawing to a close. The Provincial Agricultural Academy had preserved several stalks of corn, carefully excavating them with the roots intact, intending to transport them for further study. All researchers wore beaming smiles, knowing that the follow-up research on Longle number 1 would yield dozens of papers, promising them ample work ahead, a labor they embraced wholeheartedly. Today, all agricultural workers across Huaxiao felt a sense of pride. Longle number 1 had brought them glory, elevating the status of Huaxia, although the primary credit belonged to that rural youth. As the old saying goes, this is a shared honor. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "What is that?" The photographer swung the camera to follow the sound, revealing the head of an animal appearing atop a steep cliff, soon joined by 2, 3, and countless others. My goodness. So many muntjac. But that was not all. There were goats, cattle, and chickens, flying chickens. The crowd watched in awe as the animals raced down the mountainside, and the photographer's hands trembled once more. The scene was utterly terrifying, akin to facing a charging cavalry. Even more astonishing was the fact that the typically timid muntjac showed no fear of the other animals. They leapt gracefully before the crowd, their agile forms darting like the wind. Following them were 2,000 black East Mountain goats, and then several hundred yellow cattle. Above, a dark cloud of flying chickens obscured the sky. The onlookers were rendered breathless by this spectacle. What on earth was happening? How could he possibly raise so many animals? Jiang Lynchon curled his lip in disdain, realizing that among his livestock, there were also wild boars. A whole family of wild boars, numbering more than 20, galloped past Jiang Lynchon with an air of nonchalance. They brazenly competed with other animals for feed and pasture. How audacious, Jiang Lynchon thought, appalled, as he witnessed the wild boars audaciously consuming fine bran. The barrage of comments in the live stream was relentless. "This is the most captivating scene I have ever witnessed. Even more thrilling than the animal kingdom," someone remarked. "Have you ever seen thousands of flying chickens diving off a cliff dozens of meters high?" Although I was terrified, I implore the cameraman to steady his hand and maintain professionalism. "Please focus on the animals, thank you. How could there be deer here? Have you ever seen such small deer?" That is a young muntjac, yet calling it a deer is not entirely inaccurate, as it belongs to the Cervidae family. Wild boars. I have spotted wild boars. What is the story behind this family of wild boars? I suspect they have wandered in, as the sight of other animals rushing to feed indicates that the provisions here are quite ample. Could they possibly have gained official status? Otherwise, would you dare to chase them away? Have you ever heard of the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers? In this day and age, it's astonishing that anyone could struggle against wild boars. One cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. In contrast to the nonsensical chatter of the live stream audience, those present at the scene were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that so many animals could be raised on this desolate mountain. This rural youth is truly remarkable. Is he a reincarnation of a druid or possessed by a mountain deity? To motivate the villagers to carry corn down the mountain, Zhang Lynchon made a significant investment, offering 50 yuan for each bag carried. The villagers finally reaped tangible benefits, their faces radiating joy. As dusk approached, the gathering consisted of guests from across the nation, and Zhang Lynchon certainly did not forget to promote his own Changlu mountain villa. Everyone was seated in the modestly decorated farmhouse, preparing to indulge in a village-style banquet. To orchestrate this meal, Zhang Lynchon recruited nearly 30 villagers, each with specified duties. Some handled the slaughtering, others boiled water, some chopped meat, and others tended to the large iron pot for stewing. As they beheld the vibrant and bustling scene before them, the guests from the cities and provinces, even those from the capital, found themselves collectively reflecting on a few phrases: the warmth of human existence, a peaceful and prosperous era, just as it appears before us. Chapter 61, The Three-Way Split. At this moment, Changlu Mountain Villa was bustling, filled to capacity. Some city dwellers, accustomed to exquisite delicacies, could not hide their disdain upon seeing such a rudimentary farmhouse. However, the leaders and scientists from the capital displayed no such sentiments. They remained jovial, their thoughts entirely focused on Changlu No. 1. Others, used to dining in upscale restaurants, found the primitive charm of this farmhouse intriguing. The leaders and scientists continued their discussions about Changlu No. 1, particularly the heads of several state-owned farms, who eagerly sought seeds from the Provincial Agricultural Research Institute. When it comes to large-scale cultivation, they indeed possess an advantage. Isn't their 20 tons? Distributing 5 tons to us should not be too much to ask, remarked a leader from the Sanjiang Plain farm. Are you overthinking this? In your region, where the cold bites harshly, cultivating a single crop per year is already remarkable. And you aspire for 5 tons? Naturally, our Huaihai region takes precedence. In my opinion, we in the northern wilderness are in greater need of this batch of seeds. Nonsense. Do you think we in the western frontier do not require them? Are you aware of the arduous conditions faced by our reclamation troops? Clearly, these seeds are most suited for us. I believe it would be prudent for our Ministry of Agriculture to coordinate a comprehensive arrangement. Faced with such exceptional varieties, no one can afford to remain indifferent. The national planting area is vast, even if the Changlu No. 1 seed requires merely 1 pound per acre. To have this variety cultivated nationwide would necessitate 300,000 tons of seeds. Selling corn is profitable, yet nurturing seeds yields even greater returns. If the Changlu No. 1 seeds are priced at 50 yuan per pound, a ton would generate an income of 100,000 yuan, which is akin to an act of extortion. Everyone desires a larger share of the seeds to seize the early advantage. Even if one does not wish to take advantage, it is essential to secure some, lest one finds themselves purchasing seeds from other farms later on. What a predicament that would be. The president of the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute and the director of the Grain Crops Research Institute furrowed their brows upon hearing this. They had anticipated such a situation early on but felt powerless, for the leaders of these large state-owned farms hold considerable authority. The patent for the Changlu No. 1 is jointly owned by the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute and Zhang Lynchon. However, from the yield of 5 acres, only 1 acre is at their disposal, amounting to just over 4,000 kilograms. Seeing the heated argument, Director Yao glanced at his president, who remained contemplative. He could only clear his throat. Upon noticing the president's intention to speak, everyone immediately fell silent. Esteemed leaders, you may not be aware, but according to our previous agreement, we only have control over 4 tons of seeds. The remaining 17 tons are at Xiao Zhang's personal discretion. Director Yao hastily deflected blame. The crowd looked at the director and the president in disbelief, both of whom nodded in unison. This is absurd. What does a mere farmer need with such a quantity of seeds? He has no land to cultivate. What purpose does it serve to hold them? Such vital corn cannot be entrusted to him. Old Yao, you are losing your senses. How could you acquiesce to such demands? This matter is too significant to be left to his whims. Dissent arose among the group. Many may not realize that the Changlu No. 1 was entirely cultivated by him, and his willingness to share it is inherently a benefit to the nation and the people. If everyone seeks to reap the rewards from every new variety, who will be left to develop and cultivate new strains in the future? Will anyone still consider contributing their new varieties to the state? Have you thought about this? Elder Yu said, seething with anger. The assembly fell silent. Although Elder Yu was merely an agricultural scientist, he held great prestige in the country, and only he could bluntly articulate such truths. We must refrain from engaging in short-sighted actions that undermine our future, and we cannot resort to coercive tactics simply because he is a farmer. Elder Yu's frustration mounted as he realized this group was attempting to employ administrative orders and moral coercion. They had truly crossed a line. 17 tons of seeds lay in Xiao Zhang's possession. You may negotiate with him, purchase from him, or collaborate, but coercion is not permissible. The grassroots breeding experts are indeed specialists, capable of making significant contributions. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Suddenly, a thunderous gong echoed from outside. Dinner is served. Lin Sanhai's voice, reminiscent of a broken gong, filled the air. He felt the embarrassment of the situation. Yet it was arranged by Brother Shan, leaving him with little choice. As the sound faded, an enticing aroma wafted through the space, prompting everyone to rise and look around in curiosity. What could possibly be the source of such delectable scents? The day's offerings bore no distinction from the previous occasion, save for an additional dish of stir-fried yellow beef, prepared over a wood-fired stove in large iron woks, complemented by crisp vegetables cultivated by local villagers. These seemingly ordinary dishes captivated every diner present. From high-ranking officials to clerical staff and drivers, all were enchanted by these culinary delights. Their usual meals consisted of either gourmet dining or cafeteria fare, often supplemented by street-side fast food or solitary morsels of bread and instant noodles. It had been ages since many had savored such rustic, wood-fired home-cooked meals. The essence was distilled into two simple words: dining. When an experience becomes pure, the true significance of the meal is revealed. Some diners were even moved to tears, observing over 100 guests devour every morsel. Jiang Lynchon felt an invigorated confidence in the management of his Chonglu villa. After the meal, Jiang Lynchon was not inclined to linger and planned to depart. At that moment, several individuals approached him, affectionately calling out Xiao Jiang. He found their warmth somewhat perplexing. After listening for a while, he realized they were fixated on his 17 tons of corn seeds. The entire Chonglu village encompassed merely 2,000 acres, with Wu Shaoling currently cultivating only 200 to 300 acres, leaving 2 tons of seeds more than sufficient. After some contemplation, he asked them to wait a moment, then sought out the director of the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute and Director Yao. In less than 5 minutes, they reached a consensus. He decided to retain 2 tons for himself as seeds, while the remaining 15 tons would be entrusted to the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute for distribution. All farms could acquire seeds free of charge, yet the profits from seed sales would be divided among the 3 parties. Jiang Lynchon refrained from participating in negotiations, disinterested in engaging in protracted discussions. He was merely a rural youth, ill-equipped to contend with those seasoned veterans. He preferred to focus on farming, even declining the Outstanding Contribution Award designated for him this year, suggesting that the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute claim it while he remained an invisible entity. He did not intend to maximize profits from Chonglu No. 1. As one of the 3 staple grains, corn was fundamentally crucial to national and public welfare, rendering competition unnecessary. With the assurances from the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute and Elder Yu, he could secure 5 years' worth of patent fees. Director Yao roughly calculated that he might receive several billion in the first year, with a gradual decrease thereafter. After 5 years, the patent would revert to the state, allowing farmers to purchase seeds at even lower prices. He found this outcome highly satisfactory. He was merely a farmer, content to remain in the countryside, diligently pursuing agriculture and livestock management. Chapter 62. The Star Vine Tree. A tree of long affection. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Jiang Lynchon returned home, where Zhao Jinhe was busy packing. He was determined to follow the main force back to the province. After a month of research here, he had become the most knowledgeable individual regarding the growth conditions of Chang'e No. 1, not only within his institute, but also nationwide. Numerous topics awaited his exploration, such as the cultivation challenges posed by varying latitudes, climates, and altitudes. In agriculture, there are no overnight successes, apart from the realm of the divine farmer. After bidding farewell to Zhao Jinhe, Jiang Lynchon approached the village chief, urging him to encourage every villager to plant Chang'e No. 1. It was only late September, and this corn variety exhibited remarkable cold resistance, allowing for a harvest before the harsh winter arrived. Jiang Guifa expressed his doubts, saying, "Shenhuazi, can we really plant it? Who plants corn at the end of September? I've never heard of such a thing. Uncle, trust me, we can do it. I wouldn't deceive my own people." Jiang Lynchon replied, puzzled by his fellow villagers' lack of faith in his intentions to enrich their lives. Perhaps they had been deceived in the past? After some contemplation, Jiang Lynchon proposed, "This time, let us consider it a joint effort. I'll purchase the corn at 3 times the market price, and we can sign a contract. However, this means the corn can only be sold to me at that price. Currently, corn is priced at 1.2 yuan per gene, but I will buy it at 3.6 yuan. Jiang Guifa was initially overjoyed but then questioned, "Won't you incur losses this way? Shenhuazi, don't overextend yourself." Jiang Lynchon found it amusing. It seemed, even when he offered to feed them, they were reluctant to accept. As someone who dealt with hundreds of thousands in transactions, would he really overextend himself? Ultimately, Jiang Guifa spread the exhilarating news, and the entire village joyfully came to collect seeds to plant corn. Shenhuazi assured them that regardless of whether the seeds sprouted or if they were damaged by frost, he would compensate 2,000 yuan per mu if they yielded a harvest. He would purchase it at 3 times the price. This was a guaranteed profitable venture. 3 days later, the entire village had planted the corn. Jiang Lynchon had only managed to cultivate 80 mu in Wushailing, so he enlisted the villagers' assistance. With the continuous transformation of the land's fertile power, Wushailing now boasted 300 mu of arable land. When the last seed was sown, the divine farmer's space underwent a significant transformation once again. Jiang Lynchon effortlessly encountered 2 luminous spheres. Contrary to his expectations, he did not receive any new abilities this time. Jiang Lynchon blinked, puzzled. That is strange. I always gain new abilities upon touching the luminous spheres. Why is it different this time? While he contemplated this, the energies of the mountains, rivers, and waters within the space began to merge rapidly, culminating in a confluence of 4 forces that transformed into a verdant mist. The divine farmer's power could enhance soil fertility, shorten the growth cycle of flora and fauna, reshape landscapes, control weather, and communicate with plants and animals. He had officially claimed the divine farmer's space, granting him the ability to summon any plant or animal at will. As the space began to generate tangible land, its size correlated with the divine farmer's power. Cultivating plants and animals in the mortal realm would yield divine farmer's power. Upon the emergence of 4 segments of information in his mind, a 5 mu plot of land appeared within the space, covered by a celestial dome, embodying the concept of heaven and earth. Little Black Tiger let out a joyful roar and dashed forward, rolling gleefully on the ground. The original space resembled chaos, devoid of distinctions between up, down, left, or right. Now, it could finally be considered grounded. Jiang Lynchon's mouth fell open, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. It turned out that the Shinnong space had not formally recognized its master until now. Perhaps after a period of observation, it had come to accept his actions, such as that peculiar golden corn. If he were to sell the golden corn and neglect the land thereafter, would the Shinnong space simply abandon him? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Lynchon's spine. How treacherous! What kind of entity would attempt to flee from its own host? Could it be that a mere stone harbored such grand ambitions? Truly absurd. The behavioral logic of the Shinnong space was quite comprehensible. It encouraged the cultivation of land, urging one to continuously acquire and plant more, the more the better. With this understanding, Jiang Lynchon felt a sense of calm wash over him. He extended his consciousness towards the little pet. I long to go out and play. A sweet, childish voice piped up. Is that you, little pet? Take me out, please. Don't be foolish, little pet. If you go outside, someone might capture you and confine you in a cage, Jiang Lynchon warned, though he felt a twinge of headache. With such a rare breed, it would undoubtedly become a global sensation upon its emergence. It was still young, there was no way it could escape, and he would be powerless to protect it. What qualifications do you have to raise a large beast? I don't care. I just want to play. It insisted. Enough of that. Wait until nightfall, he coaxed. As he considered exiting the space, he noticed that the two glowing orbs had disappeared, replaced by two peculiar plants. The starvine tree could grow as desired, becoming sturdy and solid once fully formed. With rapid growth, cutting the top white bud would halt its growth. The longing tree, its bark exuding a viscous sap akin to glue, bore fruit devoid of flesh, filled with endless fibers, thus earning its name for its drought resistance. Jiang Lynchon was momentarily at a loss, struck by the introduction of these two plants. He had never heard of such trees. Were they unique to this space? The concept of the starvine tree was simple enough. If he planted it and shaped its growth into that of a chair, how marvelous would that be? Moreover, he could halt its growth at will. Was this not extraordinary? In an instant, he was flooded with countless ideas and inspirations. With such a creation, what could he possibly lack? He could even shape it into a treehouse and reside within. Wait, a treehouse? More inspiration surged through his mind as a brilliant idea took shape. But first, he needed to test the practical effect of this starvine tree. As for the longing tree, what a remarkable name. He was baffled as to how the space conceived it. The description of its properties was reminiscent of a fusion between a rubber tree and cotton, a dual-purpose marvel. This was an economically versatile crop, though he remained curious about its specific effects. Nonetheless, products from the Shinnong space had yet to disappoint. There exists a diminutive blackbrain axe, which solely indulges in eating and playing, currently appearing to be the most useless creature. Nevertheless, even if it serves no grand purpose, I shall care for it, for the sheer pleasure it brings when stroked is undeniable. The ability to be petted is, in itself, a form of significance. As for the two new crops, they must be planted promptly. Jiang Lynchon has, within his limited 5 acres of space, planted 2 trees. Observing the remaining area, he decided to plant corn entirely. This corn, cultivated in his space, is distinct from that grown in the mundane world, retaining its efficacy and flavor fully. Should I choose to pursue a path of refinement in the future, this unique corn will be exclusively mine, fetching a handsome price. Upon exiting his space, Jiang Lynchon sat upon the solitary cliff of Wuxialing and summoned Master Fong. He inquired, "You previously mentioned that Xuanlong Ridge and Xinya Cave are not simple. What do you mean by that?" A fleeting expression of struggle crossed Master Fong's face as he replied, "Master, both mountains are blessed lands. Possessing them brings boundless fortune, capable of benefiting all living beings." Jiang Lynchon was taken aback and retorted, "Do not alarm me with your ominous words. I am a staunch materialist, and your talk of fortune and the populace is rather abstract. Can you provide some substance?" "Master, the principles of feng shui and destiny are profoundly enigmatic, simultaneously ethereal, yet undeniably real. It is merely that ordinary individuals cannot perceive them." "All right, I understand. I merely wish to inquire, if I were to lease these lands, would there be any drawbacks?" Jiang Lynchon, who had just claimed disbelief, revealed his eagerness. "Only benefits, no drawbacks," Master Fong assured confidently. "Then I shall rest easy. Please go to the manor and find Wang Dadu. The two of you should secure the leasing of these 2 mountains," Jiang Lynchon commanded. "Yes, master," was the prompt response. Jiang Lynchon waved his hand, finding Master Fong presently to be quite useful, though he remained uncertain about any potential repercussions of the blood oath. The Xuanlong Peak in Hegu Village spans 50,000 acres, while the Xinya Cave in Manhwa Town is even larger, encompassing a remarkable 80,000 acres. Together with Wuxialing and Changle Village, they form a shape reminiscent of a chicken's claw, with the 3 mountains contiguous at their junction with the Hengjue mountain range. Once these 2 mountains are acquired, Jiang Lynchon will possess a staggering 160,000 acres of wilderness, a truly astonishing figure. In reality, even utilizing the power of Shinnong for transformation could yield only up to 20,000 acres of arable land. For the villagers, these lands hold little utility. They are either too distant from the village, situated at high altitudes, or devoid of water sources. However, in Jiang Lynchon's eyes, these issues are inconsequential. Should he continue to invest the power of Shinnong, he could create even more flat land suitable for crop cultivation. Yet, this would require exponentially greater consumption of Shinnong's power. And he also wishes to maintain a degree of original ecology in these 3 mountains to provide a free-spirited environment for the animals he raises. In terms of livestock, he has primarily focused on expanding the population of the hushy yellow cattle in recent years, refraining from culling them lightly. A cow takes nearly 9 months to give birth to a single calf. Without an increase in the breeding base, growth will be exceedingly slow. It seems prudent to explore additional breeds. As Jiang Lynchon surveyed the panoramic view, he discovered that the mountain was devoid of any presence. Turning around, he released the little black tiger, who had unexpectedly fallen from the Shinong space. Still somewhat disoriented, the tiger quickly realized it had been liberated by its master. Filled with exuberance, it let out a series of excited roars, lacking any semblance of the majesty typically associated with the king of beasts. Together, Jiang Lynchon and his tiger leisurely wandered through Wuzhou Ridge, meandering deeper into the wilderness. "Dequang, when will you grow up?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. "I'm already quite large." The tiger replied with enthusiasm. "At your current size? Do you dare to claim you are big? Can you defeat a wild boar?" "I can," it boasted. "I thought I was shameless enough, yet you surpass even my audacity." Indeed, within the realm of the Shinong power, the verdant energy expanded after the villagers planted corn. This divine force enabled communication with sentient creatures, such as the mystical black tiger. In contrast, their small cow could only convey rudimentary messages like hunger, thirst, or discomfort. Plants, too, communicated in a simplistic manner, expressing only joy or sorrow. In Wuzhou Ridge, the Shinong power would gradually accumulate, and upon reaching the Hongjue Mountains, its growth could accelerate tenfold. This enticing prospect compelled Jiang Lynchon to frequent the Hongjue Mountains, which felt as welcoming as home. The primal forests within the human forbidden zone appeared to him as a picturesque landscape. Dequang trailed Jiang Lynchon, intermittently darting ahead for several meters before deliberately lagging behind. Refusing to walk in a straightforward manner, Jiang Lynchon reveled in his current existence, surrounded by mountains, water, and wildlife. Nothing could be more gratifying. Today, he yearned to explore Xinhua Cave. Xinhua Cave featured a precipice soaring over 200 meters, with a cave entrance perched on the near-vertical cliff. The villagers referred to it as the abode of immortals. Adventure seekers had previously descended into its depths via ropes, claiming the cavern was profoundly dark and filled with peculiar sounds. However, there were no divine dwellings or martial arts manuscripts to be found. A few years ago, Ningchuan County considered transforming Xinhua Cave into a tourist attraction and initiated extensive investigations. The conclusion was that it was unfeasible. A tourist site necessitates numerous amenities and a breathtaking landscape that dominates the region. Xinhua Cave, with its barren cliff and mere entrance, offered little to captivate visitors. It lacked the dramatic peaks and bizarre stones of Zhangjiajie, as well as the infrastructure for a 100-meter elevator. Moreover, it had no historical significance akin to the renowned 5 sacred mountains or Buddhist sites, which draw countless visitors. Ultimately, the initiative fizzled out, and as a result, Sanhua Town has been unable to lease the desolate mountains. After all, an annual lease of 700,000 yuan, with little potential for cultivation, seemed excessively steep. In contrast, there were deserts in the northwest and Xinjiang renting for just a single yuan per mu. Such options were far more economical, given their minimal yield. Nevertheless, Jiang Lynchon had resolved to take on the lease himself, and thus he was determined to thoroughly inspect his territory. He had heard tales of Xinhua Cave, but had never had the opportunity to behold it with his own eyes. After walking for over 2 hours on the mountain, Jiang Lynchon finally arrived at the summit overlooking Xinhua Cave. Peering down from the precipice, 200 meters high, the breathtaking panorama unfolds beneath. The distant fields, recently harvested, present a tapestry of tawny hues, interspersed with a few tranquil villages that evoke a profound sense of serenity. Standing at the cliff's edge, the winds whip fiercely. And for those afflicted with acrophobia, the experience might render their knees weak. Jiang Lynchon, fearing the potential misstep of a wealthy companion, promptly pulls them back to safety. Gazing down, he observes that the nearly vertical cliff face offers scant opportunities for support, with the base strewn with jagged rocks. Should one tumble from such a height, the result would be akin to a tomato plummeting from a great height, splattered and utterly obliterated. Jiang Lynchon finds himself in a quandary: how to descend. Despite his remarkable physical prowess, the sheer cliff offers no means of leverage, and the consequences of a fall would be no different from that of an ordinary individual. Intrigued by the cave he wishes to explore, for it shall soon become his domain, he cannot afford to remain ignorant of its nature. After pacing along the cliff's edge twice, he seizes a vine, approximately the thickness of his thumb, a species known for its propensity to entwine itself around trees. No matter the size of the tree, it succumbs to its constricting embrace, and here at the summit, a few rare, robust trees stand testament to this tenacity. 2 of these trees bear the marks of spiraled impressions upon their trunks, revealing the vine's formidable strength. Testing the vine, Jiang Lynchon finds its resilience promising. Yet uncertainty lingers in his mind. This is no trivial matter, and if it were to snap unexpectedly, his fate would be sealed. Contemplating his predicament, a surge of divine energy manifests in his palm, which he impresses upon the vine. In an instant, the vine begins to grow with astonishing rapidity, expanding from thumb size to the thickness of his wrist, its length seemingly infinite. Wrapping the vine around the sturdy tree several times, he then lets it dangle over the cliff's edge. Grasping the vine firmly, he leaps, suspending himself above the abyss. With his exceptional physical capability, ascending from the base of the cliff is a trivial endeavor, and the cave entrance, situated approximately 50 meters above, presents no challenge. In a matter of moments, he reaches the cave's mouth, which boasts a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. With a nimble leap, he lands at the entrance. Typically, such caverns within cliffs serve as natural nesting grounds for formidable raptors, yet for reasons unknown, no such birds have chosen this place as home. As Jiang Lynchon ventures deeper into the cave, the light begins to wane after a mere few meters. For an ordinary individual, this diminishing illumination would be disconcerting. However, with his extraordinary night vision, the surroundings remain as clear as daylight. Indeed, as rumors suggested, an enigmatic sound resonates within the cavern. It resembles a low, mournful hum, akin to the wind's whisper through the cave's mouth, yet the sound, through multiple reflections within the cave, becomes increasingly difficult to discern. Proceeding further into the darkness, after traversing more than 30 meters, he finds himself enveloped in an almost complete absence of light. For a typical explorer, such a stifling and shadowy environment might induce a sense of dread, yet Jiang Lynchon remains unfazed. He is determined to uncover the mysteries that lie within this cave. As he delves deeper, the outside world's light fades entirely, yet the haunting hum grows ever more distinct, resonating with a poignant and unending lament. Jiang Lynchon pondered. No wonder the adventurers were so reluctant to delve deeper. The eerie sound echoed as if it emanated from the abyss of hell. At this depth, even he was compelled to retrieve his phone and activate the flashlight to discern the conditions within the cave. The cavern twisted and coiled, descending ever further. After traversing another 300 or 400 meters, the end remained elusive. Gazing into the profound darkness ahead, Jiang Lynchon felt a pang of hesitation. The air had become thick and fetid, making it painfully evident that exchanging it with the outside world was nearly impossible. Should he succumb to oxygen deprivation, it would spell disaster. Just 100 more steps. If there's no end, I shall return, he resolved, gritting his teeth. He was now certain that this place had been untouched by human presence. A person of sound mind would only venture this deep with an oxygen tank. Even he felt a sense of suffocation. Moreover, the oppressive darkness, the depth, and the peculiar sounds rendered it inhospitable for anyone. Apart from Jiang Lynchon, no one could withstand such an expedition. Counting his steps, 97, 98, 99, 100. 100 steps measured approximately 70 to 80 meters, and Jiang Lynchon halted, shaking his head, prepared to turn back. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker ahead in the beam of his flashlight. His eyes, sharp as they were, caught the glimmer. This unmistakable reflection indicated the presence of something ahead. Resolutely, Jiang Lynchon pressed onward. As the reflection drew nearer, he finally discerned its source. Good heavens! Even a man of his audacity was taken aback, his hair standing on end at the sight of the skull before him. This skeletal remains, the era of which was indiscernible, had long since shed its clothing. The skull's hands clawed at the stone wall ahead. The cave had reached a dead end. Friends of the deceased would know that burial practices vary, and the likelihood of interring a body in this location was virtually non-existent. Thus, one could surmise that this unknown individual had ventured here and ultimately perished from asphyxiation. However, in his final moments, he had indeed reached the innermost sanctum of the cave. The descent of this cavern was gradual. Contemporary understanding dictates that whether in a basement, tunnel, or mine, a ventilation system is requisite, lest calamity ensue. This cave extended approximately 500 meters inward, with a height of around 50 meters from the entrance. It is well known that subterranean work exceeding 5 meters necessitates the use of a blower to circulate air. Otherwise, one could suffer from debilitating chest constriction. The harshness of the environment here was palpable. Jiang Lynchon sighed, harboring a modicum of respect for the fortitude of this intrepid explorer. Standing at this juncture, the cave's terminus, the enigmatic sounds intensified. The noise morphed from an initial wailing to a buzzing, which then transformed into a rumbling. Jiang Lynchon could not distinguish its origin. The echoes were overwhelming, with no other sound sources present. Merely listening was an ordeal. As he touched the stone wall at the cave's end, he felt a tremor. Could this be the voice of the earth beneath Blue Star? Jiang Lynchon mused. He tapped the wall, astonished to discover that behind him seemed to be emptiness. Striking it with greater force produced a hollow sound, confirming his suspicion that indeed, there was nothing behind him. Jiang Lynchon, undeterred, picked up a stone the size of a bowling ball from the ground. Stepping back 10 meters, he summoned all his strength and struck the stone wall. With a resounding crash, the wall was breached. Immediately, a thunderous roar echoed from within, accompanied by a rush of fresh, damp air that swept over him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lynchon felt his chest-constricting sensation ease significantly, prompting him to hasten forward. The skeleton, caught in the gust of air, disintegrated into a pile of bone dust, rendering its former identity unrecognizable. Gazing through the gaping hole, he was astonished to discover a hidden paradise. A subterranean river lay before him. The vast expanse was illuminated by bioluminescent fungi flourishing along the riverbank. The resounding roar of water reverberated throughout the cavern. Remarkably, it was a karst cave formed by the erosive power of the underground river. Jiang Lynchon stepped inside, captivated by the magnificent scene unfolding before him. Thanks to the glow of the mushrooms, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern the entire cavern-esque grandeur. The ceiling soared to heights of 30 to 40 meters, while its width spanned at least 70 to 80 meters, resembling the dimensions of a football field. The river flowed vigorously, revealing a deep pool where numerous fish swam gracefully. Jiang Lynchon was astounded. Who would have imagined fish could inhabit such a secluded environment? He suddenly realized that this isolated underground cave harbored a unique ecosystem. To his astonishment, the Xinya cave turned out to be this extraordinary place. He pondered the whereabouts of the river's exit, but regardless, He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of claiming ownership over this underground river. Leaning down, he scooped a handful of water, eager to taste it. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a dark shadow lunging toward him. With remarkable reflexes, Lynchon flicked his wrist, sending droplets of water cascading like iron sand toward the shadow. Then, extending his hand, he seized the shadow, his body reacting faster than his mind or sight. Upon closer inspection, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had caught a colossal black snake, thicker than an adult's arm, with most of its length submerged in the water. What in the world? A king cobra, Lynchon exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety greater than when he had encountered a massive bear. The sheer presence of this creature was overwhelming. Confounded by how a king cobra could find itself in a cave, he tightened his grip around its throat. The snake began thrashing violently, its long body coiling around him. Lynchon had no intention of being ensnared by this serpent, which he estimated to be 6 or 7 meters long, exerting immense force as it struggled. Were it not for his extraordinary strength, an ordinary person would never have managed to hold it. Gazing into the cold, vertical pupils of the snake's head sent chills down Lynchon's spine. With a forceful shake, he managed to fling the lengthy body off him, estimating its weight to be over 20 kilograms. Had anyone ever discovered a king cobra of such magnitude in the wild? In a moment of urgency, Lynchon channeled the power of Shinnon within him, and an influx of information appeared in his mind. Highly venomous king cobra, has surpassed its lifespan limit, possesses slight sentience, can be tamed. Chapter 65. A close call. The mountain wind snake, known to Lynchon, is the largest of all venomous serpents and has an insatiable appetite for snakes, even preying upon its own kind. It is undeniably ferocious, boasting a length that surpasses that of most serpents. While its venom may not be the most potent, the sheer volume of its toxin is substantial. If other venomous snakes are akin to small streams, this creature is a mighty river. There are records of this snake having delivered fatal bites to elephants. Its temperament is fierce, unlike that of other serpents that tend to be timid. It moves with remarkable speed, often pursuing humans. Hence, it is aptly named the mountain wind snake. Even though the divine power of Shinnon suggests that this king snake has surpassed its lifespan and possesses a modicum of spirit, making it potentially trainable, Lynchon remains reluctant to tame it. The creature's propensity to strike at once would have already claimed the life of a lesser individual. Lynchon deftly evaded the venom it spewed. After some contemplation, he decided to send a message of reassurance. Indeed, the miraculous power of Shinnon proved effective, as the formidable serpent ceased its thrashing upon receiving Lynchon's calming intent. With its cold, unfeeling vertical pupils fixed upon Lynchon, the snake appeared to assess its newfound companion, seemingly perplexed by the sudden warmth. Gradually, Lynchon loosened his grip on its neck. The king cobra reared its head, astonishingly reaching a height of 2 meters, gazing down upon him. After a prolonged moment, it lunged forward, coiling around Lynchon's body, its robust scales brushing against his clothing. Eventually, its head emerged from behind his shoulder, now level with Lynchon's own. Despite the knowledge that the serpent had been subdued, Lynchon felt a shiver of trepidation as it drew near. The terror of snakes is undoubtedly ingrained in human genetics. Many can watch videos of fierce tigers without fear. Yet a mere glimpse of a venomous snake often sends chills down their spine, even through a screen. Perhaps finding the warmth emanating from Lynchon's body exceedingly pleasant. The king cobra coiled itself completely around him, from his right leg to his shoulder. Lynchon found himself exasperated, pondering the sensation of being encircled by a hefty serpent weighing around 50 kilos. An ordinary person, even if not bitten or constricted to death, would likely succumb to exhaustion. The king cobra extended its head and coiled back, now face to face with Lynchon, who, with irritation, waved his hand to fend off the flickering tongue. The rationale behind his decision to tame this snake was straightforward. He did not wish to end its life, for it was a creature imbued with spirit. The king cobra has a lifespan of 30 to 40 years, meaning this particular specimen was at least 40 years old. A remarkable feat. Furthermore, he was unwilling to release it, as such creatures can inflict harm with alarming ease. Its intellect, however, was not fully developed, comparable to that of a young calf at best. The only messages it relayed were warmth and comfort. Lynchon mused silently, noting that the temperature of the underground river was quite cool. The snake's swift movements suggested it was not as averse to the cold as he had initially assumed. Having acquired this serpent, Lynchon was not inclined to continue exploring the upstream or downstream of the underground river. Instead, he needed to devise a plan to accommodate this remarkable creature. Though carrying it around exudes an air of authority, should it appear in the village, it is likely that no one in Changle village would dare approach it. Even Jiang Ma would scream and chase it away. It would be equally unwise to place it at was hailing, for a mere bite from it could swiftly induce fatal poisoning among the local fauna. Similarly, positioning it in the Hongjua mountain range would not be prudent. Despite the king cobra's status at the apex of the food chain, it does have natural adversaries such as the snake eagle, the mongoose, and the yellow-throated marten. If all else fails, perhaps it could be stored in a spatial realm, though one would need to assess how it coexists with the affluent. Lynchon prepared to return home. As he passed by the cave entrance, he contemplated gathering the pile of ashes and constructing a small mound with stones. Positioned directly opposite the underground river, it could serve as a tribute to the brave adventurers. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Lynchon stood at the precipice. Surveying the heights above and the depths below, it was truly a perilous ledge. Regrettably, he had not discovered a celestial abode nor the 9 yang divine skill, but rather had ensnared a venomous snake around himself. Gripping the vines firmly, Jiang Lynchon commenced his ascent, climbing with remarkable speed despite the large serpent coiled around him. Just as he was less than a meter from the summit, ready to hoist himself over the cliff, the vine suddenly snapped. The vine, as thick as his wrist, scraped against the rock face, plummeting downward. In an instant, Jiang Lynchon was drenched in cold sweat. The abrupt change in circumstance forced him to clutch a small protrusion of rock with 2 fingers of his right hand. Suspended on the cliff, the wind whistled around him, causing his body to sway perilously. After a considerable effort, he steadied himself, focused his mind, and with a surge of strength, propelled himself upward. His left hand grasped the rock at the cliff's edge firmly. With one final exertion, he flipped himself onto solid ground. This was the closest Jiang Lynchon had ever come to death since his birth. He lay there, gasping for air. Soon, he noticed a group of individuals under a nearby large tree, engaging in jovial banter. One among them wielded a small knife, and their laughter echoed through the air. Anger surged within Jiang Lynchon. He rushed forward, snatching the knife away, and with a resounding crack, struck the wielder, leaving him dazed. "What are you doing with that snake?" exclaimed one. "My goodness, such a large snake." Before the others could discern Jiang Lynchon's appearance, they suddenly beheld a massive venomous serpent, its neck flattened, glaring ominously at them, inducing sheer terror. "Do not run. Whoever flees will be bitten," Jiang Lynchon commanded. The king cobra hissed, darting forward several meters, effectively blocking the escape route of the frightened group. "I won't run, I won't run." How terrifying. With the venomous snake before them and Jiang Lynchon behind, the group finally regained their composure, appearing to be high school students, their youthful faces drained of color from fright. "Who severed the vine? Do you realize you are endangering lives?" Jiang Lynchon's fury had yet to subside. "I didn't know someone was below. I just wanted to check if the vine was sturdy." One of the toppled students began to sob in terror. "Damn it. What bad luck," Jiang Lynchon spat, never expecting to nearly meet his demise at the hands of a few young rascals. What a tragic fate it would be to perish. Jiang Lynchon hurled the small knife to the ground, burying it until only the hilt remained visible, then stepped on it, rendering it entirely hidden. "Begone, before I change my mind." A group of impetuous youths glanced between the imposing black snake blocking their path and Jiang Lynchon, frozen in trepidation. At that moment, they would rather leap from a cliff than confront the majestic king cobra. Jiang Lynchon beckoned, and the serpent swiftly slithered to his side, rearing up to a height of over 2 meters, gazing down at the young men with an air of dominance. "Good heavens, run. You are forbidden to return here. If I catch you again, I will have you bitten to death," Jiang Lynchon threatened. Watching the children tumble and scramble away in fright, he shook his head in disapproval. "Bring forth the affluent one." Upon seeing the king cobra, the wealthy man immediately stood upright, his expression tense with wariness. "This is our new companion. Let us extend a warm welcome," Jiang Lynchon said. "Scaring the tiger to death, I do not appreciate it." The tiger and the snake eyed each other, both displaying a fierce defiance. Chapter 66. Jiang Lynchon's lack of gratitude. Jiang Lynchon sent forth a strand of divine power to soothe the slightly anxious animals, commanding them to follow him. The tiger and the snake exchanged glances of disdain but refrained from attacking, clearly understanding Jiang Lynchon's authority. Strolling back to Wushailing at a leisurely pace, as the two creatures began to grow accustomed to one another, Jiang Lynchon issued another stern warning against fighting before returning them to their space. At home, the little cow was grazing leisurely, acknowledging Jiang Lynchon with a nod. It exuded an air of belonging, adeptly managing its own waste. Jiang's parents cherished it dearly, providing the finest grass and fodder daily. In the village, it had become quite the celebrity, with numerous visitors coming just to see it. Upon entering, Jiang Lynchon overheard voices and, upon investigation, found a well-dressed young man seated in the room, speaking animatedly. "Our son has returned. This is your uncle Li Tang, once a university student, now a social elite. You, too, are a university student. It seems you will find common ground," Jiang's father said with a smile. Jiang Lynchon was bewildered, despite their differing surnames. How could someone from the same village establish such clear familial hierarchy? This man, only a few years his senior, insisted on being addressed as uncle. "Uncle, are you here for a vacation?" Jiang Lynchon managed to smile. "Ah, you finally returned. I just completed a significant deal, and the company granted me some time off. So here I am," Li Tang replied, his demeanor vibrant and tinged with pride. "Uncle, you're working in the city now. It seems you have returned in glory," Jiang Lynchon said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Several young villagers sat within, their expressions filled with admiration. A round-faced youth exclaimed, "Brother Sean, you have no idea. Brother Tang is quite impressive now, driving a brand new Passat. He has quite the figure." "Indeed," chimed in another lean youth. "We're all university students. Why have you chosen to return home as a farmer?" "Alas, I lack the capability," Jiang Lynchon replied nonchalantly as he seated himself and poured himself a cup of tea, dismissing Li Tang's offer of a cigarette with a wave of his hand. "Ah, little mountain, why not join me in my endeavors? Raising chickens and ducks at home may seem lively, yet at the end of the year, I reckon there won't be much left," Li Tang remarked. "Uncle, please spare me your mockery. As a graduate from a second-tier university, what do I truly understand? You are a social elite. How can I possibly compare? If I can manage to raise the chickens and ducks well, that would be an achievement in itself," Jiang Lynchon replied. "Well, one cannot be so dismissive. Although your school might not be much better than a wild chicken school, at least you've earned your degree. Our company typically does not recruit individuals of such caliber. But I can have a word with the manager. There might still be a chance," Li Tang said with a beaming smile, seemingly assisting Jiang Lynchon. Yet his words dripped with derision. Even Zhang's father could discern that this individual was not merely visiting for a chat. He sought to flaunt his superiority. "Oh, uncle, you must be quite the star at the company, surely a key player in the business?" Jiang Lynchon responded with indifference to such ostentation, finding it somewhat amusing. Li Tang undoubtedly intended to return to the village to boast about his achievements. However, he soon overheard the villagers discussing Jiang Lynchon, particularly regarding his encouragement for them to cultivate corn, promising to purchase it at 3 times the market price. For the villagers, this represented tangible benefits. No matter how formidable or wealthy Li Tang might be, he could not extend advantages to everyone. As Li Tang continued to hear the villagers' praise, his displeasure grew. He felt overshadowed by Jiang Lynchon and, increasingly agitated, decided to confront him. Generally speaking, international grain prices have been somewhat volatile lately, as you are aware, with conflicts erupting on both sides of the Red Sea and along the Black Sea. Many clients are optimistic about next year's oil and grain futures, Li Tang said, casting a fleeting scornful glance at the bewildered round-faced youth and the lanky young man. "Little Mountain, having attended university, you must comprehend this, right?" "Well, not entirely. But do you advise clients to go long or short?" "Naturally, go long. As you know, our company facilitates clients opening accounts in the Cayman Islands, allowing us to leverage through our overseas company. 10-fold, 20-fold, even 50-fold is possible." At this mention, Li Tang suddenly perked up. The downside of returning to the village is that no one can comprehend such pretentious talk. Although Jiang Lynchon may raise chickens and ducks, at least he understands the concepts of going long and short. How solitary it feels, Li Tang thought to himself. Going long. Why is that? Jiang Lynchon feigned surprise. Because of the conflicts. Whenever there's warfare, don't energy and grain prices rise. While you may raise chickens and ducks, you must also remain cognizant of global affairs. Otherwise, you shall never earn beyond your limited understanding. Li Tang pretended to express heartfelt concern. "I am merely a farmer," Jiang Lynchon chuckled. "You can only remain a farmer. And a rather naive one at that. How much can you possibly earn from farming each year? Moreover, with the rising costs of feed for your numerous chickens and ducks, you will find yourself facing considerable losses," Li Tang boasted increasingly. "Unlike us, our clients possess fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions. Once grain prices rise next year, with a mere turn, assets could easily double. Can you, as a farmer, earn such sums? No, you cannot, even in 10 lifetimes. You could not fathom how swiftly money can be made," Li Tang declared with an air of superiority. "Uncle, heed my advice. The situation next year remains uncertain. When international speculators release such news, they may very well be factoring in domestic investors," Jiang Lynchon advised. "International grain prices are bound to soar next year. Mark my words," Li Tang asserted with a tone of confidence mixed with frustration. "Xiaoshan, farmers have no prospects. You should seek employment elsewhere. Even a job as a delivery worker would be more beneficial than idling at home." The round-faced youth and the lanky one nodded in agreement, lifting their cigarettes to their noses for a whiff before reluctantly putting them back. Jiang Lynchon remained unperturbed by Li Tang's seemingly well-intentioned, yet subtly disparaging remarks. "Uncle, farmers are our foundation. How can you say they are unproductive? If you don't farm and I don't farm, what will you trade futures on without any physical delivery?" Jiang Lynchon countered. "Xiaoshan, you are mistaken. Brother Tang is trying to guide you towards a clearer path. Why can't you see that? You make such a fuss, yet your family still drives an old pickup truck, one bought by Uncle Chang," the lanky youth retorted. Feeling that Jiang Lynchon was somewhat ungrateful, he believed that growing corn was nothing extraordinary and that a mere television interview would leave Jiang Lynchon with nothing to show for it. Truly, it was a case of seeking glory for no reason. Before Jiang Lynchon could respond, a commotion erupted outside as 7 or 8 vehicles arrived. Upon closer inspection, they were all luxury cars, Land Rovers, Porsches, Ferraris, and G-Wagons, each worth over $1 million. "Brother Jiang, we've come to see you," exclaimed Feng Yunshi, tall and dressed in a pristine white tracksuit with her ponytail held high, flashing a bright smile at Jiang Lynchon. Instantly, the room was filled with warmth and brightness. Chapter 67. My uncle is generous. Jiang Lynchon recognized everyone who had come. Besides Feng Yunshi, there were Jiao Jing, Chen Shi, Chang Xiaochuan, and Lan Jie, all individuals he had rescued from the perilous Xiongju mountain range. After returning to society, these friends had led honest lives for a month, yet the lure of adventure had begun to tug at them again. Though the expedition team had disbanded and they had vowed to avoid dangerous ventures, the habits of years were not easily shed. Recently, they had found themselves in a state of ennui, lacking motivation for any endeavor. Feng Yunshi suggested visiting Jiang Lynchon, as the countryside offered a more tranquil escape from the bustling city, and, after all, he was their savior. Thus, the 8 of them arrived, with the exception of Guan Jingqi. "Why didn't you inform me beforehand?" Jiang Lynchon chuckled. "Brother Jiang, we wish to hang out with you," Chang Xiaochuan teased. Beside them, the young cow cast a resentful glance at Jiang Lynchon, her large eyes seemingly questioning him. "You scoundrel. You invite all these dubious characters, and even a 2-legged female." Jiang Lynchon caught the cow's reproachful gaze, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. "Do you even know whose offspring you carry in your belly? What gives you the confidence?" Inside the room, Li Tang was left in a state of shock. Upon laying eyes on this group, he instinctively recognized them as the affluent elite, the genuine wealthy. Their demeanor and expressions bore a striking resemblance to some of his previous clients, particularly the young woman at the forefront. How could one individual effortlessly embody both grace and allure? Unlike the 2 vacant-faced youths beside him, he had genuinely interacted with the wealthy. Yet, these individuals were distinctly different. Most of the clients he had encountered were balding old men or elderly women. In contrast, The people before him were vibrant, exuding confidence with each composed step. How could Jiang Lynchon, a mere chicken farmer, possibly be acquainted with such a multitude of affluent individuals? Li Tang was filled with uncertainty. There's no need to associate with me. I'm just a rural youth, accustomed to farming and raising chickens and cattle. What? Do you wish to learn how to feed chickens from me? Jiang Lynchon chuckled. Chen Shi was about to rush forward to shake Jiang Lynchon's hand when he was tugged back by Sister Lan. A subtle glance from her left Chen Shi momentarily perplexed. He then noticed Fang Yunshi standing motionless before Jiang Lynchon. Brother Jiang, I'm back again. Am I intruding? Chen Shi was taken aback. Could it be that Fang Yunshi harbored feelings for Brother Jiang? He looked at Sister Lan in disbelief, seeking confirmation for his burgeoning suspicion. Sister Lan shrugged her shoulders, expressing her own confusion, yet her eyes suggested there was indeed some chemistry. At that moment, others began to sense the underlying tension, internally exclaiming their astonishment. Fang Yunshi came from a prestigious background, was undeniably beautiful, and radiated elegance. Many aspired to win her affection, including the truly wealthy second-generation scion, Guan Jingqi. However, despite her polite demeanor, she maintained an air of aloofness that kept suitors at bay. It was inconceivable that she would show such interest in Jiang Lynchon. This was the first instance they had witnessed Fang Yunshi speaking to a man in such a manner since their acquaintance began. Jiang Lynchon remarked, I haven't fed my chickens yet. Could you lend a hand? Fang Yunshi responded, sure, let us go feed the chickens and ducks. The crowd was left speechless. Could it be that Fang Yunshi was caught up in romantic notions? Just then, Zhao Jing and others opened the trunk, and boxes of gifts began to be unloaded into Jiang Lynchon's yard. Li Tang and his companions stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth were these? Remy Martin, Matai, Longjing tea, Hermes, and an assortment of bird's nest, cordyceps, and ginseng. All were high-end, extravagant gifts, the likes of which the average person seldom encounters, yet are exceedingly expensive. Among the gifts, Fang Yunshi's offering was particularly intriguing. She produced a long box, towering at nearly her height. Placing it before Jiang Lynchon, she exhaled softly and leaped forward, lightly tapping the top of the box. With a resounding click, the box sprang open, akin to a peacock fanning its feathers, revealing a row of swords. This extravagant display left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Brother Jiang, I noticed your interest in swords during our last encounter, so I commissioned a master to forge 9 distinct blades, all housed within this sword box. Do you like it? Fang Yunshi smiled. Truth be told, no man could refuse such a gift. These swords appeared exceedingly valuable. Yet, upon reflecting on the corn he had given away, Jiang Lynchon felt a sense of calm. He squinted and admonished, you are welcome to visit, but such gifts are unnecessary, as they create an air of unfamiliarity. I am but a farmer. If you must bring something, a golden hoe would be more fitting. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jiang Lynchon continued with a serious demeanor, if you come again, refrain from bringing such items. Your presence alone suffices, and if you truly feel embarrassed to come empty-handed, a basket of potatoes would convey more sincerity than these trinkets. The others nodded in agreement, genuinely grateful for Jiang Lynchon's prior assistance. Yet uncertain as to what to present during this visit, they had resorted to purchasing extravagant gifts, unaware of his discontent. However, as they observed Jiang Lynchon circling around a sword case and carefully withdrawing a 1-4-meter-long blade, their uncertainty began to resurface. Why did he disapprove of their gifts yet appreciate those from Fang Yunshi? Was there something more between the two? Meanwhile, Li Tang and the others in Jiang Lynchon's home were left in awe. Whose household, raising chickens and ducks, could command such attention? A group of affluent city dwellers eagerly attempting to curry favor, only to be reprimanded after presenting lavish gifts. Where could one even contest this? At that moment, Li Tang wished for a fissure in the ground to hide within. Was this some kind of farcical narrative? The scene felt eerily familiar. Nevertheless, he quickly adapted his mindset, drawing out a business card and proclaiming, greetings, you must be Xiaoshan's friends. I am his uncle, currently employed at a consulting firm. Should any of you require investment advice, feel free to reach out to me. Xiaoshan and I share a close relationship. Li Tang spoke fervently about his business, perceiving no clientele more suitable than the individuals before him. Typically, one must speculate whether a potential client possesses true wealth, but these individuals were undoubtedly affluent, with funds to spare. Just look at that Hermes belt, worth tens of thousands, bought or gifted on a whim. And that young man's watch, if he wasn't mistaken, appeared to be a Vacheron Constantin, a luxury timepiece worth at least 100,000. Though the model was unclear, the brand was unmistakable. Thinking of this, Li Tang trembled with excitement. If these individuals opened accounts with him, his commissions would flourish. He could almost envision himself purchasing a home in the city and marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman. Tianhai Securities? Never heard of it. Chen Shi scoffed. I am Chen Shi, a senior client manager at Xian Securities. It's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps we can discuss business opportunities in the future. Li Tang's mind buzzed. Xian. It was one of the top 3 securities firms, and this young man was a senior manager there. Not only was he unworthy in comparison, but even his boss would not merit being in the same presence as this individual. Observing Li Tang hastily retreat, Chen Shi felt a twinge of guilt. Did I say something wrong, Brother Jiang? Not at all. My uncle is quite magnanimous, Jiang Lynchon replied with a warm smile. Chapter 68. The stirring of space. Jiang Lynchon examined the blade in his hand, its length slender and slightly curved. This is a weapon that can be wielded with either 1 or 2 hands. It has been used to pierce through many rogues in the past, and due to its resemblance to rice seedlings, it is aptly named the seedling blade. Jiang Lynchon hefted it, and discovered it was considerably heavier than ordinary blades. Fang Yunshi chuckled, remarking that it seemed Jiang had a penchant for heavier weaponry and possessed strength beyond the ordinary. Thus, she had taken the liberty to design the blade to be significantly weightier than the typical seedling sword. Although Jiang Lynchon was not skilled in swordplay, when he held the blade and gave it a slight swing, it produced a sharp whistling sound through the air. The crowd was taken aback. Jiang's casual motion had surprisingly resulted in such a formidable effect. Even Fang Yunshi's expression momentarily reflected astonishment. Jiang Lynchon sheathed the seedling blade and drew forth another weapon. As he revealed it, a brilliant gleam of cold light caught the eyes of those present. It was an 8-sided Han sword, measuring 1.2 meters in length. With an intricately forged blade, polished to an exquisite smoothness, Jiang Lynchon gently flicked the blade, producing a clear and resonant sound. A melodious chime that would impress even those unfamiliar with swords. Following this was a Tang broadsword, characterized by its long, narrow blade, thick spine, and a slender edge. Tapering at a 45-degree angle with no curvature, it exuded an aura of directness and unwavering resolve. This blade was capable of both slashing and thrusting, emanating a fierce and bloodthirsty spirit. Jiang Lynchon was thoroughly pleased. One after another, he drew forth more weapons, including a 4-sided sword, a Xiuchuan knife, and even a replica of the legendary Yu Wang Gojin sword, albeit with increased length and weight, crafted from a special alloy rather than bronze. Finally, Jiang Lynchon extracted a weapon measuring only 50 centimeters, double-edged, and possessing a slight curve, with a metallic grip unadorned by any wrapping. Jiang Lynchon paused, inquiring tentatively, "A spear?" Fang Yunshi smiled, affirming his assumption. She then pulled down a waxwood spear shaft from the cart, and upon assembly, it transformed into a combat spear exceeding 2 meters in length. With swift movements, Fang Yunshi demonstrated a few flourishes with the spear, which was as thick as a bowl, before handing it to Jiang Lynchon. Holding the spear with one hand, he raised it forward and shouted, "Rascals, dare you engage me in battle?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. It was evident that Jiang Lynchon relished this set of weaponry. Truth be told, Zhao Jing and the others also yearned for a weapon case like his, containing 9 unique and extraordinary arms. How splendid that would be. Yet, despite their long acquaintance, Fang Yunshi had not offered them a set. A pang of envy stirred within them. Meanwhile, a few young men from the village, aside from the fleeing Li Tang, stood dumbfounded. Under Jiang Lynchon's direction, they numbly assisted in transporting a plethora of gifts into the house. At that moment, someone remarked that Jiang Lynchon was merely a farmer raising chickens in the countryside, and it was hard for them to believe the caliber of friends he had made outside. Jiang Lynchon opened a pack of cigarettes, distributing a package to each of them before sending them on their way. Once they had settled into the house, Jiang Lynchon remarked, "You wouldn't be here just to bring me gifts, would you?" Chang Xiaochuan remarked, "Of course, Brother Jiang. We have yet to formally express our gratitude." Jiang Lynchon waved his hand and replied, "I merely acted out of convenience. In such circumstances, any capable individual would not stand idly by while others are in peril. Moreover, you have also purchased my goods. There is no need for such formalities." Zhao Jing solemnly stated, "Brother Jiang, your words are misplaced. You may consider your assistance as a mere convenience, but the efficacy of the items you sold us is nothing short of astonishing. Upon returning home, I tested them at the gym and experienced a remarkable 25 increase in my physical capacity." Chen Shi nodded in agreement, adding, "Such items are not something one can acquire for a mere pittance." Fang Yunshi fervently nodded, recalling how she later sought out Jiang Lynchon to procure a few more items, which her family declared to be extraordinary, especially her grandfather, whose long-standing ailments vanished entirely, leaving him radiant with health. He even uniquely performed a set of Bajiquan at home, breaking the training posts in the process. Thus, upon discovering Jiang Lynchon's fondness for swords and weaponry, they devoted considerable effort to custom-make a sword case for him. In terms of quality and rarity, this sword case is worth no less than $1 million. Once sharpened, it transforms into a lethal weapon, meticulously crafted for actual combat. Naturally, there was no need to disclose such details to Jiang Lynchon. His appreciation was sufficient. Jiang Lynchon said, "As you regard me as a friend, let us not dwell on this matter further. Additionally, since you surprised me today, I have no gifts to reciprocate. I cannot possibly send you home with a sheep." Jiang Lynchon felt somewhat helpless. Despite his considerable fortune, he surprisingly had nothing of local specialty to offer. After all, he prided himself on being the most distinguished individual in Changla village. It seemed unreasonable to send friends away empty-handed. Little did he know, Fang Yunshi, upon hearing this, drooled and exclaimed, "A sheep? Is that possible?" The others exchanged glances, pondering what had come over her. Surely, she could not genuinely wish to take a sheep home. Yet Fang Yunshi insisted, "You do not understand. Brother Jiang's poultry and livestock are exquisite, so delectable that they are worth their weight in gold. If I could indeed take a sheep home, it would be a tremendous gain." She gazed eagerly at Jiang Lynchon. Jiang Lynchon was momentarily at a loss for words. This woman was remarkably bold. She truly desired to take a sheep back with her. "Let us defer that discussion for now. You must have come for a reason. I can sense it. Speak of the matter at hand." Chen Shi grinned and said, "Brother Jiang, we contemplated forming a new expedition team and would like to invite you to join." Seeing Jiang Lynchon about to decline, he quickly added, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. We were indeed naive last time, but now, with our enhanced physical capabilities and your expertise, we could embark on a genuine adventure rather than courting disaster." Jiang Lynchon replied, "In essence, you merely seek a caretaker to accompany you on your escapades. Wouldn't it be better to remain comfortably at home?" The group fell momentarily silent, for those unfamiliar with the thrill of outdoor exploration could hardly comprehend. It is akin to how the average person cannot fathom why an angler rises at 3 in the morning to seek the perfect fishing spot, dedicating an entire day to the endeavor. Similarly, model enthusiasts accumulate rooms filled with assembled models, and when questioned about the cost, they casually mention a few dozen dollars. While the true expense may reach hundreds or even thousands, there are those who indulge in figurines, cultivate plants, raise fish, engage in photography, and revel in sound systems. Jiang Lynchon sometimes wonders why there are no enthusiasts for farming. Just as he was about to decline once more, a disturbance emanated from the Shenong space. Jiang Lynchon felt himself sink into it, and discovered that the panoramic view had expanded, now encompassing Xuanlong Peak and Xinya Cave alongside the original Wuxialing and Hengjua mountain ranges. The aura representing the power of Shenong had grown even larger. Jiang Lynchon's expression shifted as he inquired, "Have you ever ventured into the primordial forest?" Zhao Jing replied, "Previously. We explored places like Death Valley, Volcano Island, and Bermuda. The Hengjua mountain range marks our first challenge into a primordial forest. There are many more primordial forests, both domestically and internationally, awaiting our exploration, such as the primitive tribes of Africa, the Amazon basin, and the permafrost regions of Siberia. Naturally, there are also the Shenanjia, Myhun Cave, and the Matuo bordering the Elephant Kingdom, as well as the Wildman Mountain in the northern region of Mian." Sensing the restlessness of the Shenong space, Jiang Lynchon resignedly said, "Very well. If you embark on a journey to the primordial forest, do invite me along." Chapter 69. The food crisis. Everyone rejoiced, with Jiang Lynchon. The human radar and towering figure, there was no place they could not venture. Jiang Lynchon then led the group to the solitary cliff of Wuxialing. They gazed upon the mountains where herds of cattle and sheep grazed, occasionally spotting leaping roe deer and ground chickens soaring to the treetops. Below the cliff, the stream meandered, bordered by recently sprouted corn seedlings and lush pastures. The tranquil village at the foot of the mountain echoed with distant barks of dogs. Children frolicked in the village lanes while the elders sat beneath trees, engaged in conversation. "I finally comprehended the sentiments of Tao Yuanming and Wang Wei," sighed Chang Xiaochuan. "All of us, as descendants of Huaxia, harbor a hidden lineage of retreating from the world. In the relentless pursuit of gain, we ultimately seek the state of non-contention." Agreed Longjia. The group nodded in deep accord. Despite being social elites with affluent backgrounds, they felt an inexplicable tinge of envy towards Jiang Lynchon at that moment. Fang Yunshi, seemingly intentionally, yet inadvertently, settled beside Jiang Lynchon, squinting her eyes as if savoring the afternoon sun. The sunlight kissed her flawless, fair skin, and her face radiated with rapture. Jiang Lynchon mused, how simple it seemed. To achieve a state of non-contention, one must at least possess financial stability. Humans consume grains and face the cycle of life and death, along with spiritual needs. How many could return to their hometowns and reach his level? Merely toiling the land could exhaust one to exhaustion. I recall when I returned to the village, my father and I labored on a patch of wasteland, which was once strewn with gravel and weeds, Jiang Lynchon recounted. In less than half an hour, blisters formed on my hands, the sun bore down relentlessly, not a single wretched cloud in sight, and sweat dripped down, stinging my eyes. Do you know how much sweat an ordinary farmer must shed to transform a barren plot into what it is today? Jiang Lynchon seemed lost in reminiscence. After a long pause, he said, I nourish the land with my sweat, and in return, the land rewards me with bountiful harvests. Fang Yunshi, captivated by his words, unconsciously leaned closer to Jiang Lynchon. Seeing this, Jiang Lynchon furrowed his brow and chose to pretend he had not noticed. Brother Jiang, you are a true farmer. I previously lacked understanding of farmers, always thinking they merely tilled the soil. Chunshi sighed. He had nearly succumbed to a high fever in the Hengjua Mountains. Returning, as if transformed. As a senior manager at a renowned securities firm, I have encountered more wealth than most could ever comprehend. I once believed that wealth was synonymous with currency, a mere equivalent, an array of ephemeral figures. However, my perspective has since evolved. The crowd was momentarily perplexed. How could a securities elite, deeply entrenched in financial matters, possess such insight? Even Jiang Lynchon cast a glance in his direction. True wealth in society is the creation of essential goods for survival and living through labor. Chang Xiaochuan remarked with a sidelong glance, I never expected you, Manager Chun, to contemplate the essence of wealth. A tumult is approaching our planet, Chun Shi intoned ominously. Do you sense something? Zhao Jing inquired. In this line of work, one typically receives substantial information beforehand, which, once organized and interpreted, becomes a crucial basis for investment decisions. There is a joke that at 7 o'clock, a knowledgeable person can glean significant information from the host's every word, every term, and even the nuances of their tone. Such knowledgeable individuals refer to those like Chun Shi, whose collective investors amount to hundreds of millions, even billions. The fluctuations of these assets are intrinsically linked to him. It may not be as dire as it seems. At least in our Huaxia, the situation is not grave. After all, we prioritize the issue of staple food as paramount. There may be some impact, but it is likely minimal. Is it due to war and famine? Chang Xiaochuan queried. Chun Shi nodded. Our internal actuaries have provided a model indicating that next year, the global food shortfall could reach 10%. The group was taken aback. They were not ordinary individuals. They were societal elites. The term societal elites refers to those with professional expertise, assets, and international perspectives, capable of evaluating issues from the vantage point of civilization's rise and fall. For instance, when the food shortfall is mentioned, the average person might think, as long as I am not hungry, that is sufficient. However, those who ponder more deeply derive a wealth of information. Information 1. Currently, the global food supply is abundant, with many developed nations squandering food and energy. The reason people still starve lies in the uneven distribution of resources and organizational inefficiencies, resulting in waste on one side and hunger on the other. A sudden food shortfall can occur when original grain-producing areas cease production, whether due to disaster or war. Information 2. If 10% of the world is starving, food prices will not merely rise by 10%. Those in need will pay 30, 50, or even 100% more for sustenance. Information 3. Panic will spread. In a climate of fear, nations will hoard food, and citizens will follow suit. Under such circumstances, the entire globe will be affected, even if a particular country does not face food scarcity. The atmosphere grew tense among the audience, as they discerned much unspoken content within Chen Shi's words. In such circumstances, the common sentiment expressed by ordinary individuals, that as long as they do not suffer from hunger, all is well, becomes increasingly unattainable. In relatively stable nations, while hunger may be absent, the cost of living undoubtedly escalates, inevitably driving up the prices of essential goods. Jiang Lynchon had long discussed with Elder Yu the grim prospects for grain production in the coming year. However, he had not anticipated the situation would become so evident so swiftly. The financial and securities sectors were already aware, and gradually, the news would reach other industries and the general populace. Yet, he found himself at a loss, for he was merely a farmer, incapable of enacting significant change. The Chang'e No. 1 project required extensive cultivation and nationwide promotion, but the crux lay in effective marketing and large-scale breeding efforts, tasks that far exceeded his capabilities. With a somber mood, the group descended the mountain, and as customary, Jiang Lynchon treated them to an unforgettable feast. Chang Xiaochuan, with a satisfied belch, laughed, "Brother Jiang, regardless of the outside world, here truly is a realm of tranquility. And with such delectable cuisine, why are there no patrons? We shall discuss opening next year." Jiang Lynchon replied, "Rest assured, once you commence operations, we will certainly bring friends to indulge. This must be of banquet-level quality," Chen Shi remarked. Country fare does not grace the grand tables, Jiang Lynchon thought, feeling a mix of pride and compelled modesty. While others silently criticized, only Fang Yunshi remained unperturbed. "Brother Fang, I will send you the videos of my sword and saber techniques, along with my grandfather's personal demonstration of the essence of the Fang family 8 extremes. This knowledge is for you to learn alone," Fang Yunshi stated earnestly. Jiang Lynchon nodded appreciatively. It was indeed rare to be entrusted with such treasured skills. Next, Fang Yunshi handed him a handwritten note. "What is this?" Jiang Lynchon inquired, secretly wondering if it might be a love letter. Upon opening it, he realized his assumption was misplaced. It contained a prescription for strengthening one's physique, divided into external and internal applications. After securing the prescription, Jiang Lynchon accompanied the group outside. "When you return next year, my villa should be complete. By then, the mountainside will be adorned with villas and tree houses, where you can immerse yourselves in the sea of clouds, the morning dew, and the twilight sun, experiencing peace and tranquility." "Wow, is that true? Brother Jiang, may I bring my family?" Fang Yunshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course it is true. I will arrange a grand suite for you," Jiang Lynchon replied, his smile brimming with confidence. The group was filled with delight. Though they had visited many places, Jiang Lynchon's abode felt uniquely different, despite lacking renowned attractions. It was the ordinary beauty of the mountains and waters, combined with the serene and harmonious rural landscape, that surpassed even the allure of the Alps and mountainous nations. In the mundane lay vitality, and within tranquility, life flourished. Truly, it was an idyllic retreat from the world, especially with Jiang Lynchon's mention of tree houses. What kind of tree houses could rival those inhabited by elves in films like The Lord of the Rings? The notion was nothing short of exquisite romance. No one doubted Jiang Lynchon's words, and with a lingering sense of reluctance, they departed from Chang'e village. After they departed, Jiang Lynchon returned to his room, immersed in contemplation. The impending grain crisis next year seemed almost inevitable. Old Yu had once informed him that at that time, the stability of human food prices could only be assured. However, the prices of feed for livestock and poultry would undoubtedly soar. With corn and soybean meal comprising a significant portion of the costs, could he perhaps devise a strategy concerning corn? Currently, he had cultivated 300 acres on the mountain, and, calculating an output of 4 tons per acre, he could harvest 200 tons of corn before the new year. While the villagers lacked the divine farming prowess, an output of 5 to 3 tons per acre was within reasonable expectations. This could yield a total of 5,000 to 6,000 tons of corn. If all of it were to be used as seed, it could potentially cultivate millions of acres of land. Should the entire nation adopt the Chang'e No. 1 variety next year, the annual corn yield could quadruple, reaching 4 times the original amount. This would position the country as the largest corn producer globally, fully satisfying domestic needs and facilitating exports. Naturally, the exports would not consist of this superior Chang'e No. 1, but rather the reserve grains of the China Grain Storage Group. The best would be reserved for personal use. However, how could he cultivate more corn? Jiang Lynchon found himself in a quandary. The responsibilities of state-run farms and the farmers' contracted lands did not require his direct involvement. The crux lay in his desire to cultivate more land. One might wonder why he was so passionate about farming. Beyond the awakening of his latent divine lineage, the subtle influence of the Shinong space played a significant role. In the coming years, Blue Star would undoubtedly face a food crisis, inevitably leading to conflicts centered around food, both commercial and military, including proxy wars fueled by the scarcity of resources. The world was never at peace. Nevertheless, as a farmer, possessing grain meant tranquility of mind, a principle that Jiang Lynchon steadfastly adhered to. After extensive research online, he finally pinpointed a location, Lulon. Lulon. Jiang Lynchon had set his sights on this region in the eastern part of the western frontier. It was the site of the ancient city of Jingjue, the ancient kingdom of Lulon, and the nexus of the Silk Road. It bordered the Sea of Death, the Taklamakan Desert, and housed the world's most perilous no-man's land. Lopner, this ancient small nation, once lush with water and grass, had vanished into the sands over a millennium ago. Lopner, signifying that it was once a lake. Due to the passage of time, the eastward shift of precipitation lines, and the depletion of underground water, it had ultimately transformed into an area that instilled dread in all. Jiang Lynchon gazed thoughtfully for a long while, yet he could not summon the resolve. That place was the largest county in the Huaxiao nation, spanning a staggering 200,000 square kilometers, surpassing many medium-sized countries. Jiang Lynchon found a contact number online and made a call. The voice on the other end belonged to a staff member from the Natural Resources Bureau. According to the staff member's introduction, the land was indeed available for leasing. However, as it was a desert and arid region, there were certain restrictions on the use of contracted land. Firstly, mining was prohibited. Secondly, the fragile local ecology and sparse vegetation could not be harmed. And finally, the extraction of underground water could not be unlimited. For instance, drilling dozens of deep wells to extract water for irrigation was not permitted. The number of wells, their locations, and the quantity of water to be drawn all required prior approval. Moreover, the staff member specifically pointed out that it is inadvisable to cultivate towering trees that require excessive water. Instead, he suggested planting local small shrubs such as the haloxylon tree, the hippophae tree, and grasses like the sand sagebrush, the milkvetch, and the camel thorn. He also kindly reminded that the local Forestry and Grassland Bureau provides corresponding seeds and seedlings. After hanging up the call, Jiang Lynchon could distinctly sense the pressing need for societal involvement in combating desertification. What does it feel like to stand at the edge of a vast desert covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers? Apart from the locals and a handful of visitors, people from the heart of China and the coastal areas cannot even begin to fathom it. The aridity, hardship, desolation, and severity of the environment challenged the limits of human endurance. Jiang Lynchon summoned Master Fong. The 20 million you possess, I do not intend to use for personal indulgence. This crosses my moral boundary. It is no different from theft. Even if you call me master, I never thought of touching it. Observing Master Fong's expressionless demeanor, Jiang Lynchon continued. However, if it is for desert reclamation, to develop the vast stretches of desert, then I bear no such psychological burden. Indeed, Master Fong replied. Once settled, Jiang Lynchon ventured to the Hengjiu mountain range and collected dozens of plant species. He also acquired several sheep to serve as sustenance for the luxurious snake. Indeed, the expenses for maintaining these carnivorous animals were quite staggering. Jiang Lynchon couldn't help but marvel. It was fortunate that he was able to manage it himself. For an ordinary household, it would be unthinkable. Upon returning home, Jiang Lynchon began to utilize the power of Shinnong to cultivate the star vine tree and the everlasting tree. The star vine tree, as per Jiang Lynchon's vision, grew into a treehouse resting on the ground, resembling a quaint wooden cabin crafted from logs as thick as a thigh. However, this was merely a single trunk that had developed in such a manner. Luxurious one, great snake, this shall be your abode henceforth, Jiang Lynchon declared. The little black tiger scampered over, tripped at the 2-meter-high entrance, and, deciding not to rise, rolled inside the house. Oh no, do not allow the big black insect in, it exclaimed. Hiss. The great snake coiled up, taking up minimal space, evoking a sense of harmony. Jiang Lynchon chuckled. Hiss. The two creatures were not fond of each other, yet ultimately found themselves residing together. Jiang Lynchon harvested several hundred seeds. This type of star vine seed was communicable. He could dictate its growth. Should anyone else attempt to cultivate it, they would have to construct a fixed framework. For instance, if it were to reach 50 centimeters and grow horizontally, something would need to be placed to guide its lateral growth. If branching was required, a simple incision near the tip would suffice. It truly was a remarkable plant, exhibiting characteristics of both trees and vines. Such a plant could only exist within the realm of Shinnong. Jiang Lynchon extracted the seeds and planted a circle along the shores of the Grand Lake at Chonglu Mountain Villa. He also instructed Wang Datu to level the previous agritourism site, intending to fill the entire villa with various forms of star vine trees, including the entire dining hall, the pavilion in the lake, the lakeside boardwalk, and the villas on the mountainside. Even the signage would be designed to resemble the Chonglu Mountain Villa. Chapter 71, 10 million acres. As for the everlasting tree, after utilizing the power of Shinnong, it grew to over 10 meters in height. The tree trunk, broader than a man's waist, stood upright and straight. Jiang Lynchon made several incisions on the trunk, from which clear, viscous resin began to ooze. He filled nearly half a small barrel with it. The crown of the tree was laden with spindle-shaped fruits, each nearing 30 centimeters in length. When the thin outer shell was split open, a mass resembling cotton fluff was revealed. The quality of this product was undoubtedly exquisite. Although the precise effects of these substances remained unclear, Jiang Lynchon was brimming with confidence. Clearly, these two items could serve as industrial and textile materials. He planned to have a professional testing agency conduct analyses. Crucially, this process of ripening had yielded countless seeds, and given the drought resistance of this species, Jiang Lynchon intended to include it among the trial plants for Lulon. He entrusted the resin and fruit to Lin Sanhai, instructing him to seek a professional testing agency for a report. Afterwards, he and Master Fong set off for Lulon. Instead of his father's second-hand pickup, Jiang Lynchon drove the Volvo that Master Fong had parked in the provincial capital. This SUV, worth over 700,000 yuan and capable of off-road driving, was undeniably more comfortable and prestigious than his own used vehicle. Covering over 2,000 kilometers, they arrived within 2 days, a testament to Jiang Lynchon's robust physique. Master Fong, having undergone physical enhancement, fared well too. Upon arriving at the administrative hall to state his purpose, the staff were taken aback. Sir, did I hear you correctly? You wish to contract 10 million acres of land for desert reclamation? Yes, you heard correctly. I understand the symbolic fee is merely 1 yuan per acre here. Indeed, that's true, replied the young female staff member, who had recently begun her career. This was the first time she had encountered such an extraordinary request, and she even doubted whether this young man was jesting. Here in Lulon, the southern region consists of high-altitude mountains, with a small area in the center suitable for cultivation and habitation. Only the vast northern expanse of desert and wasteland is open for social contracts. I am aware. I have inquired with your staff. What are the next steps for coordination? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Excuse me, let me confirm. Are you sure you wish to contract 10 million acres of desert, which amounts to 666 square kilometers? The young woman asked. Certainly. I have the funds with me. We are a legitimate enterprise and do not engage in frivolous dealings, Jiang Lynchon asserted. Well, please hold on for a moment while I consult my superior. The young woman hurriedly began to make calls. 10 minutes later, in the office of the Lulon Natural Resources and Planning Bureau, Director Wen Xinhai met with Jiang Lynchon and Master Fong. When Jiang Lynchon reiterated his intent, Director Wen was somewhat taken aback, though he appeared far more seasoned than the young woman. Mr. Jiang, Wen Xinhai said, I find it difficult to grasp the rationale behind such a grand endeavor. 10 million acres seems rather excessive, doesn't it? For Lulon, any investment in desert reclamation, whether from state or societal forces, was welcomed with open arms by Wen Xinhai. However, he understood the necessity of exercising due diligence when it came to enterprises entering the field. Firstly, one must assess whether there exists genuine capability. It is unacceptable to merely secure a contract without any subsequent action, akin to occupying a latrine without fulfilling its purpose. Secondly, it is imperative to discern whether these grassroots organizations are merely seeking to exploit subsidies, feigning the cultivation of a few blades of grass in an attempt to fleece the national treasury. Thirdly, it is essential to delineate specific tasks, ensuring that the land is not utilized for the disposal of toxic industrial waste or for any illicit activities, such as emulating Las Vegas to establish a casino. What a farce. Jiang Lynchon presented a photocopy of the business license for Changel Villa. He then laid forth documents including his special cooperation certificate with the Institute of Agricultural Sciences of Shanna Province, the Institute of Botany and Zoology, as well as credentials as the inventor of Changel No. 1 cultivation technology and a recipient of the Ningchuan County Bravery Award. In the absence of any verifiable background, these documents were the most credible. When Xinhai widened his eyes, incredulously perusing the materials. You are the one who cultivated Changel No. 1, Jiang Lynchon? I never anticipated such youth. When recalled a news segment he had seen not long ago, where the young man on the screen now stood before him, Jiang Lynchon grasped Director Wen's enthusiastic hands, feeling somewhat bashful. He was surprised that someone recognized him from thousands of kilometers away. Ah, merely fortunate. Thanks largely to Mr. You and the Agricultural Institute. Wonderful. We need exceptional youths like you. Director Wen exclaimed excitedly. You have no idea of the immense contribution Changel No. 1 has made to our nation. After watching the news, I immediately searched for the live playback and watched it 3 times without missing a second. Director Wen's grip tightened as he extolled Jiang Lynchon, proclaiming him unparalleled. A national hero indeed. Director, that is too much. I am merely an ordinary rural youth, unworthy of such a title, Jiang Lynchon replied anxiously. Who says otherwise? Anyone who makes a significant contribution to food crops is indeed a national hero, Director Wen asserted, then realized. That is true. You are still young. And perhaps for protective reasons, the higher-ups have refrained from extensive publicity, which is indeed wise. At that moment, Jiang Lynchon began to comprehend that although he might not draw the attention of celebrities or internet influencers, his substantial contribution to the nation and its people was indeed worthy of recognition. The media's hesitance in this regard may stem from similar considerations. Thus, it was settled. He was merely an ordinary farmer, disinterested in fame. As for the matter of contracting the desert, no problem. Director Wen waved his hand grandly. We in Lulon warmly welcome this, especially with outstanding youths like you participating in our desert management efforts. It is indeed a boon. Of course, Director Wen continued. I do not possess the authority to grant you a discount. That is a provincial mandate. However, we will do our utmost to provide you with favorable conditions. 3 hours later, with the support of the leadership team, the contracting area was swiftly delineated, a narrow strip within Lulon County, measuring 150 kilometers in length and 45 kilometers in width, was transformed into Jiang Lynchon's contracted land. Jiang Lynchon stood momentarily stunned, holding the contract. Was it truly that simple? In just a few hours, he had become the super landlord of 10 million acres. Certainly, in the land of Huaxia, the concept of landlords is non-existent. Land ownership resides with the nation itself. Jiang Lynchon holds only the right of usage, devoid of true ownership. And this right is limited to a mere 50 years. Yet, what distinction does this make? This land shall soon become a realm for his ambitious endeavors. Across the nation, there exists a multitude of barren deserts and wastelands, far beyond what one could ever utilize. These lands yield little to no returns, contrasting starkly with places like Lujiazui. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, 10 million cannot even procure 100 square meters of property. However, in the eyes of Jiang Lynchon, this land represents the most invaluable resource, for he possesses the Shinong space. Chapter 72. The Great Expansion of the Western Frontier. When Jiang Lynchon and Director Wen arrived at the contracted land, they were taken aback by the sight before them. What met their eyes was an endless expanse of gravel, sparsely dotted with a few lowly wild grasses. In the distance lay a vast stretch of yellow sand, with fierce winds blowing intermittently, making it nearly impossible to stand. Here, the temperature difference between day and night can reach over 20 degrees, and the annual rainfall barely exceeds 30 millimeters. Director Wen sighed, remarking that in summer, sometimes the rain evaporates before it even touches the ground. Jiang Lynchon remained silent, realizing he had underestimated the harshness of this climate. Xiao Jiang, regardless of the circumstances, you are a person of significant contribution to the nation. We do not expect immediate results. Steady and gradual progress is all we ask, Director Wen stated. Understood, Director. I am aware, Jiang Lynchon replied. Only our nation has earnestly addressed desertification. Other countries either lack the capability or the willingness, merely offering verbal support. I understand the hardships involved. Jiang Lynchon spoke with a hint of gravity. It is good that you recognize this. Whatever seeds you require, along with manpower, can be arranged through the county. We are fully supportive of your endeavors, Director Wen assured him. Thank you, Director, Jiang Lynchon expressed sincerely. After bidding farewell to Director Wen, Jiang Lynchon gazed at the desolate landscape, standing there for a long time. I shall bring you back to life, he declared. Master Feng's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Once they were back in the vehicle, Jiang Lynchon circled the elongated plot, covering 400 kilometers, taking an entire day to do so. Within the Shinong space, Jiang Lynchon's panoramic view expanded to include this rectangular desert region. The power of Shinong grew slightly, though the increase was minimal. Likely due to the arid nature of the land, Jiang Lynchon began to fervently cultivate seeds of drought-resistant trees within the space. His plan entailed surrounding the entire plot with these resilient trees, covering approximately 3 million acres. In the central area, once the corn harvest at home was complete, he intended to plant the Chonglu No. 1 variety. He opted not to plant poplar trees or sea buckthorn. While these species are commendable, none could rival the offerings of Shinong Space's long-lasting trees. However, even with a spacing of 5 meters between each tree, he would require nearly 80 million saplings to fill such a vast area. This figure is astonishing, representing a workload that far exceeds the capacity of a single individual. To this end, Jiang Lynchon returned to the county and established an office, enlisting the assistance of the villagers to plant trees. Within a month, 500 villagers completed the task with remarkable ease. Why was it so effortless? Because all that was required was to scatter a seed every 5 meters. A task akin to a leisurely stroll. There was no need to dig holes, fill soil, or water the plants. To generate a sufficient number of seeds, Jiang Lynchon nearly exhausted the divine energy of Shinong. The villagers mocked this young entrepreneur, perceiving his efforts as nothing more than a frivolous expenditure of money rather than genuine tree planting. Nevertheless, with a daily wage of 150 yuan for merely walking in the fields, who could resist? Some ingenious villagers even took to riding electric scooters. In the annals of history, such a casual approach to tree planting had never been witnessed before. Even Director Wen of Lulan expressed bewilderment upon hearing of this. Wasn't Jiang Lynchon supposed to be a man of action? How could he be so unreliable? It was no wonder that people questioned the feasibility of combating desertification. If it were truly this simple, deserts would not exist at all. Besides the lack of water, deserts also lack soil, which is characterized by various trace elements, humus, microorganisms, and an array of subterranean creatures such as insects and earthworms. Soil is the result of a long-term ecological system in action. Deserts, composed entirely of fine grains of sand, stand in stark contrast to soil. The primary component of sand is silicon dioxide, which, even when watered, fails to provide the necessary nutrients for plant growth. Moreover, in a desert, any water applied is rapidly absorbed into the ground, and during the day, in the absence of vegetation, the rate of evaporation from the surface becomes alarmingly high. In essence, this is a desolate landscape incapable of retaining water or supporting life. Yet, under Jiang Lynchon's stewardship, all of this seemed possible. From the very beginning of the tree planting endeavor, the villagers were astonished by the presence of clouds lingering in the sky during the day. Their sun protection gear remained largely unused, and the weather was simply too pleasant, with inexplicably reduced winds. Occasionally, light rain would fall at night, leading to a noticeable dampness on the ground the following morning. After a month of tree planting, the villagers found themselves wanting more. The weather had been extraordinarily favorable, and as locals, they felt this climate was remarkably accommodating. With such conditions, who could doubt that the desert could transform into an oasis? Meanwhile, the local monitoring department of Lulan uncovered an intriguing anomaly. The underground water levels had risen unusually high. This was a rare occurrence since they began their observations. Some local villagers and herders even discovered that previously dry wells had suddenly begun to yield water. Could it be that Lulan was coming back to life? This speculation spread like wildfire, prompting numerous climate experts to embark on expeditions to Lulan for on-site investigation. The local meteorological bureau was beset with doubts. Despite consistently forecasting sunny weather, it was an unfortunate coincidence that within Jiang Lynchon's contracted land, light rain fell every couple of days, with cloudy to overcast conditions prevailing during the day. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been turned upside down. They meticulously examined various factors such as atmospheric pressure fluctuations, humidity levels, and historical climate data from the same period. Their conclusion was unequivocal. There were no comparable cases. Even climatologists could not provide an explanation. The Hu-Huanyong line, deeply ingrained in public consciousness, serves as a demarcation. To the east, conditions are suitable for agriculture and habitation, while to the west lie inhospitable environments. Interestingly, America also boasts a striking precipitation boundary. To the east, lush, contiguous farmland thrives, while the west descends into arid wastelands and deserts. In recent years, there have been indications that China's precipitation line is shifting westward, igniting a sense of exhilaration among those in the know. They believe that a climatic cycle was commencing, potentially heralding the return of verdant pastures in the western regions. However, despite various signs, there remains a lack of substantial evidence to support this notion. A climatic cycle is typically measured in millennia, and humanity's historical development does not provide an adequate sample to substantiate such conclusions. In light of the myriad external opinions, Lynchon remained steadfast, confidently assuming the role of wind and rain master. The long-lasting trees he had planted were now firmly rooted and sprouting in the starkly contrasting temperature extremes of the western sandy lands, rendering such greenery particularly rare and precious. With the fundamental tasks nearing completion, Lynchon prepared to return home. Thanks to the panoramic view provided by his spatial map, he could monitor the growth of flora in his territory at any time. Moreover, he had no choice but to return. He needed to replenish his supplies from the primordial forest. The once vast reserves of divine agricultural power had dwindled significantly, and without replenishment, his long-lasting trees might wither before they had a chance to thrive, a dire consequence indeed. Chapter 73. Untraceable. After 2 days, Lynchon drove back to Changle village. By now, autumn had set in, and the air carried a chill. In Lulon, the temperature oscillated dramatically between scorching days and frigid nights, creating an especially grueling existence. Upon returning to the familiar sights of Changle village, Lynchon inhaled deeply the air of his homeland, imbued with a hint of moisture and the fragrance of earth. The corn plants in the fields stood waist-high, verdant and lush, truly a testament to Changle village. Rich feasts are not what I seek. I only wish for eternal joy without awakening. Stepping into his yard, he found his mother feeding the family cow. Upon seeing Lynchon, she chided him. "You've been gone so long, and didn't he think to call?" Lynchon chuckled, playfully grabbing the fodder. "Mom, I'm starving. What delicious meal awaits us tonight?" Eating, there's nothing good at home." Ma chattered as she turned to enter the house. Moments later, she emerged with a basket, heading towards the family garden. Lynchon placed the fodder in the trough, adding some grass from his spatial inventory. The cow's belly expanded visibly as it gazed at him with large, expressive eyes, seemingly filled with reproach. This look incensed Lynchon, prompting him to exclaim, "I advise you to tone down the theatrics. Haven't my parents taken good care of you?" The cow haughtily turned away, dismissing him with disdain. Entering the house, he found his father sitting in a chair, resting. "Dad, I'm back. Was your trip there smooth?" Initially, John's father was rendered speechless upon hearing Lynchon's intention to plant trees in Lulon to combat desertification. Who possesses the financial means for such endeavors? However, Lynchon explained that it was merely a small-scale experiment in collaboration with the Provincial Agricultural Academy, aimed at assessing the adaptability of novel plant species in arid regions. Once the conversation shifted away from the Agricultural Academy and technical jargon, John's father's irritation dissipated. His son had grown up. Many matters were beyond his comprehension, so he contented himself with overseeing the family's modest affairs. Lynchon's menagerie on the mountain grew increasingly abundant, recently welcoming over 1,000 native and black-haired pigs. Unlike their white counterparts, these native pigs are smaller and grow at a slower pace. Yet their meat is undeniably delectable. Even the fatty portions are enjoyable. These pigs roam freely across the mountains, and remarkably, they have mingled with the wild boar population from Wuxialing, which has now swelled to over 100. Each day, at the appointed hour, they descend the mountain alongside other animals to forage, seemingly unfazed by their surroundings. After securing the contracts for Xinya Cave and Xuanlong Peak, Lynchon had Lin Sanhai hire workers to cultivate pasture. In just a month, the grass flourished remarkably. Not only did it sustain the animals he raised, but it also provided an additional food source for the local wildlife. Truly, it was a vibrant scene, teeming with life. John's father had anticipated that managing such a number of animals would be exhausting. Little did he know that all it required was a daily distribution of feed at a designated spot, with no further responsibilities. The pigs, cattle, and sheep remained robust and carefree, frolicking without concern. Moreover, the several hundred acres of cornfields on Wuxialing required no oversight, no fertilization, weeding, or even watering, yet they thrived more splendidly than the village's farmlands. Which household enjoys such effortless animal husbandry? Who cultivates crops with such ease? Zhang's father now felt utterly at ease, relishing the prosperity surrounding him. Having toiled as a farmer for his entire life, he took great joy in witnessing the flourishing of livestock and the bountiful harvests. After conversing with Zhang's father for a while, Lynchon set out to inspect the mountain before returning home for dinner. Lin Sanhai rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Shan, you have finally returned." He appeared as though he had seen a savior. "Sanhai, remain calm," Lynchon advised. "Do not act in haste." "Brother Shan, they have called me 800 times today. Could you remain composed in my shoes?" Lin Sanhai's distress nearly brought him to tears. "Is it really that severe?" "It was merely a matter of sending a jar of resin and a few fruits for testing. What is all the fuss about?" Lynchon inquired, intrigued. "I do not know. They insisted that upon your return, they would contact you immediately. They wish to see you in person," Lin Sanhai responded. Did they mention the reason behind this? Jiang Lynchon asked. They said nothing specific, only that the final test results were not yet available and requested additional samples. Lin Sanhai lamented, clearly frustrated. They claimed that the samples provided were insufficient to yield accurate data for these two products. What? Jiang Lynchon seethed. Which testing agency is this? I demand a change. They are utterly incompetent in their research and testing. It cannot be changed now, Brother Sean, Lin Sanhai replied. Lin Sanhai curled his lips. They have delivered the items to the military-industrial institution. What can the military-industrial institution say? How did they establish a connection with the military-industrial institution? Jiang Lynchon never anticipated that by casually taking 2 items from the Chongqing tree for testing, he would inadvertently link himself to a military unit. Lin Sanhai expressed his frustration. I don't know the specifics. That's just what they said. They also mentioned that such products must not be disclosed to any third party. Jiang Lynchon's expression grew grave. He was not an uninformed novice. Since the testing agency had established ties with the military unit, these 2 materials must be extraordinary. In that case, I understand. Tell them I will be waiting at home for their visit. We can discuss the details then, Jiang Lynchon pondered. All right, Brother Sean. Seeing Jiang Lynchon's seriousness, Lin Sanhai couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother Sean, is everything all right? Lin Sanhai had finally found a job at home, and he certainly did not wish for Jiang Lynchon to attract any significant trouble. Moreover, Brother Sean had helped him during his most difficult times. His father, Lin Yuquan, had fully recovered and was now working at Jiang Lynchon's lakeside villa, earning a salary even higher than his own. Such assistance felt like a rebirth, and Lin Sanhai was not ungrateful. Jiang Lynchon smiled and patted his shoulder. There is an issue, but it is a good one, so do not worry. Oh, it's a good thing? Then I am relieved. Lin Sanhai finally set aside his unease. After sending Lin Sanhai off, Jiang Lynchon contemplated for a moment, entered his space, peeled the bark, collected over 100 kilograms of resin, and harvested several hundred Chongqing fruits. He sat and awaited the arrival of the testing agency early the next morning. After dinner, Jiang Lynchon quietly ventured to the Hengjua mountain range. Replenishing his Shinong power was of utmost importance. As long as he remained in the primitive forest, his Shinong power would rapidly increase. The primitive forest at night was particularly cold and damp, teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents. Strangely, in the valley where Jiang Lynchon resided, there was no wind or rain within a radius of 100 meters. A large python, now grown to waist height, slithered around him. The snake coiled in front, raising its upper body to attentively monitor its surroundings. However, the overly lively large creature irritated it. Hiss! The python expressed its dissatisfaction. Oh whoa! The large creature emitted an excited roar, its voice resonant and imposing. Jiang Lynchon had grown indifferent to it all. These 2 adversaries were in a constant state of rivalry. Chapter 74. Do you know what this means? After spending an entire night in the Hengjua mountain range, a light rain fell upon the Chongqing forest thousands of kilometers away. Observing the remaining Shinong power, Jiang Lynchon couldn't help but frown. Staying a night in the Hengjua mountain range could only sustain the weather there for 2 days. During this period, he must remain here every day. Otherwise, the trees might wither before they had a chance to grow. Tens of millions of trees. To shorten their growth period would be a terrifying consumption. He could not afford such a depletion at this moment. Before dawn, Jiang Lynchon returned to Wushailing and quietly stimulated the growth of a Chongqing tree in an inconspicuous location, gazing at the towering 15-meter tree adorned with elongated, foot-long fruits. Jiang Lynchon marveled briefly before taking a small knife to carve several grooves into the trunk, positioning a small wooden bucket beneath to catch the dripping, translucent resin. Just after finishing breakfast, Lin Sanhai arrived at Jiang Lynchon's residence accompanied by several individuals. Jiang Lynchon led them to the second floor, his thoughts drifting nostalgically to his lakeside retreat. The increasing number of visitors had begun to impose considerable inconvenience upon his parents, while some matters could be disclosed. Doing so would only heighten their concerns. Fortunately, in 2 months, the retreat would be nearing completion. Among the visitors were not only the head of the testing agency, but also Professor Liu Yisin from the Shanhua Institute of Technology, alongside several stern-looking individuals clad in blue work uniforms. After everyone settled in and exchanged introductions, the blue-clad group, reportedly from a military-industrial unit, was led by an individual named Engineer Chung, with no further information divulged. As the gathering commenced, Director Liu of the testing agency was about to speak when Engineer Chung gestured, his gaze fixed on Lin Sanhai, clearly implying that Lin should excuse himself. Lin Sanhai is my employee, and I instructed him to bring those 2 materials for testing. Surely, there should be no issue? Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of annoyance. Mr. Jiang, I understand your sentiment, but the fewer individuals privy to this matter, the better. It is not that we lack trust in him, rather, his ignorance will ensure greater safety. Engineer Chung explained, his tone cold and rigid. Jiang Lynchon furrowed his brow. Brother Sean, I must attend to some matters. Lin Sanhai promptly announced, swiftly making his exit. It was no jest. Those individuals were evidently from a military unit, and staying behind would only invite questioning. As for Brother Sean, he was not someone Lin Sanhai could rival. He felt a profound sense of relief as he departed. In the living room, an awkward silence enveloped the group, prompting Jiang Lynchon's impatience to surface. You were so eager to seek me out before. Now that I have returned, why the silence? Is there an issue with my materials? Director Liu responded, Mr. Jiang, this situation is rather intricate. Primarily, we wish to inquire if you possess additional materials. We have reached a critical juncture in our testing, yet we lack sufficient samples. Faced with Director Liu's awkward expression, Jiang Lynchon felt a sense of exasperation. To put it plainly, preliminary testing of new materials requires only a minuscule quantity to ascertain basic physical and chemical properties, fundamental molecular structures, and approximate compositional content. The last time, a few seeds from Chong Lu No. 1 yielded dozens of pages of reports. Please elucidate the situation. I am utterly perplexed. The materials I submitted should undoubtedly yield a testing report. Director Lu glanced at Professor Lu and Engineer Chung. One of Engineer Cheng's associates produced a box, extracting several items and laying them out before Jiang Lynchon. Professor Lu then stated, I specialize in the study of polymer composite materials. The day I received Director Lu's call, he mentioned that the properties of two materials were quite extraordinary and requested to utilize our instruments and equipment for a simple preparatory process. Jiang Lynchon listened intently, refraining from interruption. He was aware that these researchers possessed remarkably expansive imaginations, while others might set their sights on achieving a mere one. They often aspired to reach 100, provided that their interest was piqued. Director Lu added, after our preliminary assessments, we discovered that this fibrous material is exceptionally resilient, prompting us to seek Professor Lu's assistance. He picked up a small piece of fabric from the table and continued. Professor Lu subjected it to multiple treatments. Spinning it into this piece of cloth, Jiang Lynchon received it, examined it briefly, noting that the white fabric appeared quite ordinary, yet it was remarkably soft, comfortable, and felt incredibly light. Therefore, it is quite suitable for fabric production, and wearing it must be quite pleasant. Jiang Lynchon began to grasp that it might be a material akin to silk, or perhaps something as uniquely special as Shangyun silk. However, that alone did not warrant the attention of military units. Engineer Chung, with a serious demeanor, signaled to the staff. The staff took the fabric, laid it flat on the table, and suddenly drew a small knife, applying immense force to slash the fabric. Jiang Lynchon gazed intently, astonished to find the fabric utterly unscathed, while the edge of the table beneath it bore a deep gash. It is astonishingly resilient. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. It was important to note that the staff had used a military-grade dagger, exerting such force that it would have been impossible to create such a deep cut in their own table otherwise. Jiang Lynchon picked up the fabric, scrutinizing it closely. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned no abnormalities at the cut site, indicating it was completely unharmed. We have tested this material, and its strength is 22 times that of Kevlar fibers. Theoretically, there is currently no blade capable of inflicting damage upon it. Its cut resistance surpasses all known materials to date. Engineer Chung stated, a spark of excitement finally illuminating his eyes. Professor Lu added, while Kevlar is an excellent material, its shelf life is merely 5 years, once surpassed. Its chemical properties experience a drastic decline. Jiang Lynchon remarked, I have heard of a type of spider silk renowned for its strength. We have indeed studied that spider silk, and it is a commendable material, they replied. Director Lu interjected, however, it has several drawbacks. It is not resistant to corrosion, high temperatures, and is extremely flammable. Even a small spark could transform it into a torch, reminiscent of the bamboo armor wielded by the southern barbarians during the Three Kingdoms period. Moreover, the gravest issue was that current human technology remains incapable of producing such material. Jiang Lynchon was left speechless. He had previously read reports extolling the virtues of spider silk, yet they had failed to mention its shortcomings. Indeed, the media's lack of thoroughness can be detrimental. If this fabric were to be fashioned into combat uniforms for soldiers, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Everyone turned to him, their expressions seemingly conveying, did we really need you to point that out? Jiang Lynchon felt somewhat embarrassed and pressed further, what about tree sap? How does its performance measure up? A hint of a smile finally graced Professor Lu's face. Patience. We have yet to unveil the full potential of this silk thread. With that, Professor Lu picked up a small length of rope, stating, this material surpasses carbon fiber, high-strength polyethylene fibers, and aramid fibers. A rope as thick as chopsticks possesses a tensile strength that is 15 times greater than that of a steel cable of the same diameter, while weighing merely 1/13 of it. Do you grasp the implications of this? Chapter 75, Strategic Materials, Export Prohibition. Jiang Lynchon, bewildered, inquired, what does that mean? Professor Lu responded. It signifies that in the realm of advanced industry, we are expanding into multiple domains. Allow me to provide a brief elucidation. This material could find applications in aerospace, such as in recovery devices for colossal parachutes, aircraft carrier arrestor wires, and the cables of cable-stayed bridges, Director Lu elaborated. Jiang Lynchon's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such extensive applications. Naturally, this would require countless tests, including assessments for wear resistance, high-temperature endurance, low-temperature resilience, corrosion resistance, tensile strength. Among dozens of major tests and thousands of minor ones, Professor Lu stated. Throughout history, the emergence of every new material has been accompanied by a deeper exploration of its applications, gradually transforming the world. What about this resin? Jiang Lynchon queried. The resin is equally remarkable. Director Lu exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Jiang Lynchon poured them more tea from the kettle. You are familiar with rubber, I presume? This South American latex has been utilized by indigenous peoples for over a millennium, yet it was not until the industrial era that its true potential was realized. Even today, synthetic rubber cannot supplant natural rubber. Firstly, steam engines and internal combustion engines rely on sealing gaskets for powerful propulsion. Secondly, every automobile tire globally is made from vulcanized rubber, which has withstood rigorous tests for over a century without any material being able to replace it. Rubber has permeated every facet of life. However, today, a superior material has emerged. Director Lu held up a small black gasket, speaking in a hushed tone. This sealing gasket can fetch up to $3 million in America. What? Jiang Lynchon gasped, his face paling. What kind of extortion is this? The Challenger disaster, which occurred shortly after its launch, was primarily attributed to the failure of the sealing gasket, Jiang Lynchon noted. Thus, following this incident, they developed an improved gasket. After all, it was a significant loss. However, since then, America's space program has floundered. Professor Liu added, this new resin not only allows for the creation of superior sealing gaskets, but through a unique vulcanization process. We can also produce military tires with exceptional ballistic resistance. If equipped on wheeled armored vehicles, can you imagine the outcome? Jiang Lynchon retorted, are you asking me? Isn't it your job to conduct tests? If I wanted to know, what need would I have for you? Director Liu remarked, without delving into military applications. Consider the civilian sector. If passenger cars were outfitted with these new tires, they would virtually never need replacement. While heavy trucks could extend their replacement interval from 6 months to 5 years. Jiang Lynchon sheepishly responded, wouldn't that be detrimental to tire manufacturers? Engineer Chung, with a stoic expression, interjected, this resin, combined with the aforementioned superfibers to create tires, remains impervious to all forces except direct hits from large-caliber armor-piercing rounds and projectiles. To clarify, that refers to shells exceeding 105 millimeters in caliber. Professor Liu added, moreover, current fighter and passenger aircraft tires also necessitate this material. Jiang Lynchon had become numb to the incessant discussions. He was well aware that products from this space were nothing short of exquisite. Yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of their prowess, which left him entirely unprepared mentally. Why was that sealing ring so exorbitantly priced? Jiang Lynchon inquired. It is applicable in reactors and rockets, including strategic guided missiles. Engineer Chung responded in a notably succinct manner. Well, now it is clear why they wanted Lin Sanhai to depart. Knowing about this matter would serve no purpose for him. You may call me Xiao Jiang. I am merely a rural youth, an ordinary farmer from Changel village, Jiang Lynchon stated. Very well, Xiao Jiang, Professor Liu replied. 3 million is undoubtedly an extortionate figure. Yet in the realm of materials, being at the mercy of others is exceedingly uncomfortable. Jiang Lynchon nodded. I understand. I have perused numerous reports. You do not comprehend. Professor Liu suddenly became animated. Steel, for instance, if you sell steel ingots, you may fetch a mere 100 yuan, but when processed into high-precision components, they can command a price of 1 million. Sand in the desert is worthless, abundant in quantity, yet when refined into single crystal silicon and etched with nanoscale circuits, it transforms into chips that can yield trillions annually. A profound silence enveloped the group. The lag in materials and processes stemmed from historical circumstances, along with the suppression of developing nations by their developed counterparts. These factors, however, were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that others continued to earn your money with seeming ease. Through such exploitation, they could ascend to the ranks of high-welfare developed nations. The underlying logic of technological and financial hegemony governs this world, rather than institutional frameworks. Of course, certain Middle Eastern countries blessed with abundant resources are exceptions, yet they hardly qualify as formidable. Director Liu remarked, we require further testing and evaluation of material performance under various extreme conditions. The samples you submitted are entirely insufficient. Professor Liu added, our laboratory still has many concepts and projects yet to be addressed. Engineer Chung stated, I will propose that these 2 materials be designated as strategic resources, banning their export. Upon concluding their discussion, all 3 turned their gaze towards Jiang Lynchon. What are you looking at me for? He asked, then pointed towards the corner of the room. Over there are several barrels of tree resin and a few hundred fruits. The others were momentarily taken aback before they instinctively rushed over. Professor Liu, like a child, erupted into laughter. I never expected there to be so much. This time we can finally showcase our capabilities. I suggest we manage this. Your university can submit requests for small quantities as needed, Engineer Chen coldly stated. Though his excitement was evident. You may intimidate others, but not me. Are you aware of how much technology the military has developed in collaboration with our institution? Professor Liu retorted without hesitation. Engineer Chung found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In an era where disciplines are becoming increasingly specialized, not only are many technologies transitioning from military to civilian use, but there is also a growing trend of civilian innovations being adapted for military purposes. The recent comprehensive industrial assessment indeed yielded a wealth of valuable discoveries for the nation. In conclusion, these 2 materials must be strictly regulated, asserted Engineer Chung, his voice taut with determination. I have no objections to regulation, replied Professor Liu, but there should be some leniency granted to our institutions and laboratories. At this moment, Jiang Lynchon timidly interjected, aren't you curious about what kind of plant this is? The group fell silent, realizing that they had overlooked the main subject at hand. What indeed is this plant? Inquired Director Liu. Jiang Lynchon scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, and said, I call it the everlasting tree. He proceeded to share the description from the Shinong space. The bark of the tree exudes a viscous sap, resembling glue, while its fruit is devoid of flesh, filled instead with countless threads that seem to stretch endlessly, hence the name everlasting, as it is also drought-resistant. Chapter 76, an astonishing yield. Engineer Chung eagerly pressed. What does this tree look like, and where can it be found? Is it abundant? Jiang Lynchon replied, follow me. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a secluded spot in Wuxialing, where they beheld the true form of the everlasting tree, towering at several meters high. The tree boasted a massive crown densely adorned with elongated, spindle-shaped fruits. The trunk bore a haphazardly made Y-shaped incision from which a colorless, odorless sap slowly dripped into a wooden barrel below. Professor Liu's face flushed with excitement. I never anticipated such a treasure. A single tree yielding two remarkable gifts. This truly is a wondrous tree. Engineer Chung wholeheartedly agreed, inquiring, have you encountered this tree elsewhere? Jiang Lynchon shook his head. This is the only one I have discovered in Wuxialing. Director Liu informed the group, I consulted botanists and scoured databases, but there are no records of such a tree. This indicates that the everlasting tree before us is indeed unique. Though the name seemed somewhat unusual, it was fitting. The critical question remained, why had this tree grown here? And why was there only one? The group pondered these mysteries. Jiang Lynchon speculated, this area is adjacent to the Hengjue mountain range, suggesting it could be a plant exclusive to ancient forests. Professor Liu mused, such occurrences are not entirely implausible, yet it is curious that only one exists. Jiang Lynchon interjected. In fact, the Provincial Institute of Zoology and Botany discovered another extraordinary plant recently. According to researcher Gao Fengmao, it is akin to the legendary Zhu fruit. Jiang Lynchon attributed all these anomalies to the Hengjue mountain range, a place untouched by human conquest, where the emergence of unfamiliar flora and fauna was not surprising. However, one solitary specimen was far too few to meet our needs, lamented Engineer Chung. The group sighed collectively, pondering how to cultivate such a super plant on a large scale. How long would it take to mature? Chung even contemplated calling back to his unit to request that a botanist be dispatched to investigate the feasibility of large-scale cultivation. Regardless of the time and difficulty involved, it was imperative to bring this plant into production. Actually, it is not difficult to grow, Jiang Lynchon asserted. What? Not difficult to grow? Exclaimed the others in disbelief. Xiao Jiang, you may be adept at cultivating grains, but this unique species has a distinct growth cycle, climate adaptability, and various pests and diseases, all of which remain uncharted territory for us. Researching a brand new variety is no simple task, Professor Liu stated with a note of seriousness. Indeed. Let us take our ginkgo tree as an example. It is a living fossil, the sole representative of its kind in the world. Classified within the ginkgo alesh, Ginkgopsida, Ginkgoaceae, and ginkgo genus, it has no relatives, not even closely resembling ones. This species has existed since the Mesozoic era, and all ginkgo trees around the globe today are its descendants. Should even one tree fall prey to a natural enemy or a specific disease, the entire lineage would be doomed. Director Liu added. Jiang Lynchon listened, taken aback. Those engaged in research possess an abundance of knowledge, nearly overwhelming him. However, I have planted 80 million of them in Lulon. Does it matter how many you have planted? Professor Liu grasped Jiang Lynchon's arm, urgency causing him to revert to his native dialect. 80 million trees in Lulon. Last month, I contracted 1 million acres of desert, with the planting area for these long-lasting trees exceeding 300,000 acres. 80 million. Professor Liu stammered, his excitement rendering him speechless. Each tree yields approximately 100 kilograms of resin annually, suggesting a future production of around 8 million tons. As for the long-lasting fruit, I have yet to calculate that, but I imagine the yield will be no less than that of the resin. Jiang Lynchon glanced at the canopy, densely adorned with elongated fruits, and calmly replied. Engineer Chung's eyes nearly bulged. Do you know what the total global production of natural rubber was last year? Less than 15 million tons. Our plantation base in Xiongzhou produces less than 1 million tons annually. What you claim is simply unbelievable. The crowd present was astonished. Surely this was an exaggeration. Chengle no. One corn is my creation. When I predicted a yield of 4,000 kilograms per acre, scientists from the Agricultural Academy, as well as American counterparts, were skeptical. And yet, the result was 4,267 kilograms. Jiang Lynchon nonchalantly boasted. If this is true, you will be the greatest farmer. Significantly enhancing the fundamental strength of our nation, Engineer Chung exclaimed excitedly. Of course, we will not neglect any contributors. I will seek approval for specific rewards and supply agreements. And someone will contact you in due course. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear, Jiang Lynchon replied with a smile. Chung and his team, having skipped lunch, hurriedly collected the resin and fruits provided by Jiang Lynchon before rushing back to their vehicle. Meanwhile, the request for approval was relayed up the hierarchy. In a villa on the outskirts of the capital, Wang Qian, eyes bloodshot, gazed at Wang Yi with a predatory intensity. Are you saying you have already clashed with that farmer? And that Master Feng inexplicably sided with him? Wang Yi responded, brother. I personally negotiated with him and nearly faced his wrath. My dozen or so companions were no match for him. Later, I sent Su Yun from the group development department with a 200 million investment proposal to secure that contract, but to no avail. It seems he has secured a project with the Agricultural Academy for a cooperative experimental field. I did not underestimate him, just as I was contemplating alternative strategies. Your call came, advising me to cease my rash endeavors. Thus, I had no choice but to heed your advice and return home. Wang Yi's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. As the youngest of 3 brothers, he found himself sidelined, with most of the management responsibilities entrusted to his elder siblings. While he should have relished the sight of his elder brother facing difficulties, the substantial losses incurred by the group cast a shadow over his feelings, especially since both brothers had stumbled at the hands of the same individual. The demand from Bayer to fulfill the contract only compounded his unease. What should we do, elder brother? He inquired. What should we do? How would I know? Came the frustrated reply. It was the board that sent me to negotiate. And it was also the board that authorized me to sign the contract. Now that trouble has arisen, they placed the blame squarely on me. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Qian's eyes. He resented being scapegoated by the board and refused to accept defeat at the hands of a mere farmer. Yet, he pondered, there might be a solution. Mr. Robert mentioned that as long as we secure the original seeds from Chong Lu No. 1 and manage to deliver them, It would be considered as though we had paid the penalty for breach of contract. Elder brother, the original seeds should be held by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Agricultural Academy, and they are undoubtedly under tight surveillance. Wang Yi hesitated. That farmer must possess the original seeds. Remember, these are the first-generation seeds he cultivated, not the second or third generations currently being grown. If you can successfully handle this matter, you will be able to mitigate the Group's significant losses. And both the board and I will ensure your inclusion in the core decision-making circle. At this, Wang Yi's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Chapter 77. Military Management. In a bid to swiftly restore the power of Shinnong, Zhang Lynchon devoted countless hours daily to the Hengjue mountain range, harnessing the abundant vitality of the primal forest to expedite his recovery. Meanwhile, far away in Lulon, Director Wen welcomed an unusual influx of guests. Lulon, characterized by its desolate arid landscape, boasted a total population of fewer than 100,000, with over 60,000 residing in the county seat alone. This starkly indicated the bleakness of the surrounding areas. Apart from the occasional backpacker or idle passerby, even the county city saw few visitors. The spectacle of Zhang Lynchon arriving and leasing millions of acres of sandy terrain, hiring hundreds of workers for over a month, was unprecedented in his years in Lulon. Initially, he assumed Zhang Lynchon was merely engaging in fanciful endeavors. Trees planted would surely wither under the scorching sun within days. Yet, to his astonishment, the tract of land he had leased received daily showers, and the days remained pleasantly cool. According to Meteorological Bureau personnel who measured the area, the humidity there was 2 to 5 times greater than in other regions. The trees planted grew at an astonishing rate, reaching waist height within just a month. However, reports surfaced alleging that these were towering trees with an insatiable thirst for water that would undoubtedly deplete the local groundwater in such a dry region of Lulon. This was not desert reclamation, it was desert creation. Such claims gained traction, even causing Director Wen to waver. Just as he contemplated calling Zhang Lynchon to inquire about the nature of the trees being planted, a delegation of officials arrived, county leaders, state officials, and provincial authorities. He even recognized personnel from the Western Xinjiang Agricultural Reclamation Corps and the General Logistics Department among them. The county chief approached directly and inquired whether Zhang Lynchon had indeed planted 80 million trees on the contracted land. The answer was affirmative. He had employed hundreds of villagers to labor for over a month, and now the trees had flourished. Director Wen, sensing a hint of concern, quietly asked the county chief, "Sir, is there something amiss with those trees?" The county chief shook his head. "I am not well informed about the specifics, but those trees are of considerable concern to the higher-ups." Director Wen grew increasingly anxious, pondering whether Zhang Lynchon had truly planted trees capable of excessively depleting groundwater, which would be illegal. The thought of such dire consequences for the local ecology and underground water left him deeply troubled. The county chief also appeared somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, a leader from the province spoke up, instructing Director Wen to lead the way, as they intended to inspect Zhang Lynchon's contracted land. Director Wen's heart sank. This could spell trouble. Zhang Lynchon, you claim to be the inventor of Chong Lu No. 1 and a valiant youth. Yet how could you engage in such actions? Whether it be fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape the latter. Bracing himself, Director Wen led the way, followed by a grand procession of vehicles. In this desolate expanse, the dust whipped up by the wheels resembled a minor sandstorm. As they approached the contracted land, the air grew increasingly humid, and gradually, the convoy rolled over the barren earth, raising no more substantial dust. The group even spotted, from a distance, what appeared to be a light rainfall over the contracted area. Upon arriving at the site, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight, a vast expanse of vibrant green saplings flourishing in the once barren desert. For centuries, this land had never been so full of life. Particularly for the county chief and Director Wen, who were accustomed to desolate landscapes, they had never witnessed such an exhilarating scene amidst the desert. Director Wen even set aside his unease. Regardless, witnessing this grove of saplings was worth it. When the gray-haired general from the logistics department beheld the sea of saplings before him, he could no longer contain his excitement. He inquired, "Are there truly 80 million? All eyes turned to Director Wen, who cautiously replied, "That is what he told me. We conducted a simple measurement. And based on the planting area and spacing of the plants, even if there are discrepancies in the data, it shouldn't be far off." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Not only the logistics general, but also the others with him expressed their exhilaration vocally. Director Wen was left bewildered. What was there to celebrate? Hadn't they come to hold someone accountable? The gray-haired general addressed a general from the Western Xinjiang Agricultural Reclamation Corps, saying, "Old Li, this land is entrusted to you. Take good care of it." General Li responded, "Old Xiao, if the testing data holds true, this new type of plant will undoubtedly be a strategic resource, crucial for the future upgrade of our military equipment. Do I even need to mention that?" General Xiao from Logistics stated, "This matter is of great importance. And given the harsh climate here, I cannot help but worry." General Li pondered for a moment before asking Director Wen, "Where is Zhang Lynchon?" After planting the trees, he returned home, expressing concern for the numerous chickens and cattle he had at home. The director, responding cautiously, commented on the matter. "What nonsense!" Both General Xiao and General Li exclaimed simultaneously, their voices astonishingly in sync. Had he no awareness of the significance of these trees? What were his chickens, ducks, and cattle in comparison to these trees? It was utterly ridiculous. At a loss for more fitting adjectives, they both reiterated their discontent. "I shall convene a meeting immediately and at the very least, deploy a regiment to Lulon to oversee these trees," General Li stated. "Now that's more like it. Old Li, you have finally shown some foresight," General Xiao remarked. Nonsense. Do I, Li Ruahai, require your guidance in my affairs? General Li retorted angrily. As they observed the saplings thriving splendidly, their spirits lifted, and they couldn't help but engage in a verbal spar. The onlookers were bewildered, pondering what sort of trees warranted military oversight. Old Li, you must safeguard these trees. If even one is lost or dies, I shall hold you accountable, General Shao warned. And you should take a good look in the mirror. With your aging visage, do you think you can intimidate me? As long as my men are here, the safety of this grove is assured. Unlike you, who merely lounges at the command center. By the way, can you still manage a 5-kilometer armed run? General Zhao's face trembled with fury. Li Ruahai, do you dare to challenge me? Why wouldn't I? The sight of the two bickering like children left everyone speechless. Oh, by the way, General Li suddenly interjected. You need to allocate a set of equipment for me. What equipment? General Shao inquired. I am merely pointing out that you spend all your time at the command center, unaware of the harsh climatic conditions here. Though I cannot fathom why it rains so frequently, what if the weather deteriorates? In just one day, these young saplings could wither under the sun. That is indeed a concern, General Shao conceded. These trees are of utmost importance. Even if we must water them manually, we must ensure their survival. Chapter 78. The brave ones. Upon hearing this, everyone was left astounded. Do you think this is merely 8,000 trees? We are talking about 80 million trees. Where will we find the manpower? Where will we source the water? This is a desert region. You two are generals. Can we not discuss such matters with a semblance of seriousness? However, judging by their expressions, it was evident they were not jesting. Within minutes, they deliberated over a dozen methods for irrigation, ranging from aerial spraying to launching condensate for artificial rain, from deep groundwater extraction to setting up drip irrigation systems. They even seriously discussed constructing dozens of massive water towers in the vicinity for water storage, and proposed building a dedicated road for transporting fresh water. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Was this truly their reality? Were these trees akin to the world tree? Moreover, were these not privately cultivated by Jiang Lynchon? Why was the military now involved in their care? Regardless of the thoughts of those individuals, the land privately contracted by Jiang Lynchon has been transformed into a military management zone. The sole current objective is to oversee this expanse of forest. Upon exiting the woods, General Li remarked, we must ensure that young man is not overlooked. General Shao replied, the military-industrial units under the general staff will procure from him at market rates. In due course, he will possess more wealth than anyone. However, the army does not require such a vast output, General Li pondered. Indeed, it is excessive. Yet a portion can be reserved while another can be converted for civilian use. Although exports will undoubtedly face restrictions, General Shao noted. That is true. If production reaches the levels he claims, it will undoubtedly impact the prices of global commodities, General Li chuckled. That will be beyond our concern. Let other nations grapple with the repercussions while we prepare in advance, General Shao responded, his smile tinged with a hint of cunning. By the way, doesn't your department have the Mengsher 4? With minor modifications. We could use the tree rubber he provided for the tires and allocate one to that young man under the guise of testing, General Li suggested. General Zhao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, I was contemplating how to reward him. I lack funds, and besides, he will not be short on money in the future. However, the Mengsher 4 is something he could never purchase, regardless of his wealth. Haha, Old Li, your mind is surprisingly sharp today. Nonsense. My intellect has always been quite adept. Thus, the two men, exchanging playful banter, finalized their reward strategy. 2,000 kilometers away, Jiang Lynchon remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When he received the call and hurried to the village's grain-drying yard, he was met with a throng of villagers, encircling two employees from a subordinate company of the general staff. With great effort, Jiang Lynchon pushed his way to the front and addressed the two. I am Jiang Lynchon. Comrades, may I inquire about the matter at hand? One of the employees scrutinized Jiang Lynchon, then compared him against a photograph from the equipment, even requesting to see his identification. Once confirming Jiang Lynchon's identity, the employee stated, in accordance with orders, we are delivering this Mengsher 4 to you for testing. Please accept it. As he spoke, he produced a document, indicating Jiang Lynchon should sign. Wait, comrades, what exactly is happening? Jiang Lynchon queried, utterly bewildered. He had certainly noticed the striking Mengsher 4, its tires towering above his waist. Designed entirely as an armored vehicle, its civilian version bore little distinction from the military counterpart, and it had yet to be launched on the market, aside from a haphazard coat of gray-black paint, which did nothing to diminish its audacious appearance. He was instantly enamored with the vehicle. Yet, why was it being given to him? Who was behind this? Jiang Lynchon found himself at a loss. We are merely tasked with delivering the vehicle. The particulars are outlined in the document. The employee offered no further explanation. After Jiang Lynchon accepted the paperwork, the staff member exchanged a brief greeting before departing in their vehicle, leaving him in a state of confusion. The villagers witnessed the entire process, and upon seeing the vehicle truly handed over to Jiang Lynchon, they erupted in expressions of disbelief. A group of children approached Jiang Lynchon, clamoring for him to take them for a ride. Confused and having never driven the vehicle before, he hesitated to take the children on the road. After much persuasion, he promised to take them out to play in a couple of days, allowing him to escape their clutches. Upon returning home, Jiang Lynchon opened the documents, which contained the car keys, the vehicle manual, and a notification. The notification conveyed that a new military vehicle had been transferred to Jiang Lynchon for testing the performance of new synthetic rubber and plant fiber materials. Upon examining the manual, he discovered that the tires were not made of the new synthetic rubber, but rather special rubber and steel radial wires. Ultimately, the testing materials provided by Jiang Lynchon were insufficient for the task. Realizing the implications, Jiang Lynchon understood that he had been rewarded in a roundabout manner. As he perused the performance data in the manual, excitement coursed through him. This was no civilian vehicle. It was essentially a military truck. Even the windshield was bulletproof. And the unit supplying the vehicle had barely attempted to disguise it, hastily applying a coat of dark gray paint without any significant modifications. This vehicle, not even in civilian form, had yet to be deployed in military service. With a horsepower of 480. It was noteworthy that some light tanks only boasted around 1,000 horsepower. The latest generation diesel engine had undergone reliability testing, ensuring it could function normally in high altitude, oxygen-deprived regions. What more could he desire? Jiang Lynchon was utterly satisfied. The vehicle measured an impressive 599 meters in length, and if the seats were removed, the interior space was extraordinarily vast, likely capable of accommodating a small pack of black tigers. How generous! Jiang Lynchon chuckled to himself. The manual indicated that both the engine number and chassis number were registered and linked nationwide, allowing him to go directly for licensing. The sole drawback was the fuel consumption, estimated at 16 liters per 100 kilometers. But was Jiang Lynchon someone who couldn't afford fuel? With a total capacity of 150 liters between the main and auxiliary fuel tanks, a full tank would allow for nearly 900 kilometers of travel. While electric vehicles were indeed easy to drive, this was about cost-effectiveness. It was about prestige. Delighted, Jiang Lynchon got into the vehicle, gently pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life, unleashing tremendous power as he drove the beast onto the country road. He planned to go directly to the County Vehicle Management Office for registration. Meanwhile, several inconspicuous vans arrived at Manhwa town, coming to a stop in a secluded area. Over 30 individuals disembarked in an orderly fashion. A cold-faced middle-aged man waved his hand, prompting the group to march towards the mountain, their destination unmistakably the was-hailing. Chapter 79. Martial artist Tao Lu. Can your people handle this? Lin Yi inquired of the person before him, inside a house on the outskirts of the provincial capital. Beside him sat the leggy beauty Zhuang Rong, and behind them were 4 strong, expressionless bodyguards. Rest assured, young Master Wang, my team is highly professional in their endeavors. Sitting opposite was an unremarkable man of medium stature, exuding an air of leisure. He was meticulously toying with a stack of banknotes on the table. Young Master Wang, our reputation in the industry is not merely self-proclaimed, he remarked. The man's knuckles were notably thick, calloused from years of labor. As he pressed his fingers lightly against the edge of the table, he left 3 distinct imprints upon release. Wang Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Given his background, he had encountered many extraordinary individuals, including the enigmatic Master Fong, who had cultivated numerous connections. Yet, those individuals often concealed their true selves, leaving one to wonder whether they were genuinely skilled or merely engaging in deception. In contrast, the strength displayed by the man before him was undeniably tangible. His effortless demeanor suggested that he had merely pressed down casually. Ah, Master Tao, your prowess has truly broadened my horizons, Wang Yi applauded. You honor me, young Master Wang, replied Master Tao, his face glowing with satisfaction. Tao Lu was a leader of a Southeast Asian syndicate, having risen from the ranks of martial arts masters, frequently assisting affluent clients with unsavory tasks. His clientele spanned the globe, and his disciples were equally widespread. He seldom accepted jobs from the Huaxiao region due to the stringent legal repercussions associated with local offenses. However, the Wang family offered substantial compensation, 300 million at the outset. Who could resist? Even Tao Lu himself had come to oversee matters personally. Were it not for the strict regulations here, he might have considered bringing an armed entourage. For now, however, subtlety was paramount. They needed to be discreet. Wang Yi glanced at his bodyguard, who subtly shook his head, indicating that the task was beyond their means. Master Tao, how did you ascertain the farmer's situation? Wang Yi inquired with curiosity. Every creature has its own path, young Master Wang. It is no surprise that you are unaware, Tao Lu replied with a slight smile. That Jiang Lynchon had a conflict with a small local gang, and one of their members happened to be from Changlu village. You see, when a stranger enters a village, it often raises suspicions, but a local is treated differently. Jiang Lynchon spent an entire week at Wuzhou Ridge. Maintaining such a conspicuous routine made it exceedingly simple to gather information. Wang Yi applauded again. Master Tao, your methods are remarkable. You've managed to navigate this matter with such stealth. A trifling affair, Tao Lu chuckled enigmatically, betraying little pride. He thought to himself that if he had a comprehensive understanding of prominent families across Southeast Asia, a mere farmer would be child's play. Wang Yi continued. That farmer possesses considerable strength. Several months ago, my men clashed with him, and even a dozen were unable to gain the upper hand. Tao Lu shook his head. We have an old saying. Each field has its own expertise. Your men may not be particularly specialized in this regard. Wang Yi responded. Is that so? Tao Lu smiled knowingly. Indeed, it is quite typical. Prolonged comfort often leads to such outcomes. This can be a blessing, at least for ordinary folk. Back where I come from, it is not uncommon for someone to be walking along, only to have their head suddenly blown off. Tao Lu shook his head and remarked. I have mobilized 32 individuals this time, 7 of whom are my most esteemed disciples. In this place where firearms are prohibited, they are the true kings. Wang Yi expressed his astonishment. So formidable? Tao Lu continued. I have accepted a total of 856 disciples, yet only 79 remain. Those who were not exceptional have perished, do you not agree? A sudden chill enveloped Wang Yi. Could it be that he had become too accustomed to a life of ease? Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the scent of blood emanating from Tao Lu. Indeed, those who ventured to Southeast Asia in the early days had all witnessed bloodshed, especially those within the martial arts community who had blood on their hands. Leaders like Tao Lu, who have established their presence globally, have undoubtedly stepped over countless corpses to rise to power. He was still too naive. However, connecting with such an organization would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in the future. Time swiftly elapsed, and 2 hours had passed. Suddenly, Tao Lu's phone chimed. Has it been resolved so quickly? He chuckled. Wang Yi's spirit surged at the sound. Did you not ascend the mountain today? Were you obtaining a license plate in the county? Tao Lu frowned. Very well then, we shall proceed with the second plan. Retrieve his parents swiftly. We must cross the border tonight. After ending the call, Tao Lu's expression remained unchanged as he addressed Wang Yi. It seems the main subject is being rather mischievous today. I must handle this personally. Would you care to take a moment to observe, young Master Wang? Wang Yi promptly shook his head. What a jest. I still need to fabricate an alibi. I have no interest in witnessing your operation. Tao Lu did not press further and, accompanied by Cash and 2 subordinates, departed in a land cruiser. Left behind, Wang Yi pondered. What if this Tao fails? He glanced at Zhuang Rong. Young Master Wang, one must be cautious yet optimistic. With Master Tao's capabilities, failure is improbable, Zhuang Rong replied gently, tinged with a hint of timidity. Wang Yi conceded, recalling the times he had stumbled at the hands of this farmer, feeling an uneasy sense of foreboding. Tao Lu was no ordinary individual. He had even snapped the neck of a Mexican drug lord. Employing such a fierce fighter for this task seemed an extravagant use of talent. Were it not for the substantial compensation, Tao Lu would not have come personally. Let us await news at a hotel in the provincial capital. This place feels rather ominous, Wang Yi declared as he stood. Meanwhile, Zhang Lynchon was at the vehicle management office in Ningchuan County, attracting a considerable crowd, including incredulous staff members. He scrutinized the stack of documents in his hands and cross-verified the information online, ultimately confirming that the vehicle, which had never appeared in the civilian market and resembled an armored truck, was indeed a civilian vehicle. Damn this privilege, the staff muttered inwardly. Under the envious gazes of many car owners, Zhang Lynchon swiftly completed the necessary procedures and obtained a temporary license plate. He eagerly hopped into the driver's seat, igniting the engine and making an abrupt exit, feeling slightly dazed from his earlier display. Yet, the exhilaration was undeniable. The county was 50 kilometers from home, and he steadily accelerated along the provincial road. Why are there so many people on Wuxialing? Zhang Lynchon felt a stir within. The panoramic view of Wuxialing began to magnify. 3 teams ascended the mountain from various locations, totaling 32 individuals. Zhang Lynchon was acutely aware that with so many animals under his care on the mountain, there would inevitably be those with ill intentions. However, with his comprehensive 24-hour surveillance, he often detected their attempts before they could act. After encountering the sudden loosening of stones beneath their feet, dense thickets that obstructed their path, and the particularly steep inclines, these intruders frequently abandoned their endeavors. After all, this was Zhang Lynchon's territory, fortified by his divine agricultural prowess. If he were truly ruthless, he could even orchestrate a landslide to entomb those thieves. Yet typically, only a few scattered individuals, villagers from nearby towns, would venture up under the pretense of foraging for herbs, and he seldom intervened with them. Today, however, this group was markedly different. Their considerable numbers and the fierce determination in their movements suggested a more organized intent. Had the cattle rustlers become militarized? Zhang Lynchon mused in astonishment. Chapter 80. My shoes have broken again. He slowed his vehicle, scrutinizing the actions of this band. He observed one contingent ascend a solitary cliff, while the other 2 teams concealed themselves on either side. After a considerable pause spent searching, the 3 teams converged, and one individual began making a phone call. Shortly thereafter, they descended the mountain, their destination evidently being Changle Village. This development heightened Zhang Lynchon's anxiety. Their intentions were clearly nefarious. Unconsciously, he pressed down harder on the accelerator. As he rounded a bend, a land cruiser suddenly appeared in his path. The driver seemed to have mismanaged the vehicle, abruptly slamming on the brakes, which caused the tires to emit smoke as the vehicle came to a halt sideways in the middle of the road. Though anxious, Zhang Lynchon had no choice but to stop. 3 individuals emerged from the land cruiser, a middle-aged man in black clothing of unremarkable stature and 2 robust young men. The middle-aged man first inspected the undercarriage, then opened the hood, ultimately displaying a look of helplessness as he shrugged his shoulders. He swiftly approached Zhang Lynchon. Initially taken aback by the imposing presence of Zhang's vehicle, the formidable Mengsher 4. With an apologetic demeanor, he addressed Zhang Lynchon. Apologies, brother, do you have any tools? The car has broken down. What seems to be the problem? Zhang Lynchon noted an unusual accent in the man's voice, neither local nor from the mainland, but rather possessing a peculiar, almost synthetic quality. It could be a malfunction in the ignition system, or perhaps the filter is clogged. The middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. Zhang Lynchon observed the land cruiser, which was obstructing the road with its over 5-meter length. His own Mengsher 4, notably wide, was unable to squeeze past. Frowning, he considered the urgency of his return. He waved away the cigarette offered by the man, contemplating whether he should attempt to move the vehicle manually. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the man's exceptionally large hands, the joints thick with calluses. A practitioner of physical prowess? Zhang Lynchon's wariness intensified. As he glanced behind the middle-aged man, the 2 individuals in black stood with cold expressions, their thick necks and fierce gazes exuding an unsettling menace. Zhang Lynchon pondered for a moment, realizing that turning back to the county town to access the highway and then returning home would consume an additional half of his time. This desolate area, devoid of villages or shops, was situated in Ningchuan County, which was already sparsely populated, it was unlikely that a vehicle would pass by within the next half hour. Was this truly a calculated decision? Were these individuals before him in cahoots with those from the mountain? Although uncertain, the demeanor of the two men behind him indeed bore a striking resemblance. Jiang Lynchon, typically boisterous, had gained a broader perspective after numerous experiences, particularly after his encounters with Wang Yi and Master Feng, transforming him from an ordinary farmer into someone far more astute. He had the tools at his disposal, yet he was unsure of their specific requirements. "Allow me to check the trunk," he said with an innocuous smile. Tao Lu, also wearing a smile, noted a fleeting glimmer in the young man's eyes before he unexpectedly exited the vehicle, stirring excitement within him. To his astonishment, the young man was driving an armored military vehicle. Who would have imagined? Had he remained inside, Tao Lu would have been utterly incapable of breaching that impenetrable shell, unless, of course, he resorted to using a rocket launcher from abroad. As Jiang Lynchon approached the trunk, he inquired, "Where are you from, my good sir? Your accent seems reminiscent of the Saudi area." The three men following closely behind were taken aback, wondering how he could have guessed so accurately. "Haha, you are quite the comedian, my young brother," they began, but before they could finish, their hands transformed into claws, silently reaching for Jiang Lynchon's shoulders. Confident that even if he were a martial arts expert, he would be caught off guard and unable to muster any strength. Just as they were about to make contact, Jiang Lynchon suddenly crouched low and executed a swift 180-degree turn, leaning towards them. Tao Lu had no time to be astonished. His hands instinctively shot to his chest as he retreated. A tremendous force surged forth, and Tao Lu was propelled backward by Jiang Lynchon's shoulder. Feeling as helpless as an ordinary individual struck by a rampaging bull, a groan escaped him as a tumult of emotions surged within. He was confronted with a true master, and one among the elite at that. The two men clad in black sprang into action simultaneously. One delivered a fierce kick aimed at Jiang Lynchon's knee, while the other swung a fist towards the back of Jiang Lynchon's head. "Ajun, you mean business?" Jiang Lynchon sensed the imminent threat of the leg and fist. Any average person would be gravely injured, if not killed, by such ferocity. These individuals seemed accustomed to bloodshed, attacking without a hint of hesitation and exhibiting remarkable coordination. With a resounding impact, Jiang Lynchon adopted a firm stance, using his arms to block the incoming strikes. "No bear can withstand my might," he bellowed. The two attackers momentarily froze, caught in the aftermath of their own assault. Jiang Lynchon then surged forward like a tiger unleashed from its cage, delivering powerful hooks into the abdomens of the two men, sending them flying backward. At that moment, Tao Lu, who had been sent flying by Taishan, had just landed. Suddenly, he witnessed his two disciples soaring into the air as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Lynchon, undeterred, took another step forward, as if the entire asphalt road trembled beneath his feet. As Jiang Lynchon approached, Tao Lu couldn't help but ponder, what manner of beast is this? The opponent's fist loomed larger before him. Boom. Darkness enveloped Tao Lu, and he lost consciousness. Crash. Crash. The two burly figures in black tumbled to the ground, their eyes rolling back as they too succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire skirmish had lasted a mere 5 seconds before it concluded. How could you ever comprehend my daily training in the Hangzhou Mountains? Even that massive black bear has been bested by me over 20 times. What are you in comparison? Jiang Lynchon discarded the three men like dead dogs into the spacious rear of the armored vehicle, tightly binding them with rope. After a moment's thought, he decided to summon forth the king of snakes. The 7-meter-long-eyed king snake coiled its body, its cold gaze fixated on the three unconscious individuals. Hiss. Very well. They are still in slumber. Even if you were to be 10 times more ferocious, you wouldn't frighten them. Remember, you are not to bite without my command, understood? Hiss. The eyed king snake responded somewhat begrudgingly. Jiang Lynchon paid it little mind and strode towards the front of the land cruiser. Just as he intended to kick the vehicle aside, he glanced down to find his shoes had cracked once more. Why must I always lose a pair of shoes during a fight? What material did those martial arts masters use for their footwear? Jiang Lynchon lamented. Chapter 81. This young lady is remarkable. As for the frequent shoe damage, he felt powerless. The explosive force generated from just those 2 steps had been several tons. What kind of shoe could withstand that? Jiang Lynchon approached the land cruiser's front, bending down with strength, lifting the vehicle's front end with ease. It was akin to moving a large empty box, effortlessly shifting it aside. The vehicle likely weighed close to 3 tons, and even lifting just one end would not be less than 15 tons. Yet it was moved with such ease. Once relocated to the roadside, Jiang Lynchon peered through the windshield and noticed a box in the cargo area had been broken open, revealing stacks of cash, with several identical boxes nearby. Is this the reward for dealing with me? Jiang Lynchon furrowed his brow. He opened the door and extracted 6 boxes, each brimming with cash. Without a trace of guilt, he transferred them all to his own vehicle. TSK, this must be worth several million. I didn't realize I was so valuable. Jiang Lynchon was unaware of who sought to confront him, but the substantial price and the number of people dispatched indicated a formidable opponent. With that thought, his heart filled with concern. He quickly jumped into the armored vehicle, flooring the accelerator, causing the car to emit a plume of black smoke as it sped away. In Changla village, at Jiang Lynchon's home, a group of over 10 individuals suddenly entered, claiming to be friends of Jiang Lynchon. As Jiang's parents looked on in confusion, Jiang's father received a phone call. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his son calling, just as he intended to answer, hoping to inquire about his son's friends. One individual lunged forward, seizing the mobile phone. Upon snatching it, he observed that the caller was none other than the son. With a cold smirk, he effortlessly snapped the device in half. Witnessing this, Father Jiang exclaimed in anger, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Mother Jiang stepped back a couple of paces, ready to dial her son, when two more figures approached, confiscating her phone and employing the same method to break it. A stern-looking middle-aged man chuckled ominously, "Do not move or shout. Accompany us to a location. Your son has someone picking him up." Hearing this, both Jiang parents turned pale. "What have you done to my son?" they demanded, then quickly added, "Do you think I would believe you?" The middle-aged man, with a chilling grin, replied, "You may choose not to believe, but I know your son just acquired a new car and is likely on his way back from registering it in the county. Who are you? What do you want?" Upon hearing the intruders speak so knowledgeably of their son's whereabouts, Mother Jiang could no longer contain her anxiety. Concern for her son overwhelmed her rationality. "Remain calm. There is nothing to fear. As long as he cooperates, we shall not harm him. We merely seek some information." Several vans sped towards them, one of which swung its doors open. "Please, step inside. Do not shout or resist. We will return you once we have what we need. And we assure you, no harm will come to you. Should you alert others, we cannot guarantee your son has safety." Father and Mother Jiang, gazing at the imposing figures clad in black, were consumed by dread. They longed to scream for help and alert the villagers, yet they hesitated to take the risk. If these individuals could rally such a number to their home, it would surely be effortless for them to dispatch an equal force to capture their son. Exchanging a glance, they ultimately refrained from calling out. Noticing their intention to comply, the men in black relaxed slightly. Had there been any sign of shouting, the parents would have been swiftly incapacitated. These men were seasoned in their line of work across Southeast Asia, having conducted such abductions numerous times. "Uncle, aunt, I've come to see you." A female voice resonated from outside. Moments later, Fang Yunshir's charming figure appeared before them. Father and Mother Jiang, who were poised to enter the vehicle, froze in their tracks. The group of black-clad men also stood momentarily stunned, observing the stiff smiles on Jiang's parents' faces, the broken phone on the ground, and the surrounding menacing figures. Fang Yunshir sensed that something was amiss. "What is happening?" she instinctively questioned. Two of the black-clad men closed in on Jiang's parents, the cold middle-aged man fixing a warning gaze on them. "Who are you?" The group of men remained silent. "Aunt, uncle, are you all right?" Fang Yunshir asked cautiously. "Yunshir, you're here. We're fine, just stepping out for a moment." Father Jiang replied with a stiff smile. Having visited the Jiang household thrice, Fang Yunshir had garnered a sense of fondness from them. They were aware that their son was her savior, and it appeared that their relationship was more profound than mere gratitude. This was the second time she had come to their home this month. They weren't neighbors. Residing instead in the city, it was peculiar for someone living so far to frequently visit the home of her benefactor. "Where is Brother Jiang?" Fang Yunshir inquired. She was already tense. Having trained in martial arts for years, she had long sensed the extraordinary nature of this group. The aura they exuded was unmistakable. He was not at home. Under the menacing gaze of the dark-clad individuals, Jiang Ma struggled to speak. "Uncle and aunt, where are you going? Who are they?" Fang Yunshir continued to inquire. The middle-aged man chuckled slightly, nonchalantly replying, "We are friends of Jiang Lynchon. He has encountered some issues outside, and we need to take his parents to see him." Bang! Bang! Two black-clad men stealthily approached, attempting to subdue Fang Yunshir, but to their surprise, she struck with lightning speed. With a swift elbow thrust, she incapacitated both assailants. It turned out she was a martial artist. "Take them to the car first." The middle-aged man's cold visage cracked a smile, appearing exceptionally fierce. Fang Yunshir remained silent, her feet planted firmly as she adjusted her breathing. She was unaware of the circumstances, but knew that Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were not willingly accompanying them. That was sufficient. Brother Jiang had aided her and her family immensely. She would never allow unidentified individuals to take Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom away. Xiao Lu, play with her. I've heard that the martial artists from Huaxia are all show and no substance, never having seen real combat, instructed the middle-aged man. As long as Fang Yunshir remained quiet and did not attract attention, he was willing to spend a little time dealing with this young girl. After all, Jiang Lynchon's side was already attended to by the master, who had personally gone with the second and third brothers. Once the master intervened, the matter would be resolved. "Yunshir, don't." Before Jiang Ma could finish her sentence, a black-clad man covered her mouth and forcibly dragged her into the car. Slap, boom, with a swift counter. Fang Yunshir thwarted the attacks of the two towering black-clad men. Surprisingly, their strength was evenly matched. How could this be? The onlookers were astonished, for it was well known that women were inherently at a disadvantage in power. Typically, male fighters of the same weight class could overpower their female counterparts in both stamina and strength. Judging by her physique, Fang Yunshir appeared significantly lighter than these two assailants. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He sensed that this girl was far from ordinary. Chapter 82. What to do? What to do? Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were direct disciples of Tao Lu, renowned figures in Southeast Asia. Any disciple bearing the title of direct was known for their formidable reputation. Tao Lu's sect upheld stringent rules, believing that martial artists should let their actions speak through real combat. Consequently, his disciples frequently engaged in challenges, private duels, and even underground fighting. In Huaxia, various martial arts schools often distinguish between forms, training methods, fighting techniques, and lethal moves. The performances seen by the average person were merely demonstrations, commonly referred to as show forms. In contrast, fighting techniques and lethal moves could result in severe injuries or even death, making them extremely brutal, and such private duels were officially prohibited. However, the situation was different in Southeast Asia, where local gangs, societies, families, and business alliances wielded significant influence. Some could even affect regional economies and governance. When negotiations failed, They would resort to violence to resolve conflicts, providing fertile ground for the development of martial arts, where those capable of fighting were often courted by various factions, and the casualties from private duels were often overlooked. Under the tutelage of Tao Lumen, a formidable group of ruthless and gifted disciples has been meticulously cultivated, akin to the breeding of poison. Among them, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu stand out as core disciples, each bearing the weight of multiple lives lost. Their reputation has been forged through the crucible of combat. Just moments ago, they were astonished to find that their strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Fang Yunshi, a seemingly delicate young girl. Failing to incapacitate her left them feeling humiliated. With a fierce roar, Xiao Wu unleashed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Fang Yunshi's left rib. Channeling all his might, he had once fatally struck a 6-time undefeated Muay Thai champion in an underground boxing match, leaving the audience in shock. With a resounding bang, Fang Yunshi propelled herself forward like a cannonball the instant he lifted his leg, reaching Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye. The elbow strike that had once left Jiang Lynchon astounded now hurtled towards Xiao Wu's chest. The sheer force of her attack sent chills down the spine of Xiao Wu, who had long danced on the precipice of life and death. His sweeping kick, rendered ineffective by the proximity of their positions, surprised him. No one anticipated Fang Yunshi's speed. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to raise both hands in defense. The Fang family's 8 extremes martial arts are notoriously fierce. The patriarch of the Fang family had synthesized battlefield experience with techniques from ancient boxing styles, resulting in a combat style that was deadly. The moment Fang Yunshi discerned Xiao Wu's lethal intent, she instinctively responded. With a crack, Xiao Wu crossed his arms in an attempt to block her lethal strike, only for his wrist to be shattered by her elbow, sharp as an eagle's beak. Yet, that was not the end. Fang Yunshi followed up with a knee strike aimed at Xiao Wu's groin. Startled, he disregarded the excruciating pain in his wrist and hastily retreated. Fang Yunshi then transformed her knee strike into a powerful kick. Bang! Xiao Wu was struck in the abdomen, sent hurtling backward. Onlookers gasped. Fang Yunshi's ferocious and unparalleled assault was even more ruthless than what they had witnessed in the underground fights. After sending Xiao Wu flying, she did not pause. Swiftly racing to the entrance of the Jiang family's estate, where a sword case stood. With a swift motion, she opened the case. In an instant, she drew a tang saber, positioning it defensively in front of her. Xiao Lu, rushing toward her, froze at the sight. No matter how skilled he was, he could not match Fang Yunshi while she wielded a weapon. Moreover, even without it, he lacked confidence in defeating this young girl. Gazing at the unconscious Xiao Wu on the ground, the middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably. Today's events could not be left unresolved. This unexpectedly formidable young girl was a significant thorn in his side. Had circumstances been different, he could have devised 100 ways to eliminate her. Yet, here in China, the power of the authorities loomed large. A single misstep could prevent their return to Southeast Asia. Everyone, attack! The middle-aged man commanded in a low voice. One by one, his associates drew their daggers, slowly encircling her. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation became, and his anxiety began to rise. Standing at the entrance, Fang Yunshi felt a growing urgency within her. These individuals were exceptionally powerful, each armed with weapons. Who were these intruders? Why did they abduct Brother Zhang's family? With no time for further contemplation, the assailants clad in black commenced their assault. Even without a sharpened blade, Fang Yunshi pierced the arm of one of the attackers. In many respects, combat with cold weapons is even more brutal than gunfights. Zhang's parents, in the vehicle, were struck with astonishment, realizing Fang Yunshi's remarkable combat prowess. Yet, how could a single woman withstand the onslaught of over a dozen ferocious men in black? Indeed, after dispatching 4 or 5 foes, Fang Yunshi was stabbed in the thigh with a dagger, and another blade opened a wound on her shoulder. Suddenly, a heavy punch struck her head, sending Fang Yunshi crashing into the house, blood spilling from her mouth as she collapsed, unconscious. Load our people into the car, hurry, bellowed a middle-aged man, waving his injured arm as he strode toward the vehicle. This was a tremendous loss. A dozen men had been bested by an inexplicable woman. Master, what shall we do about that woman? Inquired Xiao Lu. No need to worry. She is doomed after taking my heavy blow, came the dismissive reply. They loaded the fallen black-clad men into a van and sped away. At the village entrance, they regrouped with a dozen others, pressing onward toward the provincial city without pause. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lynchon rushed home, discovering the front door wide open, his parents' phones discarded on the ground, and the yard smeared with blood. His heart raced as he prepared to pursue. A small calf, hiding nearby, approached and tugged at Jiang Lynchon's clothes, leading him inside. Confused, he followed, only to find a person lying on the floor, drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. It was Fang Yunshi. Yunshi, Jiang Lynchon exclaimed, rushing forward. He noticed 2 grievous wounds on her body, her ponytail disheveled, and the bruising on her forehead indicating she had suffered a severe blow. Most alarmingly, her breath had grown faint. Her condition was dire. What to do? What to do? His parents were missing, and Fang Yunshi's life hung by a thread. Jiang Lynchon was at a loss. Calling an ambulance would be futile at this point, and even if he drove to the provincial city, Fang Yunshi would not survive such injuries. This was a matter of life and death. Frantic, he sank into the Shinong space, but found no miraculous herbs capable of rescuing someone on the brink of death. Nothing at all. The corn she had already consumed would be of little help. Even if it had not been eaten, Jiang Lynchon began to summon the floating orbs of light within the space, attempting to open one to see if it contained anything that could save her. Yet, inexplicably, the orbs always seemed just out of reach. He understood that once the crops he had planted matured, he would surely be able to unlock a small orb, or the little black tiger would grow to maturity. Each harvest brought him closer to unlocking the orbs, dependent upon some mysterious force, sowing and reaping, taming and growing. But by that time, it would be too late. Yunshi's grave injuries were undoubtedly inflicted by that group. In a moment of uncertainty, he beheld a leaf adorned with fiery red patterns, drifting gracefully through the air. It was indeed the leaf of the flame fruit. Chapter 83. The startling efficacy according to the introduction provided by Gao Fengmao. Subsequent analyses revealed that the majority of beneficial components of the flame fruit concentrate in the fruit itself, with only a minimal distribution in the stem and leaves. The description of the Shinong space asserts that the flame fruit can significantly enhance physical constitution and prolong life. This is not mere advertising for health supplements. It is a genuine portrayal of the Shinong space. Jiang Lynchon scoured the entirety of the Hengjue mountain range, yet he could not locate another flame grass plant. He attempted to stimulate the growth of this leaf using the power of Shinong, but it remained unresponsive. With the situation now exceedingly dire, he had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Over the past month, Jiang Lynchon had been absorbing Shinong's power almost daily in the Hengjue mountain range. Besides maintaining the climatic conditions in Lulan, a significant portion remained. This residual power was not trivial. It could sustain the growth and nourishment of 80 million trees. Such strength was truly extraordinary. Jiang Lynchon began to incessantly infuse the leaf with Shinong's power. As the energy flowed in ceaselessly, the leaf exhibited no change. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the transmission of power, fervently hoping for a response. A sense of anxiety and trepidation enveloped him. He desperately did not want Fang Yunshi to perish. He was acutely aware of her affections for him. Yet as a man who had been hurt by love, he had always rebuffed her subtle advances in a clumsy, straightforward manner. He believed they belonged to different worlds. He was merely a farmer who cherished tilling the earth and reveling in nature, while Fang Yunshi, a city girl, seemed worlds apart. However, upon witnessing her grave condition, he could not help but feel a surge of panic. "Give me some response," Jiang Lynchon shouted. From a distance, the little black tiger noticed Jiang Lynchon's arrival and wobbled over, eager to be lifted. Yet suddenly, it seemed to sense something amiss. At that moment, Jiang Lynchon's emotions, anger, anxiety, worry, and fear, intermingled, an unprecedented turmoil for the creature. The little black tiger glanced at Jiang Lynchon and then at the flame fruit, into which he was infusing Shinong's power. It scratched its ear with a furry paw, then scampered to its little den, extending its stout front paw to dig at the ground. After a moment, it disdainfully extracted a small clump of black substance. Wobbling back, it vigorously flung the clump onto the leaf of the flame grass. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback, pondering what the little creature was up to. Then, he witnessed a heart-stirring spectacle. The leaf, which had shown no reaction to the immense infusion of Shinong's power, suddenly flickered. The fiery patterns began to dance as if they were genuine flames. Subsequently, from the leaf as a focal point, a complete phantom of the flame grass materialized. As the power of Shinong continued to flow, the phantom transitioned from ethereal to tangible, evolving into a true flame grass plant. A fruit, the size of an egg, was gradually ripening atop it, its color deepening while exhibiting the same vibrant, flickering flame-like patterns. Jiang Lynchon was overwhelmed with joy, astonished that the dark object unearthed by the wealthy individual possessed such remarkable power. It was capable of transforming a mere leaf into a complete flame grass. The flame fruit gradually grew, maturing until the power of Shinong ceased to have any effect. Jiang Lynchon, intrigued, probed it with his consciousness, and a piece of information emerged in his mind. Flame grass, a spiritual herb, whose fruit can significantly enhance physical constitution and prolong life, yet it remains unripe. Why is it still unripe? Jiang Lynchon pondered, bewildered. He attempted once more to channel the power of Shinong, but the flame grass remained unresponsive. What on earth is happening? Jiang Lynchon felt a sense of urgency. The little black tiger, observing Jiang Lynchon's expression, contemplated for a moment and, with evident reluctance, waved its forepaw, extending its sharp claws. It made a quick incision on its other paw, drawing forth a droplet of blood. This blood resembled a small pool of molten iron, gleaming with a metallic luster. As the little black tiger dripped the blood onto the flame fruit, it instantly radiated brilliance, and a towering flame-like silhouette ascended into the sky. Gradually, the apparition receded, reverting to a seemingly unremarkable fruit. Upon touching it again, the information had transformed to indicate that it was now mature. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback. He had always believed that the sole worth of this little black tiger lay in its playful companionship, yet it turned out to be immensely useful. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to linger and hastily exited the Shinong space. A fruit adorned with fiery patterns appeared in his hand. Gazing at the faintly conscious Fang Yunshi, Jiang Lynchon found himself in a quandary. How could he get her to consume it? After a brief hesitation, he bit off half of the flame fruit and fed it to her directly. Upon entering her mouth, the flame fruit imparted an unexpectedly cool sensation, refreshing and invigorating. A wave of comfort surged through him, almost heavenly. Had it not been a matter of life and death, Jiang Lynchon would have never parted with it so readily. For he sensed that every fiber of his being craved this essence, as if it were something his body had yearned for over countless millennia. Without further contemplation, he fed the flame fruit into Fang Yunshi's mouth. In her dying state, Fang Yunshi seemed to have been activated by some unseen force. Her cells, reflexes, and muscles appeared to receive a directive. Not only did she instinctively complete the act of swallowing, but her agile tongue also seemed to crave more. Even attempting to delve back into the source of the flame fruit, Jiang Lynchon's mouth. Such fervor startled Jiang Lynchon, prompting him to swiftly withdraw from her reach. The little tongue extended outward, discovering nothing to satisfy its desire, and resolutely began to explore its surroundings, gliding around the lips before finally retreating. It even smacked its lips in contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lynchon stuffed the remaining half of the fruit into his mouth, intending to feed her once more while her tongue was distracted. Suddenly, Fang Yunshi sat up, bewildered, scanning her surroundings. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback, gulping down the other half of the flame fruit in a hurry. Elder brother Jiang, hurry. Uncle and aunt have been captured, Fang Yunshi exclaimed anxiously. With that, she exerted herself to stand, and in an instant, a figure shot into the sky with a thunderous boom. Dust cascaded down from the ceiling. Jiang Lynchon stood astounded as Fang Yunshi collided with the ceiling like a firework. Be careful. Jiang Lynchon leaped forward, attempting to catch the descending Fang Yunshi. Two figures shot forth like cannonballs. Boom. Crash. The furnishings in the living room were obliterated as the two collided, akin to an artillery strike. They rose from the wreckage, dazed and bewildered. Brother Jiang, what just happened? Fang Yunshi, her hair disheveled, touched the spot on her head where she had struck, discovering no pain whatsoever. Jiang Lynchon observed the knife wounds on her body, noticing that the two injuries had completely contracted, leaving only a faint red line, devoid of any scars. The situation is quite complex. I just fed you something, and now your wounds have healed. It seems there may be some changes in your body. Be sure to manage your strength. Jiang Lynchon glanced down at his bare feet. The force of his previous leap had utterly destroyed his shoes. Fang Yunshi, astonished, examined her wounds, witnessing the red lines vanish at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, the gruesome penetrating wounds had healed completely, her skin returning to its fair and delicate state. Can I know what just transpired? Where are my parents now? Jiang Lynchon inquired. Chapter 84. Unexpectedly useful upon mentioning this, Fang Yunshi's expression turned urgent. She recounted the events that unfolded, from her entrance into the Jiang household to the moment she was struck unconscious. Jiang Lynchon recalled the horrific injuries she had sustained and the sword that lay on the ground, feeling a surge of emotion. Yunshi, thank you. Jiang Lynchon was not devoid of compassion. Fang Yunshi had risked her life for her parents, nearly beaten to death. This was entirely different from his spontaneous acts of saving lives in the primordial forest. He felt a profound sense of obligation towards her. Fang Yunshi, completely unaware of her recent brush with death, picked up the sword from the ground and declared, Brother Jiang, let us go retrieve them. Who are these people? She found it astonishing, unable to comprehend how Jiang Lynchon had attracted such formidable adversaries, who not only possessed exceptional skills but also outnumbered them and executed their plans with meticulous precision. Very professional indeed. Jiang Lynchon slapped his forehead. Realizing how flustered he had become, he could simply inquire about their identities. After all, he had 3 accomplices in his vehicle. On my way back, I was intercepted by 3 individuals who attempted to attack me, but I subdued them. They are still in the car. We will soon uncover their true nature. His voice was laced with an icy resolve. When Fang Yunshi beheld the open car door, she was rendered speechless. A king cobra, as thick as a bowl, coiled before the 3 men, its raised head fixated on its target. Do not be afraid. The large black snake is my pet. It will not bite without my command. Jiang Lynchon reassured her. Fang Yunshi found it impossible to dismiss her fear. This delicate girl had dared to fight against fierce men clad in black. Yet the sight of the terrifying cobra genuinely frightened her. She retreated several steps before finally steadying herself with the sword, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the serpent. Great serpent, descend and enter the house, commanded Jiang Lynchon. Hiss. The massive black snake responded and languidly slithered down from the vehicle, unperturbed. As it made its way into the courtyard, beside him, Fang Yunshi instinctively raised her knife. Jiang Lynchon brought the tightly bound trio inside. Since they had come to abduct someone, it was reasonable to believe that his parents were not in mortal danger. Moreover, they were certainly at his mercy. He closed the courtyard door, and upon turning around, he beheld the great black serpent facing off against a small cow. The cow appeared distinctly wary of the serpent, pressing itself against the wall, frozen in place. Upon seeing Jiang Lynchon enter, the cow cast a woeful glance his way, its large eyes seemingly questioning him. Even in such a grave moment, Jiang Lynchon nearly chuckled in frustration. Why was this little cow so dramatic? He admonished both the cow and the serpent once more, warning them against any form of aggression, especially the black snake, which was of a size that could easily make headlines in the animal kingdom. He roused the 3 captives, directing his inquiry at the apparent leader, Tao Lu. Who are you, and what is your intention? As the trio groggily regained consciousness and realized they were bound, they felt a surge of panic, for the individual questioning them was precisely their target. They feared that if Jiang Lynchon were to hand them over to the authorities, their true identities would be swiftly uncovered. Despite being foreigners, committing a crime within the borders of Huaxia meant serving time there. Release me, and we shall concede. I can provide you with a satisfactory compensation, Tao Lu replied, feigning calmness. I have no desire to repeat your identities, motives, or plans a 3rd time. Jiang Lynchon replied coolly. With a flick of his hand, a robust king cobra appeared, darting towards the trio in a flash. Its forked tongue flicking in and out as its cold, vertical pupils bore down on them with chilling intensity. The cobra, the 2 burly men in black, could no longer maintain their bravado, their eyes now filled with terror. Even Tao Lu's gaze betrayed a flicker of fear. He recognized this serpent, a veritable monarch among venomous snakes. He had even tasted it before, finding its flavor quite palatable. However, now, as he lay bound and immobile, being scrutinized by such an imposing venomous creature, a primal dread began to swell within him. He was perplexed as to how Jiang Lynchon had managed to command such a creature, but he was acutely aware of the danger it posed if it were to disobey. Wild beasts are deemed untamable precisely because of their inherent ferocity. He had no doubt that the venom from this snake could easily fill a teacup, capable of dispatching dozens with ease. The thought that this serpent might suddenly lash out and deliver a fatal bite sent chills down his spine. Given the remoteness of the village, he would likely perish before reaching a hospital. Having come to this realization, he spoke with great difficulty. Do not act impulsively. We were offered a substantial sum to carry out this task. We bear no personal animosity towards you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lynchon glanced at Feng Yunshi, then recalled his abducted parents, contemplating. Now, it seems there is a personal stake. Oh, pray tell, who possesses such deep pockets? What grudge do they hold against me? Jiang Lynchon continued his inquiry. Tao Lu fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Lynchon snapped his fingers. The large black serpent began to slither forward, its massive body gliding over the three individuals. The sensation of its scales brushing against their clothing was utterly spine-chilling. Jiang Lynchon pondered whether, had their circumstances been reversed, he would be able to withstand such an intimidating method of interrogation. The courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of a young cow grazing, accompanied by the faint rustle of scales against fabric. Eventually, someone succumbed to the pressure. It was Wang Yi from the Century Group, who approached us with an offer. If we could procure the original breed of Chong Lu #1, he would grant us 300 million. The one speaking was Tao Lu's third disciple, a cold-blooded killer known for crushing throats with his bare hands in Southeast Asia. Faced with this unprecedented threat, he divulged everything. Had Jiang Lynchon wielded a knife, they might not have surrendered so easily. The sheer intimidation of the serpent was overwhelming. Jiang Lynchon glanced at the black serpent, realizing for the first time how useful it could be. The two animals he had acquired were not merely gluttons. The Century Group? What purpose do they have for the original breed? Jiang Lynchon continued to inquire. We do not know. We are merely here to facilitate a transaction, Tao Lu replied. Jiang Lynchon scrutinized Tao Lu, noticing no signs of deceit in his expression, and asked, how many of you are there, and what is the specific plan of action? We will capture your entire family of 3 and then extract the whereabouts of the original breed, Tao Lu stated. And then, Jiang Lynchon pressed on. Tao Lu fell silent. I am inquiring, should I hand over the original breed? What do you intend to do with us? A glint of cold light appeared in Jiang Lynchon's eyes. Tao Lu replied, our deal is simply to acquire the original breed. Once the 300 million is secured, we will leave the country. As for how to dispose of you, that is beyond the scope of our transaction. Chapter 85. The legendary realm, where will you meet? Jiang Lynchon asked. At a manor outside the provincial capital. When the time comes, we will exchange the goods for payment from the Century Group. With the conversation underway, Tao Lu and his companions began to divulge all they knew. Unable to fight back, lacking the upper hand, and still in enemy territory, they were left with little choice. Having experienced much, Tao Lu swiftly clarified the core of the situation. As long as they could return to Southeast Asia, they would still lead a prosperous life. What did it matter if they offended the Century Group? On their own turf, the Century Group would find it far from simple to exert their influence. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of animosity towards the Century Group for leading him into such a predicament. Jiang Lynchon was a force he could not contend with, unless they were abroad. With a few sniper rifles at a distance, and surrounded by henchmen wielding submachine guns, relying solely on his skills, he could guarantee that no one on this planet could match Jiang Lynchon. It was beyond his comprehension. Their trio's cooperation would be futile even against a peak Tyson. Jiang Lynchon reflected, to be candid, I am currently a supplier of military materials, the kind that is exclusive and cannot be publicly disclosed. Do you understand what I mean? Tao Lu's eyes narrowed, and his face contorted with intense emotion. He certainly would not take Jiang Lynchon's words at face value. Yet he had indeed witnessed that military vehicle on the road. The gray-black military truck was not something an ordinary person could possess. If one were to consider who Southeast Asia fears the most, the immediate thought would likely be America. However, America is far away. When its aircraft carriers arrive, they merely launch missiles across the sea, posing a threat that is soon forgotten. In contrast, China, despite its seemingly cordial demeanor, is much closer. When it strikes, it does so with full force, deploying land, sea, and air simultaneously, though they may not openly admit it. The pressure that China has exerted on these small to medium-sized nations over thousands of years is immense. To understand this from another perspective, imagine a powerful neighbor to the north of China, boasting a population of 20 billion, an army of 30 million, tens of thousands of aircraft, and hundreds of thousands of armored vehicles. Even if this northern neighbor is typically mild-mannered, claiming to eschew conflict in favor of commerce, would you not feel a twinge of fear? This is precisely how Southeast Asian nations regard China. The inherent deterrence has long been ingrained. And now, this young farmer before him is a supplier to that formidable army. To provoke Jiang Lynchon is to indirectly offend the Chinese military. Damn it. Does the Century Group know what kind of adversary they have stirred up? With this thought, Tao Lu's breath grew ragged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wang Yi himself. Mr. Jiang, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We do not wish to become embroiled in your conflict with the Century Group. I wonder if there is any way we might remedy this situation, Tao Lu said cautiously. He had spent his early years abroad, when China was not yet a formidable power, and he had not felt the same trepidation as the locals. However, as time passed, his perspective had gradually shifted. Especially in recent years, China's strength had surged like a rocket, closing in on the title of the world's foremost power, America. It had even begun to assert itself in international affairs, daring to confront America directly. The rise in national strength and international standing was acutely felt by these smaller nations. "Oh, how do you propose to remedy this?" Jiang Lynchon replied nonchalantly, just as Tao Lu was about to respond. He saw Jiang Lynchon suddenly clench his fist and strike the stone mortar beside him. Boom! A deafening noise erupted as the ancient granite mortar, once used for pounding rice, shattered into countless pieces. Fragments of various sizes scattered across the ground. Jiang Lynchon slowly picked up a shard, grinding it in his hand methodically. Tao Lu and his companions stared in astonishment as the stone was ground into powder, cascading down like sand from an hourglass. They questioned their own senses, wondering if they were witnessing a scene straight out of a martial arts film. Jiang Lynchon stated, "Your people kidnapped my parents and nearly beat my friend to death. How do you intend to compensate for this?" By the end of his statement, Jiang Lynchon's tone had turned icy. Tao Lu struggled to turn his head towards Fang Yunshi, only to find her half covered in blood, the holes in her clothing glaringly evident. He was undoubtedly aware of the character of his disciples, dismissing the lives of a few individuals with utter indifference. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the vitality of Fang Yunshi, who appeared entirely unscathed. Fang Yunshi coldly stated, "When it comes to your people, no one stands a chance against me alone." With that, she casually unleashed a punch. The sound echoed, even though it struck nothing but air. To the astonishment of the three spectators, the force of her punch shattered a stone on the ground from afar. The adept can discern the nuances of true skill. While an ordinary person might mistake this display for mere illusion, the seasoned martial artists among them recognized the truth. It was indeed the legendary Gangjin. The three were utterly terrified. The release of such potent energy, with the punch's force remaining palpable, was beyond their comprehension. Who would have believed that a mere assignment in Huaxia could lead them to encounter a master of Gangjin? Especially in such a remote village and embodied in a delicate young girl? It was akin to discovering a god-tier civilization upon the arrival of extraterrestrial beings in the solar system. I cannot doubt your words. But this young lady has truly attained the realm of Gangjin. Even if all my men were to confront her, they could not possibly harm her. Tao Lu was on the verge of tears from fear. Jiang Lynchon looked at Tao Lu, then turned his gaze to Fang Yunshi, who herself wore an expression of disbelief. "I had only reached the realm of Anjin, and it was only after you rescued me that I managed to break through," she explained. Jiang Lynchon had heard whispers of martial arts classifications, Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, Danjin, and Gangjin, but had never witnessed them firsthand, thus he did not take them to heart. To his astonishment, such realms indeed existed, as Tao Lu and the others were well versed in these matters. "In the past 2 months, I have diligently practiced at home and have gradually approached the brink of Huajin," Fang Yunshi continued. Tao Lu was equally astonished, having just begun to explore Huajin himself. Yet, at the age of 50, he marveled at the prowess of this young woman in her early 20s. Truly, Huaxia was a land of hidden talents. Tao Lu felt a sense of pride swell within him, yet he remained baffled by how Fang Yunshi had so suddenly entered Huajin, bypassing Danjin altogether to attain the legendary Gangjin. In his understanding, not only Gangjin but even Danjin was mere folklore. Fang Yunshi gently shook the long knife in her hand, producing a resonant hum, as if the blade were crying out in exultation. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, including Jiang Lynchon. Chapter 86. What do you mean? Fang Yunshi herself was puzzled, unable to comprehend how she had reached this level so suddenly. Upon awakening, she had tasted a sweet flavor in her mouth. Brother Jiang had mentioned administering something to her, resulting not only in her full recovery, but also in her martial prowess soaring to the legendary realm. It felt as surreal as a dream. Twice I have ventured through the gates of peril, and each time it was Brother Fang who rescued me. Fang Yunshi cast a glance at Jiang Lynchon. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, rendering her momentarily speechless. Jiang Lynchon, perplexed, wondered why her face had turned crimson so abruptly. Indeed, women are enigmatic beings. Shaking his head, he turned to Tao Lu and stated, "Firstly, my parents must remain safe and unharmed." Tao Lu quickly nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety that his subordinates might inadvertently harm Jiang Lynchon's family. Should any misfortune befall them, he would undoubtedly have to provide an explanation. Tao Lu's expression hardened. "Secondly, my friend was nearly beaten to death by your men. Had I not returned just in time with a solution, she might have." As he spoke, a frostiness filled Jiang Lynchon's eyes. He simply wished to cultivate his land in peace, yet his aspirations were perpetually thwarted by those who disrupted his life, seized his loved ones, and harmed his friends. He was no child. He understood that life seldom unfolds as one desires, not to mention farming. Even delivering food entails security personnel obstructing entry. And even as a security guard, one must contend with delivery riders causing daily disturbances. Who truly gets their wishes fulfilled? Yunshi, I will ensure you receive the retribution you deserve, Jiang Lynchon declared resolutely. Tao Lu felt a sudden chill, inexplicably anxious. It had been many years since he had experienced such a sensation. Upon hearing Jiang Lynchon's words, Fang Yunshi beamed sweetly, resembling a carefree child weighing 100 pounds, seemingly unfazed by her near brush with death. "We are willing to cooperate and compensate you and this young lady for all losses incurred," Tao Lu remarked. 40 minutes later, Jiang Lynchon and Fang Yunshi found themselves seated in a land cruiser that had been returned, their hands bound tightly with thick hemp ropes. Yet, Tao Lu, sitting beside them, exhibited no thoughts of malice, instead behaving cautiously. During the process of binding them, the ropes had nearly snapped due to their struggles. Tao Lu could tell that the two were demonstrating their strength, but what could he do? Ever since he learned that Feng Yunshi was a master of the formidable force, he had become unusually compliant. At such a level, one possesses abundant stamina and is unafraid of being outnumbered. Once the formidable energy is released, it can even counteract some external force, making it a blend of offense and defense. While calling them terrestrial immortals may be an exaggeration, they surely qualify as unparalleled masters. This was an extraordinary power. The plan devised by the group was straightforward and audacious. Jiang Lynchon would feign capture by Tao Lu, waiting for the opportune moment at the rendezvous point. Fortunately, the news of Jiang Lynchon subduing Tao Lu remained undisclosed, making the execution of this plan remarkably seamless. Not only would the compensation paid by the Wang family be entirely reimbursed to Jiang Lynchon, but Tao Lu would also be compelled to pay an additional 200 million as recompense to Feng Yunshi. Although she had no intention of claiming money, Jiang Lynchon insisted. Feng Yunshi, having turned misfortune into fortune, not only advanced to the realm of formidable force, but also secured a 200 million compensation. For Tao Lu, this was the most favorable outcome. A mere payment for a life could lead to an alliance with a peerless expert like Feng Yunshi, making it a rather advantageous bargain. When one's prowess reaches a certain zenith, others not only willingly part with their wealth, but even fear that one might refuse their offerings. The absurdities of life are truly epitomized by such circumstances. By the time Jiang Lynchon and his companions arrived at the rendezvous at the estate, Tao Lu's subordinates and Wang Yi had been waiting for quite some time. Though the reasons for Tao Lu's delayed return remained a mystery, as long as the operation proceeded smoothly, it mattered little. Upon hearing that Jiang Lynchon and his family had been apprehended, Wang Yi hurriedly made his way from the provincial city, brimming with excitement. This moment had been long anticipated. Adorned with sunglasses and accompanied by the statuesque beauty, Zhuang Rong. With 4 similarly attired bodyguards in tow, he exuded an air of grandeur reminiscent of a domineering character from an urban drama. Approaching the bound Jiang Lynchon, he lightly patted his face and remarked with a smile, "I warned you, cross me, and I possess 100 ways to ensure your downfall." Bah, spoiled scion. Jiang Lynchon glared fiercely, his performance slightly exaggerated. For authenticity, he had gone to great lengths to appear disheveled, complete with conspicuous bloodstains. Feng Yunshi's portrayal was even more dramatic. Upon learning she would play the role of Jiang Lynchon's captured girlfriend, her excitement soared. She had not even changed out of her bloodied attire. Smearing her face with dirt as her hair lay in disarray, her clothes tattered, presenting a woeful sight that even Jiang Lynchon could not help but glance at in astonishment. "You truly know how to play the part," he murmured as they traveled. "Mind your own business," she replied softly. Her excitement was palpable, and she seemed unfazed by Tao Lu's substantial compensation of 200 million. The experience of being kidnapped by thugs employed by a city scion was exceedingly rare, almost prompting her to ask, "Is there anyone else?" "Ah, the humble farmer. I admit I underestimated you." Who could have foreseen the emergence of Chong Lu No. 1? Wang Yi, brimming with self-satisfaction, brightened upon seeing the corn Tao Lu presented. He reached out to take it, marveling at the fist-sized, over a foot-long ear of corn. "Who could have imagined we would fall to this corn? Do you have any idea how much our Century Group has lost?" he said with a hint of resentment. "Close to 300 billion. And the second super corn from the United States, which we could have profited from by securing exclusive rights, earning us over 100 billion annually." But then came Chong Lu No. 1. "Jiang Lynchon, do you comprehend what hundreds of billions signify?" As he paced with the corn in hand, he pronounced sternly, "It's enough to build a battleship. You, a mere farmer, have inflicted the greatest loss our group has ever suffered. Can you bear the weight of this consequence?" Jiang Lynchon remained silent, allowing Wang Yi to vent his frustration. He could never fathom why Wang Yi harbored such animosity towards him. It seemed absurd to think it was merely for pride. And now he realized he had become the most formidable adversary of the Century Group. Once Wang Yi had exhausted his tirade, Tao Lu interjected, "Young Master Wang, our task is complete. Regarding the remuneration," Wang Yi shot him a sidelong glance and replied with a grin, "No need to worry. This time, Master Tao has worked hard. Truly a professional. I shall have the remaining funds transferred to the designated account immediately." Tao Lu smiled in response. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to young Master Wang." Wang Yi gestured to his bodyguards behind him. One of them produced a mobile phone and made a call. The operation proceeded smoothly and was ready for execution. After concluding the call, Wang Yi turned to Tao Lu with a smile, saying, "Please hold on for a moment. Once my finance team receives the instructions, the relevant funds will be transferred." Tao Lu responded affirmatively. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, as a large group of unidentified individuals surrounded the estate, armed with firearms. Tao Lu reacted swiftly, intending to subdue Wang Yi, but abruptly halted upon noticing that Wang Yi's bodyguard had aimed a dark handgun at him. "Young Master Wang, what do you mean by this?" This unexpected scene astonished not only Tao Lu and his associates, but also Jiang Lynchon and Feng Yunshi. Dozens of heavily armed men encircled them, leaving no room for escape. Wang Yi took a few steps back, a cold smile gracing his lips. "A bunch of Southeast Asian bumpkins. Do you truly believe you are worth 300 million? Tao Lu, suppressing his fury, articulated each word deliberately. "Wang Yi, if the Century Group cannot afford the payment, you may as well seek assistance from other organizations. There is no need to resort to a black market scheme after the deed is done." Wang Yi chuckled. "Tao Lu, you have yet to reach that level. Many matters are beyond your comprehension. The Century Group certainly has the means and is willing to spend." However, his smile turned more derisive. "Do you lot truly hold any value? Frankly, even selling all of you would not amount to 300 million. Where can one find a desperate outlaw that is worth such a price? Do you even deserve it? As Wang Yi continued his tirade, Jiang Lynchon and Feng Yunshi exchanged glances, sensing the precariousness of the situation. They had not anticipated that he would recruit another group, intending to orchestrate a black market transaction. Tao Lu's subordinates were furious, with a few impulsively drawing daggers, ready to fight. Yet, Tao Lu remained remarkably composed. Since returning to China, everything had taken an unexpected turn. Both Jiang Lynchon and Wang Yi had proven to be formidable adversaries. Regardless of whether it involved strategy or confrontation, they had met with failure. He could not help but reassess himself. Perhaps his prolonged stay in the small pond of Southeast Asia had led him to become dismissive of others. Stealing a glance at Jiang Lynchon, whose expression was devoid of emotion, he received no hints of encouragement. Very well, we concede this time. Let us consider this operation a failure and depart, as if we had never set foot here. What do you think? Tao Lu clenched his teeth, recognizing the power dynamics at play, and thus expressed his stance. He had lost the will to fight. It appeared that the waters were too deep for him to wade through. Ah, no, you still hold some value, Wang Yi remarked with chilling indifference. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Tao Lu. Of course, you will shoulder the blame. An agricultural inventor, once celebrated nationwide, whose entire family mysteriously disappears. Won't that invite a thorough investigation? Realizing Wang Yi's scheme, Tao Lu's anger boiled to the surface, nearly causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. Jiang Lynchon slowly lowered his head, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes upon hearing the news of his family's disappearance. Yet this is Huaxia, where the sound of gunfire means no one can escape. We may cooperate, and after leaving the country, we can take responsibility for this matter. Tao Lu clung to his last shred of hope, struggling to maneuver. Currently, he had 7 or 8 subordinates injured by Feng Yunshi, rendering them incapable of action, let alone confronting this heavily armed group. Familiar with gunfights, he had already discerned from their movements, stances, and postures that they were far more professional than his own men. Wang Yi laughed heartily. Do you think you can act without a third party knowing? Tao Lu was momentarily speechless. He recalled the events of the past years where even potential witnesses were silenced, let alone a third party. A wave of despair washed over him. He never expected that after commanding the Southeast Asian underworld for half his life, he would fall twice within a single day upon returning to Huaxia. Are they mercenaries from the Baishui company? Without weapons, I could defeat them like dogs, Tao Lu declared arrogantly, realizing he could not survive. His caution dissipated in the face of dozens of guns aimed at him. Even a master of martial arts would be powerless. He had utterly lost the ability to turn the tables. You wish to buy time? It's futile. Not only have we equipped silencers, Wang Yi boasted, but outside, we have prepared dozens of firecrackers. Even without the silencers, the gunfire won't be heard outside. Ha ha. Listening to Wang Yi's derisive laughter, Tao Lu's heart sank completely. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He was prepared to endure a few gunshots, determined to crush Wang Yi's throat before he died. Yet Wang Yi seemed to sense the impending danger and kept his distance. Then, without further ado, Wang Yi turned and walked into the main hall of the estate, where a sharply dressed Western man emerged. Wang Yi handed the corn to the Caucasian gentleman, smiling. Mr. White, our transaction is now complete. Mr. White accepted the corn, inspecting it meticulously, even sniffing it before passing it to 2 technicians. They conducted swift and simple tests with portable equipment and various test strips, nodding in affirmation to Mr. White. Finally, a satisfied smile graced White's face. Mr. Wang Yi, I am astonished by your company's execution capabilities. You are indeed a formidable enterprise. Mr. White, how shall we deal with these individuals? Wang Yi inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. This requires our seamless cooperation, White replied with a calm smile. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression grew slightly tense. According to our plan, a refrigerated truck will be stolen. As for where it goes afterward, that is no longer my concern. Of course it is not your concern. These individuals are desperate fugitives from a small country. No one will care about them. It is reasonable to place the blame on them, White replied with a detached smile, as if discussing the fate of a few pigs. Hearing this, Wang Yi fell silent, gesturing for 4 bodyguards and Zhuang Rong to approach as they prepared to leave. Zhuang Rong seemed to grasp something, her face turning pale, feeling as if the entire world was collapsing. Suddenly, Wang Yi delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhuang Rong sprawling to the ground. I have never been fond of overly intelligent women. Their knowledge often feels overwhelming. Today, however, is not the occasion for enlightenment, for you are the epitome of wisdom itself. With that, Wang Yi strode towards his vehicle, flanked by his bodyguards, leaving Zhuang Rong in a daze, crumpled on the ground. Behind White, 2 men in suits meticulously placed the corn seeds into a specialized container. This corn, if successfully cultivated and widely planted in America, could yield an additional 300 million tons annually. With proper handling, they could amass hundreds of billions in profits from domestic farmers and the international grain market. Such immense wealth. In comparison, the lives of 30 or 40 individuals are of little consequence. In their eyes, as long as the stakes are sufficiently high, even the highest officials might experience a profound cognitive shift. With a wave of his hand, White commanded half of the armed personnel to begin binding those present. A few of Tao Lu's subordinates, sensing imminent danger, attempted to resist. Following a series of muffled gunshots, those subordinates fell, riddled with gunshot wounds. Resistance meant death. And so did compliance. Despair engulfed the crowd. Jiang Lynchon, with his hands bound behind him, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Zhang's parents were also brought forth, and upon witnessing the lifeless bodies on the ground and the cold indifference of the gunmen, their faces went pale. They had never encountered such a scene in their lives, rendered so terrified that they could barely move. Upon seeing his parents, Jiang Lynchon seemed to reach a resolute decision, his gaze sharpening further. In the Shinong space, the divine power was depleting rapidly. When Jiang's parents spotted their son among the captives, despair washed over their faces. They struggled to reach Jiang Lynchon, crying out, "Let him go. He knows nothing. If you must kill someone, take me instead." Over 30 individuals were bound in the courtyard, with several corpses sprawled on the ground. The mercenaries paid no heed to their pleas. As long as their actions remained unaffected, they could shout to their heart's content. After all, even a pig screams before its death. A faint smile graced Jiang Lynchon's lips as he quietly told Feng Yunshi, "Take care of my parents." He then deftly loosened the ropes binding him and swiftly struck a blow to the back of his parents' necks. The ensuing scene was too bloody for him to let them witness. Chapter 88. There is no such rationale. Jiang's parents collapsed, unconscious. Feng Yunshi abruptly freed herself from her bindings. In an instant, Jiang Lynchon sprang into action, scattering 2 handfuls of seeds in all directions. Simultaneously, those bound in the vicinity felt a sudden darkness envelop them, realizing they were encircled by a wall of wood that had appeared out of thin air. As the wooden wall manifested, Jiang Lynchon charged forward behind a wooden shield, moving with such speed that only a fleeting shadow remained. Gunfire erupted around him. What was happening? Everything in his path was sent flying by the shield, those struck left with broken bones. In moments of peril, a human's reaction time is roughly 0.5 seconds. Yet those 5 seconds were insufficient for them to even shift the muzzle of their guns. The mercenaries of the White Water merely caught a fleeting shadow dashing straight into the hall. The mercenaries stationed further afield were rendered utterly dumbfounded as they witnessed an inexplicable wooden wall materializing in the center of the courtyard, an absurdity beyond belief. A few instinctively pulled the triggers of their submachine guns, but the small caliber bullets merely left shallow dents in the outer bark of the wall. The idea of penetrating the thick wood was laughable. The star vine tree, capable of growing at will, becomes sturdy and resilient once formed. With an astonishing growth rate, cutting off the white buds at the top halts its growth. This is the description provided by the Shinong space. The robustness of the Shinong space is not mere rhetoric. It effortlessly withstands the impact of 5.56mm caliber submachine gun bullets. To safeguard his parents, Jiang Lynchon directly induced the growth of 2 layers of tree walls within the space, releasing them to crash to the ground with a terrifying solidity. Once the tree walls took shape, the 2 seeds scattered also grew rapidly upon hitting the ground. The surrounding mercenaries were instantaneously ensnared like snakes by the star vine trees. Rendered completely immobile, as Jiang Lynchon burst into the hall, he incapacitated 2 technicians and a suited man with his shield, seizing a container filled with corn. Before the stunned wight, he retrieved the corn back into the space with a wave, even managing a smile before dashing out, the sound of continuous strikes echoing behind him. In less than a minute, he dragged Wang Yi in by the neck and tossed him in front of White. "Oh my god!" White exclaimed in shock. Reverting to his hometown dialect, with a resounding slap, Jiang Lynchon knocked White to the ground. "This is Huaxia. Your god is of no consequence here." Jiang Lynchon gently tapped Wang Yi's face, reminiscent of how Wang Yi had done to him earlier. Backed by a large conglomerate, toying with the fates of ordinary people and small nations. How delightful is that, esteemed capitalists. A star vine tree materialized beneath him, securely supporting his descent. It was akin to a scene from a magical film. In the face of this fantastical display, both White and Wang Yi found themselves devoid of rational thought. "How did you do that? Who are you?" They both inquired simultaneously. Wang Yi, with a more open mind, nearly believed that the era of spiritual revival had arrived. That all of humanity was concealing secrets and evolving in stealth. "I am merely a farmer. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall continue to live in comfort as your second-generation heir, enjoying boundless wealth. Alas, soon your entire family will cease to exist," Jiang Lynchon stated with a dispassionate tone. "And you, whether Bayer, Monsanto, or any consortium, your time is running out. The organization behind you will falter eventually. Your inability to relinquish immense profits will inevitably lead you back to me. You are accustomed to coercion and plunder." Noticing Wang Yi about to speak, Jiang Lynchon interrupted. "Do not attempt to tell me you were mistaken. As someone once said, it is not that you know you were wrong. You simply realize you are about to perish. You are familiar with Master Feng Taichu, I assume? He is currently outside the estate, awaiting my command. In the beginning, I contemplated notifying the authorities. However, upon witnessing your actions, I reconsidered and deemed it unnecessary. I am perfectly capable of managing the refuse myself, and I shall do so with utmost cleanliness." With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Lynchon summoned 4 star vines that abruptly sprouted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the 4 technicians and the suit-clad man. Snap! The fingers fell again. The 4 individuals, along with the star vines, vanished before the astonished eyes of the 2 men. "Where have they gone?" White shuddered. "They have become fertilizer. Do you understand why I do not send you to your fate as fertilizer right now?" Jiang Lynchon inquired. Wang Yi, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "How much do you want? I will pay you anything. 1 billion, 5 billion, 100 billion. You possess privileges. But I intend for you to ultimately meet your demise as fertilizer," Jiang Lynchon replied with indifference. "I have always believed that granting a swift end to the wicked is a form of mercy towards them. It is utterly absurd to allow you, who have tormented and toyed with so many, to perish so easily." As Jiang Lynchon spoke, he lifted the 2 men and brought them to the entrance, compelling them to witness the mercenaries outside. "Look!" Jiang Lynchon snapped his fingers once more. Snap! With each snap, The individuals ensnared by the star vines vanished without a trace. Snap, snap, snap. Wang Yi and White were nearly overwhelmed with terror. No one could fathom the agonizing sensation of death approaching step by step. You will pay for this. The Wang family will not spare you. Wang Yi screamed in hysteria, an overwhelming wave of fear and regret flooding his heart. Oh, Zhang Lynchon's snapping ceased. A flicker of hope surged within Wang Yi as he cried out frantically, "You will kill me. But the Wang family will pursue you with every means at their disposal. Your family, your relatives, your friends, your classmates, even the strangers in your contact list will not escape." Snap. Another mercenary disappeared. How terrifying. Is your Wang family truly so ruthless? I am contemplating the complete annihilation of your family, watching your eggs scramble, splitting your earthworms in half, dousing your flower beds with herbicide, draining your ponds of water, and even turning the soil beneath your feet. Otherwise, Jiang Lynchon fixed his gaze upon him. I shall find no rest at night. White, standing nearby, was utterly astonished by their exchange. He had never witnessed such a scene, nor had he heard of it. In ancient times, nobles who were captured paid ransoms to be released. Yet here, even the earthworms would not survive? What manner of devil is this? Surely, even Satan would not be so merciless. Jiang, you cannot do this. White implored. I am of noble descent, a gentleman. You ought to allow me to pay a ransom for my release. Snap. A mercenary vanished in an instant. Jiang Lynchon sighed. You are well versed in the Chinese language. Have you not heard the saying, wildfires cannot consume everything? The spring breeze brings new life? You are familiar with Chinese culture. Have you not encountered the phrase? This child must not be spared. I fear those like you, who possess only a superficial understanding of our culture. Snap. The last mercenary disappeared from sight. The hearts of Wang Yi and White plummeted to the depths. Chapter 89. Unquestionable. Wang Yi suddenly lunged at Jiang Lynchon. He did not wish to die. He could not die. He is still young, surrounded by immeasurable wealth, indulging in endless pleasures, manipulating the fates of others, and determining their very existence. A woman like Zhuang Rong could be cast aside at his whim, akin to discarded tissue. Yet, there are always more women eager to vie for his favor. He has always believed himself to be the archetype of a protagonist, destined to contend with his powerful father and ambitious brother, ultimately to emerge victorious and inherit a fortune worth billions. Individuals like Jiang Lynchon, the downtrodden, the lowly, the farmers, are scarcely worthy of mention. Yet, it is these very ants who have now risen against him. He refuses to accept it. You are but a dog, a mere insect. I desire your demise. A menacing expression crossed Wang Yi's face, his fingers curled, poised to strangle the very Jiang Lynchon before him. Suddenly, a vine from the star vine tree ensnared his left foot. Wang Yi stumbled, falling to the ground in a disgraceful heap. Keep begging me, Jiang Lynchon taunted, his smile devoid of any warmth. As he observed the star vine tree coiling around Wang Yi's ankle, calf, knee, and thigh, its advance was maddeningly slow. Wang Yi's demeanor shifted. He oscillated between lamentation, pleading, threats, and flattery. Is there nothing new to say? TSK, if you could conjure some fresh tricks. Perhaps I would allow it to grow more slowly. Jiang, may you meet a wretched fate. My father will see to it that your entire family perishes. Jiang Lynchon lowered his head, as if speaking to himself. Isn't that precisely what you are doing? Jiang, you cannot do this, Jesus. Oh my God. White too was in tears. He had witnessed too many faces filled with despair. Previously, he relished the power of manipulating others, delighting in their myriad reactions born from hopelessness, considering it a form of art. What might humanity utter or do when faced with utter despair? He was even penning a new book entitled Despairing Humanity, a refined hobby befitting his status as a societal elite. However, he never anticipated that he himself would become the subject of such material. As the vines continued to spread, Jiang Lynchon's expression grew increasingly serene. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Yi's phone rang. Jiang Lynchon retrieved it from Wang Yi's person, the caller ID displaying the name father. He waved the phone before Wang Yi's eyes. Your father is calling. It seems there is indeed a deep bond between you, a connection beyond comprehension. Wang Yi suddenly perked up. My dad will meet your demands. Do you want money, a private jet, or a yacht? Whatever you desire, just answer it. Answer it now. Will your father also comply with my wish for your family's complete annihilation? Jiang Lynchon inquired, tilting his head. Wang Yi was taken aback, muttering, You psycho, you lunatic. What benefit do you gain from killing me? Jiang Lynchon answered the call, and before the voice on the other end could respond, a vine abruptly constricted. Ah! Wang Yi's piercing scream echoed through the phone. Dad, save me. Help me please. A vine wrapped around his mouth, silencing his cries. Who are you? Release him, or you will regret it. Wang Yuansheng, chairman of the Century Group. His calm voice emanated from the other end of the phone, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Another threat. Jiang Lynchon shook his head in disappointment, then crumpled his phone into a ball and tossed it to the ground. Facing imminent death, you still fail to grasp the gravity of your actions. You have just taken my entire family hostage, intending to slaughter us like livestock. Witnessing the phone crushed, Wang Yi momentarily lost his composure. You ought to realize the inevitability of your family's demise. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Lynchon snapped his fingers. With a crack, the vines binding Wang Yi began to tighten, causing his complexion to shift from pale to red, and finally to a ghastly purple. The sound of bones snapping echoed ominously. Jiang Lynchon averted his gaze, calmly fixing his eyes upon White. Now it is your turn, Mr. White. No, you cannot do this, Jiang. If you kill me, the organization behind me will not spare you. They will issue a worldwide manhunt, and you will live in perpetual fear. White was genuinely terrified. He had witnessed the heir of a colossal conglomerate being reduced to mere pulp. The horrific spectacle and the agonizing process redefined his perception of evil. That is not possible. Mr. White, I am merely a farmer. Your consortium will suspect that Southeast Asian organization, will doubt the Century Group, and even question you. But they will never suspect a farmer. Jiang Lynchon continued in a voice devoid of emotion. For in this world, farmers are not to be doubted. No sooner had he spoken than countless vines ensnared White's entire being. The same ominous crackling sound resounded. In the next moment, both men vanished from sight. Jiang Lynchon waved his hand, and the enclosing wall of trees dissipated into thin air. Dozens of bound individuals reappeared before him. Brother Jiang. Fang Yunshi gazed at the desolate estate, recalling the impenetrable wall of trees. Her heart was burdened with questions, yet she remained silent. Jiang's parents had been freed from their bonds, still unconscious. Tao Lu was equally bewildered. The twists and turns of the day had surpassed his comprehension. What had seemed like a certain death trap had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him increasingly uncertain about how events would unfold. A Volvo slowly approached, dispatched by Jiang Lynchon. Master Fang remained silent as he and Jiang Lynchon lifted Jiang's parents into the vehicle. Old Tao, Jiang Lynchon beckoned. Tao Lu's expression shifted, and he hurried over. 4 or 5 of his subordinates had perished due to rashness. Old Tao, the blame for this mess falls on you, Jiang Lynchon remarked. The difference is, Wang Yi intended for you to take the fall after your demise, while I have little interest in killing you. Are you prepared? A bitter smile crossed Tao Lu's face. They had been trapped within the wall of trees, utterly unaware of the happenings outside, or why the assailants had vanished. Boss Jiang, whatever you say goes. We have no objections, Tao Lu responded with utmost respect. Jiang Lynchon nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Mr. Tao, you truly embody the essence of someone who has navigated the intricacies of this world for many years. Allow me to reveal something to you. Wang Yi, along with his trading associates and the mercenaries from the Baishui security company, have all departed from this world. Tao Lu was taken aback. What could have transpired in such a brief span? Normally, unless one were to deploy weapons of mass destruction, who could eliminate them in such a short time frame? Jiang Lynchon, unfazed by Tao Lu's thoughts, continued. They have left this world in the most literal sense. No one will see them again. Consequently, you will now find yourselves under the scrutiny of the Century Group, the Baishui mercenaries, and the financial consortium backing White. Tread carefully. By the way, if you have any information regarding that consortium in your various territories around the globe, do share it with me. I am quite interested. Chapter 90. My grandfather wishes to meet you. As Jiang Lynchon elaborated further, the expressions on Tao Lu's face grew increasingly vivid. After exchanging contact information, Jiang Lynchon departed with Fang Yunshi. In the vehicle, Fang Yunshi hesitated, but Jiang Lynchon's demeanor appeared profoundly somber. It was no jest. Up until this moment, Jiang Lynchon had never taken a life. To suddenly claim dozens of lives, claiming to be unaffected would be disingenuous, even if those lives were forfeit by their own transgressions. The act of taking a life invariably demands an adjustment period. It was not until Fang, the master driver, returned them home that Jiang's parents stirred from their slumber. Jiang Lynchon and Fang Yunshi had reassured them for quite some time, maintaining that individuals associated with GA had intervened to rescue everyone. Their accounts delivered with a sense of gravity. Given the involvement of foreign forces and the potential implications for the government, Jiang's parents managed to regain a semblance of composure. Jiang Lynchon felt an immense guilt for the distress inflicted upon his family. Yet what could he do? A child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace inevitably attracts ill intentions. Perched on a solitary cliff, Jiang Lynchon gazed down at the tranquil village below, his emotions significantly transformed. Brother Jiang, Fang Yunshi, sitting beside him, expressed her concern. Yunshi, I apologize for involving you in this, Jiang Lynchon replied, then proceeded to recount the dealings with the Century Group and the arrangements with America in detail. How could they do this? Fang Yunshi exclaimed in indignation. How can one conspire with foreign enterprises to harm their own nation? At that moment, the towering billion-dollar conglomerate, which had seemed so illustrious, crumbled in Fang Yunshi's perception. They have become arrogant, believing themselves superior to others, Jiang Lynchon remarked. When a major corporation in today's world possesses immense wealth and power over others for an extended period, it is only natural for them to become inflated with pride. This is not merely a subjective observation, but a reflection of human nature. Jiang Lynchon spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy, contemplating how he, relying on the Shenong space, could easily amass substantial wealth. Strangely, he found no desire to dominate others. He merely wished to cultivate the land. This mindset baffled him. At times, he even considered himself devoid of desires. Yet, upon encountering a beauty like Fang Yunshi, his heart would still flutter. Fortunately, he reassured himself, he was still a normal person. My grandfather wishes to meet you. Fang Yunshi suddenly blushed. Jiang Lynchon, perplexed, inquired, why does your grandfather wish to meet me? Moreover, why are you blushing? When? Jiang Lynchon pondered, with nothing pressing at hand. He figured it would be harmless to meet the old hero. Upon hearing his agreement, Fang Yunshi's cheeks flushed even deeper. Whenever you are free, I shall take you back, she declared. Jiang Lynchon scratched the back of his head, sensing an odd resemblance to meeting a partner's parents. The predicament was that he and Fang Yunshi were not in a romantic relationship. Perhaps in a few days, he suggested, glancing at his dwindling reserves of divine power, which only exacerbated his headache. Fang Yunshi whispered. Then, as if recalling something, she inquired, what about the girl named Zhuang Rong? Mention of her sent a sharper pang through Jiang Lynchon's head. This woman was originally affiliated with Wang Yi, possessing both striking beauty and exceptional intellect. Ultimately, she was cast aside in the manner, deemed worthless like many others. At the time, Jiang Lynchon felt a twinge of regret. After all, beauty is a rare commodity, and such wastefulness seemed lamentable. After dealing with Wang Yi and his associates, Tao Lu had swiftly departed with his entourage, while Jiang Lynchon returned directly to his village. Zhuang Rong was left standing alone, an image of desolation. Logically, her fate could be deemed self-inflicted. Jiang Lynchon had merely spared her life, which was the extent of his mercy. However, Zhuang Rong was indeed astute. She recognized that if she did not take action, she would inevitably find herself without a grave. Offending the Century Group was no trifling matter, especially with Wang Yi missing while his associates remained unscathed. It was tantamount to courting death. Thus, she chose to follow Jiang Lynchon, who was still contemplating how to handle her presence. Her sole value lay in her knowledge. She was privy to many of the Century Group's secrets. For this reason, Jiang Lynchon, who was intent on challenging the Century Group, decided to keep her around. Yet, having her close was fraught with peril, as she would undoubtedly attract numerous troubles. Jiang Lynchon's headache intensified. To completely distance himself from her, he had two options: eliminate her or dismantle the Century Group. After much deliberation, he resolved to keep her at home, but he knew that such an arrangement would inevitably lead to complications. Seeing Fang Yunshi's curiosity, Jiang Lynchon asked, "Do you have any suggestions? I think I could take her with me. I run a martial arts school in the provincial city, and we could use someone for logistics," Fang Yunshi replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. For reasons unknown, she did not wish for this woman to remain near Jiang Dage. "You manage a martial arts school? I wouldn't have guessed," Jiang Lynchon responded, intrigued. "It belongs to my father. The martial arts schools in the Shanna province are divided, and I am currently overseeing it," Fang Yunshi explained, somewhat bashfully. "Taking her with you could work," Jiang Lynchon considered, stroking his chin. "But I fear the Century Group might discover her presence and cause trouble for your school." "That won't happen. She hardly ever appears in public, and when she does, she must wear a mask and sunglasses," Fang Yunshi insisted urgently. "Very well, then. You may take her." Jiang Lynchon shrugged nonchalantly. Fang Yunshi felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her. Just then, a curious calf approached the two, unafraid, and even nudged Jiang Lynchon with its nose. "Shoo shoo, go away." Jiang Lynchon chuckled while playfully scolding, brushing aside the large face of the young calf that had come close. "Moo," protested the calf defiantly. "Oh, it seems you've developed quite the bovine temperament," Jiang Lynchon remarked with amusement. Typically, he would sit alone on the cliff, occasionally visited by various animals seeking his company. Possessing the innate power akin to that of the legendary Shin-gnome, he exuded an aura that attracted both flora and fauna. Besides the eager calf, two young deer approached without a hint of timidity. Fang Yunshi cautiously extended her hand, gently stroking the animals that wandered nearby, her face radiant with joy. Jiang Lynchon rose, leading Fang Yunshi through the mountains. As early winter approached, the temperature began to drop. However, since consuming the chi and fruit, their vitality surpassed that of ordinary humans, rendering them impervious to the slightest chill. Countless animals passed by, their calls echoing in the air. From the ridge, one could observe an expanse of wild grass and shrubs, interspersed with patches of cornfields. Strangely, the animals never ventured into the cornfields, where the tender seedlings swayed gently in the breeze, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Fang Yunshi suddenly felt a profound sense of peace, believing that this was the most beautiful scenery in the world. As they wandered through the mountains, Jiang Lynchon felt a delicate hand grasp his own. Chapter 91. Bipedal creatures. Jiang Lynchon instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but the small grip tightened. Fang Yunshi's hands, once calloused from her martial arts upbringing, had inexplicably softened after consuming the chi and fruit, leaving her skin remarkably tender. Even the small scars had vanished. From this perspective, the fruit's enhancement of physical constitution was undeniably significant, particularly in its beautifying effects. The once spirited young girl now possessed an unexplainable touch of gentleness. Only someone with Jiang Lynchon's keen perception could discern the newfound symmetry in her physique and the calm depth in her gaze, hinting at the tremendous strength that lay beneath her seemingly soft exterior. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Lynchon turned his head away but made no further attempt to retract his hand. After all, they were both children of the martial world. What was a simple hand-holding? Yet, he felt a subtle knot within. "Yunshi, my past, no need to say it." "Has your past already passed?" "Yes." Fang Yunshi's smile was unusually tender and enchanting, as gentle as the mountain breeze and as warm as the winter sun. When Jiang Lynchon inadvertently glanced back, he found himself captivated by her presence. "In truth, I am merely a farmer and wish to remain one in the future." Jiang Lynchon was not a dull man. During his university years, he was considered quite handsome, having attracted the attention of several senior and junior female students. "I understand that. Hypothetically speaking, if you wouldn't mind having a farmer by your side." Fang Yunshi's face flushed, even her delicate neck taking on a rosy hue. Known for her aloofness, she had never shown such initiative towards a boy, even dismissing the fervent advances of the affluent Gu Zhengqi without a glance. However, in the presence of Jiang Lynchon, she remarkably took the initiative. Based on her observations, if she did not act a bit more proactively, this man, who had sealed his heart away, would never exhibit any forward behavior. Despite her numerous attempts to test the waters, he had managed to feign ignorance and evade her advances. How infuriating! Fang Yunshi was a spirited young woman, unafraid to love or hate. Having finally encountered someone she admired, she resolved to cast aside her shyness and boldly pursue him. Jiang Lynchon was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had chosen to return to his hometown to become a farmer, initially as a means of escaping reality. It was only through the unexpected acquisition of the Shinong space that he gradually transitioned from mere acceptance to firm conviction. He had not always aspired to be a farmer. Yet, here was Feng Yunshi, willing to become a farmer's wife for his sake. A long-buried feeling surged within him. Of course, he did not mind, but why? Yunshi? Jiang Lynchon inquired. I was severely injured by Tao Lu's men and lost consciousness. How did you manage to give me medicine? Did you kiss me? Feng Yunshi did not respond directly. Instead, she posed an entirely unrelated question. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Must we dwell on such trivialities? Jiang Lynchon's gaze flickered slightly. No, I care. How did you kiss me? I must know. That was not a kiss. It was administering medicine. A matter of urgency. When someone is drowning, one must perform artificial respiration. How did you kiss me? Feng Yunshi, do not go too far. I must know the details. Jiang Lynchon, how did you administer the medicine? Feng Yunshi tightened her grip on his hand. Watch closely, it was like this. Jiang Lynchon grew irritated as he gazed at Feng Yunshi, who tilted her head slightly, her luscious red lips uttering unreasonable words. Yet, the small hand clasping his trembled ever so slightly. The breeze in the mountains grew gentler, and the winter sun shone warmer. The surrounding animals, previously at ease, suddenly halted, directing their attention towards the two. A mother wild boar, accompanied by a dozen piglets, regarded the embracing couple with a mocking expression, as if to say, bipedal beasts. After a prolonged moment, they separated, their gazes locking in mutual defiance. The animals resumed their foraging, as though nothing had transpired. Was it really that long? Feng Yunshi asked shyly. Certainly not less. You were kissed for nearly half an hour before regaining consciousness. I was utterly exhausted, Jiang Lynchon replied with utmost seriousness. I do not believe it. The animals looked on disdainfully at their backs. Even the calf that usually sought closeness refrained from approaching. After walking a bit further, the two bipeds unexpectedly kissed again. The animals turned away, expressing their disapproval and rejecting this sudden display of affection. We are not dogs. Why must we consume dog food? It was not until the sunset cast their elongated shadows that they returned home. Uncle Ant. Feng Yunshi called out sweetly. Yunshi, you must be tired. Have a seat and rest, Jiang Ma said with a smile. That rascal Xiaoshan, who knows what he was thinking, actually brought a girl to climb the mountains. Not caring if it tires you out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lynchon felt a surge of defiance and was about to retort, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he glanced at Feng Yunshi, licked his lips, and smiled. Feng Yunshi's face flushed crimson, and in a fluster, she stammered that she hadn't ventured far. Merely enjoying the scenery atop the cliff. Jiang's parents, while still somewhat shaken, found their spirits inexplicably lifted at the sight of Jiang Lynchon and Feng Yunshi together. Yet, they harbored concerns. How could such a beautiful and talented girl be interested in their somewhat foolish son? Though all parents believe their children to be the best, a girl like Feng Yunshi was truly a rarity. She came from a good family, was strikingly attractive, polite, and even skilled in combat. What if they were to part ways in the future? Wouldn't their son be heartbroken? Even if he managed to endure it. How could he ever settle for an ordinary girl after experiencing such a treasure? Their son was just a farmer. Finding another girl of equal caliber would be a daunting task. As Jiang Lynchon's mother, Yu Shoujin was torn between joy and worry. Alas, there was little she could do. Each generation has its own fortune. With a sigh, she turned to prepare dinner. Feng Yunshi sat in the room, feeling somewhat awkward, and seized the opportunity to offer assistance in the kitchen. Observing this, Jiang Lynchon took a handful of forage and leisurely fed the little cow. This little cow had played a pivotal role. Had it not been for its presence, Jiang Lynchon might not have discovered the gravely injured Feng Yunshi in time. From this perspective, despite its playful demeanor, the cow could discern the gravity of situations when it truly mattered. The little cow relished the feeding, having long since considered itself part of the household. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the kitchen, startling both Jiang Lynchon and the cow. Rushing inside, Jiang Lynchon found that Feng Yunshi had boldly volunteered to help his mother chop bones. One swift strike not only cleaved the bone but also split the sturdy ironwood cutting board in two. Jiang Lynchon stood there, mouth agape, and gave Feng Yunshi a thumbs up. The little cow had indeed found an impressive companion. Chapter 92. The Use of Extreme Measures. Delicately wielding the knife. Feng Yunshi looked at Jiang's mother, who was taken aback, and at Jiang's father and Jiang Lynchon who had rushed in, wishing desperately for a hole in the ground to swallow her whole. Jiang's parents offered gentle reassurances, generously dismissing the incident as merely a broken cutting board. After all, they had witnessed Feng Yunshi in action during a battle. What was a mere cutting board in comparison? Only Jiang Lynchon, having also consumed the Qian fruit, understood that she had yet to fully adapt to the profound changes in her body, a process that required time. Feng Yunshi, her face flushed, glared at Jiang Lynchon, who was struggling to stifle his laughter, and felt an urge to bite him in frustration. Come work with me on the mountain tomorrow, Jiang Lynchon suggested. What? No way. Jiang Lynchon, taken aback by the furious expressions on his parents' faces, found himself somewhat bewildered. All he intended was for her to gradually acclimate to her body's significant changes through work. Why such a strong reaction? How could you possibly ask Yunshi to work? Yunshi decided to stay at home, insisting that if there was work to be done, Jiang Lynchon should handle it. Observing his gloomy visage, which bore the weight of unspoken words, Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle. Ultimately, the next day, she accompanied him up the mountain. Jiang's parents were exceedingly anxious, equipping her with sun hats, protective clothing, and insect repellent. Zhang's mother even procured sunscreen from a young bride in the village. In the end, she draped a large bottle of sour plum soup around Jiang Lynchon's neck, explicitly stating it was for Yun Shishir, cautioning her son against partaking. Yun Shishir graciously accepted the kind gestures of Zhang's parents, wrapping herself snugly like a dumpling. Had they possessed sunglasses at home, she might have even covered her eyes. Each wielding a hoe, they ambled along the mountain path. My parents might have gone a bit overboard, Jiang Lynchon mused. Yun Shishir adjusted her wide-brimmed sun hat. Her smile radiant. I will work hard, she declared. Jiang Lynchon nodded, guiding her through the hills. As they traversed the trail, both felt invigorated, fatigue a distant notion. Until they reached Xuanlong Peak. This was the mountain they would later cultivate, though Jiang Lynchon had seldom visited it, save for the animals he tended, which frequently roamed this area. He had yet to harness his divine powers to transform it, finding a patch of land that was neither too large nor too small. Jiang Lynchon shed his jacket, revealing his bare torso, and commenced tilling the soil. Once he entered the realm of labor, he became singularly focused, his concentration unwavering. With the rhythmic sound of the hoe striking the earth, a harmonious melody resonated anew. It seemed monotonous yet beautiful, timeless, as if this singular sound had echoed for millennia. Yun Shishir squinted, observing the man engrossed in his toil, and for a rare moment, she felt a sense of tranquility. Chop, chop, chop. She joined in, laboring alongside him. No one could have anticipated that while others took their girlfriends to the cinema, shopping malls, or fine dining, this fellow chose to engage in agricultural labor. Had the world become so absurd that it was unrecognizable? Meanwhile, in the capital, at the headquarters of the Century Group, Wang Yuanqing sat impassively in his chair, facing his elder son Wang Qian and his younger son Wang Wan. No news yet. Wang Yuanqing, around 60 years of age, bore an expression that commanded respect without anger. Years of hard work had etched lines of experience into his face, rendering his emotions nearly imperceptible. Reactions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness seemed to have faded, as if nothing in the world could move him. Behind him, a butler-like figure cautiously reported, Chairman, we are still investigating the whereabouts of the third young master. He wiped his brow, casting a furtive glance at Wang Yuanqing before continuing. According to our sources at the scene, aside from some signs of a struggle and scattered bullet holes, we have found nothing else. Even the blood on the ground has been meticulously washed away. Wang Qian exclaimed in anger. So you mean to say you have found nothing? What are you all doing? Is it possible for such a large person to simply vanish? Wang Wan shot a glance at his elder brother. He had not been involved in the matter from the beginning and had only learned of his brother's actions afterward. Is it possible that Tao Lu and his associates are responsible? Wang Wandao questioned. If Tao Lu possessed such capabilities, what would be the need for the Bai Shui mercenaries? They have truly experienced the battlefield, while Tao Lu is merely a brute, Wang Qian remarked with a hint of derision. The local king of the small pond, after all, has never encountered the vast storms of the outside world. Upon hearing Wang Qian's assessment, Wang Wan did not rush to refute. His elder brother, though arrogant, was still quite astute. Who could it be then? Wang Wan glanced at his father, Wang Yuanqing, only to find him remaining silent. Second young master. According to reports from our people, there are currently 3 possibilities, the steward stated. Quickly, do tell, Wang Qian urged, his impatience palpable after a series of disheartening news. Yes. The steward appeared exceedingly respectful. The first possibility is that Tao Lu's people somehow managed a miraculous turnaround, eliminating all the Bai Shui mercenaries and fleeing back to Southeast Asia. The second possibility is that an unidentified mysterious force has eradicated the Bai Shui mercenaries, allowing Tao Lu to escape back to Southeast Asia while the third young master has fallen into the hands of this enigmatic power. The third possibility is that the authorities are unaware of the situation. There has been no communication from them regarding this matter. Wang Yuanqing finally spoke. After decades of hard work, the connections and intelligence he had amassed were remarkable. Now, with no news of the third young master or the Chong Lu number 1, there were inquiries from the United States regarding the whereabouts of White, a core member of one of the top 10 conglomerates. Wang Qian remarked. Wang Wan expressed his frustration. While we are not afraid of them domestically, internationally, being targeted by these conglomerates can lead to dire consequences. What does it have to do with us? We have already cooperated in transferring the individuals. How can they blame us for their failure? Wang Qian retorted angrily. Those who can engage in rational discourse would never rise to the status of a super conglomerate. Surely, you are aware of their nature, elder brother? Wang Wan responded with a touch of sarcasm. Enough of the arguing. We must deploy more personnel. Steward Zhao, you shall handle this matter. It is imperative that we secure the original seeds of Chong Lu number 1. If necessary, we may resort to extreme measures, Wang Yuanqing declared decisively. His voice bore no emotion, and even the absence of his youngest son elicited no anxiety or unrest. Throughout his entrepreneurial journey, he had engaged in both overt and covert battles with enemies and rivals, employing various unscrupulous tactics. His own family had been threatened and even kidnapped. The disappearance of his youngest son did not stir any feelings within him. Yet, he recalled the day he heard Wang Yi's anguished cries over the phone. A sense of unease inexplicably washing over him. Chapter 93. You wouldn't refuse to help, would you? Jiang Lynchon and Feng Yunshi toiled in the mountains for 3 consecutive days. During this time, nothing occurred outside. Zhuang Rong remained confined within Jiang Lynchon's home, not stepping outside. Even meals were brought to her by others. She understood that offending the Century Group was not merely a matter of whether one could survive, but rather a question of whether one could live at all. A conglomerate of such immense background could easily crush an ordinary individual. She has been with Wang Yi for a while now, having witnessed such tactics firsthand, and is now so frightened that she dares not step outside. During these 3 days, Fang Yunshi has reacquainted herself with the sensation of her enhanced physical strength, ensuring that she would no longer split a thick cutting board in two with a single strike of a knife. With that, she bid farewell to Zhang's parents and, accompanied by Zhuang Rong and Jiang Lynchon, set off for the provincial capital. This time, Jiang Lynchon was somewhat reluctantly dragged along. Fang Yunshi's reasoning was compelling. After dating for such a length of time, it was unacceptable for him not to know where she was lodging in the provincial capital, especially since he wouldn't even know the address to deliver hot water. This reasoning was so formidable that Jiang Lynchon found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. They did not take the Hummer 4 on this trip. In terms of comfort, it was even inferior to Master Fang's Volvo. After acquiring a key to a property in the provincial capital from Master Fang, he begrudgingly drove Master Fang's car and followed Fang Yunshi into the city. The Fang Martial Arts School is a highly specialized institution, not only teaching authentic martial arts, but also performance routines. Students can choose for themselves, and some film crews even recruit extras from here. However, the school strictly prohibits students from performing high-risk stunts. This is a non-negotiable rule established by the elder Master Fang. No student is allowed to take on such assignments before graduating. In essence, the primary mission of the martial arts school is to promote physical well-being, placing great emphasis on martial ethics and personal cultivation. Despite her youth, Fang Yunshi has become the head of this branch of the school, frequently traveling and exploring, leaving most of the responsibilities to the deputy head. Even when challengers come to the school, it is the deputy head who steps forward. As she entered her own martial arts school with Zhuang Rong and Jiang Lynchon, dozens of students greeted her respectfully, calling out, "Good day, master." Fang Yunshi smiled and nodded. Proceeding directly to the training room at the back, Jiang Lynchon observed the extensive training equipment in her school, which was remarkably complete. Not only were there all the necessary gym apparatus, but also spacious training rooms and a plethora of weaponry. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that she was not only familiar with her own strength, but also had numerous training partners and countless pieces of equipment. Nevertheless, Fang Yunshi was still willing to toil alongside him, having spent 3 full days working the land in the mountains. However, his role as a training partner was indeed unparalleled, as no one else could match Jiang Lynchon's strength. While engaging in farming, they also dissected martial arts techniques. The noise generated was substantial, and fortunately, no one was around to witness it. Otherwise, they would have surely damaged the ground. Despite Fang Yunshi's rich heritage and exceptional talent, she consistently found herself outmatched by Jiang Lynchon in their sparring sessions. Regardless of how intricate her techniques were, Jiang Lynchon's sheer power rendered them ineffective. This perplexed Fang Yunshi. Although she had sent videos to Jiang Lynchon, she was curious about how he became such a skilled fighter without a partner. Jiang Lynchon, of course, did not disclose that he had been training with a large black bear in the Hongzhou mountain range every day. What other training partner could be as tough and resilient? Even O'Neill could not compare. This kind of practical combat was so intense that even the black bear would cry out in distress. If it were not for the black bear's lack of connections, it would have certainly accused Jiang Lynchon of animal abuse. Fang Yunshi allowed Jiang Lynchon to explore freely, as she needed to arrange Zhuang Rong's work and life. Jiang Lynchon nodded and proceeded to the hall to observe the ongoing training. Deputy Director Zhou Tian noticed Jiang Lynchon and inquired, "Is the new recruit brought in by Director Fang?" Jiang Lynchon shook his head, smiling, "No need to mind me. I'm merely here for leisure. I am a complete novice in martial arts." Zhou Tian, perplexed, remarked, "Director Fang never brings outsiders to her training room. Are you perhaps a relative?" Jiang Lynchon mused that a romantic relationship should not be classified as familial, thus he shook his head once more. Well then, seeing that his inquiries yielded no fruitful answers, Zhou Tian resumed directing the training. Jiang Lynchon crossed his arms, keenly observing the daily exercises at the martial arts school. The adage wealth and culture, strength in martial arts is not merely a saying. From the equipment available to the guidance of professional instructors, from the nourishment provided in daily meals to the treatment of injuries, only those with a certain economic standing can truly engage in such pursuits. Take a sparring partner. For example, a competent one commands nearly 1,000 a day. Without a sparring partner, one cannot train for impact resistance, nor develop muscle memory and reflexes. These non-quantifiable aspects ultimately determine an individual's capability to fight and withstand blows, rather than mere aesthetics of muscular physiques at a gym. He once watched a video where a fitness instructor clashed with a Sanda athlete over trivial matters. The towering fitness coach, leveraging his physical advantage, incessantly provoked the Sanda practitioner, who continually retreated. The fitness coach, emboldened, ultimately faced a knockout punch from the Sanda athlete, who could bear it no longer. The daily training at Fang's martial arts school emphasizes practical combat. Those who emerge from here can easily withstand the approach of ordinary individuals, when allowed to engage. Barring special terrains or armed assaults, facing 10 or even 8 opponents is not daunting. At that moment, pair training was underway within the school. Students took turns sparring, engaging in drills with partners of similar height and weight, exchanging punches and kicks to cultivate a sense of combat. Jiang Lynchon did not begin with the most fundamental techniques, nor did he intend to pursue the path of physical combat. However, since the abduction of his family, his perspective had shifted significantly. Martial arts and practical experience were now invaluable. I do not seek to bully others, but I cannot allow myself to be bullied. Thus, he observed with great interest, appreciating the foundational movements that, to him, were also commendable. Zhou Tian, noticing Jiang Lynchon standing in the hall, felt an inexplicable discontent. Suddenly, he commanded, "Stop. Today, I shall demonstrate a new technique, the turning side kick." Seeing the students' eager gazes upon him, Zhou Tian continued, somewhat proudly, the turning side kick is a finishing move. Unexpected and immensely powerful. With that, he approached a heavy bag, turned to face it, and abruptly twisted his waist, launching his foot. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the massive bag was shattered by his kick. Sand and wood splinters flew everywhere. Wow. Director Zhou is incredible. Director Zhou is so impressive. Jiang Lynchon was taken aback as well. The strength behind that kick was formidable. Had it struck an ordinary person, it would surely have caused grave injury, if not death. The recent strike was not merely a display of leg strength. It summoned the entirety of his physical prowess, harmonizing body and waist to power the kick. He glanced at Jiang Lynchon and continued, defeat the enemy. Jiang Lynchon, bewildered, pondered to himself, I am not an enemy. Why glare at me? Zhou Tian approached Jiang Lynchon with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, it seems this brother has a keen interest in martial arts. Having observed for quite some time, he must be an enthusiast, perhaps even a master of the martial world. Why not serve as my temporary sparring partner? Jiang Lynchon waved his hand in refusal, stating, I have no training. I am not a practitioner. Master Zhou, please seek another. No worries, it's merely a casual spar. My students are engaged in one-on-one practice, and I require a demonstration partner. Young brother, surely you wouldn't decline to assist? Before Jiang Lynchon could respond, Zhou Tian continued, let us equip this brother with protective gear. Jiang Lynchon, upon hearing this, ceased to be polite. To be honest, he harbored some genuine interest in the martial arts. Since Master Zhou insisted on him being the sparring partner, he might as well reluctantly comply. Once the students had adorned him with protective gear, the ground was cleared of sand and dirt. Zhou Tian addressed the students with a significant tone. Martial arts are unpredictable during training. One must control their strength while fully engaging in practical thinking. Only through rigorous practice can one master the skills necessary to subdue an opponent in true contests or perilous moments. Isn't our purpose in practicing martial arts primarily to strengthen our bodies? A student inquired, prompting laughter from the group. Indeed, the primary aim is to enhance physical fitness. Yet in certain exceptional circumstances, the application of force may be warranted. The essence lies in the heart. When faced with a threat to life, would you not resist? Zhou Tian responded with a smile. A student, merely 13 or 14 years old, felt a bit embarrassed by the laughter but soon joined in the amusement. Now, let us dispense with the trivialities. Watch me demonstrate, and then you will practice in turn, Zhou Tian announced. The students buzzed with excitement. For apart from the senior members and two skilled masters, the ordinary students typically practiced only basic movements. What Zhou Tian was about to demonstrate, such as a kick that could shatter a sandbag, was a level of skill they had never witnessed before. It was nothing short of astonishing. Who would not wish to train in such extraordinary techniques? Frankly, how would one feel if their family and friends knew they practiced martial arts daily, yet only performed flashy moves without any practical techniques? Zhou Tian's kick ignited a profound interest among the students. Observe closely. Use the left foot as a pivot and sweep with the right foot, ensuring to engage the waist. Zhou Tian instructed, suddenly executing a sweeping kick. Bang! Jiang Lynchon was startled, though not due to a lack of reaction. However, should such a kick be directed at an ordinary person, it would be impossible to evade. They would undoubtedly be sent flying. Zhou Tian, noticing Jiang Lynchon seamlessly absorb his sweeping kick without flinching, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated catching Jiang Lynchon off guard and embarrassing him. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly developed a sense of animosity towards Jiang Lynchon. Upon merely glimpsing Jiang Lynchon's countenance, an inexplicable aversion surged within him. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was likely the expression and demeanor with which Fang Yunshi had ushered him in. Indeed, that was precisely it. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Fang Yunshi display such an expression, an exuberance, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, as if she wished for him to embrace this place. This demeanor was subtle, yet having trained in martial arts alongside Fang Yunshi since childhood, he was intimately familiar with her. Such a manifestation of vulnerability was reserved solely for those she felt dependent upon or close to. Even towards him, she had never unveiled such a tender, youthful demeanor. The thought pierced Zhou Tian's heart. Though he had concealed his affections adeptly, Yunshi was not oblivious to them. Fang Yunshi had never had a boyfriend, and he had never felt urgency regarding this matter. Yet today, she had brought back an unfamiliar man, and their intimacy was palpable. Was it truly the case that childhood sweethearts could not withstand the arrival of an outsider? Had he not been good enough for her? What merit did this handsome stranger possess? The turmoil within him brewed into a storm of anger. As these thoughts swirled, he inadvertently increased the force of his kick, pivoting sharply for another strike. Bang! This powerful sweep was met with Jiang Lynchon's raised elbows, effectively neutralizing the blow. Jiang Lynchon furrowed his brow, and even the enthusiastic students engaged in practice halted momentarily. This kick seemed to have reached a level capable of shattering a sandbag. Had Director Zhou truly exerted his full strength against this temporary sparring partner? Only after executing the kick did Zhou Tian realize the gravity of the situation, fearing he might have inadvertently inflicted serious injury. Yet seeing Jiang Lynchon withstand his strike with such composure, he was left incredulous. He was convinced that no one in the entire martial arts academy, save for Fang Yunshi, could endure his kick. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently employed a technique. While everyone around was astonished, hushed discussions began to arise. Was the young man brought back by Director Fang a master? It didn't seem so. A trained eye could easily discern the truth. Indeed, I observed that both Director Fang and Director Zhou exhibited movements and gazes unlike ordinary individuals. Even the seasoned veterans among the students displayed a different posture. This individual did not strike one as having undergone any training. I could believe he was a model, but not a martial artist. Yet how could he possibly block Director Zhou's kick? I understand now. It must be that Director Zhou had tempered his strength. The sound was loud, yet he likely did not unleash his full power. It must be so. Director Zhou's capabilities are inscrutable. Have you all forgotten the last time someone attempted to challenge the academy? Hiss. That individual truly suffered. Did he not break ribs? Indeed, had not Director Zhou shown mercy, I suspect that fellow would have been incapable of waiting for the ambulance to arrive. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Zhou Tian's gaze remained fixed intently on Jiang Lynchon as he approached, his voice low and grave. Brother, you conceal your prowess well. Had it not been for that kick, I would have remained unaware of your true skill. Jiang Lynchon, perplexed, wondered why he found himself the target of this man's scrutiny. What was the situation? Director Zhou, I am not here to challenge the academy. Jiang Lynchon resolved to maintain his composure. He believed that aside from being somewhat handsome, youthful, skilled in martial arts, and affluent, he possessed no other merits. He aimed to remain low-key and let things pass. Ha! Zhou Tian burst into laughter, though his face bore no trace of joy. Addressing the gathered students, he remarked, I never anticipated that Director Fong would return with such a formidable master. Just now, I did not hold back. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The force of Zhou's previous kick undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds. How could this individual remain unfazed while enduring such might? What a jest! If a mere stranger could exhibit such prowess, what had been the purpose of their arduous training? Since we haven't encountered a true master in quite some time, dear brother, given your remarkable skills, would you care to engage in a friendly spar? Zhou Tian proposed to Jiang Lynchon. Not interested, Jiang Lynchon replied with a smile. Come now. Is the master brought back by Director Fong afraid to engage? It's merely a friendly contest. What does it matter if you lose? Someone in the crowd chimed in. The assembly's interest in Jiang Lynchon surged. They were well aware of their own abilities, yet they were particularly intrigued by the outsider's skills. It is said that returning home in wealth, akin to donning splendid garments under the cover of night, is an unfulfilled ambition. The pursuit of martial arts can be equally tedious without a worthy opponent or challenge. Brother, surely you cannot be timid? Our Director Zhou has extended an invitation to you, and few in the provincial capital received such an honor. Please, I am but an ordinary person, unfit for such exertions, Jiang Lynchon declined. Unwilling to engage in a conflict without cause. An ordinary person? What is your profession? Inquired a burly student. A carbohydrate and biological protein manufacturing engineer, Jiang Lynchon responded. What kind of engineer? Are you involved in research? The crowd's interest waned. Martial artists typically do not engage in brawls with researchers, as winning would hold little significance. However, in this age of the internet, there are always those who find amusement in absurd videos. A female student suddenly paused, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. What kind of engineer? Sounds so familiar. Oh, the rectangular prism space movement engineer, the brick mover, the human empathy testing specialist, the beggar, the vehicle import-export management expert, the garage security, the human survival material energy processing specialist, the chef, the human basic survival material distribution officer, the delivery rider. So this carbohydrate and biological protein manufacturing engineer might just be a farmer, the famed agriculturalist? The female student's eyes sparkled as she asked, Brother, are you a farmer? The crowd fell silent for a moment, finally grasping the situation. After all the grandeur, it turned out he was simply a farmer. Jiang Lynchon's expression stiffened as he forced a smile and nodded. Engaging in such banter felt somewhat frivolous. Yet, he felt a sense of indignation. Why did other professions have lofty titles, while farmers did not? Was there no inclination to acknowledge their contributions? Was this disregard not a form of sorrow? With this thought, Jiang Lynchon straightened his posture and earnestly addressed the female student. Yes, indeed, I am a farmer. Once again, someone remarked, a rural household is merely a rural household, and a farmer is just a farmer. These are two distinct matters. Jiang Lynchon responded directly, I am indeed a farmer, without a doubt. After graduating, I returned to my hometown to cultivate the land, grow crops, plant trees, and raise chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly appeared disinterested, even more so than when they had listened to that engineer. Observing this, Jiang Lynchon felt an inexplicable sense of frustration and turned to a female student, inquiring, What do you do? Me? The young woman asked, somewhat taken aback. I am merely a creator of short videos on Douyin, where I share martial arts performances. She still bore a hint of baby fat. Surprisingly, this somewhat naive and harmless girl had garnered a following of several 100,000 fans on the short video platform due to her adorable charm. How long have you been practicing? Jiang Lynchon asked. Only a few months. My fans say my punches lack power and that I primarily target evildoers with my excitement punches. The young girl replied, a touch of defensiveness in her tone. So, you came here to earnestly improve your skills and silence the doubters among your fans? Jiang Lynchon chuckled. Well, not exactly. Primarily, it's about the martial arts stance. Anyone knowledgeable can see if you've trained or not. The young woman felt somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Lynchon rubbed his nose and smiled at Zhou Tian, saying, Though I am a farmer, I possess some skill in martial arts. How about you arrange for 2 individuals to spar with me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian smirked ominously. He cared not whether Jiang Lynchon was a farmer. The demeanor in which Fang Yinshi had brought him in made Zhou Tian want to utterly defeat this pretty boy before him. Wang Zheng, step forward. Zhou Tian suddenly commanded. A young man emerged, the very same individual who had previously inquired about Jiang Lynchon's profession. He was robustly built. Even without martial arts training, few would dare provoke him. Practice with this farmer brother, Zhou Tian instructed. Wang Zheng frowned upon hearing this. Standing at 195 meters tall and weighing 120 kilograms, he possessed no excess fat. Having trained in the martial arts for over 2 years, he was exceptionally strong. Typically, he dealt with anyone foolish enough to challenge the dojo. He had always yearned for a good fight, but to engage in combat with an untrained farmer held no allure for him. It was akin to an adult triumphing over a first grader. Where lies the sense of accomplishment? However, as the deputy director had commanded, he reluctantly stepped forward. With a lackluster tone, he said to Jiang Lynchon, "You might as well concede." Jiang Lynchon was tall and well-proportioned, his skin appearing somewhat delicate due to the consumption of the Qian fruit. Were it not for his frequent sun exposure, his wheat-colored skin would have betrayed his otherwise handsome appearance, resembling a budding heartthrob. Given such an opponent, it was no wonder Wang Zheng felt reluctant. It was simply an unearned victory. The other students also found little excitement in the prospect of a fight against a mere farmer. Even if the farmer were handsome, would that enhance the thrill of combat? Jiang Lynchon smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" Wang Zheng, impatient, retorted, "You must be joking. With your skills, I could handle 10 of you." Jiang Lynchon chose not to engage in further banter, settling into a stance and delivering a punch. Bang! The towering young man was sent flying by a single blow. Indeed, he had flown quite a distance. Jiang Lynchon deliberately employed a forceful technique. When he struck Wang Zheng's chest, he retracted just enough to propel him backward without fully delivering the force. Thus, while the impact appeared dramatic, Wang Zheng's internal organs remained unscathed. Nonetheless, lying on the ground, Wang Zheng struggled to rise, feeling an unusual tightness in his chest, his senses clouded. The onlooking students wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that this self-proclaimed farmer had managed to bewilder the formidable Wang Zheng with a single punch. What was happening? Could this individual be a wolf in sheep's clothing? Such deceit was infuriating. Possessing such skill, yet claiming to be merely a farmer, was revolting. Witnessing their comrade felled, the students united in a shared animosity. Zhou Tian, observing Jiang Lynchon's strike, felt a sense of foreboding. While the students remained oblivious, as the vice master with practical combat experience, he could not be so easily deceived. He believed that, as a master of subtle strength, ordinary individuals were not worthy of his attention. The previous kick had been a mere, inadvertent release of pent-up frustration, and Jiang Lynchon's ability to absorb it without injury indicated his exceptional prowess. However, it was only with that recent punch that Zhou Tian truly regarded Jiang Lynchon as an adversary of equal caliber. Yet, the more formidable Jiang Lynchon appeared, the harder it became for Zhou Tian to suppress his fury. It was no wonder he had captured the affections of the junior apprentice. This youthful dandy possessed remarkable abilities. How infuriating. Just as Zhou Tian prepared to personally intervene and reprimand this unexpected rival, a commotion erupted outside. A crowd suddenly surged in. Ha! The Fang Martial Arts School is quite lively today. A delightful playtime for children, indeed. Jiang Lynchon glanced up, momentarily taken aback. The newcomers were not strangers, but rather familiar faces. It was Guan Jingqi, the wealthy heir who had surreptitiously hoarded compressed biscuits in the Hengjue mountain range before making his solitary escape. Upon seeing him, Zhou Tian's anger intensified. "So it is Master Guan. Our master has stated he does not wish to see you. Kindly take your leave." Guan Jingqi responded with a chuckle. "Whether or not you see me is not for a mere underling like you to decide. Spare yourself the embellishments. I am here to challenge the school." The crowd paused, realizing someone indeed intended to issue a challenge. Guan Jingqi declared, "If Fang Yunshi refuses to meet me, I shall overturn the entire martial arts school and see how long she can hide." Chapter 96. Underground Fighters. Guan Jingqi, do not overstep your bounds. Zhou Tian retorted, now thoroughly incensed. For him, the notion of running a martial arts school was fraught with the prospect of countless challengers. Even if he were to establish a mere kickboxing club, many were intoxicated individuals seeking a fight, or those who had practiced a few rudimentary moves at home, emboldened by misplaced confidence. Some sought fame through combat, while others were merely pawns of rival competitors. In the realm of martial arts, one inevitably faced challenges from those wielding force. In today's harmonious society, it seemed that the martial virtue among the populace was lacking. One could frequently observe foreigners throwing punches online, leading to the misconception that they were the only ones capable of fighting. This was a complete fallacy. If not for stringent regulations, the titles of martial virtue would not be so easily appropriated by outsiders. However, when individuals masqueraded under the guise of challengers, only to pursue romantic interests, Zhou Tian found himself unable to tolerate it any longer. Especially, Guan Jingqi's target is Fang Yunshi. In the past, during their time in an adventure group, Guan Jingqi would incessantly pursue Fang Yunshi at the martial arts school. Now that Fang Yunshi has clearly expressed her unwillingness to meet him, he shamelessly continues to show up, completely disregarding my presence. In comparison to Jiang Lynchon, who claims to be a farmer, Guan Jingqi, as a true scion of wealth, poses a genuine threat. Zhou Tian harbors immense hostility. At this moment, Guan Jingqi is full of vigor, his previous despondency after being rescued from the primeval forest having vanished entirely. He has cast aside his father Guan Shihao's warnings. The woman Guan Jingqi desires will undoubtedly not escape his grasp. Only a woman of exceptional lineage, beauty, and grace like Fang Yunshi is worthy of him. However, his previous solo escape had hurt her feelings, and despite his numerous explanations, Fang Yunshi has remained unresponsive. In a fit of anger, Guan Jingqi has resolved to confront her directly. Zhou Tian, today I intend to make you all weep for mercy. Guan Jingqi chuckled coldly. You have only two choices. First, The Fong family martial arts school will be defeated and will no longer be able to stay in the Shanhua province. Second, Fong Yunshi will agree to be my woman and come with me now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingshan's expression turned icy. Why are the wealthy so foolish? They lack the strategic foresight and cunning that Wang Yi possesses. Comparing the two, Jiang Lingshan realized that aside from being cruel and selfish, Guan Jingqi had little strategy and was incredibly arrogant. Look at Wang Yi. He does not behave this way. Not only does he treat Zhuang Rong as mere merchandise, but when she learns too many secrets, he disposes of her without hesitation, showing no weakness for feminine allure. Is the difference between the rich so vast? Jiang Lingshan shook his head. This fellow dares to covet Yunshi, and he certainly cannot let him have an easy time. With a firm resolution, he observed the situation unfold. Zhou Tian exclaimed, the Fong family's 8 extremes are renowned and cannot be undermined by a wealthy fool like you. Guan Jingqi replied nonchalantly, the Fong family's 8 extremes may indeed be formidable, but alas, their disciples lack ambition. Since they dare to establish a martial arts school in Shanhua province, they must be prepared for their reputation to be tarnished. Zhou Tian retorted, such arrogance. Let your men be cautious. We shall see who truly has skill. Subsequently, Zhou Tian bellowed, students, take your positions. The students' expressions grew solemn. Whenever the schoolmaster issued such a command, it signified his genuine anger. Previously, a self-proclaimed disciple from a martial arts family had spoken disparagingly, insulting the Fong family's 8 extremes as unworthy of running a school. In response, Zhou Tian had shouted, take your positions, and then proceeded to severely injure that individual in the arena, who was carried away afterward. Thankfully, the other party was aware of their inferiority and did not wish to publicize their humiliation, thus avoiding legal repercussions. Otherwise, Zhou Tian might have been summoned for a conversation. This time, Guan Jingqi brought 5 individuals, 3 Asians and 2 Westerners. All possessed a calm demeanor, well-defined muscles, and fierce gazes. Guan Jingqi, growing increasingly impatient as he awaited Fong Yunshi, turned to his 5 companions and instructed, do not hold back. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. If you win, your reward will be doubled. The eyes of the 5 men brightened. This young Master Guan was offering a considerable appearance fee of 1 million each, quite substantial indeed. If victorious, a reward of 200,000 awaits. Earning such a sum from a martial arts school entails no peril, far more lucrative than engaging in underground fights. The practitioners of the martial arts school lack the murderous intent found in those who partake in illicit bouts. Even with equal prowess, the more ferocious contender often prevails. At this moment, Zhou Zheng was seething with rage, his countenance dark as he glared at Guan Jingqi and demanded, how do you wish to proceed? One-on-one, with 5 of us alternating from my side, and every member of your school must participate. The last one standing on the arena shall be declared the victor. Guan Jingqi replied with a smirk, should all of you fall, I shall personally shatter the reputation of the Fong family's 8 extremes. Zhou Zheng's eyes twitched. Although he yearned to deliver a devastating blow to this privileged youth, a sliver of rationality remained, prompting him to inquire, what if we choose not to accept your challenge? Then what purpose does your martial arts school serve? You might as well return home to cradle your children. Guan Jingqi retorted, of course, I have myriad ways to deal with you. Daily live streams of my challenges will expose to the entire internet just how cowardly you truly are. He laughed maniacally. Dismissing Fong Yunshi's attempts to maintain her composure, Zhou Zheng lowered his gaze and declared, let the contest begin. The first combatant from the martial arts school was a coach in his 30s, stocky and rugged. The students were thrilled to see their champion, Coach Chung. Known as the Bull of Battle, take the stage. Coach Bull was second only to the school's master. This round was secured. After a brief consultation among Guan Jingqi's 5 companions, an Asian fighter ascended the platform, barefoot and with his arms bound by a rope. He was a master of Muay Thai, undefeated in underground fights, even having killed a disciple of Tao Lu. As the adage goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts,